In the grand realm of Daqian, within the heart of Zhongzhou, amidst desolate mountains and ancient temples, Zhang Qingyuan sat upon the steps, watching as dusk approached. His meager provisions included but a single-course pancake, and although he possessed half a pound of flour, the absence of a cooking pot rendered the prospect of preparing even a simple noodle soup a distant dream. Reflecting upon the 3 months since his arrival in this world, Zhang Qingyuan found himself engulfed in despair. Initially, he had presumed this place to be an ancient era, and as a former aficionado of historical web novels, he felt an overwhelming confidence in his ability to ascend the ranks of society, leveraging his foresight to align with the powerful across any dynasty, be it Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, or Qing. However, upon further inquiry, he discovered that this era was known as Qian, a name that echoed the grandeur of the Zai, Yuan, that he mused that it would have been better named Yuan. It dawned on him that he had entered a parallel universe reminiscent of ancient China, where the feudal system reigned yet devoid of the prophetic insights he had once relied upon. Nonetheless, he consoled himself with the thought that he possessed knowledge far ahead of this age, which could empower him to innovate and create, much like the predecessors who traversed time before him. Yet, after deep contemplation, he realized he lacked the knowledge of glassmaking and the art of perfumery. As a countryman, he had encountered the curved plow, but it already existed in this world. Distilled spirits were also present, as the technology for distillation was well established. Although it did not reach the potency of modern alcohol, it was sufficient for the era. As the ancients did not have a penchant for high-proof spirits, the ambition to innovate was promptly dismissed. What about participating in the imperial examinations? Alas, he could not even comprehend classical Chinese. In the midst of his bewilderment, Zhang Qingyuan witnessed a remarkable spectacle. From a distance of 3 zhang, a figure unleashed a fiery dragon with a single palm strike. Vanquishing another individual, his eyes widened, and his mouth fell agape in astonishment. This was a world of martial arts, a realm of high martial prowess. Through extensive inquiries, primarily eavesdropping on storytellers, she learned that the martial arts community flourished here, with numerous sects and factions. The pursuit of martial mastery and the aspiration to become a hero beckoned him. He discovered that the nearest major sect was at least 300 miles away, while the famed Shaolin Temple lay 80 miles beyond the city. However, Zhang Qingyuan had no desire to don the robes of a monk. Moreover, his original identity as a beggar, having fled to Zhongzhou, precluded him from even entering the beggar's sect, let alone pursuing martial arts, for he lacked the fare for travel. Fortunately, fate had not entirely abandoned him. He managed to procure a tattered Taoist robe at a bargain price from a clothing stall. Armed with this robe and the eloquence honed from his previous life as a real estate agent, he set up a stall in the eastern part of the city. At 17, he possessed striking features, not the typical heroic visage, but rather delicate eyebrows and phoenix-like eyes, complemented by a face reminiscent of a refined melon. Utilizing his persuasive charm and sales acumen, he surprisingly earned his first pot of gold. While wealth beyond measure eluded him, he ensured his basic needs were met. After painstakingly saving 2 taels of silver, he invested in a few worn books on divination to enhance his self-presentation and professional persona. Just days ago, he amassed another 3 taels of silver. However, as the languid days began to erode his spirit, he resolutely departed the city, embarking on his martial journey. Alas, upon leaving the city, he discovered the harsh reality of ancient exile as a form of punishment. Alone, he traversed barren landscapes, burdened by his belongings, relying on inquiries for direction while remaining vigilant against bandits and wild beasts. Yet, Zhang Qingyuan possessed remarkable resilience. In his previous life, his parents had enrolled him in an ancient martial defense class during elementary school. Although his rudimentary skills were of little use in this world, he felt an inexplicable confidence in his ability to defend himself that, on the 7th day since his departure from the city, fortune smiled upon him as he stumbled upon a dilapidated temple. While fetching water, the battered pot that had accompanied him for 3 months finally succumbed to its burdens and shattered. In a fit of whimsy, he dug a small grave for the pot, burying it as a tribute. Devoid of modern devices to alleviate his solitude, he found amusement in self-entertainment, and burying the pot served as a cathartic release. He gathered some dry grass, cleared a space within the temple, and built a modest fire with kindling. Extracting the pancake, he calculated that with 30 miles to the next town, he could consume half tonight and save the remainder for breakfast, anticipating a proper meal upon reaching his destination. Content. Zhang Qingyuan was not one to wallow in self-pity. He always found a way to uplift his spirits. As twilight approached, he sat beside the fire, idly retrieving scripture. In times of boredom, one often seeks to engage in some form of distraction. Even if he was not particularly fond of reading, he felt compelled to flip through the pages to pass the time. Just as he placed the pancake on the flames to warm it, he heard footsteps approaching. The sounds grew closer, prompting Zhang Qingyuan to cautiously clutch the pancake. While gripping a half-brick that he intended to use as a pillow, a figure entered the temple, and his alertness eased slightly. The newcomer was also a youth, seemingly of similar age. Clad in tattered garments, he appeared weary from travel, but he stood nearly as tall as Zhang Qingyuan, his demeanor somewhat dejected. What caught Zhang Qingyuan's attention was that this young man was remarkably handsome, rivaling his own looks, despite his disheveled appearance. The boy possessed a face that exuded youthful charm, thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a hint of baby fat, reminiscent of the type favored by affluent women in Zhang Qingyuan's past life. The newcomer nodded in acknowledgement, and Zhang Qingyuan reciprocated. The stranger's gaze inadvertently fell upon Zhang Qingyuan's pancake, stirring a sense of wariness within him. "It's mine," he declared, cradling the pancake protectively. "Apologies," the boy replied, visibly embarrassed. He approached the incense table and settled against the decrepit table. Zhang Qingyuan took a bite of the pancake, which had become quite dry from roasting, yet he savored it nonetheless. Gurgle! The sound of the boy's stomach echoed, and he instinctively swallowed hard, a look of embarrassment washing over him as he lowered his gaze and busied himself with his hands. Was he blushing? Zhang Qingyuan, having experienced the world's harshness over the past 3 months, found this humble youth refreshing in its simplicity. After a moment's thought, he broke the pancake in half and offered it to the boy. The youth, caught off guard, accepted the offering with a mixture of bashfulness and gratitude. Zhang Qingyuan feigned nonchalance, though his heart ached, silently urging, "Eat up." "I am Zhang Qingyuan. What name do you go by?" "Thank you, Taoist." "I am Zhang Junbao," came the reply. Zhang Qingyuan's mind raced at the familiarity of the name. "What do you do for a living?" he inquired. Zhang Junbao took a small bite of the pancake, a wave of sorrow washing over him, causing his eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Struggling to contain his emotions, he stammered, I have no job. It's merely a pancake. It shouldn't elicit such a reaction." Zhang Qingyuan thought he was merely moved and pressed on, "Where did you live before?" With a sigh, Zhang Junbao revealed, "I was at Shaolin Temple, a lay disciple." Shaolin Temple, a lay disciple, and Zhang Junbao? Zhang Qingyuan felt an old memory surge within him, reminiscent of a distant relative bearing the same surname, known as Junbao, with the courtesy name Sanfeng and the appellation of the slovenly Taoist. Could it be mere coincidence? This was not the end of the Song dynasty, nor the Yuan. How could fate intertwine their paths? Did every martial arts world harbor a master named Zhang Junbao? As thoughts swirled in his mind, his heartbeat quickened, akin to the thrill of discovering a winning lottery ticket. "Does your master go by the name of Yuan?" he ventured. Zhang Junbao looked up in astonishment. "You know Master Jin?" "Indeed, I have heard of him. I once paid my respects at Shaolin Temple," Zhang Qingyuan replied casually. Yet, Zhang Junbao regarded him with a hint of skepticism, pondering the propriety of a Taoist visiting Shaolin for prayers. However, he refrained from probing further. Sharing half a pancake and a connection to his master had already forged a bond between them. "And your master?" "Master has passed away." Zhang Junbao could no longer contain his grief, and tears streamed down his face. Zhang Qingyuan rose and approached Zhang Junbao, gently patting his shoulder in an attempt to comfort him. "It's all right, let it all out. If you have any grievances, feel free to share them with me. It's far better to express your feelings than to bottle them up." After weeping for quite some time, Zhang Junbao finally composed himself and choked out, "I'm an orphan. I know that I was taken in by Master Yuan at Shaolin when I was young, becoming a lay disciple. Indeed, over the years, Master treated me as his own. Master Yuan was a good man. I grew up in Shaolin, constantly helping Master with various tasks." "I understand. Due to Master's low status, I was unable to enter the Arhut Hall or the Damo Academy to practice martial arts. That's truly unfortunate. Fortunately, Master knew some basic skills and would occasionally take me along to practice. Yes, last month, the Arhut Hall held a selection for disciples. Open to all, regardless of whether they were novices or lay disciples. Even the workmen monks could participate. The victor would gain entry into the Arhut Hall or even the Damo Academy. Wonderful news. I thought the opportunity had finally arrived, and Master encouraged me to perform well. During the competition, I defeated everyone with my skills, but they went back on their word. Zhang Junbao shook his head, whispering, but the head of the Damo Academy claimed that my skills were learned through deceit. I did not learn these skills unlawfully. I have never even practiced internal power. Later, I discovered that the last opponent I faced was a guest monk who had been training in Shaolin's internal arts for 2 years, and I defeated him. So they accused you of stealing the internal arts? Zhang Junbao nodded despondently, his heart heavy with anger and sorrow that he felt wronged and could not comprehend the complexities of the adult world. How could he be slandered when he had performed so perfectly? I truly did not steal Shaolin's internal arts. I tried to explain, and Master supported my explanation, yet they refused to believe us. They intended to confine me to the back mountain and impose temple regulations upon me. Just as they were about to take action, Master willingly took my punishment upon himself, sacrificing his life to protect me, and I was expelled from Shaolin. Alas, Zhang Qingyuan sighed. The biases in people's hearts are like mountains. They refuse to believe that a mere boy, who has only practiced basic skills, could defeat a carefully trained guest monk who has practiced for years. They would rather believe that this boy, who triumphed over the guest monk, must have secretly learned advanced techniques to be so formidable that it is akin to how people refuse to accept that a bandit named Zhang Muji exists. They prefer to call him Zhang Matzi, convinced that his face is truly marked with blemishes. You understand me? Zhang Junbao lifted his gaze. Zhang Qingyuan nodded. I completely understand that in that instant. The complex emotions of being understood transformed into tears once more, spilling from his eyes. Zhang Qingyuan patted his back, feeling for the boy's plight. Do not worry from now on. You'll follow me. We will support each other and surely carve out a successful future. Zhang Junbao nodded vigorously in agreement. As for apprenticing to learn skills, forget it. I already have Zhang Junbao. What need is there for a master or to learn anything else? The journey was dull, yet Zhang Qingyuan felt an extraordinary joy. Reflecting on his previous life reading novels, there was always a protagonist who enjoyed nurturing a young girl, achieving a sense of accomplishment through development. Now, he was also engaged in this nurturing endeavor. Only his subject was Zhang Junbao, who was of the same age, but merely 2 months younger than him. Zhang Qingyuan had not retained much of the original owner's memories, only fragments that left a deep impression. The most prominent memory of the original owner was of working the fields, and he was also quite adept at setting traps for hunting. He recalled a sturdy man who treated him well. Then came the time of fleeing, foraging for grass, and eating the earth of Guanyin. Based on these fragmentary memories, Zhang Qingyuan surmised that the original owner must have been a country boy raised by his father in agriculture and hunting. It was indeed somewhat astonishing that a rural man could have produced such a handsome son. Zhang Junbao was an amusing individual over time. One would realize that he was neither dull nor a fool. He was quite talkative and possessed the innocent exuberance of youth. Zhang Qingyuan speculated that most martial arts worlds likely featured a martial arts master with the surname Zhang. Just as every martial arts world is inextricably linked to the founder of Shaolin, Damo, Zhang Sanfeng of Wudong also appears in many realms, always embodying immense power. Such figures belong to the realm of legend that in the original text of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, Zhang Junbao is depicted as meticulous and astute, with exceptional martial talent. After parting ways with Guixiang, he wanders to the foot of Wudong Mountain, immersing himself in Taoist scriptures, achieving enlightenment only after his 30s, ultimately establishing his own martial arts sect. In Jet Li's film adaptation, Zhang Junbao is portrayed as wise yet unassuming, equally gifted, but his nature leads him to eschew competition and live passively. After enduring betrayal from a senior brother, he gains insight and comprehends the essence of martial arts. As for the version by Zhang Weijian, that I apologize for not having seen it in its entirety. In a rendition by Zhang Junbao, he carries a hint of the old rogue charm that in Zhang Junbao's version. His character aligns more with that of a disheveled wanderer. If we consider these various portrayals of Zhang Junbao as different personas from parallel worlds, it becomes evident that each Zhang Junbao's fate is quite similar, all experiencing a transformative event leading to profound enlightenment. Though their temperaments differ vastly, the one constant remains. Every Zhang Junbao possesses exceptional martial talent and the ability to create their own martial techniques. Zhang Qingyuan's desire to bring Zhang Junbao along stems precisely from this attribute. To him, he is the nurturing elder brother. And what does Zhang Junbao represent for him? He is the golden key, the supportive ally, the system, and the wise old man accompanying him. Upon arriving in the town, they found themselves in a bustling place named Sanhe Town, renowned for its 3 rivers that converge outside the city. These 3 rivers serve as vital waterways for trade. Heavily guarded, the area is home to numerous gangs, both large and small. Here, Zhang Qingyuan rented a courtyard, a quaint abode consisting of 3 rooms and a kitchen. He also procured 2 beds, along with pots, pans, and other essentials. Moreover, he crafted a Taoist robe for Zhang Junbao, made from inferior fabric, yet new, thus unifying their attire. With everything in place, Zhang Qingyuan had spent every last coin he possessed. Zhang Junbao harbored no aversion to becoming a Taoist, especially since he had already been expelled from Shaolin. Furthermore, he felt immense gratitude towards Zhang Qingyuan, willing to do whatever he was asked. Once they settled in, the two shared their first meal in Sanhe Town, gnawing on steamed buns and sipping thin porridge. Meat was out of their budget, so simplicity was key. At the dining table, the brothers enjoyed their modest repast. Ahem! Zhang Qingyuan cleared his throat, prompting Zhang Junbao to look up. For now, we will make our base here. Understood. You need not worry about earning money, Zhang Qingyuan explained, glancing at the puzzled Zhang Junbao. In today's society, martial artists abound, yet not all in the underworld are heroes. As for us, while I can perform basic moves, I lack any real lethality and cannot even best a stronger man, so the matter of safety must rest upon you. Of course, Zhang Junbao understood it to be self-evident. Therefore, for this month, do not concern yourself with anything else. Focus on enhancing your martial arts skills. I have a few scriptures in my bag. In your spare time, study them, practice your skills, and think of new techniques. When you return in the evening, you can teach me. All right. Zhang Junbao listened attentively, demonstrating his understanding. By the way, Zhang Qingyuan recalled something and asked, "You do not practice internal power, correct?" Indeed, since I am not an initiated disciple of Shaolin, I lack the opportunity to learn their internal arts, Zhang Junbao clarified. The inner disciples are the legitimate monks, who have formally entered the monastic life, having undergone a rigorous selection process. Previously, at Shaolin, Zhang Junbao distinguished himself during a selection aimed at identifying talented disciples to impart internal martial arts techniques. However, despite Zhang Junbao's exceptional qualifications, he was dismissed by the abbot of the Dharma Institute. It is a well-known fact that no matter how skilled one is in martial arts, it pales in comparison to the advantages conferred by internal energy. Internal energy, as a unique form of energy, can significantly enhance an individual's strength, speed, and various other physical capabilities. An ordinary person may exert a force of 100 pounds with a punch. But with the aid of internal energy, that force can escalate to several hundred or even 1,000 pounds. Master practitioners are capable of projecting their internal energy externally, transforming it into flames, frost, thunder, or energy waves. In a confrontation between Zhang Junbao, who is only trained in martial arts, and a seasoned expert who has trained in internal energy for 2 years and can project it outward, both employing Shaolin techniques, how could Zhang Junbao, devoid of internal energy, emerge victorious? If the opponent had just begun their training, with only minimal growth in their abilities, one could understand a victory based on technique alone. However, if an adept, capable of performing feats such as the Bodhi Palm to shatter mountains and stones, cannot overcome someone without any internal energy, it raises questions. How did you defeat that monk from the guest reception back then? How many moves did it take? Zhang Qingyuan suddenly inquired, aware that Zhang Junbao had not practiced internal energy, yet intrigued by the notion of defeating a skilled opponent through technique alone. Zhang Junbao pondered for a moment, then rose and demonstrated. At that time, I was unaware that he was already a formal disciple. However, Master Gun had said that in combat, one must exert the force of a lion when fighting a rabbit, leaving no opportunity for the opponent. And then, Zhang Qingyuan prompted. We stood facing each other, exchanged formal greetings, and before he could make a move, I stepped forward and pointed my finger at his neck. After he instinctively covered his throat from the impact, I seized the opportunity to execute a technique called double winds blowing ears, followed by a grip on the back of his head and a knee strike to his face. As he spoke, he accompanied his words with movements. Zhang Qingyuan observed the swiftness of his actions, his fingers leaving traces in the air, and then executed a downward knee strike motion in response. After witnessing the display, Zhang Qingyuan slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming, "Zhang Junbao, how can you claim you have no internal energy?" Startled, Zhang Junbao replied, "I truly do not possess any. I have simply carried water up the mountain since childhood, so my speed and strength are merely greater than average." "Impossible. When you struck just now, I could hear the sound of air being sliced." Zhang Qingyuan insisted. Now, use your hand and strike this table with your most powerful technique." "All right." Zhang Junbao gathered his energy in his left hand and struck the table, which instantly shattered into pieces. He was astonished to see the table break apart, along with dishes scattering across the floor. "Isn't this internal energy?" Zhang Qingyuan remarked. "Is this truly internal energy?" Zhang Junbao was taken aback. Zhang Qingyuan nodded. "You must have developed a sensitivity to energy during your training. Internal energy has already manifested within you. You simply have not recognized it due to your lack of formal training. Is that true? Do I really possess internal energy?" Zhang Junbao gazed at his hands in disbelief, reflecting on the events of the past years. "Indeed. Have you not felt any changes within your body?" Zhang Qingyuan continued. He shook his head. "I haven't noticed any changes. I've always believed I lacked internal energy. I only heard about it from the senior disciples." "Did your master never mention it to you?" "He has not practiced internal energy either." "Ah, I understand now. This narrative closely resembles that of Zhang Junbao from the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, where he and his master Zhen initially perceived the nine-yang divine art in the Lankavatara Sutra as merely a technique for cultivating energy, only to later recognize it as an extraordinary martial art. Similarly, this Zhang Junbao, through meditation in the depths of night and regular training, developed a sensitivity to energy, yet did not regard it as significant. Noticing Zhang Qingyuan lost in thought, Zhang Junbao anxiously asked, "Brother Yuan, what have you realized?" Zhang Qingyuan shared his speculation, and as they conversed, Zhang Junbao finally grasped the implications. "I wondered why, at the age of 15, my appetite and strength surged unexpectedly. So it was internal energy. Each time I carried water up the mountain, I was utilizing my Daqian energy. Previously, I thought it was merely a technique to conserve effort. Now, I understand I was instinctively channeling energy to assist myself. Your master likely did not recognize it as internal energy either. Indeed, he is stronger than I am, yet he never claimed to possess internal energy. When I was 15, I ate and worked more than usual. My master remarked that I was at the age of growth, teasing that I was eating him out of house and home. Thus, the abbot likely perceived your internal energy and assumed you had learned it through illicit means. Your possession of internal energy does not tarnish your reputation. It is the accusation of having stolen Shaolin martial arts that is unfounded." Zhang Qingyuan spoke on behalf of the abbot. "Perhaps that is the case." The two exchanged glances and sighed. After a lengthy silence, Zhang Qingyuan suddenly said, "You should reflect on this further. I will earn some money and then purchase several books on meridians, preferably a manual on internal energy for your study." "Very well." Chapter 3. I am responsible for earning a living, while you are tasked with the study of martial arts. Are there individuals who have cultivated their inner strength solely through personal exploration? Indeed, upon contemplation, numerous names come to mind, each a paragon of genius. It is somewhat harsh for the abbot of Shaolin to impose such standards upon him. Truth be told, it lacks compassion. After all, the biases nestled within the human heart are akin to an insurmountable mountain. Consider Zhang Junbao from the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, who, through the insight gleaned from the Arhut figurine gifted by Guixiang, was misunderstood by the Shaolin Temple, ultimately leading Yuan to flee alongside him. This abbot of Shaolin is reminiscent of the master in the Heaven Sword. I believe in the existence of geniuses. Yet I cannot fathom that such extraordinary talent would present itself before me, especially in the guise of a mere servant disciple. It is akin to the notion that one named Zhang should bear the marks of a pockmarked visage. The pursuit of heritage upon further reflection. Has Shaolin ever shown kindness to such prodigious talents? Yes. The sweeping monk from demigods and semi-devils shares a fate akin to that of Yuan and Zhang Junbao. All were humble servants raised within the temple, beginning as lay disciples before ascending to the status of novice monks. Though gifted, their talents remained obscured, reduced to the daily rigors of fetching water, chopping firewood, cooking, and sweeping. The difference lies in that the sweeping monk never showcased his abilities. As he aged, the masters, concerned for his waning strength, assigned him to the sutra repository, where he meticulously organized scriptures and maintained cleanliness. In his quietude, he began to peruse the martial arts manuals and internal cultivation texts, attaining profound enlightenment, yet he continued to remain unassuming, until the temple faced calamity. When the once frail monk emerged, bearing a speaker, boldly declaring that all present were his younger brothers. Had it not been for this tribulation, the old monk might have spent his entire life within the repository, never stepping into the martial world. Zhang Junbao and the sweeping monk are kindred spirits, albeit with differing destinies. Perhaps the sweeping monk was simply more reticent in his youth, lacking the initiative to choose the path of a martial monk or to practice any martial arts. The following morning, Zhang Junbao commenced the day with stance training alongside him. The foundation of martial arts requires not only inner strength, but also a robust physique. Otherwise, even if one were to master the skills of Wuyazi, they would still be rendered impotent. The so-called fist techniques and leg techniques, in my perspective, are merely means to swiftly and efficiently subdue an opponent. Within Shaolin's repertoire, there exist numerous exercises aimed at enhancing physical health. When my master neglected to teach me the Arhut fist during my youth, I pondered why one would engage in superfluous movements when a single strike could vanquish an adversary. Was it merely for aesthetics? Subsequently, I devised a set of techniques based on several health-promoting forms from Shaolin, which I deemed most effective in combat. It was with this very set of techniques that I triumphed over those novice monks. Zhang Junbao observed keenly, ready to halt if any confusion arose. As he instructed Zhang Qingyuan in martial arts, Zhang Qingyuan was firmly grounded in stance. With a nod, he acknowledged. The first technique, Zhang Junbao executed a forward bow stance, his left hand feigning a probe, while his right index finger struck forward at an acute angle. In Zhang Qingyuan's eyes, it appeared as though Zhang Junbao faced an opponent, whose attention was drawn by the feigned movement of the left hand, while the right index finger darted toward the opponent's throat. Noticing Zhang Qingyuan's momentary distraction, Zhang Junbao continued his demonstration. The second technique. This is the third technique, a defense against an opponent's strike. The fourth technique, an attack. The fifth, a grappling defense. These techniques bore no names, perhaps yet to be christened. However, each move was exquisite, reminiscent of a venerable grandmaster, who, having weathered life's storms and encountered countless masters, distilled the essence of profound martial arts. Yet, the creator of such techniques was merely a 17-year-old youth. What is talent? If not this, it is akin to Huang Chang, who, devoid of martial prowess, crafted the 9 manual solely through imperial texts. Both are embodiments of genius. As the fatigue in his legs gradually transformed to a numbing ache, Zhang Qingyuan eventually sank to the ground, signaling the conclusion of Zhang Junbao's instruction. Observing the drenched in sweat Zhang Qingyuan, Zhang Junbao inquired, "So, how is it, Yuan Gur? Have you committed it to memory?" Zhang Qingyuan nodded, gasping for breath, the perspiration cascading from his forehead like rain. Cough, cough, cough. I remember it all. Well, it's good that you remember. The practice of martial arts advocates for a step-by-step approach. We shall conclude here for today. This evening, we will train together. All right. Zhang Qingyuan swallowed hard. His throat parched as if he had swallowed a box of cigarettes. Even more troubling was the sensation that his legs no longer belonged to him. During breakfast, he had consumed 4 large buns along with 2 bowls of porridge. It's often said that the impoverished pursue scholarship, while the wealthy cultivate martial prowess. One need only consider the sheer amount of food required. Zhang Junbao assured him that once his physique caught up, his appetite would diminish. After breakfast, Zhang Qingyuan set off for the town to earn some money, while Zhang Junbao remained at home, engrossed in scriptures and martial studies. Upon arriving at the crossroads near the Daqian Dynasty town, he found workers already assembled, awaiting their employer's summons. The surrounding shops were abundant, offering a plethora of goods, firewood, rice, oil, grains, fabric, and restaurants, bustling with life. Selecting a spot under the sun, he set up a table, displayed his sign, and settled on a stool, anticipating his first unfortunate customer. Despite the throngs of passers-by, none approached him for divination. Zhang Qingyuan understood it was merely a matter of age, as many likely deemed him unreliable. However, reputation is forged through one's own efforts and requires proactivity. The nearby stall owners eyed him with curiosity, to which Zhang Qingyuan occasionally nodded in acknowledgement. To his left stood a kindly woman selling vegetables. "Madam, your cabbage appears splendid. Did you grow it yourself?" "Hee. I cultivated a few acres. Initially, I planted corn, but my son, striving for success, studied at the Tsongshan sword sect and returned to serve as a head escort at the Yuan escort agency, earning quite a fortune. Thus, I reduced the corn and planted 2 acres of cabbage." "Ah, just as I suspected. Only someone as prosperous and fortunate as you could grow such luscious cabbage." Zhang Qingyuan flattered. The lady beamed. "Oh, you little Taoist, you truly have a way with words. In my past life, I was in sales, relying on my tongue." Zhang Qingyuan chuckled. "Just speaking from the heart, it's all sincere. I can tell you are destined for longevity. And I also sense that your family has welcomed a new addition. Am I correct?" "How did you know?" "Oh my, that's remarkable," the lady exclaimed in surprise. "When you arrived this morning, I overheard you asking the neighboring stall owner." Zhang Qingyuan explained, "Don't underestimate my age. I've been learning from my master since childhood. Though my skills are modest, I dare not claim to know the secrets of the ages, yet I can still make a few calculations." "Oh, then tell me, when will my son return?" The lady stood up and approached Zhang Qingyuan's stall. "Well," he hesitated, noticing his struggle. She produced a few coins from her pocket and placed them on the divination table. Zhang Qingyuan discreetly accepted them and inquired, "What is your family name?" "My husband's surname is Zhao. My son is named Zhao Pingjiu." "A fine name. Just by this name alone, it is clear that your son possesses a strong destiny." Indeed, he was called Zhao Shirtu in his youth. After becoming a disciple, his master bestowed this name upon him. To be honest, when he first returned, he fought against the leader of the Tianlong gang, wielding but a single sword, and managed to pierce through half of their gang. The old lady was refreshingly straightforward, and as she became animated, she revealed various details without prompting. Do not speak of the elderly of this era. Even in the 21st century, there remain countless individuals ensnared by pyramid schemes, purveyors of health supplements, and even those who fall prey to online scams, believing them without a shred of doubt. Although Zhang Qingyuan has yet to reach such heights, with his eloquence, over 3 months of practical experience, and a rudimentary understanding of the I Ching, he is more than capable of deceiving this group of gullible elderly women. In a conversational tone, Zhang Qingyuan remarked, "Oh, with your abilities, why toil in the fields? Why not hire a few helpers to attend to you at home? It would be splendid." A dutiful son who can also earn a living and provide for the family. "But you say there are still a few acres of land. It's idle. What to do then?" The elderly woman beamed with pride, proclaiming her son as success. "Indeed, how long has your daughter-in-law been pregnant?" "It's not easy to care for her on your own. More than 9 months now, and she is about to give birth," she replied. "It's not solely my effort. My mother-in-law has come, and my family must also visit, shouldn't they?" "You're absolutely right." While they chatted, Zhang Qingyuan's left hand was continually making calculating gestures. He then inquired about the scale of the escort agency, as well as the destination and timing of her son's journey. Finally, he placed his hand down and stated, "Congratulations, dear lady. Today marks the 139th year of the Daqian Dynasty, or the 4th year of Jiaxing. It is the 12th of August today. Rest assured, he will certainly return within 3 days." "Oh my!" The elderly woman was elated, and nearby vendors and a few passers-by turned their attention to Zhang Qingyuan. Among them, an uncle selling clothing on Zhang's right expressed skepticism. 3 days? He will certainly return? "Absolutely," Zhang Qingyuan affirmed. The elderly woman, seeing his unwavering confidence, pouted and said, "Very well, young Taoist. If my son returns within 3 days, I shall give you 10 more cabbages." Then I shall graciously accept." Zhang Qingyuan rubbed his hands together. In just one morning, he had earned a few coins. However, He had successfully gleaned the secrets of several nearby vendors and learned about the various factions at the dock, as well as the wealthy merchants in town and the number of children in their families. The intelligence network of the neighborhood Andes is indeed formidable. After returning home that evening, Zhang Qingyuan purchased 2 pounds of flour and requested a few cabbage leaves from Aunt Li. Upon returning to his small courtyard, he felt a sense of satisfaction watching Zhang Junbao delve into the study of the Tao. He prepared 2 bowls of noodle soup with cabbage shreds, and after they finished eating, Zhang Junbao wanted to practice with him to review the techniques he had learned that morning. Zhang Qingyuan had memorized the moves taught by Zhang Junbao perfectly, replicating them flawlessly. Not only was Zhang Junbao astonished by his memory, but Zhang Qingyuan himself was taken aback by his innate martial prowess. Am I truly so gifted? He pondered. It was as if, during the demonstration that morning, he had envisioned a rival in his mind, and each move and counter of that opponent was vividly etched in his memory. Could this be my golden finger? Huh. He laughed heartily. Chapter 4: The beginning of a breakthrough. Marvelous, truly marvelous. On the 3rd day, which happens to be the 15th of August, Zhao Pengju has returned. He had already brought the escort agency's guards back to Sana Town last night, due to the late hour. They spent the night at the Yuan escort agency and returned home this morning, bearing gifts for his mother, wife, and unborn child. In the morning, after his usual morning exercises, Zhang Qingyuan set up his stall for divination. Li Dinyang gazed at him as if he were a divine being, recounting her son's return. In that moment, a crowd of bewildered onlookers was left astounded. Even the previously skeptical elder nodded in agreement, praising his true abilities. The common folk may be naive, yet there are clever individuals among them. Divination follows a predictable pattern. Some practitioners are skilled while others are not. Zhang Qingyuan's method was evidently not very sophisticated, and even if a wise person saw through it, no one would bother to argue with him. As the crowd around his stall grew, Zhang Qingyuan displayed utmost humility. Master, how did he deduce that Zhao Pengju would return today? At a nearby tea house, 3 individuals occupied a window-side table, each flanked by 2 attendants. The attendants bore swords, exuding an air of menace, while the tea house was otherwise empty. Among the trio seated at the table, one was a burly man with bronze skin, clearly a practitioner of martial arts. To his left sat a figure clad in black, sporting a long sword at his waist, while to his right was a scholar in a blue robe. This faction was known as the Jiangyi Gang, one of the 2 major gangs in Sana Town. Once, there were 3 major gangs in the town, until Zhao Pengju obliterated the Tianlong Gang, resulting in a struggle between the remnants. The other major gang, known as the Hongwa Gang, monopolized the dock's business. Naturally, Sanha Town housed other factions, but they remained inconsequential. All these forces were part of the Tsang Gang's domain, reliant on waterway commerce. Previously, the balance of power among the 3 factions was stable, but now, with the collapse of the triangular relationship, ambitions for unification arose. The advisor chuckled softly, gently fanning himself, as he observed Zhang Qingyuan at the intersection and remarked, "It is quite simple. Zhao Pengju's wife has been pregnant for over 9 months, and today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Zhao Pengju's journey as an escort is merely 700 miles. If you were he, would you not return today?" Li Guan, the leader of the Jiangyi Gang, laughed heartily at this, exclaiming, "So he is a charlatan. I thought he was truly capable. Just some petty tricks." The advisor continued to fan himself, dismissing the matter. "Let us discuss the Hongwa Gang's rabble. You must devise a strategy. It is said that Sun Zhenjiang has secretly allied with Zhao Pengju." The advisor corrected him, stating, "They have merely established contact, not an alliance." Li Guan, exasperated, replied, "Why must you always correct me? Regardless of the terminology, Sun Zhenjiang alone is already difficult to manage. Now with Zhao Pengju joining forces, they pose a significant threat to us that we must prepare for. Fear not. I have already written to the leader of the Shui Tua sect. He will dispatch skilled fighters to support us." Clever advisor. The group continued to discuss internal gang matters, as if Zhang Qingyuan were merely a refreshing breeze amid their conversation. At the crossroads, the unsuspecting citizens quickly gathered, eager to experience divination. Zhang Qingyuan welcomed all comers, employing his techniques with skill, leaving the onlookers in awe. By midday, he had easily acquired 3 copper coins. Counting the coins in his hand, Zhang Qingyuan felt a wave of satisfaction. He knew that the next 3 to 5 days would yield a profitable peak, as his name had begun to spread. Consequently, he anticipated a surge of clients seeking his divination services. However, once those few days had passed, the crowd would dwindle. Sanha town was not vast. Those who could afford divination and believed in him would soon exhaust their numbers. After 3 to 5 days, the clientele would be largely depleted, leaving only those who lacked funds or dismissed divination altogether. At that point, earning even a few dozen coins in a day would be considered fortunate. In the Great Daqian Dynasty, currency was comprised of copper coins, with 100 coins known as a ding, strung together with thread. 10 dings constituted 1 yuan, equivalent to 1 tael of silver. Typically, a full yuan of coins would seldom amount to 1,000 coins, as astute individuals often shortchanged a few coins. For large transactions, who counts every single copper coin? Zhang Qingyuan took his 3 dings to the rice shop, purchasing 50 pounds of rice. In contemporary society, aside from calamity-stricken areas, rice prices remain stable. Currently, 1 stone of rice costs less than 3 taels of silver, so Zhang Qingyuan spent less than 200 coins on his 50 pounds. With the rice in hand, he proceeded to a bookstore. The shopkeeper, seeing a Taoist enter with a sack of rice, immediately greeted him with a smile. "Are you here to buy books, esteemed Taoist?" "Yes." Zhang Qingyuan surveyed the shelves and inquired, "Do you have any scriptures?" "Indeed, while we may not rival the great cities, we do carry some common scriptures." The shopkeeper guided him to a row of shelves, pointing to the 3rd tier. "This row contains scriptures. Feel free to choose." There were approximately 30 scriptures on the 3rd shelf, the total collection of the bookstore. All were standard texts, such as the Nanhua Jing, Tai Shangqing Jing, and Dao De Jing. After all, this was not the 21st century. One could not simply search online for any scripture. In this era, books were precious, and having these 30 or so titles was quite commendable. "Do you have any martial arts manuals?" Zhang Qingyuan asked again. The shopkeeper chuckled. "Are you jesting?" "Apologies." Zhang Qingyuan feigned browsing, realizing he had been overly optimistic. In his previous life, he had often heard online friends claim that the Taizu Changquan was commonplace, leading him to assume that such manuals would be readily available. In this age, even the most basic martial arts techniques were preserved only among practitioners. How could one expect to find them in a bookstore? He would have to consider other avenues. After selecting a few scriptures, he turned and asked, "How much for these 3 books?" 120 coins. Goodness, that could buy 35 pounds of rice. Truly, all pursuits pale in comparison to the pursuit of knowledge. With a pained expression, he reluctantly spent 120 coins on the 3 books. Upon returning home, Zhang Qingyuan first placed the rice in the kitchen, then called Zhang Junbao to help him fetch cabbage. Li Dinyang had promised him 10 heads of cabbage. The 2 returned with the cabbage, and Zhang Junbao felt a renewed sense of respect for Zhang Qingyuan. In just 3 days, the citizens of Sanha town had shown such warmth towards him. It was astounding. A social dynamo, indeed. "Brother Yuan, can we have meat for lunch today?" "You, a monk, still wish to eat meat?" "I am a lay disciple, and besides, I am now a Taoist." He adjusted his Taoist robe. Zhang Qingyuan sighed, still feeling the sting of his expenditure on the scriptures. "Have you made any progress in your martial arts training?" Zhang Junbao shook his head. "Not much advancement, but I have summarized my internal energy. However, due to my limited understanding of meridians, I am unsure of its flow." "Never mind. I will buy you a meridian chart in a few days so you can study it properly." "All right, let us have a sparring match." Zhang Qingyuan invited him to the courtyard, and they stood facing each other. Zhang Qingyuan struck first, while Zhang Junbao, dedicated to his role as a sparring partner, refrained from counterattacking. As Zhang Qingyuan's strikes quickened, Zhang Junbao relied on his years of training to successfully block the onslaught. However, he was astonished by Zhang Qingyuan's martial arts talent. Despite only practicing for 3 days, his progress was visibly remarkable. If they were on equal footing, the outcome of their match would be uncertain. This is the golden opportunity for Zhang Qingyuan, who himself is astonished, as it allows him to experience the exhilarating sensation of being an academic prodigy. In his previous life during junior and senior high school, there were always 1 or 2 individuals who seemed to grasp everything the moment a teacher spoke. Even without instruction, they would still excel, infuriating others. Now, he finds himself in a similar situation. Zhang Junbao can recall and swiftly comprehend after just 1 demonstration, with only proficiency and combat experience lacking. It is simply delightful. In the afternoon, Zhang Qingyuan ventured out once more and earned over 3 coins. Passing by a butcher shop, he procured 2 pounds of pork and then proceeded to a bookshop to purchase a meridian chart. Just as he exited the bookshop, he witnessed 2 gangs clashing. Such occurrences are commonplace at the docks, as gangs vie for territory. These are merely ruffians, scoundrels, and lowly thugs, underlings in the gang hierarchy. A chaotic brawl ensued among a dozen or so individuals, each fighting fiercely. Before long, a figure dashed over from the east side of the road, clad in short attire and wielding a steel knife. From a considerable distance, he leapt into the air, soaring over a yard, and with a powerful slash, he struck among the crowd, sending two individuals sprawling from the sheer force, even creating a large crater in the blue stone pavement. Incredible! This is a master. With the appearance of this formidable figure, the tide of the conflict shifted instantly, causing the opposing gang members to scatter in fear. The master did not pursue them, instead holding his knife aloft with an air of superiority. Marvelous! Zhang Qingyuan could not help but exclaim in admiration. Yet, after his praise, he suddenly realized that internal cultivation is not solely reserved for masters. I now know how to acquire the techniques of internal cultivation. Chapter 5. Bestowing opportunities upon Zhang Junbao in the ensuing days, Zhang Qingyuan immersed himself in the pursuit of wealth, while Zhang Junbao dedicated himself to the diligent study of martial arts. Each morning, the two would rise early to engage in physical exercise, and throughout the day, they busied themselves with their respective endeavors, returning in the evening to delve deeper into their martial studies. After a week of this routine, Zhang Qingyuan and Aunt Li had developed an inseparable bond, conversing freely as if they were lifelong friends. Zhang Qingyuan, akin to a confidant among the matronly figures of the neighborhood, provided comfort and solutions to their concerns. Joyfully, Aunt Li invited Zhang Qingyuan to name her newly born grandson. Upon arriving at Zhao Pengju's residence, Zhang Qingyuan gazed at the infant, whose rounded forehead and well-proportioned features suggested a future destined for greatness. Reminiscent of a dragon soaring through the skies, he decided to name him Zhao Yun, with the courtesy name Zilong. Zhao Pengju, however, harbored little interest in Zhang Qingyuan, knowing him merely as a fortune-teller who had struck a favorable rapport with his mother. Though he perceived Zhang Qingyuan as a charlatan, he allowed him to indulge his mother's whims, especially today as she sought his assistance in naming her grandson. Zhao Pengju had envisioned the name Zhao Jian, hoping for his son to follow in his footsteps as a disciple of the Zhongshan sword sect. Despite his initial annoyance at Zhang Qingyuan's apparent presumption, he found the name Zhao Yun, Zilong, rather imposing. In the future, when introducing himself as Zhongshan Zhao Zilong, it would indeed sound more illustrious than Zhongshan Zhao Jian. Nodding at Zhao Pengju, who remained aloof and dismissive of the so-called wanderer of the martial world, Zhang Qingyuan's intentions were clear. He sought to draw him into his inner circle. From that moment onward, Zhang Qingyuan contemplated how to encourage Junbao's martial studies. While Junbao possessed an innate understanding and creativity in martial techniques, he lacked the fundamental foundation of internal energy. What are martial techniques? They are akin to a Type 95 rifle. No matter how finely honed the bayonet, its lethality is inherently limited. And internal energy? It is comparable to the 5.56mm bullet. Only when the bullet is properly crafted can the full potential of the rifle be unleashed. Without the support of internal energy, even the most gifted individual will find their capabilities constrained. In the realm of Smiling Proud Wanderer, Ling Hucheng could indeed kill using the Dugu 9 swords without internal energy. But it was only against lesser foes. Faced with renowned masters, his finesse would be put to the test. Moreover, the martial world in this narrative surpasses that of Smiling Proud Wanderer in terms of potential. The greater the martial prowess, the more significant the role of internal energy becomes. Consider the 30-meter broadsword, the three parts returning to primordial energy, or a single sword that cleaves the heavens. Without internal energy to back it, relying solely on techniques would be futile. Although Zhang Junbao had already acquired some internal energy, it was not rooted in any established martial arts system. Having never learned the intricacies of internal cultivation, he was oblivious to the flow of his own energy. While he might eventually derive a top-tier internal cultivation method through his own efforts, time was of the essence. Universally, Zhang Junbao had one flaw. He achieved renown rather late. In the heavenly sword and dragon-slaying saber, by the time he comprehended his abilities, he was already in his 30s, and after decades of dominating the martial world, he would be nearing his 90s. At 17, he could not afford to delay his rise to prominence until his 30s. Thus, the best course of action was to find a mentor well-versed in internal cultivation. He did not need to reveal his martial arts secrets. Merely a few pointers would suffice. If Zhang Junbao could grasp the principles of internal energy and the paths of his meridians, he could, leveraging his boundless imagination, create an array of martial arts techniques. It may sound fanciful, yet he possessed a remarkable talent. In the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, he utilized a third of the Jiuyang divine skill to forge the entire Wudong sect. Some individuals, like Zhang Wuji, possess an exceptional aptitude for martial arts, rapidly mastering any technique after learning Jiuyang divine skill. Such prodigies are numerous, each capable of assuming the role of the main protagonist. However, true innovators of supreme martial arts are scarce, with only a select few renowned figures throughout Jin Yang's novels. Legendary figures like Bodhidharma, Dugu Qiubai, Huang Chang, Xia Yaozi, and Zhang Sanfeng. Though not the main characters, their significance transcends that of protagonists, for they embody opportunity. Zhang Qingyuan's focus on Zhao Pengju stemmed from his desire to facilitate Zhang Junbao's first significant step in martial arts. However, their relationship had yet to reach such intimacy, and Zhao Pengju would likely decline any invitation, particularly concerning internal cultivation. Therefore, the most effective means of breaking the ice lay with Aunt Li. Through their recent interactions, Zhang Qingyuan had discerned Zhao Pengju's dutiful nature towards his mother. Zhang Qingyuan, skilled in the art of charming elderly women, remembered his past success in selling 18 houses in a month, 17 of which were to elderly buyers. He refrained from immediate action but sought to strengthen his rapport with Aunt Li in the days to come. "Good morning, Auntie. Allow me to assist you. At your age, you shouldn't be doing such strenuous tasks. How is your grandson? I always knew he was fortunate. With a scholarly path, he will become a top scholar. And with martial training, a leader in the martial world. Woodwork? Why seek a carpenter? I can help with the repairs." "Oh, this is your handiwork? It smells delightful. Eating your cooking reminds me of my mother. How nostalgic." "Indeed, Annie, I have a junior brother who is utterly obsessed with martial arts, spending all day locked away, lost in his studies. You see, he knows nothing, having never learned, relying solely on his own imagination to attempt practice." "My junior brother?" "Yes. Earlier today, I saw him poring over diagrams of meridians." Within 5 days, Zhang Qingyuan had deepened his connection with Aunt Li, nearly to the point of calling her mother. He successfully conveyed the notion of his martial-obsessed junior brother, painting him as a dim-witted recluse reliant on his elder brother's support. Aunt Li, feeling a pang of sympathy, returned home early that day. Sure enough, half an hour later, Zhao Pengju approached, sword in hand, his expression one of fury. Brother, let us speak calmly. Do you not recall that I named your son?" Zhang Qingyuan retreated hastily, his face a mask of innocence. "What have you been telling my mother?" Zhao Pengju bellowed, suppressing his rage. "I swear, I have said nothing. Just keep your distance from my mother, please." "Brother Zhu, I truly know nothing. Let me understand my fate before I meet my end. My mother came to the escort agency, insisting that I teach you martial arts. Does she not know that one cannot simply share the techniques of a sect without permission? It would be deemed a betrayal. You are young. If you wish to practice martial arts, seek a master of your own. Should I discover that you continue to deceive my mother, do not blame Zhao for being merciless with his sword." Zhao Pengju, agitated, recognized that Zhang Qingyuan's intentions were far from benign. Initially, he believed Zhang Qingyuan merely sought to swindle his mother of some money, but today he realized that this rascal had set his sights on his martial prowess. This was intolerable. Zhang Qingyuan gazed at the chilling sword blade and cautiously took a step forward, explaining, "I had no intention of coveting your martial arts. It was a misunderstanding on Aunt Li's part." "Huh, do you still dare to argue? The tale of a martial enthusiast apprentice is merely your excuse." With a troubled expression, Zhang Qingyuan replied, "Alas, this is the truth. I truly have a martial enthusiast apprentice. If you do not believe me, come and see for yourself." Zhao Pengju, filled with doubt, contemplated for a moment, glancing at the 2 youths beside him. "What harm could they possibly do to me? Let us go." Zhao Pengju grasped him by the collar, adding, "If you deceive me, I shall ensure that both of you pay the price, even at the cost of my mother's sorrow." "Higi, you jest," came the retort. Chapter 6. The two of us, tall and sturdy, your junior brother is truly a martial arts enthusiast. Perched atop the wall, Zhao Pengju observed a young Taoist in the courtyard who was engrossed in a diagram of meridians, one hand holding a scripture. The young Taoist's eyes darted between the text and the diagram, muttering incantations that were barely audible. Zhang Qingyuan sighed and lamented, "You see, you think I'm deceiving you. But when have you ever seen my junior brother venture outside?" Zhao Pengju contemplated this, realizing the truth in Zhang's words. With a sympathetic tone, Zhang Qingyuan continued, "Our fates are unfortunate. In our youth, our master took us across the land, but he was slain by bandits while trying to protect us. Ever since, My junior brother has been possessed by the desire for vengeance through martial arts. In the past, he hardly ate, lost in his own world. Recently, he has managed to regain some semblance of normalcy, at least able to care for himself. He may be mad, but I cannot afford to lose my sanity as well. I have a family to support. You think I'm deceiving you. And yes, I admit I cannot read fortunes. I merely mislead people. But in this world, with a junior like him, what can I do? My master always told me that a child from a poor family must take charge. Early Zhang's eyes glistened with unshed tears, softening Zhao Pengju's heart. In his mind, he envisioned another scene. Zhang Qingyuan, caring for his junior brother, resorting to street fortune-telling to make ends meet, to bring joy to his junior. He spent all his money on scriptures and diagrams. His attempts to get close to his mother were no longer for martial secrets, but simply to procure a few vegetables for his junior to enjoy. It seemed he had cultivated good relationships with everyone around him. Zhang Qingyuan was unaware of what he was imagining, yet he recognized the effectiveness of his words. Thank you for your hard work, Zhao Pengju said, patting him on the shoulder. In the world of martial arts, though fraught with deceit, there remained a heart of chivalry. He recalled a certain Khitan practicing the 18 dragon-subduing palms, eager to forge a bond of brotherhood after a brief conversation. There was also a former disciple of Mount Hua, who would consider anyone a friend, regardless of their morality, if they could connect on some level. What is compassion? Compassion is when those in power observe the struggles of those beneath them. For Zhao Pengju, Zhang Qingyuan represented that lower tier. Wiping away the few tears he had managed to shed, Zhang Qingyuan shook his head, accustomed to his plight. Zhao Pengju, with his noble heart, returned from the mountains only to eradicate the wicked Tianlong gang and forge friendships with the respected leader of the Hanwha gang. Yet, some rules were not to be broken. I sympathize with your brotherhood, he stated gently, but teaching you martial arts, the Tsangshan sword technique cannot be passed on to outsiders. No, brother Ju. Since you are here, I do not seek your sword technique or your internal cultivation methods. You understand the principles of internal energy and the basics of swordplay, right? I merely request that you offer some guidance to my junior brother. The extent of his progress will depend on his own talent. It would not be in vain for me to have connections with Antli. Just a few days ago, I helped repair your roof while you were away. What does a chivalrous person fear? A chivalrous person fears being indebted. What does a chivalrous person cherish? A chivalrous person values moral obligations. I, Zhang Qingyuan, will never become a chivalrous hero, for I dislike being beholden to anyone, and I certainly do not thrive under moral compulsion. In recent months, Zhang Qingyuan has clearly recognized that the thoughts of ancient and modern individuals may not just differ, but are fundamentally dissimilar. Modern people cannot comprehend how Xiao Feng was silenced by a crowd of beggars, nor can they understand why Zhang Quishan, with such a powerful backing, chose to take his own life. To modern minds, there are myriad ways to address a situation. Yet in ancient times, the methods were often fixed. In antiquity, one would fulfill their oath, even at the cost of their life. In modernity, one might vow to quit smoking or drinking or to love but one. Yet, I remain skeptical of such declarations. As Zhao Pengju approached the door, he knocked lightly. Zhang Junbao, lost in his own world, paused before opening the door, only to be startled by the sight of a stranger wielding a sword. Who are you looking for? Seeing that Zhang Qingyuan had not followed him in, Zhao Pengju offered a sympathetic smile to Zhang Junbao, his compassion evident as he spoke in a soothing tone. I am your senior brother, come to offer guidance on your martial arts. Fear not, I am a renowned hero from Sana Town. My name is Zhao Pengju. Zhang Junbao, though puzzled, allowed him entry upon hearing he was sent by his brother. However, he couldn't help but wonder if this hero was perhaps a bit eccentric. For what kind of expression was that? Moreover, did heroes often speak so kindly? Thank you. Once inside, Zhao Pengju surveyed the surroundings, particularly noting the chaotic scribbles on the meridian diagram. Zhang Junbao, pondering for a moment, went to fetch a bowl of water for him. Zhao Pengju accepted the bowl, took a sip, then pointed with his sword sheath at the diagram. This is incorrect. The drawing is flawed. The flow of internal energy through the meridians follows its own rules. Observe, these two meridians do not connect. Energy cannot flow here. It must proceed this way to complete a cycle. How much did Brother Yuan spend on this? Such dedication? Zhang Junbao realized the truth in Zhao's words. His understanding suddenly illuminated. Thank you for your guidance. Zhang Junbao bowed deeply, listening with the earnestness of a student. Zhao Pengju did not divulge any internal cultivation techniques, but rather elucidated the principles governing the flow of energy through the meridians. Different internal practices require varying methods of training, leading to distinct meridian paths. He merely explained the principles, leaving the quest for manuals to Zhang. As for the idea that knowing the principles could lead to the creation of martial arts, he was no grandmaster. Just as everyone knows an apple falls downward, it was still Newton who studied mechanics. Despite his playful demeanor, Zhao Pengju was earnest in his teaching. After a while, Zhang Qingyuan returned with 2 pounds of pork, 10 eggs, a jar of wine, and several vegetables. Seeing the two engaged in a lesson, he felt a swell of pride. He then entered the kitchen to prepare dinner, choosing not to intrude on their interaction. At dinner, Zhang Qingyuan prepared 6 dishes. Zhao Pengju continued his animated discourse, while Zhang Qingyuan frequently toasted him, and Zhang Junbao expressed his gratitude repeatedly. After several rounds of wine, the brothers bid farewell to Zhao Pengju. Once back indoors, they tidied the tableware and sat before one another. How was it? Zhang Qingyuan asked excitedly. Zhang Junbao nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "It was exhilarating. I now understand the principles of internal energy. I possess internal energy and know how it should flow. Tonight, I shall attempt to discover a faster and more efficient method. Do not rush. Take your time. Avoid falling into obsession. It's all right. I will be cautious. Remember, you must incorporate the concepts from the scriptures to mitigate the risk of obsession." "Yes, I will. Let me suggest a few ideas." "Go ahead." After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "What is the essence of the Zhuyang divine art? And the 9E manual?" Confounded brain, think. After a while, he finally articulated, "Let the strong be strong. As the gentle breeze caresses the mountain ridge, let the arrogant be arrogant, as the bright moon illuminates the great river, whether fierce or malicious. I maintain my true energy intact. The key lies in allowing one's energy to sink into the abyss, concentrating strength at the roots, using intent rather than sheer force, guiding energy with intent rather than relying solely on brute strength. Practitioners must use their will to direct their true energy, ensuring that while the strength may cease, the intent remains unbroken." Zhang Junbao was taken aback, exclaiming, "What a brilliant concept! Unmoved as a mountain, yet self-sufficiently mighty, internal energy is predominantly characterized by its masculinity. Yet its application indeed follows the path of softness overcoming hardness. Behold, what is genius? I merely recited a passage from the novel concerning the Zhuyang divine art, and he has already derived insights from it. Do you have any thoughts?" Zhang Junbao nodded excitedly and asked, "By the way, Brother Yuan, where did you hear about this heart method?" Zhang Qingyuan chuckled, "From a storyteller's fanciful tales, combined with my own imaginative insights." "A genius indeed," Zhang Junbao exclaimed, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. "You are the true genius," Zhang Qingyuan replied, returning the gesture. The two exchanged knowing smiles and simultaneously declared, "We are both exceptional and formidable." Chapter 7. What extraordinary talent do you comprehend how swiftly a genius, an exceptional martial arts prodigy, can devise a martial art upon grasping the principles of inner strength? The answer is 3 days. 3 days, albeit not entirely refined. Yet, this rudimentary form of inner strength surpasses the majority of the techniques available in the market. After 3 days, Zhang Sanfeng unveiled his self-created version of the 9-Yang divine art. After dinner, he eagerly summoned Zhang Qingyuan, imparting to him the incantations and training methods. The conversation unfolded as follows. "Brother Yuan, you understand the meridian diagram, correct?" "I do." "Excellent. The operational pathway of this technique is like this, and then this. Do you comprehend?" "I do." There exist 2 potential difficulties during the initial level of practice. The first may pose a challenge, but once inner power is established within the body, the subsequent path will be unobstructed. The second hurdle may be a sensation of blockage at the Tai Chong acupoint when the inner energy returns to the Dantian, but fear not. Simply push through. Understood. Conversations among geniuses tend to be remarkably straightforward, akin to how prodigies in mathematics swiftly solve problems upon seeing the formulas. That very evening, Zhang Qingyuan endeavored to cultivate his inner strength. After a mere 15 minutes, he felt a warm sensation in his Dantian. Elated, he realized, so this is inner power. Half an hour later, he completed the first minor circulation, and after an hour, the major circulation was already established. After a night's rest, he sensed a continual flow of energy within him, albeit modest. And the self-operating true qi left Zhang Qingyuan feeling that the efforts of the past month and a half were indeed worthwhile. In the following days, Zhang Junbao continued to refine this technique. What shall we name our first martial art? He pondered at the dining table, gazing expectantly at Zhang Qingyuan. His tone evoked the joy reminiscent of their first ascent to the pinnacle of glory in a previous life. Zhang Junbao mirrored this excitement. He had finally taken a significant step forward. The technique I created is derived from the concepts you provided, Brother Yuan, so the name should be yours to choose. Zhang Junbao sipped his tea. Indeed, they had finally earned some spare change from selling tea leaves. Me? I'm terrible at naming. Zhang Qingyuan replied. Looking at Zhang Junbao with difficulty, Zhang Junbao remained unfazed, having already considered Zhang Qingyuan as a brother in spirit. It was true, regardless of the world. The essence of Zhang Junren was never malevolent. Although their personalities might diverge, both were inherently loyal. It was Brother Yuan who nourished him, facilitated his education, and introduced him to wise mentors. Without Brother Yuan, his current success would not be possible. Zhang Junbao mused that if he were a woman, marrying Zhang Qingyuan would have been a consideration. The nurturing male protagonist had finally cultivated his own cherished companion. While Zhang Junbao had intentions, he genuinely regarded him as a brother. Why don't you name it? I'm not adept at that, Zhang Qingyuan insisted. Zhang Junbao chuckled, his cherubic face appearing endearing. Come on, Brother Yuan, don't be modest. How about the 9 Yang divine art? No choice in the matter. The concept is essentially derived from the 9 Yang divine art. Reflecting on Zhang Junbao's eyes, he thought it was a tad kitsch. You do realize that in the realm of martial arts, such a name might warrant a beating, right? Besides, weren't you the one who suggested I name it? Zhang Qingyuan paused, taken aback. Hey, you're contradicting yourself. No, Zhang Junbao quickly clarified upon seeing his agitation. Since this is our first inner strength technique, it should have a name that is both powerful and profound. What do you think it should be? Don't rush, Brother Yuan. The name doesn't matter much. Let us deliberate together. How about calling it the solar condensing vein technique? What do you think? Zhang Junbao raised an eyebrow, urging for praise. Zhang Qingyuan replied. Are you really consulting me? Haha, next time for sure. Zhang Junbao jested, and Zhang Qingyuan understood. At 17, creating an inner strength technique was indeed a cause for elation. After dinner, Zhang Junbao continued his endeavors. While Zhang Qingyuan willingly shared all the martial arts concepts he recalled from novels and television shows he had seen in his past life, he advised Zhang Junbao to take his time. There was no need to rush. Occasionally, during their conversations, he even narrated portions of these concepts. Zhang Qingyuan spoke of various techniques, Sword 23, Duga 9 swords, Tai Chi principles, cloud leaping, one sword opening heaven's gate, and the 18 dragon subduing palms. Though he could not recall every detail of these martial arts, he provided a general understanding, and Zhang Junbao was able to grasp the essence. Naturally, his interpretations might diverge from the original techniques, but the foundational ideas were established, and the first step was taken. The remainder depended on his execution. It was unnecessary to present every problem to Zhang Baodi. He needed to devise his own martial arts concepts. Zhang Qingyuan likened himself to a leader who sets the direction and policies, leaving the specifics to his subordinates. After all, not every leader is hands-on in their approach. In the ensuing days, Zhang Qingyuan continued to earn a living, supporting his younger brother's education. During this time, he procured every available text on martial arts he could find, borrowing those he could not purchase from nearby temples. With Zhang Qingyuan's guidance, the texts he provided, and Zhang Junbao's practical skills, their progress surged like a rocket. To enhance Zhang Junbao's understanding of martial arts, Zhang Qingyuan often took him to observe local martial artists in combat. This world was replete with practitioners, and the higher the skill level of the combatants, the more insights they offered Zhang Junbao. While observing, the brothers engaged in discussions, using one fighter as a standard to analyze their techniques and strategies, immersing themselves in the scenarios to devise countermeasures. Their exchanges of ideas often ignited unexpected sparks of inspiration. Undoubtedly, this method of practical observation and interpretation proved to be exceedingly effective. The duo resembled two curious onlookers, always rushing to where the excitement unfolded. Over time, whenever they heard of a fight or duel, they instinctively hurried over, driven by Zhang Qingyuan's words. These are our teachers. Zhang Junbao eagerly echoed. Brother Yuan speaks the truth. As 6 months passed, the brothers celebrated the new year in Sana town, watching as spring approached and the willows began to bud. During this half-year, Zhang Junbao created 6 martial arts techniques, 2 inner strength methods, 1 sword technique, one fist technique, one palm technique, and one lightness technique. Aside from the previously mentioned solar condensing vein technique, he also devised the opposite lunar condensing vein technique based on the concepts from the 9 scriptures provided by Zhang Qingyuan. Additionally, he created a sword technique named Purple Cloud Thunder Extreme Swordsmanship, a version of Tai Chi Fist, 9 Palm, and the lightness technique Cloud Leaping. Zhang Junbao, brimming with enthusiasm, sought to further unleash his imagination but was restrained by Zhang Qingyuan. One cannot bite off more than one can chew. Let us first master these techniques. Of the martial arts, only Tai Chi Fist and Cloud Leaping were named based on their principles, aligning with their characteristics. The rest were left unnamed, as Zhang Junbao insisted that his remarkable creations should not be burdened by the names given by brother Yuan. Indeed, 9 Palm was a name painstakingly crafted by Zhang Qingyuan. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Being poor at naming is inconsequential. Regarding why Tai Chi is considered version 1, it is because the concept of Tai Chi is extraordinarily profound, and it cannot be comprehended in just a day or two. There is much meaning to be explored within it. Currently, Tai Chi only encompasses the principle of overcoming the rigid with the supple, harmonizing strength and gentleness. But in the future, Zhang Junbao may come up with new insights to further enrich it. Thus, this set of movements is merely the first version. There's a duel. Hurry and take a look. Hearing the cries from outside, Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao instinctively rose to their feet, grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds as they rushed out. Upon reaching the mouth of the alley, they beheld 2 individuals engaged in a spirited fight in the distance. Habitually stepping into their roles, they sought to decipher the opponent's martial techniques. Zhang Junbao, munching on seeds, inquired, "Brother Yuan, how would one counter the move from that man in black just now?" Zhang Qingyuan, also snacking on seeds, observed the opponent's stance, noting that his blade's aura barely extended 5 feet, and his movements were not swift. His footing appeared unstable, indicating a lack of solid foundation. If I were to face him, the third form of the Thunder Extreme Swordplay would easily overcome him. But what if I were to refrain from using our martial arts? Purely in terms of technique, I could still take him down without utilizing sword energy, employing at least 9 different methods. Listening to Zhang Qingyuan's exaggerated assertions, Zhang Junbao did not doubt his brother's capabilities. The two would spar every evening, with victories and defeats often evenly matched. "Hey, brother Yuan? Zhang Junbao furrowed his brow, gazing at the individual being struck. "Doesn't he seem somewhat familiar to you?" "Indeed, he does look somewhat familiar." Zhang Qingyuan scrutinized the figure closely, and then the two exclaimed in unison, "Holy cow, it's Brother Ju." Chapter 8. Emerging from the Novice Village. The first glimmer of brilliance. Help. The two brothers, already indebted to kindness, could not stand by while Zhao Pengju was being beaten. Although Zhang Qingyuan and his brother were unaware of their current martial prowess and its standing in the martial world, they could not simply watch Zhao Pengju suffer. Zhang Qingyuan, despite his thick skin and occasional shamelessness, could not bear to witness a familiar face being assaulted. Such indifference was contrary to his nature. As for Zhang Junbao, he was even more the type to repay a drop of kindness with a fountain of gratitude, especially since Zhao Pengju had been a guiding light on his martial path. The two rushed to Zhao Pengju's side, with Zhang Junbao unleashing a palm strike, sending forth a blue-white vortex that startled their adversary, forcing him to defend himself. Meanwhile, Zhang Qingyuan shielded Zhao Pengju, positioning him behind himself. Zhao Pengju was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated assistance in this dire situation. However, upon realizing it was the Zhang brothers, his heart sank once more after narrowly escaping danger. "What are you doing here? You must leave. This is no place for you," he urged. Zhao Pengju's left arm was injured, and his internal injuries were severe, yet seeing the two brothers stirred a sense of duty within him. "You shouldn't have come. Hurry and leave. I will hold him off." "Brother Ju, in your current state, what can you do?" Zhang Qingyuan retorted, pulling the self-sacrificing Zhao Pengju back. Zhang Junbao stood facing their enemy, who was now caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the two, hesitating to advance against 3 opponents. Zhao Pengju, anxious and frustrated, insisted, "Forget about me. You two, quickly leave. You are no match for him." Despite witnessing Zhang Junbao's impressive palm strike, Zhao Pengju could not shake the belief that 2 novices, having trained for merely 6 months, could not possibly have elevated their skills to a formidable level. That palm strike, while seemingly powerful, likely drained Zhang Junbao's internal energy. Such talent should not perish because of him. As for why he doubted the brothers' martial prowess, it was simple. Two martial arts novices honing their skills at home for half a year could not possibly rival those who diligently trained under masters, enduring the harshest conditions for progress. Don't worry, Brother Junbao and I are no longer the same as before. We possess considerable strength now, Zhang Qingyuan explained. Strength, you say? I still know what you're capable of. Zhao Pengju grew increasingly anxious, scanning the surroundings for approaching foes while admonishing them to flee. Listen to me. Leave at once. You've only trained for half a year. You cannot win. Rest assured, it's 3 against 1. What do we have to fear? Zhang Qingyuan countered. You know nothing. They are the 12 fiends of Blood Puddle, hired by the Jiang Crocodile Gang, and their martial skills are beyond our capacity to contend with. The 12 fiends of Blood Puddle? What kind of organization is that? The two sheltered youths, having been cooped up in their town, were evidently unaware of the intricacies of the martial world. Zhang Junbao, slightly more knowledgeable due to his earlier experiences at the Shaolin Temple, recalled hearing about various martial factions. The top-tier groups included 3 temples, 6 sects, and 12 schools, yet the Blood Puddle sect did not belong to this elite circle. Zhang Qingyuan placed a hand on his shoulder and said, Stop your chatter. Whatever their background, our priority is survival. This doesn't concern you. It's a matter between us. Zhao Pengju insisted, unwilling to involve the innocent. Enough. Leave it to us. You focus on healing. We'll deal with the rest after we defeat the boss, Zhang Qingyuan asserted, now recognizing the threat posed by the 12 fiends of Blood Puddle, treating them as a formidable boss to be vanquished. Zhao Pengju, perplexed by the notion of defeating the boss, understood it to mean dealing with the enemy. Yet, with the two refusing to retreat, he felt helpless, inadvertently dragging the brothers into peril. Should they survive this ordeal, he vowed to repay their kindness in his next life. First, we must eliminate the enemy. Agreed. Zhao Pengju's spirit ignited as he brandished his sword. The Blood Puddle sect is a renowned organization in Central Plains, and the 12 fiends are its strongest members, second only to the 2 sect masters. They have dispatched 6 to confront me and the Dry-Toed Gang. Despite being merely 6, each possesses skills equal to mine. It was evident you were being overwhelmed earlier. It seemed your opponent had not unleashed his full strength. Zhang Junbao observed. What about the remaining 5? Zhao Pengju inquired. This one is already a significant challenge for the 3 of us. Why ask about the others? It was apparent that Junbao was somewhat naive. The remaining 5 are likely engaged in besieging the Dry-Toed Gang, he clarified. Zhang Qingyuan pondered for a moment before asking. So, these 6 fiends were specifically hired by the Jiang Crocodile Gang to deal with you and the Dry-Toed Gang? Indeed. What about Old Lady Li? Zhao Pengju's heart sank as he clenched his teeth, replying, She has already been captured by the Jiang Crocodile Gang. What? Both Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao turned in shock. Particularly for Zhang Qingyuan, who shared a close bond with Old Lady Li, the thought of the chatty, meddlesome woman who often tried to play matchmaker for them, bringing them vegetables, being taken was unfathomable. They knew I was sworn brothers with Sun Junjiang, so they took my family in advance to threaten me, Zhao Pengju seethed. Is Old Lady Li still alive? Zhang Qingyuan's heart felt heavy. In the 6 months since he had traversed here, Old Lady Li had been their greatest benefactor, selflessly offering her kindness. Although Zhang Qingyuan initially approached her with ulterior motives, their bond had become genuine. Zhao Pengju furrowed his brow, uncertainly stating, if she is still alive, they likely wouldn't dare to kill her. With a sigh of relief, Zhang Qingyuan felt the weight lift from his heart. We must rescue her. Understood, Zhao Pengju replied. You two must be cautious. I will take the lead in the assault while you flank me. He was fearful for their safety. Brother Yuan, our enemy is formidable. We must give it our all and end this swiftly. Agreed. As the 3 discussed their strategy, the adversaries were also analyzing the situation. Not all martial artists were mindlessly reckless. They too considered the advantages and disadvantages. The Blood Puddle sect accepted the Jiang Crocodile Gang's commission primarily due to the lucrative payment and the lack of substantial backing from their opponents. While the sudden appearance of the 2 young Taoists disrupted their rhythm, the members of the Blood Puddle sect soon discerned their naivete. The 2 were merely local novices, completely oblivious to the larger martial world. Their confidence surged, and with a sinister grin, one of them wielded his blade, proclaiming, Don't waste your efforts. To die by my blade is an honor for you. Hehehe, none of you 3 shall leave here alive today. His demeanor was that of a quintessential villain. Zhang Qingyuan had witnessed such villainous portrayals on television in his previous life, often dismissing them as mere dramatization. However, after living in this world for over half a year. He realized that sometimes, inflated confidence indeed led to a lack of composure in one's expressions. He aimed to shatter the confidence of Zhang Qingyuan and his companions with his cruelty. In a duel, confidence is paramount. It was evident that his plan had succeeded. Zhao Pengzhu harbored little confidence, while Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao faced their inaugural confrontation between life and death. Coupled with Zhao's prior installation of the enemy's formidable nature, they now approached the encounter with utmost caution. Yet, both Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao possessed a youthful audacity, embodying the spirit of the unafraid, determined to strike first. Especially with Li Danyang still in their grasp. With such a mindset, the two launched their assault simultaneously, pouring forth their full strength. However, upon witnessing their reckless advance, Zhao Pengzhu was paralyzed by fear, recalling their prior agreement that he would be the primary attacker. As the two earnest figures charged towards him, the Blood Tuo sect members erupted in laughter. The assailant raised his blade, but the next moment, he was left bewildered, casting a doubtful glance back at Zhao Pengzhu, his eyes conveying a singular sentiment. What on earth? Before him, the two young Taoists moved with astonishing speed, leaving afterimages in their wake. In their palms, two spirals of blue and white energy coalesced, rushing toward him with a blade-like ferocity. Their internal energy surged forth, their palms aglow. The spirals radiating an intensity far surpassing his own. Had they not been the newcomers he expected? In an instant, the overwhelming force of their strike erupted, while the adversary met his fate with an unsettling calm. Chapter 9. Preparing to depart death. Was it truly death? Zhao Pengzhu fell into a profound silence as he gazed upon the dismembered remains of what had once been a formidable opponent. One of the 12 fiends who had just moments ago bested him in combat. The sheer force of that palm strike. Can it be that you have only trained in martial arts for a mere 6 months? Zhao Pengzhu inquired, incredulous. He found it hard to fathom that two youths, having only dabbled in practice, could acquire skills potent enough to shatter the defenses of a seasoned master in such a short span. This was no mere talent. It was monstrous genius. Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao turned back, exchanging glances filled with disdain. Are you still concerned about our martial prowess? Do your mother and your wife not grieve for your loss? Enough of this. Lead the way. Zhang Qingyuan bellowed. It was only then that Zhao Pengzhu snapped back to reality. Oh, right. Follow me. I know where they are. With urgency overriding his doubts, he hurried ahead, determined to rescue those in peril. Confidence surged within him, and his conviction grew firm. My brothers are masters. He glimpsed hope, dawn, and the promise of a new beginning. Behind him, Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao shared a glance, their expressions a mix of skepticism and amusement. Is this all there is, despite the grand declarations? It wasn't he that Zhang Qingyuan had become arrogant. Rather, they were indeed feeling a sense of superiority. Under the nine-yang palm, even cries of despair were silenced. As they ran, Zhang Qingyuan reflected on the battle experience. This had been his first encounter in actual combat, a life-or-death struggle, and analyzing the events would undoubtedly enhance his future martial skills. Overall, the ease with which they had triumphed could be attributed to both their unwavering commitment and their opponent's underestimation. Regardless, it was worth celebrating that his martial prowess exceeded that of the 12 fiends. Strangely, he felt little discomfort from having taken a life. Although the gruesome scene had initially been hard to digest, the revulsion dissipated once they left that place. And as for guilt, what even was that? Zhang Qingyuan, possessing a thick skin, often resorted to less than noble means to achieve his ends. Yet, he was not a villain. Though he had swindled many elderly women into purchasing overpriced homes, the properties were indeed worth their price. He had leveraged Aunt Li's influence to persuade Zhao Pengzhu to assist Zhang Junbao, but neither Aunt Li nor Zhao Pengzhu had suffered any loss. In fact, Zhang Qingyuan often repaid Aunt Li's kindness many times over in daily life. Thus, he embodied a character that thrived on mutual benefit, and his lack of guilt after killing stemmed from this very nature. Perhaps he was unaware of how he had continuously reassured himself, in the world of martial arts, who had not taken a life. I am doing a good deed, acting on behalf of justice. I must save lives. If I do not kill him, he will kill me. This momentary self-affirmation passed through him, unnoticed, and in an instant, he dismissed any sense of guilt, even questioning what guilt truly was. Those with thin skins found it difficult to survive in society, be it in ancient times or in the modern era. Following Zhao Pengzhu, they arrived at a sizable estate on the eastern side of the town. The residence, with its 5 courtyards, served as the headquarters of the Jiang crocodile gang. Once the abode of a wealthy merchant, It had been acquired through a mix of coercion and purchase by the gang. At that moment, the headquarters was sparsely populated, as most of the gang members were occupied in a fierce assault against the Dry-Toed gang. The gang leader, Yuan, along with the 12 fiends and numerous henchmen, were engaged in a heated battle, capable of resolving the conflict within an hour. This is the place. We must hurry. My sworn brother cannot hold out much longer, Zhao Pengju urged, his eyes fixed anxiously on the entrance of the Jiang crocodile gang. He was bound by brotherhood to Sun Junjiang, the leader of the Dry-Toed gang. Previously, they had each been preoccupied with their own survival, but now, with skilled warriors at his side, he feared for his sworn brother's safety. Zhang Qingyuan had no time to concern himself with Sun Junjiang, as he was not particularly familiar with him. He turned to Zhang Junbao, saying, "Cover me. Go ahead without worry." Zhang Junbao stepped forth, channeling his energy with righteous determination. "What do you mean, go ahead without worry? It sounds as if I'm about to perish." As three figures emerged at the entrance, one of them was Zhao Pengju, leaving the remaining gang members in utter shock. Upon seeing Zhang Junbao ascend the steps, the guard hastily opened the door and called for reinforcements. "Trouble! Quickly, someone come! Zhao Pengju has brought people to take revenge." This shout echoed throughout the estate, prompting the inhabitants to flood out, their eyes fixed anxiously on Zhang Junbao. Unperturbed, Zhang Junbao climbed the steps and immediately sprang into action. Armed henchmen rushed out, but Zhang Junbao moved as though in a realm untouched by others, executing his Tai Chi with flowing grace. The rabble, mere common thugs lacking any martial training, failed to even graze the hem of his garment. Zhang Junbao's movements shifted from swift to slow, fluid as water. He evaded blades and redirected spears effortlessly. Within the realm of Tai Chi, half of the thugs met their demise by their own comrades' hands, while the other half fell to Zhang Junbao's fists. Once again, Zhao Pengju stood in stunned silence, marveling at this extraordinary martial skill. Taking advantage of Zhang Junbao's distraction of their foes, Zhang Qingyuan sprinted a few steps and vaulted over the wall, seizing a thug by the collar, demanding, "Where are Zhao Pengju's family?" The thug, terror-stricken, trembled and pointed towards the back, stammering, "In the shed behind the courtyard." After delivering a swift blow, Zhang Qingyuan dashed towards the back courtyard. Upon reaching the shed, he found a figure clad in black standing guard at the entrance, an astute sentinel. Zhang Qingyuan recognized him from the streets. He was the vice leader of the Jiang crocodile gang, perpetually dressed in dark attire and wielding a longsword, his demeanor perpetually aloof. The vice leader, upon recognizing Zhang Qingyuan, furrowed his brow, glancing behind him to see no one following. His confusion deepened. "Why is it you? Where is Zhao Pengju?" He was familiar with Zhang Qingyuan, who daily divined fortunes at the crossroads, gaining a modest reputation as the friend of women in the town. Zhang Qingyuan dismissed him, prioritizing the rescue. Ignoring the question, he strode forward. "I do not know how long the Dry-Toed gang can hold out. If Sun Junjiang proves to be useless and cannot endure, their return will spell disaster." Though Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao could escape, if necessary, Aunt Li, at her advanced age, along with Zhao Pengju's wife and children, did not possess such agility. If a real confrontation ensued, a misstep could lead to catastrophe. The vice leader scoffed, finding no interest in a mere Zhang Qingyuan. As a swordsman, his ultimate aspiration lay in dueling with those of greater renown than himself. Shaking his head at Zhang Qingyuan, he stated, "You may leave. The one I await is not you. Enough of your prattle." Zhang Qingyuan continued forward with determination. "Very well, if you seek death, I shall oblige." Angered by Zhang Qingyuan's disregard, the vice leader raised his right hand, transforming his fingers into a sword. In his eyes, Zhang Qingyuan lacked even the qualifications to provoke him. As Zhang Qingyuan approached, a glint of cold light flashed. Ignoring the vice leader, Zhang Qingyuan proceeded as though circumventing him. The vice leader maintained his posture, arm half raised, lowering his gaze to his chest. He was met with a spray of crimson mist erupting from a finger-sized hole in his torso. He muttered in disbelief, "How could this be?" Just as he prepared to move, he collapsed like a wooden board. Upon reaching the shed, he flung the door open. Aunt Li and her daughter-in-law cowered in a corner, the latter cradling Zhao Zilong in her arms. The sudden opening of the door startled them. Zhang Qingyuan waved his hand with a smile, "You're doing well." Upon recognizing him, their taut nerves relaxed, and tears streamed down their faces as they wept uncontrollably. "You rascal, why did it take you so long to arrive? Do not cry, do not cry. Brother Ju is still outside waiting for you." Madame Li wailed as she grasped her daughter-in-law. Zhang Qingyuan, seeing that they appeared unharmed, felt a sense of relief wash over him. He glanced back at the lifeless body of the deputy leader, undoubtedly a result of his handiwork. Though his swordsmanship may not seem particularly impressive, he possessed the heart of a true swordsman. A swordsman advances resolutely, unwavering in his convictions. His intention was to duel with a skilled disciple of the Zhongshan sword sect. Adhering to the code of the swordsman, he sought a fair confrontation. By safeguarding Madame Li and her family, he ensured that if Zhao Pingju were to come looking for him, he could not shy away from the inevitable duel. In truth, he was uncertain whether Zhao Pingju would even arrive. Perhaps he would perish at the hands of the 12 fiends. Should he escape their clutches, he would likely bear injuries. An injured Zhao Pingju would be his opponent. To label him a swordsman is to acknowledge his adherence to the swordsman's code. Yet to deny this title is to recognize his reluctance to confront a fully capable Zhao Pingju. This ambivalence ultimately placed him at a disadvantage. As he assisted Madame Li and her family in their escape, they passed the corpse of the deputy leader, and he let out a sigh. Upon reaching the entrance, they encountered a chaotic scene, with a group of gang members strewn across the ground, many injured and others severely wounded. Zhang Junbao leaned against the doorframe while Zhao Pingju interrogated the remaining gang members. Upon seeing his wife, child, and mother emerge unscathed, Zhao Pingju rushed to embrace them. "Mother, they did not harm you, did they?" Madame Li, still shaken, replied, "I am fine, and so are Shaolin and the child, thanks to Qingyuan. No need for such formality." Zhang Qingyuan interjected, "We can reminisce later. Brother Zhu, let us hasten to take your mother away from here. Indeed, let us depart swiftly." The group dashed outside, with Zhang Junbao and Zhang Qingyuan side by side. "How are you faring?" Zhang Qingyuan inquired. "I have gained much insight and valuable experiences," Zhang Junbao responded. Their conversation revolved around the revelations garnered from the battle. Having engaged in combat, Zhang Junbao's perspective had elevated significantly. Zhang Qingyuan suggested, "Once we have settled Madame Li, we should traverse the Jianghu. The knowledge gained from books pales in comparison to the experiences of travel. What do you think?" "A splendid idea. Perhaps we might even find you a wife." Startled by this remark, Zhang Junbao's face flushed crimson, leaving him flustered and speechless. "Brother Yuan, what are you saying?" I have no such intentions. I am a Taoist now." "Oh dear." Observing his reaction, Zhang Qingyuan understood. "Well, it is about time." Chapter 10. Fighting, let's go. Zhao Pingju did not retreat to his home. Instead, he led his mother, wife, and children out of the town. Sanhe town was no longer a safe haven. The Jiangyi gang would inevitably pursue them. The group hurried through the woods, mindful of the presence of two ordinary individuals, Aunt Li and her companion, who were carrying children, which necessitated a slower pace. Throughout the journey, Zhao Pingju was consumed with anxiety, deeply concerned for son Zhenjiang's safety. Zhang Qingyuan could discern his turmoil, as Zhao's mind was clearly elsewhere. Yet, to his surprise, Zhang Junbao, having been teased by him earlier, had shifted from embarrassment to a contemplative state. Was it truly the allure of a woman that could captivate an 18-year-old youth so profoundly? This could not be. It was well known that Zhang Sanfeng never married. However, it was also true that he had experienced love. Suddenly, Zhang Qingyuan recalled that in every realm, Zhang Sanfeng ended up living a solitary life, devoting his later years to cultivating his immortality. But this did not imply that he was devoid of romantic inclinations. Regardless of the world, every incarnation of Zhang Sanfeng had a chapter of unrequited love in their youth. Guixiang in the Etian version, Qin Serong in the Zhang Weijian version, and Qiu Shui in the Jet Li rendition. Unreciprocated affections, love that cannot be fulfilled, fading into the rivers and lakes. In any case, he was never short of female leads around him, yet none led to a conclusive outcome. With this thought, Zhang Qingyuan leaned closer to Zhang Junbao and whispered, "So, Brother Bao, what kind of girl do you fancy?" "Huh?" Zhang Junbao was taken aback, his cheeks flushing anew. "What are you talking about, Brother Yuan? I truly have no such thoughts." "Still putting on an act, you nearly ran into a tree just now," Zhang Qingyuan teased, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. "Relax. We aren't actual Taoists at the moment. Even if we decide to fully devote ourselves to cultivation in the future, Taoists are not prohibited from marrying. With Brother Yuan around, I shall certainly find you a good wife." Zhang Qingyuan wore a knowing expression, leaving Zhang Junbao feeling increasingly flustered as he insisted. "I genuinely haven't thought about that." "Then what are you contemplating?" Zhang Junbao turned to face him, his large eyes fixed on Zhang Qingyuan. "Brother Yuan, Do you think those blood-toad people are skilled fighters? According to Brother Zhu, they are quite renowned in the Central Plains. Since we began our martial training, it seems we haven't had the opportunity to spar with any famous masters, have we? There was a glimmer of anticipation in Zhang Junbao's gaze. Zhang Qingyuan understood his implication and inquired, "So, you have an intention?" Zhang Junbao nodded earnestly. "I want to give it a try." Was Zhang Junbao a martial fanatic? Not quite. His desire to return and engage in combat stemmed from pure human nature, a yearning to experience. It was akin to the eagerness one feels to drive after obtaining a license. It is a natural craving for novelty, even in his 30s. Zhang Junbao in the Etian narrative, after mastering the Wudong Nine Yang technique, could not resist wandering the world of martial arts, let alone the 18-year-old version of himself. What? The Zhang Junbao in Etian was compelled to act. He had secluded himself in Wudong, absorbed in various Taoist texts, and had transcended the age of brawling. But how did he earn the title of the disheveled Taoist? How did he suppress the martial world for a century? How did he attain the title of the world's #1? How did the image of Zhang Sanfeng, portrayed by Zhang Junbao, emerge? Answer me. If he truly sought a life of tranquility, remaining hidden in Wudong while martial experts ran amok, provoking him, would that be reasonable? People tend to have preconceived notions, thinking that 100-year-old Zhang Sanfeng is a gentle old sage, assuming he was of the same temperament in his youth. It is vital to recognize that individuals do evolve. After grasping Zhang Junbao's aspirations, would Zhang Qingyuan acquiesce? As a time traveler, he was acutely aware of the depth of the martial world. He also understood that someone destined to become a grandmaster, like Zhang Junbao, would inevitably lead a tumultuous life. Sometimes, even without seeking trouble, it would find him, much like a well-scripted NPC designed to elevate the protagonist. Thus, after careful consideration, Zhang Qingyuan placed his arm around Zhang Junbao's shoulders and declared, "If you wish to go, then we shall go." Zhang Junbao beamed. "Brother Yuan truly understands me." All right. Upon hearing their intent to return, Zhao Pengzhu raised his hand urgently. "Take me with you." "You cannot." Zhang Qingyuan refused. "Why not?" Zhao Pengzhu pouted, his demeanor notably diminished. 6 months prior, he had been arrogant. Now, he was merely a subordinate. The grounds for his pride had vanished, leaving Zhang Qingyuan in command. Zhang Qingyuan urged, "Aunt Li and her companion are both fragile women, and you have your son to protect. Would you abandon them here?" "Yes, son, your mother is unafraid, but they." Aunt Li, perceptive as she was, seized upon his vulnerability. Zhao Pengzhu sighed. Zhang Junbao, in earnest, added, "Brother Zhu, your martial skills are inadequate. It's not just Aunt Li and sister-in-law who need your protection. If you join us, when the time comes for battle, we may be unable to safeguard you." Zhang Junbao spoke the truth, yet the truth could be the most hurtful. Zhao Pengzhu felt a pang in his heart. Was he truly the one in need of protection? "Very well, I shall not go," he relented, raising his head and pleading, "If brother Sun is still alive when you return, please ensure his rescue. We shall wait here." "Rest assured," Zhang Junbao assured him. "Be careful." In Sanha town, the Dry Toad gang had already been defeated. Sun Junjiang and his companions were exceptional masters. Yet against the incoming disciples of the Blood Toad, they felt as though they were being subjected to a dimensional strike. This is the way of the martial world. Heroes face their own helplessness, while the small fry bear their own sorrows. Mastering a few techniques may suffice to reign as a local sovereign, provided no outsiders intrude. Within an hour, the members of the Dry Toad gang were left in tatters, the remainder kneeling in surrender. The deputy leader perished in battle, and Sun Junjiang was captured and brought to the headquarters of the Jiangyi gang. He had anticipated immediate execution. However, upon arriving at the headquarters, he discovered that his sworn brothers were alive and had infiltrated the Jiangyi stronghold to rescue his family. Sun Junjiang felt genuine joy for his brothers. Li Guan was furious. He had not expected Zhao Pengzhu to be so formidable, not only killing the Blood Toad members, but also breaking into their headquarters and slaying the deputy leader. He vented his anger on Sun Junjiang, subjecting him to a series of whippings, and ultimately ordered him to be tied up in the courtyard, instructing his men to keep a close watch so that he would not perish. Furthermore, he dispatched individuals to spread the news about Sun Junjiang, certain that upon hearing it, Zhao Pengzhu would return to save him. At the same time, he needed to quell the uproar among the Blood Toad members. "Rest assured, my lords, I have everything arranged. Zhao Pengzhu will undoubtedly return to rescue him." The remaining 5 members of the 12 fiends remained silent, their expressions grave. unable to fathom how a mere task had cost them a brother. Li Guan dared not speak too much, observing their expressions as he forced a smile. I too did not foresee that Zhao Pengju would be so powerful. I truly underestimated the Zhongshan sword sect. Fool. One among them slammed his fist on the table and shouted, while the Zhongshan sword sect may be renowned, it is certainly not due to that so-called Zhao Pengju. If he were truly exceptional, why would he return home? The one who killed my brothers and your deputy leader is someone else. What? Another master? Li Guan was taken aback. He had not heard of any recent arrivals. Could it be? He suddenly had a thought. Could it be someone from the Zhongshan sword sect? The individual shook his head, saying, it was not someone from the Zhongshan sword sect. The one who killed our people did not employ sword techniques. Then who could it be? Li Guan was left perplexed. Who else could Zhao Pengju possibly know? Just then, a younger brother rushed in, exclaiming, not good. Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao are coming, demanding that we release Sun Junjiang. The 5 members of the Blood Lump sect immediately rose to their feet, yet Li Guan appeared utterly indifferent, as if he had not clearly heard who had arrived. He remarked, no need for concern. These 2 are not masters, but mere charlatans from our town, and I shall handle them with ease. The 5 exchanged skeptical glances. Their brows furrowed in doubt. Li Guan reassured them, have no fear. Why employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut? I shall return shortly. Upon finishing his words, he accepted the blade handed to him by a subordinate, swaggering out of the hall with a confident stride, muttering, truly. They must possess the audacity of a bear and the heart of a leopard to come here and make such a ruckus. However, before he could descend the steps, a flash of blue light surged forth, sending Li Guan hurtling back into the wall. The 5 once more stood, gazing outside, where 2 youthful Taoist priests were watching them with cheerful expressions. The leader turned back to Li Guan, his face a mask of suspicion. Is this the charlatan you spoke of? Pray, elucidate. How can such martial prowess belong to one who is not a master? Chapter 11. The limits of this world. The 5 individuals approached Zhang Qingyuan, having resolved never to trust a single word from anyone associated with the Jiangyi gang again. Such youthful talent could not possibly be a fraud, nor could such gallant spirit be devoid of martial prowess. Are you the ones who killed my fellow members of the Blood Tua sect? One inquired. Zhang Qingyuan nodded affirmatively. Impressive martial skills, young hero. The 5 clasped their fists in respect. Thank you for the compliment. Zhang Qingyuan returned the gesture. Zhang Junbao remained silent, scrutinizing each individual's subtle details. From their breath to their posture, the recently deceased member of the Blood Tua sect held little reference value for him. The man had been completely unguarded, making the kill somewhat opportunistic. The swift and decisive strike against Li Guan, however, was enough to invigorate the 5. May I ask your esteemed names, and which sect you hail from? The Blood Tua members were surprisingly courteous, which caught Zhang Qingyuan off guard. Should not the antagonists be clamoring for violence instead of engaging in idle chatter? They were courteous, and he felt compelled to reciprocate. I am Zhang Qingyuan, and this is my junior brother, Zhang Junbao. We belong to no sect. Upon hearing this, one of them chuckled. If it is inconvenient for you to disclose, that is understandable. But are you here to rescue someone? What inconvenience? We genuinely have no sect. Why does no one believe the truth? Zhang Junbao observed, wishing to clarify, but reconsidered the necessity of doing so. Indeed, we are here to rescue. If you seek vengeance for your comrade, then let us engage together, Zhang Junbao declared, adjusting his robe into a combat stance. He was here for a fight and had no interest in the frivolous banter that often preceded conflict. Mockery, flattery, or belittling one's opponent were all tedious distractions. Fighting was fighting, and dueling was dueling. All words ultimately led to action. Zhang Junbao scoffed at such behavior. As he prepared his stance and channeled his inner energy, the Blood Tua members waved their hands in protest. Young hero, you misunderstand us. We have no intention of engaging in combat with you. You lot. The remaining high-ranking members of the Jiangyi gang, who had been watching from the sidelines, were displeased. One of them approached the 5, demanding, how can you be so untrustworthy? To him, with the gang leader and deputy gone, he was the next in line for leadership. Allowing them to escape would render all previous efforts futile. Moreover, without the leadership's combat prowess, capturing them would be trivial. Silence. A Blood Tua member raised his hand, striking the man down, leaving him lifeless on the ground. They didn't even spare a glance at the fallen figure before turning back to Zhang Qingyuan and his companion. Are you satisfied, young heroes? Now, not only was the deceased advisor perplexed, but Zhang Qingyuan and his companion were utterly bewildered. Wait, aren't you all on the same side? Why is there infighting? They questioned. What does this mean? Killing your employer now makes us seem in the wrong. Zhang Junbao looked at Zhang Qingyuan, seeking clarity. Understanding his confusion, Zhang Qingyuan shrugged, palms upturned, as if to say, I'm as lost as you are. Ah, young heroes, do not misunderstand. One of the Blood Tuo members laughed. Are you aware of what kind of organization the Blood Tuo sect is? Both Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao shook their heads in unison. They had yet to leave the novice village. How could they know what the sect was about? The Blood Tuo sect is one of the Chaobang, a prominent gang in Zhongzhou, he explained. And so? Zhang Qingyuan interjected. We, the Blood Tuo sect, are distributed across the vital waterways of Zhongzhou, controlling the docks in various counties. While Sanha Town is a significant settlement, it remains merely a town. For a small gang like the Jiangyi gang to enlist our assistance is no simple feat. Are you merely boasting of your prowess? Zhang Qingyuan retorted. No, certainly not. I merely wish to convey that Sanha Town is too trivial. Neither the Jiangyi gang nor the Hanjiao gang are worth our intervention. So your presence here indicates that there are conditions worthy of our involvement? Zhang Qingyuan began to comprehend. Indeed, 30 miles east of Sanha Town lies the confluence of 3 rivers, where the waters are wide and deep. 2 centuries ago, 2 unparalleled swordsmen faced off on the river. I trust you know who they were. Apologies, we do not, they thought. That battle turned the heavens upside down, causing the river to flow backward amidst terrifying waves. Ultimately, the sword's sovereign perished, and his famed water-parting sword fell to the riverbed. Wait, Zhang Qingyuan interrupted. For over 200 years, has no one attempted to salvage it? Zhang Junbao shared the same curiosity. Was it not merely a sword that could be retrieved by someone skilled in swimming? Ah, you are unaware. At that time, the sword's sovereign strike severed the river's flow, creating a vast chasm where the sword remains. Once the sword energy dissipated, the river reclaimed its course, and sediment has since entombed the sword within its depths, severing the river's flow. This is beyond mere martial prowess. It borders on the fantastical. Zhang Qingyuan thought. He had previously believed that the ability to unleash fire and thunder was already indicative of mastery. Yet if their claims held truth, then he and Zhang Junbao were mere novices in this realm. The concept of severing a river, be it through human strength or the sword's prowess, underscored the complexity of this world. He had thought that mastering martial arts would afford him a life of ease. Now, it seemed the road ahead was long and arduous. Zhang Junbao too felt overwhelmed. He had thought himself formidable, yet the bar was set so high. Back at Shaolin, he had only engaged in menial tasks, never witnessing a high monk in action, believing that the feats of Shaolin monks were the pinnacle of martial arts. Although he had encountered the Boruo palm, he had easily bested that senior brother, underestimating the technique's true might. Does that mean the water-parting sword can truly part the waters, and the Fulong palm can indeed summon a dragon? Zhang Junbao inquired. Are you seeking to recover the water-parting sword? He asked. Indeed, it is said that the water-parting sword is incredibly sharp, impervious to water, capable of parting rivers and severing streams. No one would not desire it. What do you wish for us to do? Zhang Qingyuan deduced that since they were not attacking them and were sharing so much information, there must be conditions at play. Engaging with intelligent individuals is indeed refreshing, he remarked with a smile. The water-parting sword lies hidden among the silt, and after centuries of erosion, whether it remains in that location is uncertain. To ascertain its precise location, we require the collaboration of another sword. What sword? The Bio sword. And then? The Bio sword belonged to the sword god Huang Yu, who used it to vanquish the sword sovereign. It is said that if one possesses the Bio sword and comes to this place, they can summon the water-parting sword, revealing its exact location. By heavens, it even has a sword spirit. Is this still martial arts? The enormity of the revelation left Zhang Qingyuan feeling as though he must completely reevaluate his worldview. He had assumed the limits of this world were merely ordinary martial prowess, but it appeared that it resembled the realms depicted in Fengyun and Xuezhong. The world of Fengyun possessed fatalism, 5 divine beasts, and the secret to immortality. The world of Xuezhong encompassed past lives, the opening of celestial gates through swordplay, and the existence of gods and immortals. Henceforth, should anyone claim that demons roamed this world, he would find it entirely plausible. Previously, he had marveled at the Jiuyang palm for its ability to unleash scorching true energy, and the Lei Ji sword Qi for its thunderous might. Believing such feats were extraordinary, little did he know this was merely the novice stage. Yet, upon reflection, this world was not overrun with beings of legendary stature like the Sword God or Sword Sovereign. Those capable of harnessing the forces of heaven and earth were still a rare breed. By the way, may I inquire? Zhang Qingyuan suddenly spoke. Please, go ahead. What tier does your Blood Tuo 12 evils belong to in the martial world? The Blood Tuo members did not conceal their status, stating frankly, we are merely second tier. A sigh of relief escaped both Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao simultaneously. Thank goodness, they thought. If sword gods were as common as weeds and sword sovereigns were abundant, this world would truly be one of celestial immortals. If we were to categorize experts according to the conventions of martial arts from previous lives, figures such as the sword god and sword sovereign would occupy the pinnacle, akin to terrestrial deities. Below them would be the esteemed leaders of the foremost sections. First-rate masters would likely be the renowned heroes of the martial world, while those who constitute the backbone of smaller factions would indeed fall into the second or third tier. The disciples of the Blood Tumen, perplexed, questioned the mention of the water separation sword and shifted the topic. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao were engaged in an introspective analysis of their own standings. In the Central Plains, the Blood Tumen is considered a major faction. Yet on a grander scale, it is rather inconsequential. Above these factions, there exist sections. They find themselves in the second or third tier. Although their martial prowess surpasses that of the Blood Tumen, they have yet to reach the first-rate echelon. The first-rate level is characterized by the young prodigies and esteemed elders of the major sects and noble families. Thus, it can be said that they remain somewhat junior. Do you believe you could obtain the water separation sword? Divine weapons are reserved for those capable of wielding them. How could a humble faction like the Blood Tumen ever lay claim to such a legendary artifact? Then why all this talk? Zhang Junbao found himself increasingly bewildered. It is said that someone has acquired the Bio sword, and they even dispatched individuals to search in Sana town. And then, they found nothing? Indeed, that is the case. So, your lengthy discourse implies, after wasting so much breath and laying such groundwork, it cannot be without purpose. This indicates that the water separation sword has indeed been claimed by someone. Surely, you do not believe that it is we who have obtained the water separation sword? Zhang Qingyuan gestured towards himself, exchanging glances with Zhang Junbao. Could it not be so? Tension filled the air, as if swords were drawn and ready for battle. Chapter 12. Experience 1111. Throughout life, one is often beset by misunderstandings, traps, slanders, and defamation. Qiao Feng, a man of chivalry and valor, was wrongfully accused, leading to his estrangement from the beggar's sect. Li Xuanhuan, a genius of righteousness, found himself manipulated and applauded by the likes of Lin Xiener. Lin Pingji, of natural disposition, was driven to ruin by the pursuit of a family sword technique. At times, such slanders are absurd and nonsensical, yet one finds oneself helpless against them. Thus, misunderstandings arise. Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao finally comprehend why the Blood Tuo sect wishes to engage them in endless discourse rather than attacking outright. They mistakenly believe that we possess divine weapons. Zhang Qingyuan, resigned, chuckled and remarked, although I am aware that we must fight shortly. I must clarify, the water-splitting sword is truly not in our possession. Brother Yuan, why bother with so much explanation? If we don't have it, we don't have it. Let them say what they wish, replied Baodi. Yet, Zhang Qingyuan insisted on offering some justification. Believe it or not, this is how I am. This illustrates the contrast between Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao. When faced with misunderstandings, Zhang Qingyuan is the type to explain before engaging in combat. Even if his explanations are met with disbelief, he feels no burden when the fight ensues. This reflects a clear heart. In contrast, Zhang Junbao holds steadfast to the belief that if he did not commit the act, then he did not. His words fail him, and he chooses not to squander breath. If they wish to strike, he will retaliate, accepting the consequences with a clear conscience. Zhang Sanfeng, when driven to madness, is more resolute than a time traveler. Haha. If you hadn't returned, we might not have recognized you. He jested. What were you two so anxious about when I mentioned the water-splitting sword? We were assessing our martial prowess. Zhang Qingyuan and Baodi exchanged glances. Truly, what a vivid imagination you possess. Moreover, Li Guan claimed that the two of you are mere mortals. When I inquired about your sect, you declared yourselves to be without faction or school. Pray tell, how can one lacking a master or lineage attain such remarkable skills? Upon hearing this line of questioning, Zhang Qingyuan gazed proudly at the heavens, while Zhang Junbao tossed his hair defiantly. Rather than feeling wronged, They appeared somewhat pleased with themselves. This caused discomfort among the 5 members of the Blood Tuo sect, who demanded, "Can you provide us with a straightforward answer?" Clearing his throat, Zhang Qingyuan smiled. "We are endowed with extraordinary talent." "Extraordinary talent? Do you take us for children?" retorted one of the 5. "Without a renowned master or rare treasures, how could you have honed such skills in such a brief period? Unless you have fortuitously acquired an exceptional martial arts manual or divine weapon. Your reasoning is sound, and I am beginning to believe it," Zhang Qingyuan replied. "Indeed, Brother Yuan. I am questioning whether I have unwittingly obtained the water-splitting sword myself. My words have been spoken, and I wish not to be adversaries. If you relinquish the water-splitting sword, I can ensure your safe departure with Sun Junjiang. Regrettably, we truly do not possess it." Zhang Qingyuan shook his head. "I had no intention of opposing you. Do not compel us to act," he warned. "Divine weapons belong to those capable of wielding them. Even we are but pawns in this game. The forces behind us are beyond your comprehension. Do not persist in your folly, lest you face relentless pursuit." "Brother Yuan?" Zhang Junbao looked at him, unafraid of the Blood Tuo sect, but the thought of being hunted for the water-splitting sword seemed unjust. If they were pursued, they would bear the blame. Yet the burden of being scapegoats is a heavy one. Believe what you will. Are you truly intent on remaining obstinate and making a grave mistake? The 5 members quickly encircled them, advancing with intent. Zhang Qingyuan raised a finger. "First, as fellow 12 fiends, if your skills are akin to those we have dispatched, your martial prowess alone will not suffice to subdue us. Second, the taste of being wrongfully accused is bitter. Should you fall, we will seek out the one who possesses the water-splitting sword to exact our vengeance. Do you not fear endless pursuit? If we silence you, who would know it was us?" Zhang Junbao twisted his wrist, sighing. "It seems we must finally engage in battle. If you seek death, we shall oblige." The 5 charged forward, each wielding distinct martial arts from various origins. The Blood Tuo sect, lacking a formal lineage, had its own unique inheritance, being a gang rooted in the waterways, recruiting from the world of martial arts. While established sects possess heritage and status, the likes of Zhao Pengju, who learn skills from a school but lack the talent to be a direct disciple, must venture out into the world after a certain age, forging their own paths. This type of individual constitutes a significant portion of the martial world. Those with exceptional skills and pride may establish their own sects, while the mediocre often band together for support. Some join escort agencies, others become bandit kings, some turn to assassination, while others become guards or join sinister sections. And some, like the 5 before them, became renowned as the 12 fiends of the Blood Tuo sect. 3 of the 5 attacked Zhang Qingyuan, while 2 approached Zhang Junbao. The latter was indignant, feeling underestimated. One wielded a sword, another a hook, and the last a blade. Despite their differing styles, years of living together had fostered seamless cooperation among them. With sweeping sword energy, entwining hooks, and slicing blades, Zhang Qingyuan found himself overwhelmed. "Damn it, I am paying for my inexperience." A glance at Zhang Junbao revealed he was faring little better, as the 3 pressed their advantage against Zhang Qingyuan. Their thoughts were clear. "If you refuse to speak now, we shall sever your tendons and render your martial arts useless." In the first 10 exchanges, the 2 relied on the softness of Tai Chi to barely hold their ground. As they reached the 20th exchange, they began to adapt to the fray. By the 30th exchange, Zhang Junbao took the initiative. Tai Chi Cloud Hands, Nine Yang Palm. With a resounding crash, one adversary was sent flying, and before the second could react, a punch struck his abdomen, causing internal energy to explode within him like a small grenade, resulting in a gruesome fate. On Zhang Qingyuan's side, he too reached the 30th exchange, ready to counterattack. The 3 from the Blood Tuo sect were increasingly astonished. How could one's combat experience escalate so rapidly? In merely 30 exchanges, rather than becoming more beleaguered, they were growing fiercer. "Are we merely your sparring partners?" Zhang Qingyuan thought as he utilized a soft palm to redirect the blade, forcing it from the wielder's grasp. With a leap, he unleashed a 9-yang palm upon the swordsman, ending his life in a single blow. Upon landing, he evaded a punch, his fingers slicing across a throat, and unleashed another palm strike, sending the hook wielder staggering backward. Before the latter could regain his balance, Zhang Junbao appeared behind him, delivering a fatal blow to his back, resulting in a swift death. If this battle were to be depicted as a game, above their heads would appear the display, Experience 11111. Observing the fallen foe, Zhang Qingyuan looked upon Zhang Junbao's greed for glory with disdain. Chapter 13. What if Zhang Junbao had never met Zhang Qingyuan? Gratitude flowed from Sun Junjiang as he bowed deeply, his blood-stained figure a testament to the recent turmoil. He had never anticipated that the little fortune-teller at the crossroads possessed such formidable skill. Had he known earlier, he would have sought to forge a bond with him. Not necessarily as sworn brothers, but perhaps merely to consult him more frequently, enhancing their shared karma. If such a friendship had blossomed sooner, would the plight of the Dry-Toed gang have unfolded as it did? Regret gnawed at him. The gang's demise would demand considerable effort to rebuild. With so many lives lost, the court's inquiries would bring further complications. The only escape seemed to be fleeing to distant lands, abandoning Sanjiang town altogether. The two young heroes exhibited remarkable prowess, yet their aloof demeanor rendered them unapproachable. Sun Junjiang lamented the absence of camaraderie. He mused about his younger brother, who had truly latched onto a powerful ally. Contrary to Sun Junjiang's assumptions, Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao were not cold-hearted. They were merely engaged in introspection, absorbing their recent experiences. The rapid advancement of geniuses stems not solely from their extraordinary talents, but also from their habitual reflection and rectification of shortcomings to enhance their abilities. Much like the brilliant students who seemingly neglect their studies, they secretly immerse themselves in literature, solidifying their knowledge and mastering challenging concepts. In his previous life, Zhang Qingyuan had been the one ensnared by this relentless pursuit of excellence, foolishly believing that neglecting study would suffice. Now, he was the one driven to excel unabashedly. When a genius applies themselves, the results are indeed astonishing. Upon reuniting with Zhao Pengju, the latter's family awaited anxiously, especially the ever-concerned Aunt Li. As the trio returned unscathed, the elderly woman's warmth enveloped them, showering them with inquiries of well-being. Sun Junjiang, feeling despondent, approached Zhao Pengju, resembling a deceived spouse, his robust figure betraying his discomfort. "Brother, are you all right? Have you sustained any internal injuries?" Zhao Pengju queried, perplexed by the concern directed at him. Sun Junjiang pulled Zhao Pengju aside, glancing back at Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao, who were basking in Aunt Li's care. "Why didn't you inform me we had two extraordinary individuals in our midst?" Zhao Pengju began to clarify, but Sun Junjiang continued. "When I first encountered him at the crossroads, I thought he was a fraud. Who knew he was a true hero? How could I face anyone now?" Embarrassment washed over him, rendering him at a loss for words. The disparity in status shaped perceptions. Without martial prowess, Zhang Qingyuan was merely a swindler. With skill, he became a master of the world. A wealthy man in cloth shoes is seen as humble and understated, while a poor man in the same attire appears destitute and unkempt. Feeling unjustly reproached, Zhao Pengju leaned in conspiratorially. "Brother, would you believe me if I said I was unaware of their abilities? You didn't know?" Sun Junjiang was astonished. Just half a year ago, they were still struggling with their meridians. Zhao Pengju withheld his thoughts, deeming the situation too incredible to recount. "Then why did they rescue me? They did it to save my mother. Qingyuan has a close relationship with her, and I was merely a collateral beneficiary," Zhao Pengju explained. Sun Junjiang glanced at Aunt Li, holding back his words until he finally muttered, "Your mother is fortunate." After a brief respite, the group debated their next steps. Sun Junjiang believed that with the town's skilled fighters gone, it was the perfect time for him to regroup and achieve greatness again. His reluctance to leave stemmed from both familial ties and his attachment to his business. Meanwhile, Zhao Pengju, having witnessed the deaths at Blood-Toad Gate, feared retaliation and considered taking his family to safety. In contrast, Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao were ready to leave Sanjiang town, viewing it merely as their starting point. Now that their initial phase was complete, it was time to explore the vastness of the world. As Zhang Qingyuan aptly stated, reading thousands of books is no substitute for traveling thousands of miles. The duo's intentions were clear. They would simply embark on their journey. Zhao Pengju, however, wished to prevent his brother from returning to danger. Yet, despite his well-meaning arguments, Sun Junjiang remained resolute, insisting that Blood-Toad Gate was a formidable faction and that they would not pursue him with such vengeance. Unable to bear it any longer, Zhang Junbao shared insights about the Shunshui sword, warning that Sanjiang town would soon become a vortex of chaos, attracting all manner of malevolent beings. Still, Sun Junjiang clung to his family legacy, insisting on returning, leading to an inevitable separation. Before parting, Zhang Junbao gifted Zhao Pengju a treasured sword manual. The Zixiao Leiji sword technique he had created, Zhao Pengju cherished it dearly, determined to head north and seek refuge with his senior brother. Upon their return to Sanjiang town, the brothers tidied their home and settled their debts. They packed several volumes of scriptures, some purchased by Zhang Qingyuan and others gifted from nearby temples, along with a few secret manuals in a sturdy chest. They gathered their clothing, beddings, and kitchenware, leaving little else behind. The following morning, Zhang Qingyuan procured 2 donkeys to carry their belongings, officially commencing their journey of exploration, not due to a lack of funds for horses, as the Great Qian allowed its citizens to use them, but because none were available for sale in Sanjiang town. The donkey was the most practical choice. As they ventured beyond the town, Zhang Qingyuan reclined on one donkey, jotting notes. Meanwhile, Zhang Junbao perused scriptures on the other, turning back to see his brother deep in thought, pencil poised between his lips. Brother Yuan. Ink has made its way into your mouth. Huh. Oh. Zhang Qingyuan quickly set down the pen and wiped his lips. Zhang Junbao, feeling lighter than usual, relished the rural scenery. Curiosity piqued. He asked, I've seen you writing for a while now. What are you recording? Zhang Qingyuan handed over his notebook, and Zhang Junbao glanced at it, noticing names of various states and renowned mountains and rivers. What is this? Stowing away the brush, Zhang Qingyuan stretched and replied. As we travel, we must have direction. Hence, I devised a plan. Are you suggesting we traverse all of the 9 provinces? That would be an extensive journey. Zhang Junbao exclaimed. Indeed, if we are to embark, we ought to see everything, for who knows when we may have another chance, Zhang Qingyuan remarked, raising an eyebrow. Zhang Junbao was determined to accompany his brother, understanding that the journey was dictated by him. The Great Qian was vast, with myriad landscapes to explore. The entire venture could take years. Are you daunted by the prospect? Zhang Qingyuan teased. Not at all. Wherever you go, I shall follow, Zhang Junbao replied with a grin, secretly yearning for adventure. Life is but a fleeting century. One must embrace it with grace and clarity. Zhang Qingyuan pondered deeply. Recalling the beauty of his homeland, he had never fully explored in his past life. Now, free from concerns of housing or dowries, it was imperative to wander. Moreover, the geography of this world's 9 provinces differed from that of his former life. While some areas remained familiar, others had transformed. Originally, this world contained only 9 provinces. But as time progressed, the territory expanded. Thus, Zhang Qingyuan felt compelled to experience firsthand the distinctions between this realm and his previous existence. Let us journey eastward from Central Province. Ahead lies Shenzhou, with the Qin River stretching 1,800 miles, home to the ancient capital of Chang'an, where we can immerse ourselves in the essence of antiquity. Further southwest, one can experience the treacherous beauty of Suzhou and behold the fiery spirit of its women, who might just assist in finding a suitable spouse, perhaps. Zhang Junbao felt a blush creep upon his cheeks once more, yet deep within, a sense of yearning stirred in his heart as he inquired. I have heard that the girls of Suzhou are quite spirited. Is that true? Zhang Qingyuan chuckled, replying. Whether they are spirited or not, I cannot say, but I have heard that the girls from Sichuan are ardent followers of Taoism, particularly venerating the supreme pure heavenly sovereign. Is that so? Zhang Junbao pondered. Why have I never heard of this before? He contemplated, recalling the myriad sects present in Suzhou, renowned for their mastery of poison and sorcery, yet he had never encountered the notion of Taoist belief in that region. You will discover the truth upon your arrival, Zhang Qingyuan remarked with a smile. During my previous life, I had a girlfriend who practiced Taoism, often referring to herself as Old Man of Shudao Mountain. Zhang Junbao nodded. Deep in thought, indeed, I must engage them in meaningful dialogue. Engage indeed. The Sichuan girls are utterly delightful, Zhang Qingyuan continued. Once we depart Suzhou, we shall head westward towards the sacred land of divine birth, to immerse ourselves in the grandeur of Kunlun Mountain and experience the local martial culture. It is said that the area is vast, with sects as numerous as the stars, and Taoist factions abound. Let us thoroughly enrich ourselves in Kunlun, staying for at least a year or two to appreciate the cultural heritage among the various Taoist sections. Indeed, I too am greatly eager for this, Zhang Junbao replied. Traveling south from Kunlun, we shall enter Tibet. The Tibetan region, which does not belong to the 9 provinces, was annexed into the Great Qin territory over a millennium ago, and has a rich Buddhist heritage. We need not linger there for long. From Tibet, we will journey southwest back to Yunzhou, where it is said that numerous bandits flourish, and those exiled by the court or hunted by the martial world often seek refuge. Yes, that region has historically been unstable, Zhang Qingyuan acknowledged. It is also known for the Heavenly Cloud Sacred Fire sect and the renowned Heavenly Sword City. We shall visit Heavenly Sword City and save some money to purchase a couple of fine swords. Agreed, Let us save, Zhang Junbao concurred. From Yunzhou, we shall head east to Ningzhou, a coastal area where we can relish some seafood before making our way back, traversing Fuzhou and Jiangzhou, and heading straight for the capital. We will stroll around the capital and its surroundings, taking in the picturesque landscapes of Jiangnan, the beauty of Yangzhou, and the bountiful lands of fish and rice. Thus, we will have completed a circuit of the Great Qian, and any places we have yet to visit can be explored in the future. After hearing Zhang Qingyuan's plans, Zhang Junbao envisioned a rough route in his mind and agreed, I will follow your lead, brother Yuan. Trusting my guidance will never lead you astray, Zhang Qingyuan proclaimed, patting his chest. By the way, I wish to ask you, if you had not encountered me, what would you have done? Zhang Qingyuan inquired earnestly. Had I not met you? Zhang Junbao's expression grew contemplative as he recalled himself from half a year ago. After a moment of reflection, he sighed. If I had not met brother Yuan, I might have hidden away, contemplating various matters. Chapter 14. The bloodshed caused by 2 coins. Zhongzhou, the ancestral land of the 9 provinces, is the very cradle of civilization. With its vast plains and abundant water sources, the journey through this region was leisurely, with the pair of brothers often stopping to observe the world around them, though encounters with brawls and duels were exceedingly rare. After a month of travel, they had taken the main roads and occasionally rested at inns or tea stalls. Riding atop their donkey, the brothers were at ease, each engrossed in his own pursuits. Zhang Qingyuan was diligently practicing his martial arts, while Zhang Junbao delved into the 2 internal cultivation techniques he had devised, both rooted in Taoism, one representing yin and the other yang, complementing each other perfectly. The Taiyang condensation technique and the Taiyang condensation technique embodied 2 distinct philosophies, with their respective meridian pathways being markedly different. The internal powers cultivated after their training produced 2 contrasting sensations. The Taiyang energy felt warm and invigorating, akin to basking in the sun, filling the Dantian with a comforting heat. In contrast, the Taiyang energy was refreshingly cool, reminiscent of a gentle breeze on a scorching summer day or the crispness of spring water. Intriguingly, these 2 methods could coexist within the body, while they could not merge. They operated independently without interference, a truly remarkable phenomenon. Furthermore, the Taiyang energy was characterized by its explosive potential, while the Taiyang energy was noted for its endurance. Both techniques possessed 9 levels of mastery. Zhang Qingyuan primarily focused on the Taiyang energy, having reached the 4th level, while he had only just begun the 1st level of the Taiyang condensation technique. Zhang Junbao, similarly, was at a comparable stage. A notable advantage of Zhang Junbao's internal techniques was that, aside from the first 3 levels requiring seated meditation, subsequent training could occur naturally in daily life, with the internal energy circulating automatically, albeit at a slower rate than through dedicated meditation. The rhythmic clattering of the donkey's hooves accompanied Zhang Junbao as he lay on the donkey's back, poring over his scriptures with meticulous attention, analyzing each word. His comprehension of the Taoist texts surpassed that of Zhang Qingyuan, not due to a lack of effort on Zhang Qingyuan's part, but because he favored a more pragmatic approach, focusing on memorization and understanding sufficient to aid his martial practice. In contrast, Zhang Junbao held himself to a higher standard, striving to apply his knowledge practically, able to reference specific texts and pages at will, and interpret events through the lens of Taoist principles. Zhang Junbao often felt somewhat dull-witted, driving him to seek a deeper understanding of the world around him. In his past at Shaolin, he had been relegated to menial tasks, such as fetching water and chopping wood, while enjoying light-hearted moments with his master. With Zhang Qingyuan's companionship, he dedicated himself to rigorous study and martial arts, feeling acutely aware of his limited experiences and understanding of the world. The Zhang Junbao of this world had not endured the sorrows of his counterpart from the heavenly sword and dragon saber, who, after the death of Jin, wandered alone. Witnessing the tragedies of the late Song Dynasty and the brutality of the Yuan Dynasty, having experienced the harshness of life, he understood the nuances of human relationships. Conversely, this version of Zhang Junbao had not faced such trials, perceiving the world as a wondrous place. Since leaving Sanhe town, Zhang Junbao had developed a penchant for asking questions, and Zhang Qingyuan was more than willing to provide answers. However, Zhang Qingyuan's knowledge was limited, often responding based on his own understanding. Through this exchange, Zhang Junbao's thought processes and behavioral patterns subtly began to mirror those of Zhang Qingyuan. As the sound of the copper bell chimed, the 2 young men lifted their heads, "Brother Yuan, an inn!" exclaimed Zhang Junbao. They dismounted and led their donkey to the inn's entrance. The establishment was a simple roadside inn, evoking memories of characters like Sun Ernyang from Water Margin and Tong Xiangyu from the Dragon Inn. After tethering the donkey outside, they entered the inn. "Waiter, bring us a pot of tea," Zhang Qingyuan called. "Coming right up." The enthusiastic waiter rushed over, wiped down a table, and poured 2 cups of tea. "Gentlemen, will you be dining or lodging? We would like a room." "How much for a night?" Zhang Qingyuan inquired. "Not expensive," the waiter replied. "A private room costs 60 copper coins, a standard room 30, and a dormitory just 5. The private room featured a bathtub, a large table, soft bedding, and complete amenities. The standard room offered only a bed and a wash basin, while the dormitory was a communal space filled with snoring and other disturbances, a situation exacerbated by the risk of theft overnight. "Let us take 2 standard rooms," Zhang Qingyuan decided. "We have luggage on the donkey. Please bring it inside. Also, we'd like a braised chicken and 2 side dishes." The waiter, noticing their decent attire, assumed they could afford the standard rooms and recalled the freshly caught eel he had. "Gentlemen, we have some newly arrived eel. Would you care to try it?" Zhang Qingyuan glanced at Zhang Junbao, who felt a sudden craving. "Let us have eel noodles as our main dish," he suggested. "Very well." They settled at a table, and Zhang Qingyuan surveyed the inn, noting 2 other tables occupied by patrons. One table housed 2 gentlemen. One was dressed elegantly, holding a fan, exuding wealth, while the other appeared stern, clearly a bodyguard. The other table was filled with a group of ruffians wielding various weapons, drawing attention. Taking the initiative, Zhang Junbao poured tea for Zhang Qingyuan and suddenly posed a question. "Brother Yuan, I've noticed that in the 4 or 5 inns we've stayed at, you've never ordered lamb or pork, always opting for fish and chicken instead. I remember you loved pork back in town, and you often ate lamb. Why not now?" Zhang Qingyuan leaned closer, quietly explaining. "You see, in these remote areas, some inns are run by unscrupulous owners. Such establishments often engage in nefarious practices. They might use knockout drugs on unsuspecting guests, then sell them as meat. Their wealth is ill-gotten, as they don't even need to purchase meat." "Is that so?" Zhang Junbao exclaimed, aghast at the cruel realities of the world. "There are even worse deeds than this," Zhang Qingyuan added, his expression serious. "That's why we refrain from ordering meats that might lead to misunderstandings." Zhang Junbao, taking 2 pairs of chopsticks, handed one to Zhang Qingyuan. "If I ever encounter such a situation, I will eliminate the threat without hesitation. Being a hero requires sustenance. Let us focus on how to earn some money first." "Is our money running low?" "Indeed, after a month without work, our savings are nearly depleted." Before long, their braised chicken, side dishes, and eel noodles arrived, and they feasted heartily. In the midst of their meal, a young man burst through the door, brandishing a kitchen knife. His gaze, bloodshot and fierce, was fixed on the well-dressed young man at the table. "Why did you kill them? They even gave you their dog. Why did you kill them?" the youth shouted, charging towards the nobleman, who merely waved his folding fan, seemingly amused by the unfolding drama. But before the youth could reach him, the silent bodyguard beside the nobleman turned, executing a swift maneuver that sent chopsticks flying like arrows towards the intruder. After entering, Zhang Junbao observed quietly. Upon hearing the young nobleman commit murder, he furrowed his brow. Noticing the guards beside the nobleman taking action, Zhang Junbao could no longer contain himself. Just as a pair of chopsticks was about to be thrust into the youth's chest, another set of chopsticks was launched from Zhang Junbao's hand, skillfully intercepting the attack. The youth, undeterred, leaped onto the table, soaring towards the nobleman. The guard, witnessing his projectile chopsticks being deflected, had no time to react before the youth was airborne, wielding a kitchen knife aimed for a strike. The guard instinctively shielded the nobleman, raising his hand to deflect the youth's blade. The youth, sprawled across the table, flailed his fists wildly, shouting in distress. "You wanted the dog from the Xiaohua family. She agreed to sell it for merely 5 taels of silver, yet you offered only 4 taels and 8 coins. Just 2 coins short. Why resort to murder? Why resort to murder?" Listening to the youth's lament, Zhang Junbao turned his gaze to Zhang Qingyuan. With a smile, he remarked, "Brother Yuan, I am not one who harbors hatred towards evil. However, my younger brother feels that if I do not eliminate him, my path will remain obstructed." Understanding, the two simultaneously turned, with Zhang Junbao striding towards the nobleman. The guard, realizing that the earlier incident with the chopsticks was Zhang Junbao's doing, understood the gravity of the situation. The nobleman, not foolish, recognized he was in over his head and quickly retreated, fear etched across his face. He pointed his fan at Zhang Junbao, stammering, "What do you want? I am the eldest son of the Luoyang Wang family. My father is the proprietor of the Wang family's bank. What do you intend to do?" Zhang Junbao paused, murmuring, "The eldest son of the bank, is it? Are you frightened now? If you are wise, you should return to your seat. We shall not interfere with one another." The nobleman believed Zhang Junbao feared his status. Yet unbeknownst to him, Zhang Junbao lifted his eyelids, channeling his internal energy. Then he must be eliminated. Chapter 15. A breakthrough in mindset. Two lifeless bodies lay on the ground, devoid of any visible wounds, utterly deceased. The innkeeper was left dumbfounded, while the assembled guests of the martial world fell into a heavy silence. The youth, having avenged a great grievance, knelt before Zhang Junbao and bowed 3 times in gratitude. Zhang Junbao accepted the boy's thanks with serene composure, returning to his meal with the same calmness as ever. After finishing their meal, Zhang Qingyuan settled the bill, for they could no longer stay at the inn. The two led their donkey onward, continuing their journey through the martial world. They could not venture into Luoyang City, for it would be unwise to show up at the doorstep of those they had just slain. Zhang Qingyuan hummed a tune, while Zhang Junbao immersed himself in a book. After a while, Zhang Junbao could no longer restrain his curiosity. "Brother Yuan, why is it that the wealthy young Master Wang is so particular about 2 coins? He is not lacking in wealth. As a son of a moneylender, surely he could easily part with 200 taels? If he found it too costly, why not simply refrain from the purchase rather than resorting to murder?" He was perplexed and could not fathom the rationale behind such actions. At a loss for words, Zhang Qingyuan pondered for a moment before responding. "Because he is a fool." "A fool, indeed?" Zhang Junbao queried. Suddenly, Zhang Qingyuan recalled a similar incident from his past life. There was a man who had called for a driver to take him to a karaoke establishment. Upon settling the bill, he shortchanged the driver by $2.60, leading to a heated argument. In a fit of rage, the driver entered the establishment and discovered that the car owner had summoned a group of young women. Enraged, the driver reported the KTV, resulting in a citywide crackdown on all entertainment venues. All of this, over a mere $2.60. How similar it was to young Master Wang's situation. The times may have changed, but the darkness of society remained. If not for Zhang Junbao, young Master Wang would continue to evade justice, unaccountable for his actions. 2 coins, like $2.60, why not relinquish them? They were both men of means. Why the reluctance? The driver operated through an online platform, adhering to the rates set by the driving company. What the company demanded was what he had to pay. Similarly, if a young woman had agreed to sell a dog for 5 taels, why alter the terms and shortchange her by 2 coins? Even if one were to seize it by force, withholding even a small portion seemed unnecessarily petty. The mindset of the wealthy was truly inscrutable. Zhang Qingyuan found it challenging to articulate his thoughts, reflecting, in truth. Zhang Junbao looked up, listening intently. In truth, they are not driven by the need for money. They? Zhang Junbao questioned, wondering if Brother Yuan had encountered individuals like young Master Wang before. He could only speculate about who Zhang Qingyuan referred to with they. The actions of such individuals might stem from a desire to assert their dominance, believing that those of lower status should merely acquiesce to their whims. "You must obey me, for I look down upon you," they might think, justifying their insults and even their willingness to kill. Ultimately, it is the stark divide between the upper class and the common people. How can they behave in such a manner? "It has always been thus," Zhang Qingyuan replied. "I find that unacceptable," Zhang Junbao declared with indignation. Zhang Qingyuan shrugged. "I too find it unacceptable, but what can be done?" His words struck Zhang Junbao like a heavy hammer, the calmness of his tone contrasting sharply with the turmoil in the youth's heart. After a moment of silence, as if resolving something within himself, Zhang Junbao raised his gaze to the distance and proclaimed, "I wish to effect change. One cannot live in such a manner. At the very least, one must treat others as human beings." "I support you," Zhang Qingyuan affirmed. "Though I may not be able to influence matters from afar, what I see before me, I must address." He clenched his fist. "Otherwise, one's moral compass remains unsteady." Zhang Qingyuan concurred. "In this world, one must strive to be a hero. A true hero serves the nation and its people. While I may not be able to make a significant impact for the nation, I can still do something for the people." Having witnessed many similar events in his past life, he understood the futility of knowing who was right and who was wrong without the power to intervene. In that existence, he had been powerless, unable to make waves against those in authority, relegating himself to the role of a mere observer. Yet in this life, he was no longer weak. He possessed the means to take action, capable of spilling blood if necessary. Zhang Qingyuan was an ordinary man, lacking the lofty ideals that would compel one to challenge the heavens with mere mortal strength. Nonetheless, within his capabilities, he could wield his blade to seek justice and settle scores. He recognized Zhang Junbao's aspirations, for they were aligned. At the very least, he believed that within his sphere of influence, he ought to strive for a cleaner environment, reducing the number of fools in the world. Indeed, let there be fewer fools. Zhang Junbao smiled. As if they had found a shared purpose and a greater understanding, both paused in their steps. Their mindset had undergone a transformation. For martial artists, breakthroughs in technique and the growth of internal strength were vital, but so too was the elevation of one's mindset. Without a proper mindset, even the most diligent practice would not yield mastery. The concept of mental clarity, while seemingly simple, was not a matter of esoteric philosophy. It was akin to a youth living without direction, spending recklessly and harboring juvenile thoughts. Yet, upon taking on the responsibilities of family and fatherhood, one would instantaneously mature. In essence, it represented growth and perspective. For Zhang Junbao, his evolution lay in understanding the purpose of martial arts and their creation, to reduce the number of fools in this world and to prevent them from engaging in foolish acts in his presence, thereby ensuring that the wise could live more securely. As night fell, the two found no suitable lodging. The sky darkened, the sun retreating as stars filled the heavens. Beneath a large tree, they kindled a fire, leaning against each other for warmth. Meanwhile, 50 miles away in Luoyang City, the Wang family patriarch gazed upon his son's lifeless body, while several women wept inconsolably. "Oh son, how can I live now that you are gone?" Old Wang's eyes brimmed with tears, his jaw clenched as his facial muscles twitched uncontrollably from profound grief. The household guards stood in silence, heads bowed, awaiting their master's command. Wang Guangxi was a man of considerable standing in Luoyang City, his wealth placing him among the top 10 in the region. He employed numerous martial experts, numbering at least 200. His son often complained about the presence of bodyguards, insisting on bringing only one for personal protection. Wang Guangxi had warned him repeatedly. Yet the youth had dismissed those concerns, asserting that no one would dare challenge him in Luoyang. Little did he know that this time, his son had been slain. He was acutely aware of his son's reckless behavior, having admonished him on several occasions, yet feeling powerless to alter his course. Now, he was consumed with regret and self-reproach, lamenting that had he been stricter in his upbringing, perhaps this tragedy could have been averted. Although he recognized his son's faults, he felt no remorse for the mother and daughter whose dog his son had killed. Yet, his anger boiled over at the thought of his son being killed due to his own reckless actions. "My son, I may discipline him, but no outsider shall lay a finger on him." After a while, two skilled individuals entered the room, glancing at the corpse on the floor. Wang Guangxi's voice was hoarse as he gritted his teeth and demanded, "Have you determined who killed my son?" It was two young Taoist priests. "What sect do they belong to? What is their background?" "It remains unclear, but tavern gossip suggests they are unaffiliated." "Unaffiliated?" Wang Guangxi narrowed his eyes, his expression becoming increasingly menacing. "Half a month ago, news reached us from Yuzhou that 6 members of the Blood Claw sect were killed in Sana Town. Oh, it is said that the perpetrators of the murder of those 6 individuals were 2 young Taoist priests." Continuing, "It is rumored that these 2 priests hail from Sana Town, though their martial skills remain a mystery, acquired from an unknown source. After slaying the 12 fiends, they fled their homeland, and it is likely that they have now arrived in our vicinity after a month. Summon all the guards from home and dispatch them to search. Even if it means turning Luoyang upside down, I must locate those 2. I shall flay their skin and extract their tendons, reducing them to fragments to avenge my son." Wang Guangxi clenched his fists and bellowed. Indeed. Chapter 16. Slaying and Scavenging. At this moment, Zhang Qingyuan and his companion had long departed the confines of Luoyang and were en route to the Yellow River. They had no intention of seeking a mentor or joining any sect. Their journey was merely to savor the breathtaking landscapes of the great Qian Empire. As previously mentioned, the geographical environment of this world bore both similarities and differences to that of their past lives. The world featured the Yellow River and the Yangtze River, but also possessed an additional river called the Tianhe in the south. In his previous life, Zhang Qingyuan had never traveled, so in this life, he was determined to behold all 3 rivers. Should they encounter a Taoist sect along the way, he would certainly pay them a visit. And if fate allowed them to witness a duel between top-tier masters, that would be even more splendid. One evening, their fortune smiled upon them as they stumbled upon a dilapidated temple. After tidying the place a bit, they set down their belongings. Having spent many nights outdoors, both were seasoned in such matters. One gathered firewood and fetched water while the other tended to the donkey, providing it with fodder. Once their tasks were complete, they sat upon the ground, surveying their surroundings. Zhang Qingyuan sighed, reminiscing about tales he had heard from storytellers in his youth. Novices like them often encountered ill-fated maidens on the road, pursued by villains, only to be rescued by gallant heroes, culminating in a poignant love story. Yet, after so many days on the road, they had encountered neither damsels in distress nor witnessed a single duel. While duels and vendettas transpired daily in the martial world, the vastness of their surroundings rendered such encounters unlikely. Zhang Junbao interjected, "Are you seeking solace in my words?" Zhang Qingyuan tossed him 2 buns. Zhang Junbao caught them deftly, taking a bite and mumbling, "Brother Yuan, why haven't the Blood Tuo sect or their enigmatic organization sought us out? Are you uncomfortable because they haven't?" Zhang Qingyuan retorted, "Not at all. I merely find it strange that the Blood Tuo sect's members, who boast such prowess, would simply fade away without further pursuit. It defies logic. When we first departed, I worried for several days." Zhang Junbao, puzzled, wondered aloud, "Isn't the feng shui sort of paramount importance? Why wouldn't they seek it? Perhaps they have already acquired it or know who took it, hence deeming it unnecessary to pursue us," Zhang Qingyuan conjectured. Zhang Junbao nodded. "That is fortunate then. It has no bearing on us. It's a pity we didn't cross paths with the one who possesses the feng shui sword. Indeed, I would have liked to give him a sound thrashing," Zhang Qingyuan replied, and they shared a knowing smile, both harboring a hint of pettiness. After their evening meal, Zhang Junbao wished to read, while Zhang Qingyuan prepared to meditate. Suddenly, the 2 donkeys outside began to bray. "Someone approaches," Zhang Qingyuan warned. Zhang Junbao chuckled. "Perhaps the maiden in distress is upon us. Brother Yuan, your destiny awaits." It was evident that his playful banter had evolved. As they looked up, a face appeared through a hole in the roof. Simultaneously, 7 or 8 figures entered through the door, encircling them. "Robbers?" Zhang Qingyuan inquired. Instead of displaying trepidation at being surrounded, they felt a thrill akin to finding a basketball or a PSP in a dull moment. Among the intruders, the leader, wielding a sword, ignored Zhang Qingyuan's question and retorted, "You are the Taoist who killed the son of the Wang family's bank, are you not?" "Indeed, we are." Zhang Qingyuan raised his hand. "I am Zheng Shan, the nameless ghost who cannot die beneath my blade. Wang Laoi offers 500 taels of silver for your lives. If you wish to avoid death now, come with us and await Wang Laoi's judgment." Zheng Shan stood confidently, cradling his sword as though Zhang Qingyuan and his companion were already in his grasp. 500 taels seemed effortless to him. Unfazed by Zheng Shan's words, Zhang Qingyuan turned to Zhang Junbao, saying, "Brother Bao, he just insulted us." "Huh?" Zhang Junbao failed to grasp the implication. Zhang Qingyuan clarified, "The 2 of us are worth 500 taels combined. That's an insult of 250 taels each. Brother Yuan, is it truly that brazen to insult us?" Zheng Shan's forehead twitched with fury. These 2 were far too disrespectful. "You're surrounded, yet still possess the audacity to retort." Fuming, he drew his sword and commanded, "Charge." Before his words faded, Zheng Shan had already struck. The sword leapt from its sheath with a piercing sound, slicing through the air with remarkable swiftness, embodying the name of a flying sword. The figure above followed suit, descending with a weighty presence, reminiscent of a mountain pressing down, causing the very air to feel heavy. The remaining 6 henchmen, led by their master, brandished their weapons, readying themselves for battle. Sword energy, blade glimmers, and vibrant gusts of power filled the air. The spectacular display of martial prowess would have marked them as elite in the world of the smiling, proud wanderer. Yet in this realm, they were mere foot soldiers. In truth, all martial arts philosophies across different worlds are quite similar. It is merely the limitations of the world that dictate the strength of one's abilities. Zhang Qingyuan dodged the sword energy, lunging forward with a punch. Enveloped in a layer of wind, though Zheng Shan evaded it, one of his underlings was less fortunate, colliding face-first with Zhang Qingyuan's fist. As Zhang Junbao dodged the sword energy, he raised his hands to catch the descending figure. The hefty man, seeing this, felt a surge of confidence. believing his weighty descent would be easily caught. Even his master would not dare to intercept. As he prepared to bask in glory, his energy surged, enhancing his speed. Zhang Junbao, employing the principles of Tai Chi, adhere, push, and rotate, managed to spin the hefty man around him like a bowling ball before releasing him. The man crashed to the ground, his momentum undiminished, continuing to tumble forward. The sound of impact echoed, while those henchmen who witnessed the hefty man barreling towards them hastily dodged. Two unfortunate souls, unable to evade in time, were swept away alongside their comrade. Before they could even graze Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao's attire, they had already lost 3 of their ranks. Zheng Shan, seething with rage, thrust his sword forward with a speed that was almost untraceable. Zhang Qingyuan, using his fingers like a blade, flickered with barely visible arcs of electricity. He dodged Zheng Shan's sword and swiftly aimed for his throat. Zheng Shan, quick on the uptake, parried Zhang Qingyuan's fingers with his sword and retaliated with a kick, creating distance between them. In a mere 3 exchanges, Zheng Shan realized that these 2 youngsters were not to be underestimated. Meteor sword technique, he declared, abandoning any pretense of arrogance. The wind howled as the sword energy surged, a flurry of strikes cascading like a meteor shower. At that moment, Zhang Qingyuan felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have procured a sword. While his finger technique could strike, it lacked the capability to defend. No matter how skilled one could not merely use their fingers to counter sword energy, though one could defend with inner strength. How much of that inner power could one afford to expend? In dire circumstances, who could withstand such waste? Indeed, top-tier masters could use their true energy to defend, but that was due to their vast reserves. Zhang Qingyuan, despite being gifted, had only practiced for 6 months. His inner strength was insufficient for such extravagant use. Having evaded Zheng Shan's 24 swords, he finally discerned a flaw in the technique. With a swift maneuver akin to a hawk's somersault, he sidestepped the onslaught, leaping to a position above Zheng Shan. In that fleeting moment, his sword descended upon Zheng Shan's head. A crack resounded as he landed, leaving Zheng Shan feeling utterly weakened, his sword slipping from his grasp with a clatter. Turning around, he beheld Zhang Junbao in pursuit of an individual, while the rest had already been dispatched. Zhang Junbao executed an agile leap, swiftly closing the distance to strike the man in the back, resulting in the latter's demise. Upon entering the room, Zhang Junbao found Zhang Qingyuan examining the corpses. Perplexed, he inquired, "Brother, what are you doing?" "I'm checking if they have any money," Zhang Qingyuan replied. "Do you still want the money of the dead?" Zhang Junbao questioned, taken aback by the notion. He prided himself on his integrity, believing that a righteous person should not desecrate the remains of the deceased. Zhang Qingyuan shot him a glance of disdain and continued his search, remarking, "Without understanding the value of household expenses, one cannot appreciate the weight of wasted resources. They have perished, and their wealth lying unclaimed is a travesty. I have stated before, waste is disgraceful, but we need to eat, boss." Zhang Qingyuan lamented. Zhang Junbao pondered this, his old beliefs crumbling as new ideas began to take shape. He turned to rummage through other bodies, and after a moment, he lifted his head and suddenly asked, "Why didn't we search Prince Wang's corpse that day?" Zhang Qingyuan paused, momentarily taken aback. He looked at his brother and replied helplessly, "Because that day, we still had money." Zhang Junbao was momentarily confused, but soon the realization dawned upon him. "Because we had money, you forgot. Today, lacking funds, you remember." "Clever," he concluded. Chapter 17. What are you being so petty about? Just a couple of silver coins? Zhang Junbao, after counting the meager wealth they possessed, found it utterly inconceivable. Among the 7 or 8 men, the leader Zheng Shan, who was remarkably skilled in martial arts and possessed commendable swordsmanship, could hardly have merely 2 taels of silver in his pocket. Even more infuriating was the fact that the others collectively had only 1 tael. Zhang Junbao, perplexed, sat on the ground, lost in thought. How could it be so little? He turned to Zhang Qingyuan, always seeking answers from his elder brother. Zhang Junbao had grown accustomed to this approach, increasingly drawn to digging deeper into matters. Without clarity, he found it impossible to sleep, or it would leave him agitated throughout the day. Seeing his gaze, Zhang Qingyuan shrugged and then lay on the ground, feigning death, closing his eyes and holding his breath, quite convincingly. "What are you doing?" Zhang Junbao asked, bewildered. Unmoved, Zhang Qingyuan replied, "Come. Check how much money I have on this corpse." "That is not the same." "How is it not the same?" He countered. "We are poor, to begin with, and have no money. We are merely traveling on foot, with no income. Zhang Qingyuan sat up cross-legged and stated, "What's the difference? They are poor too. But don't you think that after years of martial arts training, they should be able to earn a living in the Jianghu with their skills?" Zhang Junbao nodded, likening it to being a bodyguard, which earns 2 taels a month. A single escort mission could yield at least 10 taels in bonuses. When accounting for food and other expenses, how much could one possibly spend? "You're right," Zhang Qingyuan affirmed initially, then added, "Your perspective suggests saving money is quite simple. Yet for those in the Jianghu, saving is more challenging than anything else." "Why?" Zhang Qingyuan stood up and approached Zhang Shan's lifeless body. And Zhang Junbao's gaze followed him. Zhang Shan, a masterful swordsman, practiced the art of the killing sword. His skillful technique indicated he was likely a disciple of some sect, who, after mastering his craft, ventured into the Jianghu, gathering a band of followers. When he first entered the Jianghu, he shared ambitions and aspirations, desiring to be a righteous hero, upholding justice. Zhang Qingyuan, eyes closed, seemed to be narrating Zhang Shan's life. However, it took little time for the harsh realities of society to batter him mercilessly. He wished to become a guard in the residence of a wealthy merchant. But with the skills, the affluent would hire better. He sought to join a reputable organization, only to find the workload overwhelming and tedious, subject to the whims of superiors. Enduring their scorn, all while receiving meager pay at month's end. In frustration, he left this organization, seeking another job. Yet, he found himself unable to secure any position. Major sects and organizations barred him due to his skills. In mid-tier associations, he began at the lowest rung, forced to endure what others could not, living uncomfortably. Small sects and organizations were beneath his notice. Street performances, he deemed, would insult his dignity and martial prowess. After being battered by society, he reluctantly settled for a mediocre life in the Jianghu, gathering a few followers to collect debts, gather information, kill, and capture notorious bandits for the Six Doors Agency. Why engage in such work? Because ultimately, it allows for self-employment. He is his own boss, earning more and enjoying freedom. Indeed, so he ought to have money. Zhang Junbao mused, growing increasingly confused. Zhang Qingyuan nodded, affirming, "That is true, yet you fail to grasp the nature of humanity." Taoism advocates for effortless governance, aligning with the natural order, and following one's true heart. Confucianism speaks of the primal desires of food and sex. Buddhism even has the joyful Buddha. Once unshackled, what awaits them is indulgence and freedom. After risking their lives for a job, isn't it only natural to seek enjoyment? After toiling tirelessly, is it unreasonable to return home and buy a few pounds of meat? Not unreasonable. Then is it excessive to indulge in good wine? Not excessive. To visit a tavern or a brothel, is that excessive? He hesitated, initially thinking it excessive, but upon reflection, deemed it not so. For individuals like them in the Jianghu, uncertain of when death may arrive, seizing joy and savoring life seemed to be their philosophy. "I understand now, Brother Yuan. They earn money for indulgence and enjoyment. Hence, they do not save. They spend what they have and earn anew when needed." Precisely. After being battered by society, only through the haze of alcohol or surrounded by sensual pleasures can they find their paradise. In other words, my relentless struggle is merely to savor that drink offered to me by a courtesan, Zhang Qingyuan teased, raising an eyebrow. Yet Zhang Junbao still sensed something amiss, but could not articulate it. Zhang Qingyuan comprehended his thoughts and explained, "Not everyone is like you. While you rise each day with determination, you can resist and self-regulate your mood, maintaining your true self and avoiding moral decline. But not everyone possesses your strength. Most succumb easily to desire. In fact, there are few like you who can uphold their integrity in this world. The majority are mundane beings, driven by a few pieces of silver, the need for 3 meals, the pursuit of fame in the Jianghu, and the dreams of prosperity for their descendants. Many aspire to be officials, kings, or even emperors. Even the virtuous who cultivate Buddhism or Taoism occasionally entertain base thoughts. I would not believe you have never considered such things." Zhang Junbao's face flushed instantly, lowering his head as if searching for something. Thus, those who can withstand temptation are the enlightened, while those who cannot are the fallen. Zhang Junbao fell silent. "I understand now. You truly possess great insight, Brother Yuan. Your interpretation of Zhang Shan is remarkably profound." "Profound? I was once like that. I am not interpreting him. I am merely reflecting on my own experiences, or perhaps channeling the thoughts of the majority of ordinary people." Looking at Zhang Junbao, he sighed. Had he not encountered him, he might have been Zhang Shan himself. Upon graduating, filled with ambition, he crafted a plan, securing a job with a monthly income of 10,000, renting a modest apartment for 800, budgeting 2,000 for food and transport, and allowing 1,000 for clothing and utilities. Surely, he could save 5,000 a month. 5,000 a month translates to 60,000 a year. After 3 years, he could afford a down payment in his hometown. However, upon entering society, he discovered its harshness. Many lucrative positions felt unattainable due to his low qualifications, while jobs offering 3,000 or 4,000 were beneath him. Delivering food or packages seemed arduous. Yet earning 10,000 monthly was not a dream if done well. Yet, as a university graduate, why should he stoop to such menial service? Others without degrees were doing so. If he, a university graduate, had to resort to such work, wouldn't he that render his education futile? Ultimately, after many twists and turns, he achieved nothing. After enduring the harsh realities, he returned home, finding a job at a real estate agency. Exhausted after a month, he managed to sell 2 properties, only to face the challenges of being undermined by seasoned employees and bearing the brunt of his superiors' mistakes. With patience, he honed his communication skills, forced himself to adapt, and gradually attracted more clients, becoming a seasoned professional. In a month, he sold 7 or 8, even exceeding 10. His boss, recognizing his prowess, treated him with respect. After a month of hard work, treating friends to a meal and drinks seems quite reasonable. Visiting a bathhouse, a billiard hall, or even embarking on a journey does not seem excessive. In the spirit of revelry, one might indulge in pleasures. The old mindset of saving 10,000 only to spend 5,000 has long since faded. Now, it's merely about charming the elderly by day and being charmed by young women by night. Once, I shared my story online, only to be met with a flood of comments from self-proclaimed sophisticates who claimed they never frequented bathhouses, never indulged in foot massages, and never partook in drinking, smoking, or visiting bars and karaoke. They likened themselves to virtuous souls, preserving their purity for their future wives and maintaining fidelity for their current spouses. Their sole pursuits revolved around earning money and being dedicated to their professions, all while casting judgment from a moral high ground upon those like me. Are you all such paragons of virtue? As if the entertainment venues across the nation were solely established for my benefit, with all their profits attributed to me? Zhang Qingyuan pondered for a moment, bending down to retrieve Zhang Shan's sword. He cleaned the blade and sheathed it, only to discover an inscription on the sheath. Inghui Swordsmith. Suggested retail price, 5 taels of silver. A chuckle escaped him as he glanced at Zhang Shan. This truly amused him. Drawing the sword, its gleaming white blade shone brilliantly. It appeared that Inghui Swordsmith was indeed a reputable merchant. Meanwhile, Zhang Junbao secured the silver, still reflecting on their conversation. Brother Yuan, it is fortunate that both of us are refined individuals, steadfast in our principles, untainted by desires for wine, beauty, or wealth. Wait, Zhang Qingyuan interjected hastily. Do not set any expectations for me. As for wine and wealth, I can manage to abstain from drinking and greed, but the other two? I cannot resist. Desires for beauty? I have no intention of remaining single, do you? Zhang Junbao shook his head fervently, as he too had no desire for solitude. Such desires are merely petty. Why pretend otherwise? Indeed, quite so. Chapter 18. The blue butterfly glides through the clouds indeed. This is exhausting. At this rate, we shall be utterly worn out. Zhang Junbao leaned against a tree, wielding an iron sword. Ever since encountering Zhang Shan and his entourage last night, 3 additional groups had sought them out throughout the night. Though none had inflicted harm upon them, the relentless pursuit was draining. Zhang Qingyuan, squatting nearby as he rummaged through a corpse, chuckled and inquired, "Is the experience of being a hero not what you anticipated? Upon taking a life, you attract a swarm of pursuers. I harbor no regrets. Should I encounter such individuals again, I would still eliminate the scourge for the people," Zhang Junbao replied resolutely. "Then let us refrain from complaints." Zhang Qingyuan stuffed the coins he had retrieved into his clothing, having anticipated this scenario. The tales had been told ad nauseum, yet they adhered to reason. Such is human nature, hence the saying, when grievances arise, when will they cease? Moreover, even if one does not possess such traits, following Zhang Junbao would inevitably lead to similar encounters, for his character remained unyielding. After a few more chases, we shall no longer face such troubles. Why is that? Because these petty henchmen will cease to appear. They are motivated by profit, not by a desire for death. With these initial groups assessing our skills, they will soon realize they are no match for us. Once they comprehend this, they shall abandon the task, and the next to arrive will be formidable adversaries. Is that so? Zhang Junbao's eyes sparkled with renewed determination. Indeed. Zhang Qingyuan pondered further, then added, however, it is also possible that knowing we are not easily subdued, Lord Wang will raise the bounty. If 500 taels are insufficient, he may increase it to 1,000 or even 1,500, with a higher reward. There will inevitably be more reckless individuals willing to risk their lives. After all, money has always swayed hearts. What then? Zhang Junbao's spirits sagged once more. He longed to engage with skilled opponents, as the petty thugs could no longer provide him with the thrill he sought. Only true masters could enhance his combat experience. Thus, we must flee. How shall we do that? Zhang Qingyuan glanced at the 2 donkeys accompanying them, laden with burdens. We shall abandon our supplies and proceed lightly. Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao released the 2 donkeys. In that instant, the creatures vanished into the wilderness, perhaps returning to the embrace of nature itself. They prepared 2 bundles, one containing their secret manuals and a few scriptures, the other containing a change of clothes. Each now possessed a sword, acquired from their fallen foes. With their lighter load, the pair opted for narrow paths, encountering no one over the course of 3 days. Without the burden of the donkeys, their pace quickened significantly. By the afternoon of the 3rd day, they arrived at a town named Xia County, a place where even the locals were unaware of its limits. Upon entering, they were greeted by a bustling atmosphere, teeming with life. They sought out an inn and took a seat indoors. Within the inn, several tables were occupied, with 7 or 8 groups of guests present. Each patron bore a fierce demeanor, and as soon as the 2 entered, all eyes were drawn to them. Is it them? One murmured. Perhaps. What shall we do? Let us wait and observe. The patrons whispered among themselves, having come specifically to confront Zhang Qingyuan and his companion. The Wang family's bank wielded considerable influence near Luoyang, and Lord Wang was known to be generous with his gold. Therefore, Zhang Qingyuan's earlier concerns had indeed come to fruition. In the vicinity of Luoyang, several bodies had been discovered, all sharing a common fate, leading to the realization that Zhang Qingyuan and his companion were responsible. Once the news reached back home, Lord Wang raised the bounty to 3,000 taels, vowing vengeance for his son's death. Life or death mattered not. Their sole aim was to eliminate the 2. 3,000 taels could purchase over 6,000 stones of ordinary rice, acquire a courtyard in the outer city of the capital, secure 5 or 6 days with a common courtesan from the capital's brothel, or procure 600 iron swords from the Yinghui forge, or even 300,000 sheets of medicinal plaster. The sheer value of 3,000 taels was evident. Thus, they had discreetly positioned themselves at various transportation hubs. In the larger cities and smaller towns surrounding Luoyang, they no longer fought individually, but had united as a formidable force. The innkeeper sensed the tension in the air. Ever since these 2 had entered, the atmosphere had grown markedly colder. Esteemed guests, will you be dining or lodging? The innkeeper inquired. Rooms for the night, please. Bring us 2 dishes and 2 bowls of rice, Zhang Qingyuan ordered. At once, the innkeeper hastily departed, eager to avoid entanglement in their affairs. Brother, what do you suppose they are plotting? Zhang Junbao asked, sipping his tea and surveying the room. Zhang Qingyuan mirrored his actions, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Who knows? Perhaps they are all mute. The surrounding patrons stirred at this remark, though none dared to act hastily. After all, the reputation of these 2 had preceded them, and they did not believe themselves superior to the previous groups that had faced them. A gathering of mutes is indeed a rare sight, Zhang Junbao concurred. Indeed, how pitiful, came the murmurs from the crowd, fists clenched, glaring at the 2. Brother, they are watching us. Do you think our voices are too loud for them to overhear? Oh, do you think they could hear us if we spoke quietly? Zhang Junbao feigned covering his mouth, glancing at Zhang Qingyuan. I doubt they could hear, otherwise they'd have struck by now. Oh, then there is no harm in speaking softly. Such audacity. With a resounding bang, one patron could no longer contain himself, slamming his hands on the table and rising to confront Zhang Qingyuan and his companion. You are the murderers of young Master Wang, are you not? Zhang Junbao was taken aback, whispering to Zhang Qingyuan, Brother, they are not mute. You insolent brat, how dare you insult me? Lower your voice, you're attracting attention. Zhang Qingyuan winked at Zhang Junbao. Understood, I will be quieter, he replied, mimicking his brother's earlier tone. Everyone to arms. The patrons rose en masse, brandishing their swords and knives. See, they become agitated, Zhang Qingyuan remarked, his tone shifting to seriousness. Weren't they supposed to be mute? Simultaneously, they turned to face the angry crowd. Young heroes, we are all reasonable individuals, one older swordsman stated, his expression devoid of emotion. Why do you insult us? A true man walks the martial world with integrity. Why resort to petty squabbles? Zhang Qingyuan licked his lips and retorted, you block our path, seeking our lives. Do you not? Huh. If you choose to surrender, we could take you back to Lord Wang for judgment. How absurd. You seek our lives. Yet we cannot have our say. With such pressure in these past days, if we do not release our pent-up frustrations, we risk losing our minds. You. Before he could finish, Zhang Junbao raised his thumb and grinned. Brother, you have a knack for easing tension. Jesting and provoking others can indeed lighten the mood. Isn't that the truth? It's truly pitiful, Zhang Qingyuan added, observing the crowd's furrowed brows and clenched fists. Brother, they are all glaring at us. Do we speak too loudly? Do you think they could hear us if we whispered? Zhang Junbao mimicked a conspiratorial gesture. I doubt they could hear, otherwise. They would have attacked by now. Then we need not worry. Let us keep our voices down. Such arrogance. With a loud crash, one patron could no longer contain his fury, rising from his seat to confront Zhang Qingyuan and his companion. You are the murderers of young Master Wang. Zhang Junbao was taken aback, whispering to Zhang Qingyuan, Brother, they are not mute. You insolent child, how dare you insult me? Keep your voice down. You are attracting attention. Zhang Qingyuan shot back. Understood. I will be quieter, Zhang Junbao replied, feigning innocence. Everyone, to arms. The patrons surged forward, weapons drawn, ready to engage in battle. As Zhang Qingyuan was about to draw his sword, he was intercepted by Zhang Junbao. After several days of combat, a sudden inspiration struck him. Just moments ago, he conceived a rudimentary form of a technique, albeit in its preliminary stages, which he intended to refine. In an instant, Zhang Junbao plunged into the crowd. His movements graceful and light, akin to a butterfly among flowers. His steps were deft yet unperturbed, weaving seamlessly through the throng, while not a single person could even graze the hem of his garment. This technique had emerged from Zhang Junbao's experiences in battling multiple opponents. He realized that engaging in relentless combat, particularly in one versus many scenarios, led to rapid depletion of both internal energy and stamina. If he could master an effective method of evasion against a multitude of attackers, the consumption of his energy could be significantly mitigated. Over the past few days, he fortuitously encountered several butterflies in the mountains, igniting his creative spark. Now he found himself in a living laboratory for his newfound technique. He danced through the crowd, appearing light and elusive, much like a child attempting to catch a butterfly. To the untrained eye, the butterfly seemed to flutter slowly, easily within reach. Yet, just as one reached out, it would invariably evade capture at the last moment. This encapsulated the essence of his technique. As Zhang Junbao flitted among the group, they found themselves growing increasingly frustrated and anxious. Particularly, when he mentioned that this peculiar style was a spontaneous creation, they marveled at the potential of his innate talent. While breakthroughs during battle were not unheard of, who had ever heard of someone inventing martial arts in the heat of combat? Their skepticism only intensified as they witnessed his remarkable agility. Do not panic. He aims to disrupt our morale, one of them exclaimed. Zhang Junbao fixed his gaze upon the speaker, and in the next instant, he closed the distance with 2 swift steps, delivering a backhanded strike. You talk too much. After dispatching that opponent, Zhang Junbao had nearly perfected his technique, evading with finesse while calling out, Brother Yuan, have you grasped it? I have, Zhang Qingyuan replied. It needs a name. Pondering for a moment, he was suddenly inspired by a melody that played in his mind. Let us call it the Azure Butterfly's cloud-skimming steps. With that declaration, he too plunged into the fray. Previously, without a technique, he had relied solely on instinct and experience to dodge, defend, and counterattack. Now, equipped with this new skill, combat became considerably more manageable. Just as Duan Yu possessed no martial arts yet could bewilder first-rate masters with his Lingbo Weibu, when combined with the 6 Meridian sword, he became a master of displacement. Thus, the significance of technique was undeniably evident. When Zhang Qingyuan joined the fray, the crowd beheld his movements, mirroring those of Zhang Junbao, and were instantly disarmed. Can this truly be something newly created and learned? They scoffed. You must be jesting. If what they claimed was true, their talents would indeed be godlike. However, Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao remained unfazed by their thoughts, for they were merely speaking the truth. Chapter 19. We are reasonable. Zhang Qingyuan finally experienced the joy of a hero with mobility. In the realm of League of Legends, there exists Yasuo, in honor of kings. There is Han Xian. With ample mobility, one cannot be easily caught. With abundant movement, one can come and go as they please. This truly embodies the essence of traversing through a myriad of flowers without a single petal touching the body. Among a throng of armed individuals, weaving in and out like a butterfly, indeed, death is but a breeze, always accompanying me. Bang, 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 the two danced like butterflies, their arms resembling the wings of these delicate creatures. Moments later, within the inn's hall, apart from the two of them, no one else could stand to speak. They lay on the ground, clutching their wounds in agony. This time, Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao did not resort to lethal measures as they had in previous encounters. Zhang Qingyuan approached a particularly irritable man, who, though internally injured from a palm strike to his chest, bore his pain in silence and glared at him fiercely. Whether to kill or to spare is entirely up to you, he growled defiantly. Zhang Qingyuan clapped his hands, acknowledging, indeed, a man of resolve. May I inquire your esteemed name, valiant hero? I am Wang Hu of the Broken Blade sect, and I shall not change my name nor my surname. Ah, brother Hu, what is your intention? Zhang Qingyuan inquired, surveying the fallen adversaries, most severely injured, while some had perished from mere ordinary attacks. Esteemed heroes, Zhang Qingyuan began, cupping his fists in respect, you are all valiant men of the rivers and lakes, and it is only just to earn a living through your endeavors. My brothers and I, being newcomers to this realm, lack experience. However, I believe that as men of this world, it is not wrong to draw our blades in the face of injustice, is it? The crowd looked perplexed, but as they were at the mercy of fate, they could only listen. The Wang family's young master has oppressed the common folk, killing a mother and daughter for a mere 2 coins. My brothers and I are merely seeking to punish the wicked and eliminate the unjust, which is not a fault, is it? The crowd exchanged glances, and soon, a few of the more timid began to waver. Indeed, we once possessed such righteous hearts, but life has dulled our edges. Why seek death when we can live? Besides, what he said does not seem unreasonable. Upon hearing their agreement, Zhang Qingyuan smiled. Precisely. My brothers and I strive to eradicate evil and uphold righteousness, which is certainly not a fault. The old Wang's son has met his demise. He seeks vengeance for his child, and that too is not a fault. The group was bewildered, unable to grasp his meaning. Wang Hu interjected, if you and Wang Million are not at fault, then does that imply we are? Zhang Qingyuan exchanged knowing glances with him. This is a matter between my brother and the Wang family. You insist on inserting yourselves. Wave after wave of conflict arises. We were once upstanding youths, yet you came charging in, calling for blood. What can we do but defend ourselves? In defending ourselves, we inadvertently struck back at you. And then, the tale shall spread through the rivers and lakes, painting us as the cruel ones, bestowing upon us the sinister moniker of the jade-faced duo of calamity, making us appear as great fiends. Who shall we reason with? Zhang Qingyuan lamented, his expression one of aggrievement. Is it still our fault? A group of river and lake dwellers looked at him in disbelief. So today, my brother and I shall let you go. But I ask you to convey our message throughout the realm. If you wish to earn, that is fine. But those lacking in martial skills should refrain from seeking their demise at our hands. In the end, it would be a senseless loss of innocent lives. And my brother and I would not bear that lightly. Rest assured, I, Zhang Dao, shall convey your words. One among them declared, indeed, should the Taoists spare us today, we shall surely speak on your behalf. Thank you all. Zhang Qingyuan clasped his fists in gratitude. You spineless fools. He is mocking you. Can you not see that? Wang Hu bellowed in anger. Zhang Qingyuan shrugged. You see, brother Hu is still displeased with us. Curse you. Wang Hu struggled to rise, drawing his blade to strike. Yet, before his sword could reach Zhang Qingyuan, the latter executed a swift 9-yang palm, silencing him once and for all. Gasps filled the room. It was evident he had indeed shown mercy. Zhang Qingyuan, with hands raised in exasperation, pleaded, Gentlemen, do not make it difficult for us. I have already declared your reprieve. Yet you persist, forcing my hand as if we were the fickle villains here. The crowd turned their heads away. Is it not true? Who among you entered the door hurling insults at us, seeking to humiliate us for their amusement? Zhang Qingyuan understood their gazes, realizing that they assumed their aggression would incite a brawl. Since a fight is inevitable, Why concern ourselves with insults? The others, disheartened, felt a curious sense of righteousness envelop them. Unable to overpower or out-argue the two, they surrendered. Esteemed Taoists, we are willing to advocate for your kindness. Thank you. With that, Zhang Qingyuan paid them no further heed, signaling to Zhang Junbao. Summon the innkeeper and have them tidy up downstairs. And please bring the previously ordered meals to our rooms. What occurs below is of no concern to us. Their restraint was not born from compassion. For Zhang Junbao was certainly not one to spare lives out of softness. Who would claim that a volatile elder who had dominated the martial world for decades possessed such a trait? The martial world is inherently one of conflict, a realm of life and death. Few gentle souls survive to see the end. Their mutual understanding and refraining from lethal force stemmed from an unwavering confidence in their ability to handle the rabble. With the agility of the blue butterfly gliding cloud step, they only needed to inflict wounds upon their adversaries. Previously, without such skill, they required a fatal blow to prevent further retaliation, which drained both stamina and inner strength. Now, with their newfound agility, they could land blows with minimal energy expenditure, relying solely on ordinary strikes to incapacitate their foes. Should any adversary persist in their aggression, they would find themselves unable to catch them, and even if they managed to close the distance. Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao remained well-equipped to dismantle weakened opponents with minimal effort. Thus, witnessing their remarkable agility would instill fear in their enemies. With no need for full force, merely ordinary attacks could showcase the compassionate nature of the two Taoists. Even if someone were to succumb to an ordinary strike, it could not be held against them. Ultimately, if anyone still sought conflict, they would be met with decisive action, placing the blame squarely upon the aggressors. My brother and I have already spared you. Why must you continue to provoke us, driving yourselves to a fate of your own making? Is that not a sign of folly? Moreover, one must not resort to killing indiscriminately. Excessive bloodshed stirs the blood and heightens anger. Zhang Junbao's teachings, rooted in Taoism, emphasized that a volatile temperament hinders future cultivation. Thus, it became necessary to relieve stress appropriately. Previously, they had resorted to petty provocations as an effective, if somewhat crude, method of stress relief. Yet, refraining from murder could alleviate the burden even further. Most importantly, if everyone were slain, who would carry their names to glory? Zhang Qingyuan had initially intended to explore leisurely before gradually integrating into the martial world. Yet now, faced with such circumstances, he would plunge into the fray and seize the opportunity for renown. As for how to achieve it, that would depend on his subsequent actions. Chapter 20. The path to fame in the Jianghu is enigmatic. Zhang Junbao meticulously summarized the key points of his martial arts techniques, documenting both the methods of cultivation and their applications. Another volume of martial arts scripture was added to his collection, further enriching his repertoire. Over the following days, the two spent their time in the inn. After breakfast, Zhang Junbao, perplexed, inquired, Yuan Go, are we truly going to proceed this way? Indeed, through several battles, the sun condensing pulse technique had successfully advanced to the 5th level, and the internal energy had transformed into sun true qi. Even the Daqian condensing pulse technique had reached its 2nd level. Coupled with the blue butterfly gliding step, their powers had significantly augmented. Zhang Qingyuan's gaze radiated confidence. Internal energy and true qi are essentially the same essence. The distinction lies in the purity of the energy, with true qi being of a higher caliber. Qi can also be referred to as qi, yet one should not underestimate internal energy, assuming it to be inferior due to its lower purity. This is a misconception. Both 92 and 98 octane gasoline are gasoline. Both can ignite and power a vehicle. Some individuals spend their entire lives practicing internal martial arts, and yet they remain at that level until death. But to compare a century of internal energy with 50 years of true qi, who is superior? In truth, they are equivalent. If both were to employ the same martial arts, in the end, the one with 50 years of true qi would still fall short against a century of internal energy. For even if his true qi is exquisitely pure, it lacks the reservoir of the other. While 98 octane gasoline may burn longer and allow for greater distance, it does not achieve a qualitative transformation. The crux lies in who wields it and how it is utilized. Even if Zhang Junbao does not convert his internal energy into true qi, by the age of 30, he could still dominate the world. It ultimately hinges on individual capability. Xiao Feng's Taizu Long Fist is not comparable to the Taizu Long Fist of an ordinary practitioner. Thus, True qi in another's hands may prove less effective than internal energy. However, Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao possess the ability to maximize the utility of true qi. Zhang Junbao remained somewhat apprehensive, gazing out the window with concern. But in these past few days, over 100 martial artists have gathered in the county town. Just now, the innkeeper informed me that at least a dozen groups have come to inquire about us. Is that not sufficient? More must come, Zhang Qingyuan replied. To make a name for ourselves, we must create a constructive spectacle. Is the spectacle not constructive enough? Zhang Qingyuan laughed. Recall the time when Zhou Huaiyu, armed with a single sword, infiltrated the Tianshan sect, slaying all 127 masters, including the sect leader. Upon returning to Yunzhou, he subdued numerous top-tier masters, establishing the Tianjin city and creating a lasting legend. Even now, Tianjin city remains one of the foremost sects in the Jianghu. Through their recent adventures in the Jianghu, Zhang Qingyuan had gained a modicum of understanding regarding the various factions within the Daqian Jianghu, the 3 temples, 6 sects, and 12 schools, among others. The unparalleled yin-yang sword of heaven and earth, the long spear of white snow, traverses the heavens. Zhang Qingyuan recited a poem, a playful summary of the top sects and martial prowess within the Jianghu. Could you elucidate how these sects and masters achieve their renown? Zhang Junbao murmured. Through confrontation, Zhang Qingyuan replied. This is significant. Not to mention, within the 3 temples lies Shaolin, where you have spent time. You should have some understanding of their tactics. Zhang Qingyuan retorted with a roll of his eyes. What are Shaolin's tactics? He continued. They simply adopt the mantle of the Jianghu's foremost authority to impart wisdom to the entire realm. Regardless of the validity of their arguments, they must be heeded. Failure to listen equates to descending into demonic paths. As a revered monk of Shaolin, is it excessive to vanquish demons? Hence, Zhang Qingyuan resolved to adopt a similar approach to achieving fame as Shaolin. Once the county town became bustling, he would take Zhang Junbao with him to disseminate wisdom. He did not believe he could persuade the entire Jianghu alone. Yet, if reason failed, both he and his brother were no strangers to martial prowess. Brother, it seems Shaolin has indeed sent someone, Zhang Junbao suddenly announced. Huh? Zhang Qingyuan exclaimed. I heard from the innkeeper that not only did the Wang family send their experts, but numerous renowned sects have dispatched disciples to join the fray. What? Zhang Qingyuan felt as if his head was spinning. Who has come? Zhang Junbao counted on his fingers. From the 3 temples, Shaolin, from the 6 sects, Huashan and the Beggars sect, from the 4 gates, Tianmen, and from the next tier, the Hehuan sect and the Chongqing Mountain Manor, among others. Wait, does the Wang family possess such influence? If they had these connections, why did they remain in Zhongzhou when they could traverse the world? That is not the case, Yuan Gu, you misunderstand, Zhang Junbao hastily clarified. These prominent sects are not coming for the Wang family's 5,000 taels of silver. Oh, has it increased to 5,000 taels? Yes, Zhang Junbao replied helplessly. In truth, I believe you need not exert further effort to establish our fame, for outside, our renown has already begun to spread. The matter was quite simple. The catalyst was that due to Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao's recent commotion, many masters had met their demise before the 2. This led the Wang family's guards and the Jianghu denizens of Zhongzhou to begin speculating about the origins of the 18-year-old Taoist. At 18, with such formidable skills, there must certainly be a powerful backing. Thus, they commenced their inquiries into the duo's backgrounds. As the saying goes, 3 men make a tiger, and their reputation grew increasingly peculiar. Dressed in Taoist robes, they were presumed to belong to a purely Taoist sect. The most prominent Taoist sects in the Jianghu were naturally the Pure Yang sect and the Chuanjin sect. Even if they were not disciples of these 2 grand sects, they must belong to a secondary tier, Longhu Mountain, Shaolin Temple, Taiyin Zwanking sect, Tai Sword sect, Kunlun Wujigong, Kunlun Zuan Pavilion, Kunlun Yushu Palace, Wujiguan, and so forth. Although these were merely second-tier Taoist sects, each leader was formidable and not to be trifled with. It was all too easy to eliminate them. However, one must possess the means to spend their earnings. Without a background, even the most talented individuals could be extinguished with ease. The real concern lay in having a powerful backing. Should one play the fool and kill them, it could provoke a powerful figure seeking revenge for their disciple, resulting in disastrous consequences. Yet, upon investigation, they found no trace of the duo's origins. Their martial skills did not align with any established sect. Eventually, someone in Sanha town learned of their names. According to the townsfolk, the pair had taken refuge there the previous year, Zhang Junbao was reclusive, while Zhang Qingyuan made a living by fortune-telling at the crossroads. When two small factions clashed, they were compelled to reveal their martial abilities to save others. After much effort, they discovered that the person saved bore the surname Li and was an elderly lady. Following several twists and turns, they encountered Zhao Pengju on their way to Jizhou. Zhao Pengju recounted, with exuberance, that the two had initially been untrained in martial arts. It was only 6 months prior that he had personally visited them to guide their understanding of the flow of meridians, enabling their successful initiation into martial arts. Subsequently, they delved into their studies of internal energy and swordplay at home. After 6 months, they had successfully honed their skills. Zhao Pengju spoke with such enthusiasm, as if to say that their accomplishments were entirely his doing. Shortly thereafter, the inquirers proposed a challenge to Zhao Pengju, demanding a sparring session. In just 10 exchanges, Zhao Pengju was defeated. The inquirers deemed him boastful. How could two youths who had slain so many masters in Zhongzhou possibly have been trained by him? Zhao Pengju felt quite aggrieved, attempting to clarify that he had not taught them martial arts. Rather, it was they who had pondered and cultivated their skills, while he merely imparted the principles of internal energy. Alas, the more he explained, the more others deemed him to be boasting, leading to yet another beating. News of this incident returned to the Central Plains, igniting a tremendous uproar within the martial arts community. 17 years old, practicing alone at home, and yet managing to develop such prowess? Is this some sort of storytelling? Can there truly be such extraordinary individuals in this world? Unless, of course, it was the reincarnation of the true martial emperor or the rebirth of Erling Shun. Initially, disbelief prevailed, but somehow, the news reached Shaolin. Upon hearing it, Shaolin wondered, what? Zhang Junbao has become so formidable? Inquiries were made at Shaolin. Esteemed elders, do you know these two? Shaolin responded, we do not recognize Zhang Qingyuan. But Zhang Junbao was merely a novice in our temple a year ago. Can he wield martial arts? They continued. He clandestinely learned our Shaolin internal techniques and knows a few moves of the Luohan fist. Who would have imagined that a mere boy, cast down from the mountain, would dare to employ our Shaolin martial arts in the world, even passing on the internal techniques to others? The 20 or so individuals who had escaped from the inn explained that the two Taoist priests employed authentic Taoist techniques, their external energy suffused with Taoist essence. Shaolin declared, impossible, absolutely impossible. As the news spread, a sense of bewilderment enveloped the crowd. Where on earth had these two learned their martial arts? With Shaolin stepping forward to dispel the rumors, they first confirmed that Zhang Junbao was indeed not a master a year ago. He merely knew a few sets of Shaolin fist techniques, and may have surreptitiously learned the internal techniques. Yet, in a mere span of 6 months, he had achieved such a level? Surely, they must have encountered some extraordinary fortune, akin to the tales told by storytellers, falling into a chasm and acquiring unparalleled internal techniques, or perhaps fortuitously obtaining miraculous elixirs or treasures from the earth. As for Zhao Pengju's assertion of self-study and cultivation, one could only scoff. Who would believe such ludicrous claims? Chapter 21. The Method to Break the Deadlock. In the Hongtu Inn of Xia County, the abbot of the Arhut Hall at Shaolin Temple, Master Yinkong, and the head of the Dharma Institute, Master Juekong, are seated in a private room. The Hongtu Inn has been entirely appropriated by Shaolin Temple, or rather, it is an asset of the temple itself. One might wonder, does Shaolin Temple possess properties? Indeed, what prestigious sect lacks its own holdings? In this martial arts world, as in the mundane realm, Shaolin Temple certainly has its enterprises. In the television series New Water Margin, Lu Zhishan and Elder Zhishan went to forge a Zen staff. After completing the staff, Elder Zhishan invited Lu Zhishan for a drink. They searched the town for quite some time, but found no tavern willing to serve them. The reason given was that they were monks. The taverns were all under the jurisdiction of Wenshu Temple, which had a strict rule against serving alcohol to monks. If such restrictions exist in Water Margin, one can only imagine how it is in this world. Prominent sects established these enterprises not only to increase their revenue, but also to facilitate the gathering of information from the martial world. Some establishments may not be directly owned by the sects, yet they can operate under the sect's name to seek protection, providing a yearly tribute in return. Master Yinkong sipped his tea, his eyes slightly closed, revealing only a narrow slit. His benevolent countenance appeared quite amiable. However, do not be deceived by his exterior. He ranks among the top 10 warriors of this generation at Shaolin Temple. In his youth, he ventured south, gaining a formidable reputation with his Shaolin Great Compassion hand. Later, He became the abbot of the Arhat Hall, leading the 18 Arhats of Shaolin, traversing the martial world to impart wisdom and resolve conflicts for others. Those who have heard his teachings are invariably awed by his profound insights. Master Juekong, as the head of the Dharma Institute, possesses strength second only to Master Yinkong. Yet, he is known for his fiery temperament and intolerance for dissent, often quick to anger. He gazed at Yinkong and remarked, "Master brother, is it not true that Zhang Junbao has pilfered our Shaolin martial arts?" Master Yinkong, observing his impetuous junior, gently advised, "Based on our inquiries over the past few days, we may have misunderstood him. Then from where did his martial prowess stem? Could it truly be self-taught?" Juekong shook his head, pondering aloud. Such innate talent can only be rivaled by the likes of the pure Yang Patriarch or the Patriarch Bodhidharma. Neither here nor there. We must ascertain the truth of his training. Juekong retorted. "Brother, temper your anger," Yinkong cautioned. With a heavy sigh, Juekong slammed his fist on the table. "But during the tournament, I distinctly sensed his internal energy. In this world, it is not uncommon to cultivate inner strength through external techniques. If we had devoted ourselves to training in Shaolin martial arts from a young age, it would be understandable to develop inner energy through external practice. Yet, he is merely a fireworking apprentice, and Zhu Yuan is just a novice monk. Who could have taught him?" After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly chuckled. Could it be that he is indeed a prodigious genius? Yinkong remained silent, merely smiling enigmatically. His expression conveyed the notion that he is indeed a genius. Without guidance, he has cultivated inner strength. Without tutelage, he has defeated the guest monks using only basic Shaolin techniques. In just 6 months, his skill rivals that of the Shaolin Arhats, a true genius among geniuses. Though they still doubted Zhang Junbao's ability to create his own martial arts, the evidence presented thus far indicated his exceptional talent for martial practice. Juekong took a deep breath, remorsefully rubbing his shining bald head. "Such a talent has been expelled from Shaolin due to my negligence. I have betrayed the legacy of the Patriarch Bodhidharma. The greater the sect, the more they recognize the value of talent. Why, in those novels, do the ancestral figures of sects go to great lengths to protect their prodigies? It is because they see the hope for their sect's future in these exceptional individuals, envisioning their sect's brilliance illuminating the martial world." Juekong lamented this very point. Despite the current dominance of Buddhism, both in popular belief and martial prestige, the reality is known only to those within. The Taoist sects, particularly the Pure Yang and the newly ascendant Xuanzhen sect, pose significant threats to the prestige of Buddhism, while the Taoist sects of Kunlun Mountain flourish. Longhu Mountain has long been the royal national religion, with each Taoist leader serving as the national master. Thus, to ensure Buddhism's continued prosperity, internal cultivation is indispensable. And Zhang Junbao is the unparalleled prodigy capable of elevating Shaolin to new heights. Yet he has been driven away by the rigidity of tradition. The most alarming aspect is that after leaving Shaolin, he donned the robes of a Taoist. This is utterly intolerable. He may wear anything else, even join the beggar's sect. But the Taoist robes are simply unacceptable. Seeing his junior sighing heavily, his internal energy becoming erratic, Master Yinkong placed a hand on his wrist, channeling a measure of true energy into him. "Brother, maintain your focus. Do not allow the specter of doubt to cloud your mind." "Master brother." Juekong lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot, lamenting, "Do I still have a chance?" His impulsive nature, coupled with the guilt of having cost Shaolin a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, rendered him on the brink of despair. This overwhelming sense of self-reproach nearly drove him to madness. Master Yinkong, unwilling to see his brother succumb to despair, smiled reassuringly. "Who says he does not practice Shaolin martial arts?" "Master brother?" Yinkong rose, turning his back to his junior. "He grew up in our Shaolin. We owe him a debt of gratitude. Furthermore, as long as he cannot clarify the origins of his martial arts, he will have practiced Shaolin-esque teachings until his last breath. We must prevent our techniques from leaking, clarify the situation, and invite him back to return his skills to the Shaolin scripture repository. Is that too much to ask?" "Master brother." Juekong's eyes widened in astonishment, standing up in excitement, his whole body trembling. "Master brother, you are indeed wise. You are right. Zhang Junbao has grown up in our temple, and in terms of our prestige, who would the people of the martial world trust more, him or me?" "Brother, you are too obsessed." Juekong respectfully performed a Buddhist salute to Yinkong, expressing his gratitude for the guidance received. In another inn, Zhang Qingyuan, having listened to Zhang Junbao's account, wore a bewildered expression. What transpired outside during my retreat these past few days? This is gravely at odds with my plans. So, half of the people outside wish us dead, while the other half seek to uncover our origins, correct? Yes, Zhang Junbao nodded. Then I must reconsider my strategy. It is imperative that I make a significant impression this time. Brother Yuan. Yes, I have some concerns. What are you worried about? Zhang Junbao replied. The ones leading the delegation from Shaolin are Master Yinkong and Master Jueko. One is the abbot of the Arhot Hall, and the other is the head of the Dharma Institute. Zhang Qingyuan frowned, understanding Zhang Junbao's concerns. He countered, Are you afraid they will force you back? Zhang Junbao did not confirm nor deny, letting out a deep sigh. Both masters are the top experts within the temple. I fear that with our current cultivation, we cannot match them. Though they are martial geniuses, they have only been training for a little over 6 months. In terms of cultivation, they are certainly not a match for the two monks. They have trained for at least 40 to 50 years, wielding techniques that rival our Buddhist arts. Moreover, there are those who serve the Wang family and the Shaolin disciples accompanying them. He refrained from mentioning the kindness of Shaolin, for Zhang Junbao is not naive. It was Jin, a monk, who raised him. Although he resides in Shaolin, the temple has never truly nurtured him. He has already repaid any debts of food and shelter through labor. Furthermore, Master Juyan lost his life at their hands. For Zhang Junbao, it is enough that he harbors no grudges. Repaying kindness is out of the question. His only concern now is the fear of being forcibly returned to Shaolin, although it is highly improbable that they would dare to commit acts that would incite public outrage. Brother Yuan did mention that the Buddhist sect's customary approach to reasoning is often unyielding. Zhang Qingyuan pondered deeply, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. Tap, tap, tap. After a moment, he suddenly declared, We need not concern ourselves with the groups sent by the Wang family to besiege us. Given our current level of cultivation, we are more than capable of dealing with them. Our primary concern now lies with the monks causing disturbances. Should they intervene, we would truly be at a disadvantage. Zhang Qingyuan mused that perhaps every incarnation of Zhang Junbao, upon departing from Shaolin, sought a secluded place for a decade or more of introspection. It is likely this very reason allowed him to fade from the notice of Shaolin. After a decade, when he re-emerged, he would have already perfected his skills, emerging as an unparalleled force, with Shaolin powerless to contend with him. In this world, however, due to his presence, Zhang Junbao had not retreated to quietly cultivate his abilities, resulting in his immediate encounter with a formidable adversary upon his emergence. Shaolin, one of the top sects, a temple steeped in millennia of history. What a travesty it is that a novice should face a boss battle right after leaving the starting village. After much contemplation, Zhang Qingyuan gritted his teeth and stated, There is no escaping this. We shall proceed according to plan. Zhang Junbao's eyes lit up, eagerly inquiring, Brother Yuan, have you devised a strategy? Zhang Qingyuan smiled and replied candidly, Let us delay our departure for a few days, allowing the chaos of the martial world to escalate further. Permit me to draft a letter. Haha. Observing the expression on Brother Yuan's face, Zhang Junbao understood that their situation was secure. Zhang Qingyuan had already formed a plan in his mind, thinking to himself that after a few more years of practice, he would rival even a seasoned real estate agent in persuasiveness. Chapter 22. Do I have a binding system? The past few days in Zhongzhou have been bustling with excitement, with the epicenter of all commotion revolving around the obscure figures of Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao. Within the Wang family of Luoyang, old Wang's emotions have been tumultuous, to the point where he has pulled out several tufts of hair in frustration. Initially, he believed these two young rascals were mere troublemakers who had harmed his eldest son. But now, there are whispers linking them to Shaolin. Reports suggest that Zhang Junbao is a disciple of Shaolin, possessing extraordinary talent. His greatest fear is that if Zhang Junbao seeks refuge in the Shaolin Temple, what worth would the Wang family hold? Fortunately, recent rumors in the martial world indicate that Zhang Junbao was merely a firewood boy at Shaolin, expelled due to a misunderstanding. It seems Zhang Junbao harbors grievances against Shaolin, but if the temple were to extend an olive branch, would he not return in an instant? Even if a deep-seated grudge exists, it is Shaolin after all. Old Wang's thoughts are not unfounded, for Shaolin represents the epitome of martial righteousness and holds a prestigious status within the martial community. In the broader landscape of martial arts, Shaolin stands as one of the foremost sections. While Old Wang possesses some influence in Luoyang, it pales in comparison to the radiance of Shaolin. akin to a speck of dust attempting to compete with the brilliance of the full moon. Yet, there are rumors that Zhang Junbao has already entered the Taoist sect and will not return to Shaolin. Old Wang hesitates, for the Taoist sect is equally formidable and not to be trifled with. Not to mention, even the local Master Li of Laojun Mountain demands respect, as he is a figure of high esteem in the martial world. Despite Laojun Mountain being considered a third-rate sect that merely practices some martial arts and does not engage in the martial community. However, this does not imply they will never re-enter the fray. Laojun Mountain holds significant status within the Taoist hierarchy, and even the leader of the Pure Yang sect must respectfully address them as Shu. Mastery of martial arts does not equate to lack of influence, nor does it imply ineffectiveness in the martial world. Should Master Li pen a letter requesting assistance from several major Taoist sects, the vendetta would remain unavenged. As a businessman, Old Wang knows that merchants, though lacking martial prowess, understand the intricacies of the martial world, for they must navigate both court and underworld with grace, cultivating favorable relationships. Just as he wrestles with this dilemma, a figure enters. This individual is Zhou Haojia, the chief guard of the Wang family, possessing the highest martial skills. Having trained at the Jiuxiao star-picking pavilion in his youth, his martial prowess is exceptional, and he is a prized recruit, having been heavily compensated by Old Wang. While other guards earn 10 taels a month, those with some renown receive between 30 to 50, yet Zhou commands 500 taels monthly, along with housing and all expenses covered by the Wang family, serving as Old Wang's personal bodyguard. Zhou Haojia enters with a piece of paper in hand, a smile illuminating his face. Master, the entire Zhongzhou is in chaos. How can you still smile? Old Wang queries. Do not rush. Take a look at this. Zhou hands a letter to Old Wang, stating, there is hope for the young master's vengeance. Old Wang scrutinizes the contents of the letter, as Zhou elaborates. According to our informant's investigations over the past few days, neither of them has entered any Taoist sect. Zhang Qingyuan originally fled to Zhongzhou during a calamity, and to make ends meet, he obtained a Taoist robe and resorted to fortune-telling. Our informant, Lao Qi, personally investigated in the Zhongzhou government office, revealing that during the severe drought in Jizhou 2 years ago, many sought refuge in Zhongzhou, and Zhang Qingyuan was registered as a person of Fenglai County in Jizhou, holding a waste token. So, he is not a member of the Taoist sect. Old Wang sees a glimmer of hope. Indeed not. He is merely a beggar clad in a Taoist robe. His fortune-telling is but a trick of the martial world. Last July and August, Zhang Qingyuan encountered Zhang Junbao, who had been expelled from Shaolin, and they resided in Sanhe town for over half a year, seemingly experiencing some fortuitous event, resulting in their martial skills significantly increasing. Some suspect they may have come upon the Feng Shui sword, but this information remains unverified, as their martial arts do not primarily revolve around swordplay. What does Shaolin have to say? Old Wang puts down the letter. Zhou replies, Shaolin likely wishes to bring Zhang Junbao back, but he has declined their offer. So, neither the Buddhists nor the Taoists have any ties to them? Not entirely. Shaolin still wishes to recruit Zhang Junbao due to his exceptional talents. Within just 6 months, he has mastered a formidable array of skills, indicating he is indeed a worthy candidate for cultivation. Then we are still unable to seek vengeance? Logically, yes. However, just a few days ago, Zhang Qingyuan suddenly declared he would settle all matters with everyone in half a month, on the 5th day of the 5th month. What does he mean? His intent is clear: gratitude for favors, vengeance for grievances. He permits us to seek revenge, stating that regardless of life or death, we must reach a conclusion. He also invites all the heroes of Zhongzhou to witness the event. On that day, he intends to clarify matters with Shaolin, seeking peace of mind. What a man! The fire of determination ignites in Old Wang's eyes. He fears not Zhang Qingyuan's desire for a fight, but rather his potential cowardice. To wish to clarify all grievances is indeed the audacity of a newborn calf unafraid of tigers. Unable to contain his excitement, Old Wang commands, spread the word. The Wang family accepts this battle. Yes, Old Wang gazes at his son's memorial tablet, softly uttering, Son, wait for your father to avenge you. Both he and Zhou understand that once their family commits to the challenge, they cannot rely on outsiders. By bringing their private feud to the forefront, their family is elevated to the realm of martial grievances. Such disputes must be resolved according to the rules of the martial world, culminating in a duel. After the duel, regardless of victory or defeat, debts are settled with death. In such a duel, one may only rely on their own abilities. Old Wang's prowess lies in the elite guards he has trained. Thus he must employ his own skilled fighters. He can no longer offer rewards or enlist the help of outsiders. Likewise, Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao cannot seek assistance. They must rely solely on themselves. As per martial etiquette, the Wang family's guards number around 30 skilled fighters. Zhou Haojie is the foremost, with about 30 others trailing just behind him, while the rest possess lower skills, totaling approximately 160. In this high martial world, it seems that masters may single-handedly face hundreds, even thousands, slaying enemies as if slicing through vegetables. Yet, this only applies to the utmost pinnacle of martial experts. For two individuals who have merely trained for half a year, how exceptional can they truly be? What depth of internal energy can they muster? How many techniques can they unleash? They would tire themselves out. Meanwhile, in a local inn, Zhang Qingyuan has meticulously arranged everything. The 5th day of the 5th month is ample time. He provides the Wang family with an opportunity, just as he does for himself. He designs to attract more martial figures to witness the spectacle, laying everything bare to expose any hidden schemes. For what is more exhilarating than a transparent confrontation? Zhang Qingyuan excels at turning the tables. To forge iron, one must be strong oneself. The greatest challenge before them may be Shaolin. Yet all of Zhang Qingyuan's contingencies are aimed at Shaolin. However, before engaging in a battle of wits and strength with Shaolin, he must first overcome the hurdle posed by the Wang family. If he cannot surpass this minor obstacle, how can he confront the ultimate foe? Therefore, in these days, he and Zhang Junbao dedicate themselves to training. In terms of internal power, they have thoroughly completed the transition from internal energy to true qi. The solar true qi flows abundantly and effortlessly. After completing the transformation of true qi, Zhang Qingyuan feels more resilient than before, at the very least able to endure for an additional third of the time. Currently, the two individuals are primarily engrossed in the study of swordsmanship, palm techniques, and body movements. The 9-yang palm consists of a total of 9 forms. From the first light of dawn to the setting sun, each form transforms not only in temperature, but also in the manipulation of vital energy. The first form, red sun rising, channels vital energy into a soft yet potent palm force that adheres to both palms, gentle yet unwavering, firm yet unbroken, with a continuous flow of power. The most formidable strike is the 5th form, blazing sun illuminates. The vital energy condenses within the palm. The more energy infused, the greater the explosive damage unleashed. This was the technique they relied on most during their previous confrontations due to its high explosiveness, allowing for swift resolutions. However, it also demands a significant expenditure of vital energy. Through the reflection on their past combat experiences over the past few days, coupled with a deeper understanding of martial arts techniques, their mastery of the 9-yang palm has become increasingly profound. They now discern when to employ the first form, when to resort to the second, when to execute a standard attack, and when to unleash a more powerful strike, all following a discernible pattern. Moreover, in regard to the purple sky thunder sword technique, although Zhang Junbao's imagination is boundless and his sword techniques have been refined to a remarkable degree, they have yet to cultivate the essence of sword intent. The distinction between a swordsman who possesses sword intent and an ordinary swordsman is indeed a qualitative leap. Thus, in recent days, Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao have also been contemplating the essence of sword intent, striving to reach a deeper realm. Zhang Qingyuan is uncertain whether it is due to his own exceptional talent or some trigger from being alongside Zhang Junbao that has awakened a certain transcendent connection. He has recently become acutely aware of this enigmatic bond. It seems that whenever Zhang Junbao makes progress, he too experiences advancement. Likewise, as he improves, Zhang Junbao swiftly follows suit. It is as if there exists a system that has intertwined their fates, regardless of which individual gains insight into the realm of martial arts. The other is assured to grasp the same understanding in the next moment. Chapter 23. It is my turn to perform. Time swiftly passes, and another fortnight has elapsed. Inside the inn, Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao sit cross-legged on the bed. As they simultaneously open their eyes, a fervent light ignites within them. Their true energy has advanced once more. Sometimes, the brilliance of genius is astonishing, more so than any cheat. Without the aid of elixirs or rare treasures, merely through earnest cultivation, their true energy seems to multiply effortlessly. The appointed day has arrived. Zhang Junbao rises, reflecting on the moment. Zhang Qingyuan stretches lazily and quips. Are you ready to give birth? Zhang Junbao turns back with a smile. You really never miss a chance to jest, do you? Just trying to lighten the mood before battle. After all, it's our first grand appearance. We cannot afford to make fools of ourselves, can we? You're absolutely right. Zhang Junbao acknowledges, raising his thumb in approval, though his demeanor is not as relaxed as Zhang Qingyuan's. The two freshen up in the inn, changing into neat, fitting attire. Today, they eschew their usual robes for a rare ensemble of shorter garments. As they step out of the inn, they are met with throngs of onlookers on either side of the road, curiously observing the two youths who have recently gained renown in the martial world. At 18, they are about to confront the Wang family. The innate curiosity of the people is palpable. It is a characteristic of every child of Huaxia to witness the spectacle, regardless of the world they inhabit. With steady strides, they walk towards the outskirts of the city, heads held high. The crowd murmurs behind them. Father, those two are quite handsome. And what of it? After today, who knows if they will live or die? Hero Foam, do you think they'll survive today? Hard to say. The odds offered by Wanyu Trading Company stand at 1 to 1.5, betting on whether they will endure. Alas, Brother Huang, how much did you wager? I have no inkling of their martial prowess. I even visited Sana Town, but found no clues hearing the whispers from the crowd behind them. Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao exchange a glance, both feeling a surge of frustration. In a clearing 5 miles outside the city, all factions have taken their positions. Some have come merely to spectate, while others seek to forge alliances. After greeting one another, they find their places, eagerly awaiting the event. Two masters from Shaolin, accompanied by their disciples, stand at the center. To their left are several elders from the Beggars sect and a dozen disciples. On the right stands Elder Zhong Qishan from the 5th peak of Huashan, accompanied by only 2 of his direct disciples. The leader of the Tianmen arrives. Though the sect has significantly declined under his stewardship, now he carries the entire sect on his shoulders, with none of his disciples standing out. A group of handsome men and beautiful women from the Hahuan sect occupies a neglected corner, led by the sect's 2 heads, a couple referred to as Big Brother and Big Sister in the martial world. Their intent is purely to test whether they can entice the 2 young heroes to join their ranks. Though not a malevolent organization, the Hahuan sect is viewed with suspicion by the righteous sects due to their unconventional practices. Despite not having committed any heinous acts, their methods of cultivation are difficult to articulate. The heroes are mindful of their reputations, rendering the Hahuan sect's position in the martial world rather awkward. Aware of the brothers' remarkable talents, they are eager to recruit them, promising that any woman from the sect is theirs to choose, even the eldest sister. Although the disciples of the righteous sects maintain a faade of integrity, they cannot help but cast glances toward the Hahuan sect, drawn by their beauty and attire. Some youths even lower their heads in admiration. Other factions like Chongqing Mountain Villa and Zhiguan sect share similar intentions, hoping to recruit as well, provided they do not return to Shaolin. The Wang family stands on one side of the clearing, with the patriarch, Old Wang, seated in a grand chair, flanked by a retinue of over 200. Recently, in a bid to unleash the full potential of his guards, he has spent lavishly on rare treasures to bolster their strength, even promising a reward of 1,000 taels of silver to anyone who can eliminate Junbao and Qingyuan. As the sun rises, its warm rays embrace the earth, and a gentle breeze invigorates the air. This idyllic weather, typically suited for an outing, is now repurposed for a duel. In the distance, a martial artist dashes forth, calling out, "They are coming." They have set out. The Wang family members steel themselves, checking their weapons, while spectators eagerly await the spectacle. "Brother, do you think they can win?" Juekong inquires, worry etched on his face as he gazes at the Wang family. "They will surely prevail." Yankong, the monk, replies with a gentle smile, radiating kindness. On the Huashan side, Zhong Qishan hears their conversation and remains silent with a smile. His 2 disciples whisper, "Master, can they truly win?" Zhong Qishan, hands behind his back, casts a deep glance at Yankong and asserts, "Of course. Are they really that formidable?" The disciples exclaim in astonishment. "Return and practice diligently. They have achieved such fame at 18. What have you accomplished?" The disciples lower their heads, ashamed. "We are humbled. Next time at the 9 peaks competition, our 5th peak cannot place last again." Meanwhile, at the Hahuan sect, the 2 leaders lean against each other, with Qin Shuangjiang resting her head on her husband's shoulder, sighing, "Alas, the Wang family is doomed." Confused, the disciples ask, "Big Brother, why does everyone believe those 2 Taoists will win?" We have yet to see their strength. Why draw such conclusions so soon? The sect leader, Luo Binghe, gently clasps his wife's delicate hand, her fair face resembling a finely carved celestial being. Because if Shaolin says they can win, then they undoubtedly will. Why is that? Just wait and see. Luo Binghe lifts his wife's chin and kisses her. All the masters understand implicitly. They know that if Shaolin declares victory, it is assured. Even if Zhang Junbao and Qingyuan cannot prevail, Shaolin will intervene. In fact, many hope for their defeat, as they do not truly believe the brothers will triumph. As long as they falter, Shaolin will undoubtedly extend its assistance. Someone might question if this contravenes the rules of the martial world. Rules? Isn't it merely a matter of whose fist is mightier? To discuss rules with Shaolin? It is not that Shaolin is tyrannical. Rather, all major sects treat minor sects in this manner. While some may invoke the rules, after years of promoting justifiable self-defense, how many have actually been deemed justified after engaging in combat? About half an hour later, two figures emerge in the distance. The pair brandish their swords, their high ponytails sharp and neat, revealing their handsome faces. Behind them follows a multitude of smaller sects and martial artists without affiliations. As they reach the clearing, Zhang Qingyuan begins to survey his surroundings. Although he possesses a general understanding of the martial factions, he remains uncertain about the specifics of each sect, who excels in martial skills, and the intricacies of their standings. Is that the beggar's sect? And there's Huashan. Only 3 from Huashan? He notes. That man must be Chu Tianxing, the leader of Tianmen. He greeted me. Zhang Qingyuan acknowledges him with a nod. Shaolin has sent so many representatives. He muses. That kind-faced monk must be Yin Kong, and those 18 monks behind him must be the 18 arhats of Shaolin. It is said that each of the 18 arhats is a top-tier expert on their own, and when united, they form an array that even grandmasters dare not confront. In addition to the 18 arhats, Shaolin boasts 500 more, and when they form the Arhat formation, even grandmasters must bow before them. In this world, there are no strict divisions of realms. The concept of a top-tier grandmaster is merely a summation of experiences by those in the martial world. A true master is akin to Zhang Qingyuan, possessing considerable influence, yet lacking in supreme martial prowess. The superlative masters, however, are the renowned disciples and elders of prestigious sections. As for the title of grandmaster, it is reserved for those who have achieved legendary status through significant victories in the martial world, boasting skills that surpass those of superlative masters, gaining immense renown. The title of Great Grandmaster is held by the leaders of top sects or celestial beings such as sword gods and saints. Ultimately, these classifications are human constructs, often blurring the lines between reputation and actual strength. As a sage once remarked, I may call you an artist, and you may call me a first-rate actor. Thus, we reach an understanding. The same holds true in this realm. For instance, the leader of the Heavenly Gate has earned his title as a grandmaster through his prowess, while the head of the Tsangming sect, absent for over a decade, continues to be revered as a great grandmaster, not solely due to his strength, but rather because of the sect's esteemed standing in the martial community. The specifics of such matters remain elusive. At that moment, while Zhang Qingyuan was surveying the surroundings, his gaze fell upon the Huan sect, causing him to involuntarily gasp. How audacious to reveal one's thighs and kiss so openly before a crowd. The Huan sect truly lives up to its reputation. Luo Binghe and Qin Shuangjiang parted their lips, turning to smile at Zhang Qingyuan. To his astonishment, he found himself outshone in terms of beauty. Although Zhang Qingyuan possessed confidence in his own looks post-transmigration, he was aware that he could not claim the title of the most handsome in the world. There were certainly many who surpassed him. Yet, he had never anticipated the existence of individuals capable of eclipsing the likes of Wu Yanzu, Chun Guanyu, Bai Gu Tianle, and Zhao Juan. In contrast to Zhang Qingyuan, Zhang Junbao immediately directed his attention towards the Shaolin Temple. He and Zhu Ekong exchanged glances, holding the silence for an extended period. Ultimately, it was the old Wang who first shattered the stillness. Zhang Junbao. Both men turned their attention to Wang. You have slain my son and my guards today. Before he could finish, Zhang Qingyuan interjected with a cough, interrupting his speech. He regarded Wang as if to convey, silence, for I am about to commence my performance. Chapter 24, Victory. In taking Tiger Mountain by strategy, Comrade Yang Zirong once advised us never to allow the antagonist to speak first. Similarly, in Plan A, Sheriff Ma Rulong executed the same tactic. In Let the Bullets Fly, the steward of the Huang family, Hu Qian, forced Sixth Master to commit suicide through such means. In the skit To Support or Not to Support, Master Shintung imparted a profound truth. Whoever speaks first claims the discourse. Ahem. Zhang Qingyuan interrupted old Wang's passionate oration with a cough. All eyes turned to Zhang Qingyuan, who stepped forward, one hand on his waist. Esteemed heroes, I am Zhang Qingyuan, and this is my junior brother, Zhang Junbao. Due to a trivial matter, the martial world has been stirred into a frenzy, causing you esteemed heroes to take time out of your busy lives to come here. I apologize for the inconvenience caused by my brother and me. Oh, the crowd listened, puzzled. In a duel, should it not be a matter of old Wang declaring your arrival, you responding in kind, followed by accusations, and a subsequent battle? Traditionally, the process has always been thus. What is this, a script rewrite? Yet, Zhang Qingyuan spoke eloquently and possessed an appealing visage, immediately apologizing. Naturally, they were inclined to forgive him. It is of no consequence, young hero Zhang. Please proceed, responded Mu Rongxi, the sacred maiden of the Hehuan sect, sweetly. The Hehuan sect indeed had the advantage. It was no surprise they were aesthetically pleasing. With Mu Rongxi's interjection, others began to echo her sentiments. As the adage goes, one does not strike a smiling face. When met with such courtesy, a response is only fitting. Zhang Qingyuan continued. I believe you are all aware of the situation at hand. It began when the eldest son of the Wang family sought to purchase a hunting dog for 5 taels of silver. However, at the time of the transaction, he suddenly reneged, offering only 4 taels and 8 cash. I must ask, old Wang, is your family truly in such dire straits that you cannot spare the additional 2 taels? Old Wang was well aware of the background but could not concede at that moment. With so many heroes present, admitting fault would not only portray him as a villain but also adversely affect his family's reputation in future dealings. Thus, at the outset, he refrained from taking action, hoping to twist the narrative in his favor. Unfortunately for him, Zhang Qingyuan did not grant him that opportunity. Is that not the truth? If you were truly short on funds, would not your son have borrowed the necessary 2 taels from another? Old Wang glared at him. Your Wang family is among the foremost households in Luoyang. To agree on a price of 5 taels for a dog, and then claim you lack the means to pay is nothing but bullying the honest folk. With 2 sharp statements, Zhang Qingyuan redirected the animosity from the murder of a son to a mere 2 taels of silver. Should the matter of a son's murder remain unclear, it was imperative not to follow his lead. The same principle applies when selling a house. Customers often come to negotiate. Therefore, a competent salesman must retain control of the dialogue, steering the discussion into their domain. Old Wang, in a state of agitation, stammered, I. His chest heaved with indignation as he struggled to maintain composure. It was not merely about 2 taels, that day, my son. Not about 2 taels? Pray tell. What then? Zhang Qingyuan pressed on without allowing him a moment's respite. Even if it was indeed your son's money that was lost, thus preventing him from gathering 5 taels. Did the mother and daughter not offer a reasonable solution? They suggested your son return once he had sufficient funds. Surely that is reasonable? Perhaps some may wonder why not simply sell the dog for a discounted price of 4 taels and 8 cash? Such sentiments may stem from a lack of understanding of the struggles faced by the impoverished. For the common folk, 2 taels symbolize 2 measures of rice, 3 feet of cloth, a meal during times of hunger, or the cost of medicine when ill. Esteemed heroes, I am certain some among you hail from humble beginnings. Reflect upon your own youth, when your parents toiled tirelessly to provide for you, saving every last coin to afford 2 pounds of meat or a small sweet. This is the aspiration of the impoverished. The atmosphere shifted as the crowd's gaze towards the Wang family transformed. Initially gathered merely to observe, they now felt a sense of righteous indignation. Zhang Qingyuan continued, the mother and daughter wished not to sell, yet he, invoking his father's status as the wealthiest man in Luoyang, coerced them into compliance. When they resisted, he commanded his underlings to kill them. I must ask you all, did he merely take the lives of 2 women? No, he violated the sanctity of womanhood and childhood. A palpable tension gripped the audience. The mention of women and children resonated deeply. It felt as though a clarion call had been sounded, stirring a fervor within their veins. When my junior brother and I first entered the martial world, we were filled with passion. Esteemed heroes, I trust you too once entered this realm with a burning desire to eradicate evil and uphold justice, aspiring to be great heroes in your own right. The true hero fights for the nation and its people. How could my brother and I spare him? When witnessing injustice, one must act decisively. We shall boldly traverse the realm. We do not regret slaying that wretch. We only lament our tardiness, for we failed to save the women and children." Zhang Qingyuan's voice trembled with righteous fury, his head bowed in shame. He spoke softly. "I shudder to think how many souls have perished and how much blood has been shed at the hands of the Wang heir during his years of tyranny in Luoyang. Brother, we have arrived too late." Zhang Junbao interjected with a note of camaraderie. Zhang Qingyuan lifted his gaze, surveying the crowd. "I do not regret slaying that beast. I understand the desire for vengeance from the head of the Wang family as a father. Therefore, I have come today solely to fulfill this engagement. Today, we shall either triumph or perish." No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Junbao leapt into action, and as he descended, Zhang Qingyuan elevated him with his arm. Zhang Junbao landed upon Zhang Qingyuan's arm, utilizing his lightness skill to soar through the air. With Zhang Qingyuan channeling his energy to assist, Zhang Junbao shot forth like a bolt from a crossbow, swiftly reaching Old Wang's side. Before Old Wang could comprehend the unfolding events, Zhang Junbao's sword found its mark, sealing his fate. Old Wang died bewildered, unable to fathom why the altercation had escalated so abruptly. Isn't this the stage for verbal sparring? Why the sudden attack? Zhou Haojie, too, was caught off guard. Throughout Zhang Qingyuan's speech, he had been pacing, engrossed in the words and unaware of how Zhang Qingyuan had stealthily closed the distance. "Attack!" Zhou Haojie shouted in alarm, prompting the other guards to spring into action against Zhang Junbao. Zhang Qingyuan followed closely behind, his presence felt even before he arrived. As his sword energy surged forth, cutting through the air, the Zixiao Thunderstrike sword technique, swift as lightning, illuminated the battlefield with its fierce brilliance. In mere moments, 8 lives had been extinguished beneath the onslaught of Zhang Qingyuan's blade. Zhou Haojie, a formidable opponent in his own right, rallied his 8 guards to engage Zhang Junbao in fierce combat. Meanwhile, Zhang Junbao channeled the power of the 9-yang palm with his left hand while executing the Thunderstrike sword technique with his right, gracefully maneuvering with agile footwork. Zhang Qingyuan circled the periphery, dispatching the lesser foes to allow Zhang Junbao to focus on his formidable adversary. At this juncture, Zhang Junbao unleashed the full potential of the Thunderstrike sword technique, its speed rivaling that of lightning, rendering all but Zhou Haojie incapable of standing against him. At the outset, the sheer advantage of numbers allowed for a spirited exchange of blows, yet after a mere dozen exchanges, the 8 guardians began to falter under the relentless assault of the swordplay, retreating repeatedly. The agile figure of Zhang Junbao danced around them, elusive as a wisp of smoke. As another 10 moves unfolded, he had already dispatched 3 of their ranks. Observing this, Zhou Haojie unleashed the ultimate technique of the 9 Heavens Star Snatching Pavilion. The 9 Heavens Star Snatching Sword Art. The sword energy surged forth like a rainbow, capable of cleaving the very stars. His sword energy was long and slender, akin to a delicate thread. Zhang Junbao met sword with sword, the clash reverberating like thunder. The release of sword energy echoed as if a thunderclap had rent the air, creating a sonic boom. Crack! The thread-like sword energy snapped in response, and in an instant, Zhang Junbao appeared before him, delivering a fatal strike that severed Zhou Haojie's head from his body. Of the 8 guardians, 3 lay slain, and the remaining 5 were gripped by fear, uncertain of when Zhang Qingyuan had materialized beside them. Thunder surged, and electricity danced. Dozens of arcs of lightning erupted instantaneously, whipping around the 5 like whips. Their demise was abrupt and unforeseen, as they could not fathom how Zhang Qingyuan had suddenly appeared by their side. Surely, with over 100 adversaries present, he could not have dispatched them so swiftly. Of course, not all of the 100 had perished. Rather, they had long since lost the will to continue fighting and surrendered. With the financial backer dead and the leader's subordinate also fallen, they, mere workers, questioned the need for such relentless effort. One by one, they cast down their weapons and knelt in surrender. Chapter 25. Why did the junior disciple betray Shaolin? Victory arrived with such suddenness. From the onset of battle to its conclusion, scarcely the time taken for a stick of incense to burn. It was both within reason and beyond anticipation. Zhong Qishan of Mount Hua, stroking his beard with a smile, remarked, "How clever." Yet, his 2 disciples remained speechless, entranced by Zhang Junbao's exquisite swordsmanship, unable to extricate themselves from its allure. How magnificent! What swordplay is this? If only I could master such a technique. Hearing his disciples whisper in envy of another's martial prowess, he could scarcely bear to look, casting a disapproving glance at them. What a shameful display! Return and practice the Huashan carefree sword 100 times. Yes, the two disciples muttered, their heads bowed in discontent. Master means to practice 100 times each day. Indeed. Chu Tianxing too felt a surge of joy at Zhang Qingyuan's ingenuity. If only he would come to my Tianmen, that would bring me even greater delight. The onlookers, witnessing Zhang Qingyuan's effortless victory, erupted into applause. Their joy was genuine, as if they beheld the protagonists of a tale reminiscent of their own humble beginnings. This elation stemmed from the triumph of righteousness over evil, from the oppressed shattering the chains of authority. No one lamented the Wang family, for they had long since been drawn into the fold of justice by Zhang Qingyuan. Did Zhang Qingyuan invert right and wrong? Not at all. He merely reframed established truths, enhancing the impressions of the onlookers. This scenario parallels the later generations, where virtuous citizens triumph in lawsuits against nefarious enterprises. Such enterprises are indeed corrupt, but without exposure. The common folk remain oblivious. Once evidence against these enterprises surfaces online, making headlines, any victory over them bestows the populace with a sense of shared honor. This tactic applies not only to battles against the truly unscrupulous, but can also rally support for the underdog, even if the affluent are wronged. With the common folk being the majority in any realm, their appetite for the sweet taste of justice triumphing over evil remains insatiable. As for ambushes, when righteousness prevails over wickedness, any method employed is justified. Why then did Zhang Qingyuan speak so extensively? Raising the banner serves one purpose, while simultaneously drawing closer to the Wang family is another. With the martial prowess of Zhang Qingyuan and his companion, they could indeed eliminate the 200 adversaries if they so desired. However, what would remain of their own vital energy afterward? To conserve their strength was prudent. No household should squander such resources when the Shaolin Temple awaited them. Should negotiations with Shaolin falter, they would need strength to escape. Historically, once a leader falls, the morale of their subordinates dissipates. Hence, the initial target must be the general in battle. Eliminating Wang first would sap the spirit of his underlings. Should their superior, Zhou Haoran, along with his 8 guardians perish, the remaining minions would be left utterly demoralized. A swift strike from Zhang Qingyuan would likely see the foe abandon resistance entirely. They were guardians, not mere pawns. Their service to the Wang family was driven by payment. With the wage providers gone, further struggle would be meaningless. Thus, with thunderous might, the two secured a resounding victory, their reputations destined to explode in the hearts of the onlookers. This battle forged an image of them as righteous heroes, while simultaneously shrouding their martial skills in mystery. Reputation 11111. Zhang Qingyuan sheathed his sword. Addressing the remaining 100 or so individuals, heaven possesses benevolence towards all living beings. I hope you will be discerning in your future endeavors to avoid aiding the malevolent. We are deeply grateful for the teachings of young hero Zhang. The throng knelt in gratitude before dispersing. Zhang Junbao stepped closer to Zhang Qingyuan. The two turned their gazes toward Shaolin, making their way toward it, where the monk Yank remained as serene as ever. Upon reaching the presence of Yank and Juekong, they halted. Zhang Junbao clasped his hands in respect. Zhang Junbao pays his respects to the two masters. Various sects gathered around, having savored the appetizer, now eagerly awaiting the main course. Their presence was solely to witness Zhang Junbao's choice. Juekong, aware of his own clumsiness with words, remained silent. Ceding the floor to his senior, Master Yank performed a single-handed Buddhist gesture. Ba, Junbao, do you still harbor resentment toward Shaolin? Zhang Junbao shook his head. With Master Zhuyuan's passing, I have severed all ties with Shaolin. A murmur of surprise rippled through the crowd, acknowledging his audacity. The right and wrong of the matter need not be elaborated. We have cremated Master Zhuyuan and laid him to rest with Buddhist rites. Thank you, Masters, came the response. It is our duty. You shared a bond with Zhuyuan, having grown up in Shaolin. Your profound Buddhist nature should rightfully lead you back to Shaolin to pay your respects. The old monk gazed at Zhang Qingyuan with concern. What are you looking at? Following me leads to misdirection? Zhang Qingyuan stifled a yawn, not due to a lack of desire to defend Zhang Junbao, but because the timing was not yet ripe. This was a matter between Shaolin and Zhang Junbao. Should he interject, they would surely accuse him of meddling in Shaolin's affairs and strike him down. There was no merit in speaking out if it only led to his demise, and none would dare intervene. Should he perish, Zhang Junbao would undoubtedly go mad, and Shaolin would forcibly take him back under the pretext of exorcising his demons. Thus, Zhang Qingyuan refrained from foolishly providing them with an opening. Zhang Junbao lifted his head, declining. Master Yank, I am but a simpleton, unfamiliar with Buddhist rites. Since descending from Shaolin, I have become enamored with Taoist scriptures. Believing Taoist thought better suits me. I hope the master can forgive me. Taoist texts, you say? Yank remained unfazed, smiling as he continued. Our Buddhist teachings are vast, cherished by the masses. The philosophy of Buddhism is the true path. Zhang Junbao shook his head, smiling as he replied. I have pondered Taoist texts for quite some time and have distilled a principle. I wonder if it is right or wrong. Oh, what principle? Zhang Junbao responded. Buddhists always seek enlightenment, striving to become enlightened monks. But why pursue enlightenment? Is it not because Buddha is the way? As Zhang Junbao met Master Yank's gaze, even the composed Yank could not help but furrow his brow. Juekong, more impulsive, burned with indignation. Both turned their eyes toward Zhang Qingyuan, wishing to bury him for his perceived transgressions, as they believed Zhang Junbao's words must surely have originated from him. Zhang Qingyuan, feeling the intensity of their stares, was left feeling aggrieved. I may have taught him many things, but this thought is entirely his own. I am wronged, regardless of his innocence. It was clear that Shaolin had turned against him. Not only Shaolin, but after today, it seemed all temples across the land would seek to rid themselves of him. Seizing the moment while their focus was solely on Zhang Qingyuan, Zhang Junbao continued. The Tao gives birth to one gives birth to two gives birth to three, and three gives birth to all things. A practitioner of Buddhism ultimately seeks enlightenment and becomes a Buddha. Yet what lies beyond the Buddha? In my view, all things exist within the Tao. Thus, why should I pursue Buddhism when I could directly cultivate the Tao? Just as Yank was about to respond, the already agitated Juekong could no longer contain himself, declaring, Then what of your theft of our Buddhist martial arts? You owe Shaolin an explanation. Upon hearing Juekong's outburst, Yank felt a metaphorical arrow pierce his heart. He yearned to question his disciple. What business do you have interjecting at such a moment? You should remain silent. If a resolution regarding these four characters is not reached today, the Buddhist community will forever find itself at a disadvantage. Just moments ago, the formidable power of these four characters had rattled Yan Kong, who seemed momentarily shaken. However, should a debate ensue, his rhetorical prowess would undoubtedly rival that of Zhang Qingyuan, perhaps even surpassing it in its ferocity. But now, Zhu Kong, what gives you the audacity to interject? Your diversion of the topic implies an acceptance on our part. Furthermore, is it appropriate to assert that his martial prowess stems from Shaolin at this juncture? Such a foolish ally, even with his commendable composure. Yan Kong could not restrain his clenched fists. The prayer bead spun rapidly in his hand as he recited the Heart Sutra, seeking tranquility for his turbulent mind. Zhang Junbao observed Zhu Kong's growing agitation with a sense of delight. He was aware that he could not best Yan Kong in debate, for Yuan Gu had indeed imparted to him a wealth of rhetoric. Yet, he acknowledged his own limitations in eloquence. Any words he uttered would lack the potency of Yuan Gu's. Thus, he resolved to adopt an alternative strategy, to muddy the waters and draw Zhu Kong into the fray. This distinction between Zhang Junbao and Zhu Kong was evident during Zhang Qingyuan's impassioned oration. He had refrained from speaking much, understanding the importance of not hindering Yuan Gu's momentum, merely supporting him with occasional affirmations. In contrast, Zhu Kong was easily provoked. A single remark could ignite his temper, leading to a disarray of thoughts, from which mistakes would surely arise, complicating matters further. This insight was not a lesson from Zhang Qingyuan, but a truth gleaned from the art of warfare. Zhang Junbao would not grant Yan Kong the opportunity to organize his thoughts, innocently following Zhu Kong's words. Back in the temple, I merely learned a few techniques of Shaolin Kung Fu, and since leaving Shaolin, I have not practiced them. How could there be any notion of theft? Yet, where then does your inner strength, which you displayed earlier, originate? Yan Kong, who sought to restrain his junior, ultimately allowed Zhu Kong to voice his thoughts. Looking skyward, he pondered in confusion. Why had his junior chosen to betray Shaolin? Chapter 26. The duel between the two and the monk Juekong. The strategy had proven effective, and Yan Kong no longer wished to speak. A promising situation had been reversed by just a few words from his junior, akin to surrender. Zhang Qingyuan glanced elsewhere, wearing an expression of detachment, yet his mind pondered. Brother, why have you not yet arrived? Martial arts prowess. Zhang Junbao surveyed his surroundings and clasped his fists, stating, Since Master Juekong has brought this up, I shall clarify. The martial arts that my senior brother and I employ are entirely of our own creation. Is it truly self-created? That seems implausible. What genius could possibly devise such techniques? Indeed, they are still quite young. Brother, even if we cannot attain his level, we must foster good relations with them. The questions arose from ordinary wanderers of the martial world, while the doubts were voiced by disciples of lesser understanding. Those expressing the desire for camaraderie were discerning sects such as the Hahuan sect and Huashan. Ha ha ha, self-created? Juekong laughed scornfully. You, a mere child who knows only a few rudimentary moves, how could you possibly create such formidable martial arts? Indeed, the creation of martial arts is typically reserved for the leaders and venerable elders of various sects, or seasoned heroes of renown, is it not? The crowd turned their attention to Zhang Junbao, akin to spectators eager for entertainment. Zhang Junbao explained, "It is quite simple. I merely inquired of those skilled in martial arts about the principles of internal energy. Upon grasping the essence of it, I synthesized my understanding of the meridians and dantians, and I delved into numerous Taoist texts. By integrating the philosophical theories of Taoism with my own insights and experimenting with the flow of internal energy, along with my senior brother's concepts and imaginative ideas regarding martial arts, we naturally devised our own internal cultivation method." "Senior brother, that makes perfect sense," remarked the two disciples from Huashan's fifth peak after hearing Zhang Junbao's words. "Indeed, is not internal energy the fusion of one's philosophy with the sequence of meridian operation, relying on cultivation methods to create it?" "Yes, it sounds so straightforward. I feel as though I could do it," one disciple chimed in. "I too," the other echoed. Their voices were soft, yet every adept present was keenly aware of their words. The crowd turned to Zhang Qingyuan, their gazes filled with complexity. As the head of Huashan's fifth peak, an esteemed elder in the martial world, Zhang Qingyuan now wished for a hole to swallow him whole. A man in his 40s, usually solemn and taciturn, was now at a loss, appearing busily flustered without knowing the cause of his unrest. Baifelin, the ninth elder from the beggar's sect, approached Zhang Qingyuan, leaning on his cane with a smile, and inquired, "Your disciple?" "Ah." Zhang Qingyuan responded awkwardly. Baifelin, relishing the spectacle, gazed at the two disciples with envy, remarking, "Truly, they are dragons among men." "Hee." Zhang Qingyuan chuckled dryly. "If your disciple creates some ultimate technique, do remember to let this old beggar share in the joy." Ahem. Shudi Yangxing, the leader of the Tianmen sect, interjected, "With such a genius among your disciples, it seems the next head of the Huashan sect will emerge from your fifth peak. Congratulations." Zhang Qingyuan gritted his teeth, bewildered as to why he had come here, and why heaven had not cast punishment upon all present. His two disciples remained oblivious, believing the elder and the sect leader were genuinely praising them. And they joyfully returned the salutation, declaring, "Thank you, esteemed seniors. We shall strive to improve." Zhang Qingyuan and the monkey Kong exchanged glances, sharing a sense of mutual sympathy. Exhausted, Juekong's anger simmered. What a joke. If martial arts were so easily created, countless ingenious minds would abound, and everyone would become a master. In truth, this is precisely how it is. Not only internal energy, but all martial arts are conceived in this manner. The Zixiao Thunder Sword Technique, Zixiao Tingfu, with thunder ringing forth. The basic sword moves consist merely of thrusts, slashes, lifts, and flicks, and the sword technique is simply the amalgamation of these fundamental actions, infused with true energy and united by sword intent. My senior brother has spoken of the realms of swordsmanship and shared his insights on the philosophy of swordsmanship. He said, "Sword techniques can be activated through true energy, emanating from the arm, transforming into formless sword energy. This energy condenses along the 6 meridians, guided by the fingers, manifesting in 6 distinct forms of sword energy. What we call sword technique is, in essence, the method of activation." He also mentioned the Taoist principle of Tai Chi, which begins with the duality, distinguishing the realms of yin and yang. Tai Chi encompasses all things, with softness overcoming hardness, responding to actions with timing. This concept resonates with me. Thus I have synthesized the experiences of Taoist predecessors into a rudimentary Tai Chi form. My senior brother further elucidated that sword techniques can also originate from the momentum of 1,000 blades, transitioning between movements, where the wind is silent, the energy still, light like shadows, and the swift sword leaves no trace. This particular technique remains elusive to me. I am still pondering its intricacies. He has also spoken of the mindset of employing the formless to triumph over the formed, and the unarmed to surpass the armed. He stated, I summarize. And by unleashing our imaginative prowess, martial arts are born. Zhang Junbao's explanation seemed remarkably simple, akin to opening one's mouth, placing food within, chewing, and swallowing to satiate hunger. The spectators lost their previous amusement, their gazes now fixated on Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao, as though they were rare treasures. The martial community recognized the brilliance concealed within Zhang Junbao's words. His concepts of martial arts were undeniably profound. Zhang Qingyuan's imaginative ideas, combined with Zhang Junbao's practical capabilities, rendered them invincible. Such extraordinary talent truly exists in this world. The sound of swallowing echoed, as they gazed at Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao with the fervor of ravenous wolves. Huashan, Tianmin, Beggar's Sect, Hahuan Sect. They even entertained the audacious thought of clashing with Shaolin in pursuit of them. Juekong's eyes blazed with fury. He now recognized the truth behind the rumors of Zhang Junbao's self-created martial arts. He became acutely aware that today, he could not allow him to escape. If he could not possess him, he would have to destroy him. He was consumed by madness, as the inner demons fully took hold. Because of me, a genius has slipped away. Because of me, this genius has severed ties with Shaolin. Because of me, the genius has aligned with the Taoist sect. Even more so. Because of me, I cannot bring him back. I have failed Shaolin, failed the abbot, failed the Buddha, and failed the entire Buddhist community. Nonsense. The techniques you practice are merely Shaolin's martial arts. What evidence do you possess to claim those techniques as your own? The Zixiao Thunder Sword technique is nothing but a theft of our Shaolin sword manual, renamed. Juekong erupted in a fit of hysteria, powerless in his rage. Amitba, junior brother, you have succumbed to madness. Yinkong felt weary. Not only had he lost Zhang Junbao, but even his junior brother seemed ruined. Senior brother, I am not mad. It is he who is mad, he exclaimed, flailing his arms wildly. Zhang Junbao remained unfazed by Juekong's outburst. He retrieved the Zixiao Thunder Sword Technique Manual and the 9 Yang Palm Scriptures from his possession, presenting them to Zhong Qishan. Esteemed seniors of the martial world, you have seen countless manuals. Surely you understand the principles within better than I. You may circulate these texts to discern how many techniques and cultivation methods are outlined within, and whether they bear any relation to the Buddhist teachings. Zhong Qishan accepted the 2 manuals, trembling as he opened them. His gaze first fell upon Shaolin. Then he lowered his head to read further. After perusing the first volume, he passed the manual to Shudi Yangxing and then examined the second. After a brief incense stick's time, all those of note had read through them, remaining silent. It was Shudi Yangxing who dared to speak, candidly asserting, there is no connection to Shaolin. The crowd gazed at Zhang Junbao with newfound admiration. In an effort to clear his name, he even produced martial arts manuals as evidence. Was he not concerned that we might learn from them? Furthermore, it is now evident that the 2 truly possess the ability to innovate within the realm of martial arts, one providing the theory and the other executing the creation. Moreover, their training speed is exceptionally rapid. What extraordinary talent is this? Heaven, please take these 2 prodigies away. Zhang Qingyuan and his companions, however, were unperturbed. This was precisely Zhang Junbao and Zhang Qingyuan's intention. I dare to stake everything. Do you dare? They were willing to share their martial arts, demonstrating that their path originated from the Tao. Would you dare to reveal the secrets of Shaolin and allow them to explore the commonalities between the 2 sets of manuals? Do not assert that Zhang Junbao's martial arts bear no connection to Shaolin. Even if there is a link, they would not dare to present them for comparison. Yinkong was currently channeling inner strength into Juekong, assisting him in suppressing his malevolent thoughts. Yet, Zhang Junbao's desperate gamble left Juekong utterly despondent. At his fingertips, the Wuxiang Jiejian suddenly activated, with faint traces of true energy pulsating at his fingertips. The final observer of the manuals was the leader of the Hahuan sect, known in the martial world as the elder brother, Luo Bingha. With a smile, he returned the manuals to Zhang Junbao, exclaiming, there are rumors in the martial world that if you could truly create such profound martial arts at a tender age, it could only be the rebirth of the true martial emperor or the return of the Miao Dao true monarch. Having just viewed your manuals, I am inclined to believe they might be correct. Enough. Juekong, unable to suppress his inner demons any longer, roared, unleashing a surge of true energy that forced the onlookers to retreat. Wuxiang Jiejian. Before they could react, the powerful technique shot forth from his index fingers, sending a tremendous force hurtling towards Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao. Although their martial prowess did not match Juekong's level, they were not weak either. Instinctively, they executed evasive maneuvers to avoid the attack. In the next moment, Juekong broke free from Yinkong's restraint and lunged towards them. Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao simultaneously cursed inwardly. That old monk Yinkong is quite the performer. They retreated at great speed, distancing themselves by several dozen feet. Once they stabilized their footing, Juekong unleashed two powerful palms from a distance, sending enormous golden handprints crashing towards them. Juyang palm. The two responded with formidable palm strength, creating two orbs the size of basketballs that collided with the handprints, resulting in an explosion that generated thick clouds of smoke. Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao retreated further, escaping the smoke's range. As the ancients say, where there is smoke, there is no injury. Sure enough, Juekong emerged from the dust, and Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao readied themselves for battle. 2 against 1. They did not believe a madman could defeat them. Just as they prepared to draw their swords, a streak of white sword energy, like a shooting star, sliced through the air and landed between them. Upon striking the ground, it left a long line. Shortly thereafter, a figure descended from above. Clad in a yellow and white checkered Taoist robe and wearing a golden crown, he wielded a 3-foot-long sword, its blade as pure as snow. His ethereal presence resembled that of a true celestial being. Upon landing, he stood within the line marked by the sword energy, facing away from Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao. Addressing Juekong, "I wish to see who dares to insult my junior brother." Upon recognizing the visitor's countenance, the crowd gasped in astonishment. The pure Yang Dao master, Chen Shugu. Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao finally breathed a sigh of relief, silently thinking, "At last, he has arrived." Chapter 27. The story of the Pure Yang sect leader in contemporary martial arts ballads. It is recorded that there are 3 temples, 6 sects, and 12 schools, with 2 Taoist sects among the top, 4 gates and 5 cities. Of these 2 Taoist sects, the Chuanjian sect, which rose to prominence 80 years ago, is one, while the other is the illustrious Pure Yang sect, which has shone brightly in the martial world for 800 years. How formidable is the Pure Yang sect? Since its founding by the first sect leader, Lu Dongxian, the existence of the Pure Yang sect has been on par with the Shaolin Temple for 600 years. 200 years ago, the Pure Yang sect underwent an unprecedented schism. That year, an explosion of talent emerged within the sect, with numerous inner disciples mastering the Pure Yang scriptures, all qualified to become sect leaders. Ultimately, to avoid conflict, 8 of these prodigies, accompanied by their disciples, departed from the Pure Yang palace to establish their own lineages elsewhere. Among them, the Kunlun Pure Yang Wujiguan, the Jizhou Pure Yang sword sect, and the Shuzhou Pure Yang 9 Palaces sword sect, which rank among the second tier of martial arts sects, were all founded by the departing disciples. Even after losing such a wealth of talent and giving rise to numerous factions, the Pure Yang sect remains a top power in the martial world. Chen Shugu, now 48, entered the Pure Yang sect at 8, mastered the Pure Yang scriptures by 9, began martial training at 10, and by 15 had memorized all the martial arts within the Pure Yang scriptures to perfection. At 20, he descended the mountain to travel, quickly gaining renown. At 28, he single-handedly entered the capital of the Great Feng Kingdom, wielding only a sword, to rescue the 3rd princess of the Qian Kingdom, who had been sent for a political marriage. It is said that Chen Shugu succeeded only because the national master of Feng was in seclusion at the time. However, to brave the palace alone, disregarding the experts within Feng Tian City, speaks volumes of his audacity. Who could rival such courage? Upon his return, the old emperor personally arranged a marriage, bestowing the 3rd princess upon Chen Shugu, a young talent, venturing into foreign lands with sword in hand, solely for the sake of love, shattered the hearts of women on the martial arts beauty list. In a fit of rage for his beloved, he is both handsome and wealthy, unwavering in his affections, daring to confront the depths of the underworld and ascend to the heavens. At 32, he took over the Pure Yang sect and became its leader, and at 35, his battle with the sword immortal Li Qingyuan showcased the true essence of celestial combat, culminating in Li Qingyuan's tragic defeat and demise at his hands. In the ensuing years, he remained within the Pure Yang palace, dedicating himself to spiritual studies, rarely descending the mountain. His last descent occurred 5 years ago, following the old emperor's passing and the ascension of Emperor Jiaxing, during which he visited as a family member. Today, this idol of middle-aged women throughout the martial world This adversary of all men, the leader of the Pure Yang sect and Grand Master of the Pure Yang Palace, has unexpectedly emerged. That Pure Yang sword alone is enough to instill fear in the hearts of martial artists. Upon encountering Qin Shugu, the deranged Zhu Kong charged at him once more. Regardless of titles, he sought to attack. Techniques such as the flower finger, the great wave palm, and the infinite calamity finger were unleashed without reservation, manifesting golden energy and colossal golden hands that stirred up clouds of smoke and waves of force, as if the very heavens and earth trembled and beasts fled in terror. If this were to be adapted into a television drama, the special effects for his techniques alone would cost a fortune. Yet, Qin Shugu stood resolute with but a single sword. No matter how myriad the angles or how intricate the attacks, he countered with one sword, enveloped in pure Yang true energy, wielding pure Yang sword energy that shook the heavens. Unlike Zhu Kong's frenzied assault, Qin Shugu remained defensive, as if playfully toying with a child. As Zhu Kong's true energy began to wane, Qin Shugu remarked, "If that old bald donkey Xing Kong were here, he might still exchange a few moves with me. You, however, should give up." With a gasp, Zhu Kong spat blood on the spot. At this moment, Yin Kong ceased his theatrics. Stepping closer to Qin Shugu and uttering a Buddhist chant, Yin Kong pays respect to the true man of Tiansu. Qin Shugu sheathed his sword, his gaze tinged with a hint of murderous intent as he asked, "What? Do you wish to reason with me today, master?" Daring not to flaunt before the true man. "Consider yourself clever, and remember what I once told you. It holds true for this lifetime." Yin Kong understood. These two are old acquaintances. It seems Yin Kong has suffered a loss before him. Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao exchanged knowing glances, stifling laughter. "Senior brother, did you write him a letter?" Zhang Qingyuan shook his head. "It's nothing, as long as he arrives." Indeed, hearing his two junior brothers mumble, Qin Shugu felt a sudden urge to reprimand them. However, the timing was inappropriate, and given his age and status, he bore the weight of an idol's image. "I will settle accounts with you later." At this moment, the crowd cautiously gathered around. Even Chu Tianxing, the leader of the Heavenly Gate, displayed an unusual caution. Qin Shugu had not set foot in the martial world for over a decade. Many of the contemporary prodigies might not recognize him. Yet, those from the same era, such as Zhong Qishan, were acutely aware of Qin Shugu's temperament. "Strive to act rather than argue. If you wish to reason with me, win first." Just then, Qin Shuangjiang, the vice leader of the Huan sect, known as Big Sister in the martial world, unexpectedly approached Qin Shugu and stood beside him. She spoke not a word, but her presence conveyed more than 1,000 words. The younger generation, such as Zhang Qingyuan and the two clever disciples from Huashan, remained oblivious to the underlying significance and turned their gazes toward Luo Binghe. "Brother, your head is green. Your wife is about to run away, and you're not even concerned." Yet, Luo Binghe appeared oblivious, as if it were a matter of course, exhibiting no signs of disturbance. Only the elder generation, such as Chu Tianxing and Zhong Qishan, understood the intricacies, observing Qin Shugu with a knowing gaze. "This junior brother of mine has quite the storied past," Zhang Junbao muttered softly. Observing the reactions of the seasoned elders, Zhang Qingyuan nodded in agreement. At the very least, it could fill a 1,000,000-word tale. Generations of talented individuals emerge, each leading the way for centuries. If nothing unexpected occurs, Qin Shugu is indeed that talent. Qin Shugu surveyed the crowd and declared, "I have not come here today to engage in idle chatter. Master Li Xuanjun of Daqian Palace on Laojun Mountain has recently had a revelation. He dreamt of entering the celestial realm and claimed that two true gods would descend to the earthly plane. Therefore, he has specifically sent me to bring them up the mountain. Upon entering the Daqian sect, my master indicated that his status is humble, and thus he wishes to place them under the tutelage of Master Li Xuanjun, the current head of Laojun Mountain, as disciples. This matter will be recorded in the Taoist canon today. Anyone with objections may come to the Pure Yang Palace to find me. You may disperse." Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in acquiescence. Li Xuanjun is to take in the deceased Li Xuanjun's disciple, who at 18, upon entering, will share the same generation as the current leader of the Taoist sect. What divine signs or true gods descending? Nonsense. Yet, with a mere utterance, this matter has been settled. Those who harbor dissent must swallow their grievances. Do not presume that the Buddhist sect would employ such methods. As practitioners, the Taoists are equally adept. You claim this person has succumbed to demonic influence and needs to be rescued by you? I retort that this individual ought to be executed by our Taoist sect. You assert he is a child of the Buddhist sect, while I proclaim him a true god descending from our Taoist lineage. Both are cunning foxes of millennia. What are we playing at? A ghost story? What audacity! Zhang Junbao and Zhang Qingyuan simultaneously raised their heads, realizing that this was the true essence of a Taoist. Yin Kong supported Zhu Kong, with the 18 arhats of Shaolin behind him, alongside a dozen disciples from the Damo Institute. It is said that the formation of the 18 arhats can slay masters. Yet the master of the Pure Yang sect stands here, and Yin Kong still dared not move, even with his brother Zhu Kong and the 18 arhats capable of subduing masters, and a multitude of disciples from the Buddhist sect whose skills rival the finest in the world. They remained motionless before Chen Shugu. The Shaolin members departed, and others dared not linger. Several sect leaders stepped forward to bid farewell to Chen Shugu before turning to lead their disciples away. Senior brother, it has been 18 years since we parted in the purple bamboo forest, yet you remain as charming as ever. Alas, my poor sister has aged and can no longer bear to face you. Qin Shuangjiang clutched his arm, gazing intently at his face. Shuangjiang, you know that I have always regarded you as my sister. Senior brother, Qin Shuangjiang covered her face, choking back tears as she turned her head away. Chen Shugu cast a glance at Luo Binghe and said, "Live well." With that, he turned without a backward glance, signaling Zhang Qingyuan and the others with a glance. Mouthing a single word, "Run." Zhang Qingyuan and the others obediently complied, turning to flee. "Hey, you little rascals, why are you running? Stand still." Chen Shugu pursued them with a semblance of urgency. Luo Binghe approached the still sorrowful Qin Shuangjiang, wrapping an arm around her shoulders and saying, "Junior sister, you will never be able to master the yin-yang harmony technique in this lifetime." "I'm sorry, senior brother." Even though Luo Binghe's striking appearance could overshadow all others, it could not make his junior sister's heart return, for all who had lived through that era understood. The most beautiful Qin Shuangjiang had already left her heart in that grove of purple bamboo in Jiangnan. Chapter 28. Mortals cannot comprehend immortals. Stop right there, you two rascals. It was only upon reaching the town that Chen Shugu finally caught up with Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao. It wasn't that he was incapable of catching up. Rather, he simply wished to prolong the chase. With each stride, he glanced back as if he were the one being pursued. Upon returning to the inn and entering their room, both Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao bowed simultaneously, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother, for your assistance. You certainly have a keen eye for discerning people's character." Chen Shugu gritted his teeth, yearning to declare that he had never encountered such unabashed individuals. "What do you mean, senior brother?" Zhang Qingyuan feigned innocence. Upon hearing this, Chen Shugu couldn't help but chuckle. Zhang Junbao quickly stepped forward to serve tea, while Zhang Qingyuan fetched a stool. Chen Shugu turned to Zhang Junbao and inquired, "Are you truly the reincarnation of the great Emperor Zhenwu?" Zhang Junbao, with a serious demeanor, replied, "I dare not claim such a title." Then Chen Shugu scrutinized Zhang Qingyuan and remarked, "Then you must be the reincarnation of the Miao Dao Zhenjuan? Such claims are merely hearsay, distorted beyond recognition." Zhang Qingyuan replied with a forced smile. "Ah, the esteemed Master Xianzhen has been deceived," Chen Shugu observed. "My junior brother also wishes to inquire. I had written to Master Xianzhen of Laojun Mountain, seeking his assistance. How is it that you have come here, senior brother?" Initially, Zhang Qingyuan had sent a message through the innkeeper to Laojun Mountain's Taxing Palace. The intention was clear: should negotiations with Shaolin falter, they required a member of the Taoist sect to come to their aid. In the martial world of Zhongzhou, there existed no sect capable of contending with Shaolin. Although the Shaolin Temple possessed martial prowess, its leader lacked sufficient standing. In stark contrast, Laojun Mountain, as the unparalleled sacred realm of the world, held immense weight in the Taoist community. The Taxing Palace of Laojun Mountain was said to be the place of the Taoist ancestor, the Taiching saint, often regarded as the ancestral ground of the Taoist sect. Although the martial skills of the priests there were not particularly formidable, being predominantly scholars engaged in literary pursuits, the palace's status within the Taoist community was undeniably high. Despite the seemingly weak priests of Laojun Mountain, throughout history, no ruler dared to disrespect them. Every dynasty's emperor, upon founding their reign, would pay homage to the Taoist ancestor at Taxing Palace. Any attempt to slight Laojun Mountain would provoke a united response from the Taoist community, for they are not to be trifled with. The phrase "acting on behalf of heaven" is not mere rhetoric. Though various Taoist sects differ in lineage, they all revere the three purities as their forebears. Regardless of the sect, be it Xuanzhen, Chunyang, Taixien, Wuji, Tai-yi, or Tai-yin, they all venerate the three purities. Thus, while Laojun Mountain may not interfere in the martial world, its influence is undeniable. Zhang Qingyuan penned a letter to the innkeeper, stating their admiration for the sacred realm and their desire to join the Taoist community. However, lamentably, their fates did not align, and they could only study the Taoist texts independently, facing countless dangers while remaining steadfast in their pursuit of the Tao. The language was ornate and fluid, filled with expressions of devotion. In subtlety, he conveyed that their talents were exceptional, akin to the monkeys outside the Three Stars Cave and the three-eyed beings on Yuling Mountain. Initially, they sought to join the Taoist sect, yet the Buddhist community, recognizing their extraordinary gifts, attempted to forcefully alter their beliefs. Their unwavering resolve to pursue the Tao led them to implore the ancestors for assistance. Zhang Qingyuan believed that, as staunch followers of the Tao, Laojun Mountain would surely send help, especially in light of the competition with the Buddhist sect for disciples. To his surprise, it was not a representative from Laojun Mountain who arrived, but rather the leader of the Chunyang sect, a prominent figure in the current martial world. Chen Shugu, taken aback, sighed. "A month ago, I learned that Master Xianzhen's health was declining and that he might soon ascend. Hence, I came to pay my respects." Upon arriving at Daqian Palace, Master Xianzhen summoned me. He mentioned two junior brothers in distress and requested my assistance. Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao exchanged glances, incredulous. He couldn't be referring to us, could he? I inquired about the identity of the Master Xianzhen, but he replied that the time had not yet come. After a few days, a letter arrived from the mountain, stating that the moment had come for me to descend. Upon reading it, I realized the cleverness of my junior brother. He gazed at Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao, noting their differing reactions. Zhang Qingyuan, accustomed to his boldness, felt no shame, while Zhang Junbao, more modest, found himself embarrassed by the revelation. They understood the letter's content, over 1,000 words, filled with intricacies, essentially conveying their desire to join the Taoist sect, emphasizing their exceptional gifts, and urging immediate action lest they fall into the hands of the Buddhists. Though the words were not explicit, the underlying meaning was clear. "Wait a moment," Zhang Qingyuan interjected. "Didn't Master Xianzhen say we were his junior brothers? How did we become your junior brothers?" Chen Shugu, amused, replied, "When Master Xianzhen ascends, do you think I am the only one who will come? Esteemed figures from all Taoist sects will arrive. At your age, to suddenly become our senior's master is quite the audacity." Understood, Zhang Qingyuan nodded, realizing the delicate balance of hierarchy in the Taoist community. This was akin to the world of crosstalk, where a master, if unwilling to accept disciples, would face complexities in generational hierarchy. The Taoist community was not devoid of desires and rivalries. They would not permit Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao to rise above them. After sipping his tea, Chen Shugu noted, "We encouraged him to accept you too, but he insisted that a living person cannot serve as a teacher to an immortal. Ultimately, you two became disciples of his late senior brother, Master Xuanqin. Remember, your master is Li Xuanqin, the former head of Daqian Palace." "Understood, understood," they replied, bowing towards the void. However, Zhang Qingyuan found himself perplexed by this unexpected master. Could he truly communicate with the cosmos? While he was uncertain of his own reincarnation as the Miao Daojinjuan, Zhang Junbao was revered as the great Emperor Zhenwu. He believed in the existence of immortals. Yet this was his first encounter with such an enigmatic figure. In his understanding, the rules of different realms varied. In his previous life, he might have inhabited a world devoid of deities and demons, while others were dominated by immortals or martial heroes. Each realm had its distinct rules, rendering blanket assumptions impossible. The notion that such immortal beings existed in this world led him to ponder whether a Taoist of Master Li Xian's caliber could indeed sense the ethereal. Zhang Qingyuan recalled that some Taoist masters in his past life were quite extraordinary, living over a century, sensing their ascension, or exhibiting incorruptible corpses after death. Moreover, this world, while not pursuing immortality, was not devoid of profound mysteries. "Prepare yourselves and accompany me up the mountain. Your master will ascend in a few days." "Understood, senior brother," they replied, bowing once more. Zhang Junbao, indifferent to whether he was truly the great Emperor Zhenwu reincarnated, focused on living well in the present and dismissed any thoughts deemed inconsequential. Even if one truly is the reincarnation of the true martial emperor, Without the memories of a past life, one must still eat and ponder the intricacies of martial arts. Mastery is not achieved without diligent practice, and the inevitabilities of life, aging, illness, and desires remain. So why dwell on such matters? It is not as if I perceive myself as a celestial being, impervious to harm or able to exist without sustenance. Senior brother, what is your connection with Qin Shuangjia? Zhang Qingyuan suddenly inquired, the abrupt shift in topic nearly causing Chen Shugu to wince. We were discussing your affairs. Why bring this up? Chen Shugu replied, his demeanor turning serious. In this matter, the one who asks shall meet their demise. Oh. The two men begrudgingly resumed packing their belongings. After a brief pause, Zhang Junbao could no longer contain himself. Is it widely known in the martial world? Chen Shugu, filled with a desire to draw his sword, bellowed, I told you, the one who asks shall meet their demise. Oh, they both fell silent. Yet a spark of curiosity flickered in their eyes. Shall we visit the Yuan sect sometime? Yes, let us take a look. Chapter 29. Entering the Taoist Gate on Laojun Mountain. Founding the Taoist sect by Zhang Junren. Laojun Mountain, home to the Daqian Palace, is part of the majestic Qinling mountain range, where clouds swirl, white cranes soar, and verdant pines and cypresses flourish, creating a scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Numerous Taoist temples are perched atop this mountain, their structures cascading along the peaks, appearing to float against the cliffs from afar. A poem describes it thus: layers upon layers of cloud-clad ridges. Autumn brings clarity here. Verdant hues greet the senses. The sound of distant springs echoes back. Golden peaks lean with purple aura. Stone forests exude a celestial breeze. Deep ravines lie in silence. Butterflies flit nameless. Breathing the air at the summit is intoxicating. Daqian Palace, originally known as the Laojun Temple, has undergone multiple renovations, evolving into a grand edifice at the peak. Zhang Qingyuan had never visited the Laojun Mountain in Hunan in his previous life. He had only seen it online. The geographical positions and Taoist cultures of these two mountains differ, and he was unaware of their distinctions. Passing through the Zhongtian Gate and continuing along the mountain path leads directly to Daqian Palace. Other peaks on the mountain also house various Taoist temples, all tracing their lineage back to Daqian Palace. The first notable difference between this Laojun Mountain and the one in Hunan is that Zhang Qingyuan did not encounter stone steps. They were traversing a dirt path. With no tourism bureau to assist, relying solely on the incense offerings of Laojun Mountain, achieving the memory Zhang Qingyuan held would be arduous. However, the dirt path was not overly challenging, with only the more difficult segments paved with bluestone. Upon reaching the main peak of Daqian Palace, one is greeted by a sprawling complex of Taoist halls. The cliffs are closely situated, and each peak is connected by corridors. Taoist priests busily engage in self-cultivation and recitation of scriptures. Accompanied by Chen Shugu, they arrived at the summit, where a magnificent Taoist temple stood, overlooking the world with the plaque inscribed, Daqian Palace. In his previous life, Zhang Qingyuan had wished to travel, but seldom ventured out. Fortunately, this world's Laojun Mountain lacked the throngs of tourists, enveloped in tranquility. There were indeed some outsiders, primarily worshippers offering incense, as well as literati seeking to cultivate their spirits. Although Daqian Palace serves as the sanctum of the Daqian sage, it venerates numerous deities. Virtually every named Taoist deity is honored here: the three purities, the four emperors, and the myriad celestial beings. Entering Daqian Palace, one is immediately enveloped by the fragrant smoke of incense. The Taoist priests exhibit solemnity, while the worshippers display reverence. Chen Shugu led them to the back, where Laojun Terrace, the residence of past Taoist leaders of Daqian Palace, is located. It is said that this was where the supreme Laojun delivered teachings in his later years. At Laojun Terrace, a Taoist hall shrouded in purple mist appears, hazily visible. At the entrance, two Taoists stand guard, one on each side. Upon seeing Chen Shugu, they hurriedly approached to greet him. "We welcome you, Master Tianqiu." They then bowed to Zhang Qingyuan and his companion. "We pay our respects to the two esteemed uncles." The two hurriedly returned the gesture, and Chen Shugu nodded. "Are they all inside?" Chen Shugu inquired. In response to Master S' words, "All the Taoist leaders await your return," they replied. "Understood." Turning to Zhang Qingyuan and his companion, Chen Shugu urged, "Let us proceed. Why wait?" Zhang Qingyuan felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. He could not pinpoint the reason, but an overwhelming sensation of being scrutinized, akin to an awkward bride meeting her in-laws, enveloped him. Perhaps it was the gravity of entering such a solemn Taoist sanctuary that left him astounded, or perhaps it was the feeling of being an outsider, fearing exposure. His emotions were tangled, and he found himself at a loss for words, his heart racing and limbs tingling. Zhang Junbao mirrored his unease, albeit with an added thrill and a sense of gravity. "Let us go." Taking a deep breath, they steadied their nerves. Upon entering, they were met with the sight of dozens of individuals seated on meditation cushions, with an elderly sage at the back, his skin heavily wrinkled, white beard and hair flowing, clad in a blue Taoist robe, and adorned with a crown of purple gold lotus. Chen Shugu led them to the forefront, bowing respectfully. Disciple Taiyang Suzi humbly reports, "Fulfilling my duty. Today I bring my fellow disciples Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao back to the mountain." Li Xuanjun, eyes closed in meditation, lifted his eyelids upon hearing the voice, revealing deep eyes that seemed to contain the entire cosmos. Just a glance evoked a sense of being completely exposed. Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao simultaneously bowed. Disciple Zhang Qingyuan, Zhang Junbao, pays respects to Master Xuanjun, they said, bowing deeply. The Taoist leaders behind them turned their gazes upon the two. In truth, since their entrance, their eyes had not strayed. These leaders, each representing various Taoist sects, were formidable in presence. Their expressions revealed a blend of confusion, envy, and perplexity, wondering why these two youths, merely possessing good looks, warranted such attention from the master. Li Xuanjun regarded them, and a rare expression flickered across his otherwise impassive face. "I was meant to transcend yesterday, yet I lingered, awaiting you both." His voice resonated powerfully, far from what one would expect from his fragile appearance. "Today, I shall guide my two esteemed nephews into the fold. This is a moment of profound significance." A Taoist elder in his 60s approached, holding a plaque, and stood beside Li Xuanjun. "This is your master, Taoist Li Xuanjun. Come forth and pay your respects." A young acolyte presented 3 incense sticks to each of them, and they performed the disciples' bow, offering 3 prostrations before the plaque. Ceremony complete, the elder called out. Zhang Qingyuan remained puzzled, wondering why, upon entering the sect, they were not receiving their talismans, thinking this was the conclusion. The elder seemed to perceive his thoughts, suddenly declaring, "The sage opened 3,000 paths, creating countless worlds. These are your talismans, keep them well." An acolyte held aloft a tray bearing 2 metal talismans inscribed with runes. Zhang Qingyuan was taken aback, his heart racing. The elder surely possessed profound insight. His cryptic words implied that each world has its own rules, and methods of receiving talismans vary, confirming Zhang Qingyuan's suspicions. How remarkable! But if other Taoists in this world are equally perceptive, might I not expose myself? The old Taoist does not cultivate martial prowess, but rather the path. The Tao flows naturally, and those with sensitivity to the heart can perceive it. One who understands is gifted, able to discern the differences across ages, observing the cosmos. I alone possess this ability, while others do not. Now that the ceremony is complete, my 2 esteemed nephews may roam freely within Daqian Palace and explore the scriptures on the mountain. After the elder's transcendence, Miaoxin would assume leadership of Daqian Palace. Disciples shall heed the laws. They all chorused in unison. Miaoxin turned and inquired, "Master, I am but a dullard. Do my 2 esteemed brothers wish to join our Daqian lineage?" Li Xuanjun gently shook his head. "The 2 deities have their own missions. There is no need to bind them." Understood. This indicated that while they had taken Li Xuanjun as their master, it was primarily for nominal affiliation. Whether they chose to cultivate on the mountain or pursue endeavors in the world below was entirely their decision. Both were deities destined to stir the winds and clouds, establishing their own sects and becoming revered ancestors. The gazes of others upon them grew even more profound. Li Xuanjun added, "Originally, I intended to create a grand spectacle to welcome my 2 esteemed nephews to the mountain. However, my body has failed me. I must ascend to report." Turning to the assembly, he said, "For now, remain in the mortal realm. I shall take my leave." With that, the elder ascended into the heavens. "Farewell, master." The crowd bowed once more. The following days were spent attending to Li Xuanjun's funeral arrangements and participating in Miaoxin's succession ceremony as the leader of Daqian Palace. They soon learned that Wu Miaoxin was the disciple of Li Xuanjun's brother, Zhang Xianying. The enduring popularity of the Daqian Palace is attributed to their principle of meritocracy. Unlike other martial sects, Daqian Palace does not elevate individuals based solely on their martial prowess or innate talent. Rather, the true measure of leadership lies in the steadiness of one's Tao heart. After paying homage to Master Li Xuanjun, the assembly of Taoists swiftly encircled the two, scrutinizing their peculiarities. What extraordinary beings are you, descending from the heavens? What justifies your remarkable prowess at such a tender age? Among the crowd were those eager to befriend them, those who were skeptical, and those merely there to observe. This scenario is akin to the divine right of kings, where the aging emperor dreams that his eldest son is the true dragon destined to ascend the throne. Other princes questioned the legitimacy of this claim, wondering what constitutes the truth of the dragon's essence. However, the onlookers were not intent on disputing the identities of Zhang Qingyuan and his companion. Instead, they were keen to discern the source of their superiority. Taoist Miaoxin introduced the two to the distinguished identities of their peers. Present among them was Zhang Yunlu, the contemporary celestial master of Longhushan and the national master of the Great Qian Kingdom. There was also Zhou Wangji, the current leader of the Quanzhen sect, renowned in the martial world alongside Qin Shugu. Accompanying them were his disciples, the 7 talents of Quanzhen. Additionally, there were Qin Shouzhua, the abbot of the Three Clear Temple, Mei Jinsu, the leader of the Taiyin Xianxing sect, Yi Zongzhen, the master of the Kunlun Yuqing Yushu Palace, Lu Chongli, the head of the Tai Sword sect, Li Chongli of the Pure Yang Wajijian sect, Jiang Hanzhou, the head of the Lingbao Pavilion in Xiangyang, Lu Xuanshuang of the Kunlun Holy Mother Palace, and Han Bailu of the Xian Inn Pavilion. As the crowd surrounded them, addressing them as junior brothers with expressions that betrayed a forced cheerfulness, Zhang Junbao felt a prickle of unease. He recognized that without showcasing something substantial today, he would not be able to pass this trial. Reluctantly, he retrieved his martial arts manuals, along with his annotations and insights. Here it is, behold, and be shamed. Previously, he had humbly attributed Master Li Xuanjun's praise to exaggeration, but now he was ready to declare boldly, indeed, I am the embodiment of Zhenwu's descent. Just because my brother and I have achieved these martial feats by the age of 18, you cannot claim the same. Yet, he noticed something peculiar about Zhang Qingyuan. Shouldn't he, his senior brother, be the one to manage this situation? Why was he so distracted? Chapter 30. The Essence of the World. The truth of transcendence. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and a serene atmosphere enveloped the Taqing Palace. The mourning period for Master Li Xuanjun had concluded, and the leaders of various sects had departed with their disciples. The new headmaster, Wu Miaoxin, had settled into the Laojun Terrace, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. Zhang Junbao was immersed in the ocean of Taoist scriptures, eagerly absorbing the nourishing essence of the Taoist texts within the palace's library, replenishing his soul that had long been in want. Zhang Qingyuan was also engaged in reading, yet his insights diverged from those of Zhang Junbao. While perusing the scriptures, he often pondered a singular question: what does it mean to attain the profound? Moreover, what did Master Xuanjun's words before his ascension truly signify? He had stated that those who attain the profound possess exceptional talents, being the sole individuals capable of discerning the differences between past and present and observing the cosmos, while all others remain blind to this truth. Although this statement seemed straightforward, it appeared to harbor a deeper significance. It was evident that Master Xuanjun had indeed recognized his own roots. When he spoke of the 3,000 great avenues and the countless worlds created by the sages, he articulated his concerns and illuminated his own foundation. Zhang Qingyuan comprehended this. As the concept of a multiverse was not a novel notion, the ancients had speculated similarly. For instance, Taoists asserted that sages created 3,000 universes, while Buddhists proclaimed that a single flower represents a world and a single tree embodies enlightenment. They believed all universes were crafted by divine hands, each governed by its own set of rules, which might be alike or diverging. There was also a narrative that spoke of the Jade Emperor enduring 1,750 tribulations, each lasting 129,600 years. It suggested that the Jade Emperor did not experience tribulations in the main world, but rather in a realm of his own creation, where time flowed more swiftly than in the primary world. Thus, the master of profound attainment could sense his own identity, as well as that of Zhang Junbao. Yet, what precisely is the experience of attaining the profound, and what kind of realm does it entail? Zhang Qingyuan was perplexed, spending his days clutching scriptures in pursuit of answers. In truth, it was a matter of his own enlightenment. The two remained atop the mountain, with Brother Miaoxin adhering to Master Xuanjun's directive, not to impose, not to constrain, nor to reject. They greeted one another when they crossed paths, but otherwise, he left them to their studies. Each day began with early morning training alongside the mountain's Taoist practitioners, followed by immersion in the library, reading until lunch, then resuming their studies in the afternoon. In the evenings, they would take leisurely strolls, practice their skills, and join the others for evening rituals. They were never late for the morning and evening sessions. Zhang Qingyuan occasionally shared martial theories he had encountered online in his previous life, speaking freely in order to avoid forgetting them over time. Zhang Junbao, rather than rushing to create, would first document these ideas, revisiting them when inspiration struck, for they might prove useful in due course. Seasons changed, and a year slipped by unnoticed. One day, as Zhang Qingyuan observed the disciples practicing health-preserving martial arts, he noted their techniques lacked potency, yet with diligent practice, they indeed fostered longevity. Zhang Junbao gleaned inspiration from these exercises, enhancing certain aspects of Tai Chi over the year. His creations were few. Aside from perfecting the Zixiao Thunder Sword technique, he developed a finger technique named Hunyuan Ichi Finger, inspired by Zhang Qingyuan's concepts of Dahuang, Qiantian Finger, and Yang Finger. This technique transformed innate true energy into formidable power, erupting from the index finger with resounding strength. Though he had only created this single technique, he devised two internal cultivation methods. His exceptional talent, coupled with the myriad inspirations provided by Zhang Qingyuan, propelled his progress. The Daqian Palace housed an abundance of scriptures, allowing Zhang Junbao to discover original texts from various sections. As his knowledge expanded, so too did his insights. He utilized the Huang Ting Jing as a foundation to create the internal method Huang Ting Lianqiju, also known as the Huang Ting. This technique guided true energy to the spiritual root using the tortoise breath technique, synchronizing the true energy with the rhythms of nature. The distinction between Huang Ting true energy and that of the Taiyin and Yang resided in the former's gentleness combined with high explosive power and enduring potency. However, this did not imply that the Taiyin condensation technique and the Yang condensation technique were inferior. Each possessed its own merits, and practitioners of either could attain mastery. Subsequently, drawing upon Zhang Qingyuan's healing theories and the philosophies within the Dongxian Jing, he developed the Tai Ching Dongxian Gong. This internal method produced pure and natural true energy, governed by virtue, enabling its wielder to not only heal their own injuries, but also to extend that healing to others. However, this internal method demanded purity of heart in its practitioners. Those with impure intentions would find themselves unable to cultivate true energy, or worse, suffer backlash. The two continued to primarily focus on the Yang condensation technique, supplementing their practice with the Taiyin condensation technique, as these two methods did not conflict. Even achieving mastery in both was feasible. However, the other two methods could not be practiced indiscriminately, as true energies differed. Transitioning to Huang Ting true energy necessitated the expulsion of previous energies. The same applied to Dongxian true energy, as multiple forms of true energy could not coexist. They practiced cautiously, managing to cultivate a singular strand of Huang Ting true energy and another of Dongxian true energy. These energies, delicate as threads, appeared insignificant in the face of the overwhelming Yin and Yang energies. Akin to adding a drop of cola and a drop of Sprite into a large vat of water, they did not interfere with one another. Reluctant to abandon their efforts and start anew, they persevered in this manner. Nevertheless, Zhang Junbao conceived an idea, convinced he could devise a method for these true energies to coexist harmoniously. After a year of cultivation and self-refinement, both individuals underwent significant changes in their mindsets. Zhang Junbao became more cheerful, influenced by Zhang Qingyuan's demeanor, particularly after experiencing the benefits of his prior bravado before the leaders of various sections. In contrast, Zhang Qingyuan grew more contemplative, burdened by the weight of his readings and the unresolved meanings behind Master Xuanzhen's two statements. Throughout the year, their mastery of the Taiyin and Yang condensation techniques advanced to the 7th level. Their innate talents propelled their progress, and they felt capable of defeating their past selves from a year prior effortlessly. As Zhang Qingyuan observed their peers practicing, he pondered deeply. At that moment, a few leaves fell, revealing an auspicious sign. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his mind, and he comprehended the true meaning behind Master Xuanzhen's words. He realized that when Master Li Xuanzhen spoke of those who attain the profound as possessing extraordinary talents, capable of discerning the differences between ancient and modern times and observing the cosmos, he was articulating a profound truth. Firstly, Master Xuanzhen indicated that this world lacks deities. It is martial prowess that reigns supreme. However, the paths of Tao and Buddhism, along with various beliefs, do exist. This implies that the deities of the main world can reflect within this realm but do not descend upon it. Much like the materialistic explanations of his previous life, phenomena that are enigmatic still transpired. The same applies to this world. Those who attain the profound, akin to Li Xuanzhen of this world or Zhang Qingyuan, who was once heralded online, possess a unique essence through their cultivation, gaining a touch of the extraordinary. They are not deities and wield no supernatural powers, yet their souls transcend. When Master Xuanzhen stated that those who attain the profound can observe the ancient and the modern, it signifies that through cultivation and certain methods, one can indeed discern destinies and the passage of time. These truths are veritable. However, such prodigies can only grasp the principles governing this world. Much like the prophetic diagrams of the past, which predicted the events of this world for centuries to come. Conversely, Master Li Xuanzhen had transcended this universe and perceived his own existence. Reaching this stage, apart from innate talent, also requires divine guidance. It is akin to perceiving the potential within Zhang Junbao, recognizing his need for assistance, which led to a moment of enlightenment. Otherwise, even the most skilled fortune teller could merely discern that Zhang Junbao possesses an extraordinary fate, or that his own cosmic secrets are in disarray. It is crucial to note that comprehending the arcane does not equate to cultivating immortality. There are no magical incantations involved. Much like the clay Buddha in the world of Fengyun, who can predict accurately yet remains powerless against the formidable Xiongba. Thus, I too possess the ability to unravel the mysteries. Zhang Qingyuan appeared to glimpse a grand portal, albeit one that remains firmly shut. He chuckled softly. It will be opened. Chapter 31. Changes in the Jianghu after descending the mountain, having traversed the small circulatory path and recited incantations while forming hand seals. I, a humble Taoist from Laojun Mountain, who has attained enlightenment, reflect on my journey. I have studied the 9 palaces diagram and practiced the pulse regulation technique. Yet the nun has called me a villain for not paying last night. As dawn breaks, Zhang Qingyuan hums an inexplicable tune while preparing luggage alongside Zhang Junbao. Today marks the year 141 of the Great Qian Empire, specifically July of the 6th year of GXing. Remarkably, this is only the 30th chapter, and Zhang Qingyuan has already spent 2 years in this realm. Recently, after achieving a profound understanding of the mysteries of the universe, he and Zhang Junbao have resolved to descend the mountain. They have bid farewell to their senior brothers and have spent the past few days enjoying the company of several amiable disciples on the mountain, preparing to depart this morning. Zhang Junbao has left the Ta Qing Dong Xian Gong behind on the mountain as his primary internal cultivation method. The Taoists of Ta Qing Palace are inherently devoted to self-cultivation, making this technique particularly suitable for them. Brother Miaoxin is immensely grateful, acknowledging that although there are internal cultivation techniques available on the mountain, they do not possess combat capabilities and primarily focus on self-cultivation and nurturing the meridians. The Ta Qing Dong Xian Gong has an exceptionally high ceiling, evidently a formidable technique, prompting Brother Miaoxin to express his gratitude profusely. Momentarily at a loss for how to reciprocate, Zhang Qingyuan chuckles. Regardless, we share the same ancestral master and are kin in the Taoist brotherhood. We are all from Ta Qing Palace, contributing to our own lineage. There is no need for such formalities. Junior brother, you too. Brother Miaoxin hesitates. You both intend to establish your own Taoist lineage and create your own sect, requiring some foundational techniques to bolster your reputation. This, rest assured, brother. Zhang Junbao interjects. I do not mean to boast, but you are aware of my creativity. Acquiring martial arts manuals is a mere trifle. At the mountain gate, Brother Miaoxin accompanies his disciples to bid farewell to the duo. Zhang Qingyuan is indifferent, while Zhang Junbao is determined to establish his own sect, making it impossible for them to linger on the mountain. Over the past year, Zhang Junbao has comprehended 72 texts and perused 135 Taoist scriptures, acquiring a wealth of knowledge that necessitates corresponding worldly practice for further advancement. Brother, esteemed disciples, please stay your steps. The mountains are high and the roads long. We shall meet again. Take care, junior brother. If you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to write to me. Fear not. The two wave goodbye and turn their backs as they descend the mountain. Their route remains largely unchanged, yet Zhang Qingyuan has included a few additional stops. The aspiration to explore the nation persists, and thus the duo's first destination is not eastward to Xinzhou, but northward to Bingzhou Prefecture, where their esteemed senior brother, Qin Shugu, resides. Throughout the year, a question has plagued them. How beautiful could their sister-in-law, the third princess of the great Qian Empire, be to have outshone the previous generation's top beauty, Qin Shuangjiang, in the contest for a husband? Moreover, Qin Shugu had once gone to the capital of the great Feng Empire to seize her hand in marriage. Firstly, Qin Shugu has shown them kindness, having rescued them both. Secondly, they are genuinely curious to resolve their doubts. It is only reasonable that they visit Bingzhou. Upon descending the mountain, while resting at a tea house at its foot, they overhear a few wandering heroes engaging in casual conversation, learning that the Jianghu remains as lively as ever. The Jianghu is still the same. The absence of Zhang Junbao and Zhang Qingyuan has not stilled its pulse. Since their ascension, Shaolin Temple has unexpectedly closed for 3 months. Zhang Junbao speculates that it must be dealing with the matter of the monk Juekong succumbing to demonic influence. Furthermore, after their departure, the famed Fenshui sword has surfaced, reportedly acquired by a young man named Gu Yunzhou, who is said to be a descendant of the original owner of the sword. Who knows the truth of it? Last year, this young man stirred considerable unrest across the central and divine realms, attracting countless factions vying for his favor. Much like a protagonist in a coming-of-age tale, he has taken many lives before ultimately evading capture. Additionally, the leader of the Songshan sword sect has mastered the Ice Soul Cold Heart sword technique, bolstering his confidence as he seeks to unite the 5 mountain sword sects and elect a leader among them. Subsequently, the Songshan sword sect leader, Pei Wuyang, was soundly defeated by Lin Shuyan, the eldest disciple of the Huashan sect. The rationale was that while merging the 5 mountain sword sects and selecting a leader is perfectly reasonable, the title leader of the 5 mountains is unacceptable. You 5 mountain sword sects are all branches of the same tree. What business is it of mine as a member of the Huashan sect? As both the Huashan sword sect and Huashan sect are situated on Huashan Mountain, Lin Xian's assertion that he should be the leader of the 5 mountains would lead others to believe that the Huashan sect ought to heed his command as well. This revelation left Pei Wuyang thoroughly enlightened on the perils of reckless speech, while the other 4 mountain sects reveled in his misfortune, believing it was fitting for him to be humbled. Had Lin Shuyan not arrived early, the Wuwang sect, situated on Hengshan, could have intervened, and Pei would have faced even graver consequences. This chapter concerning the 5 mountain sword sects has reached a conclusion, as news suddenly emerged from the Yuming city that their former lord had passed away, and the new lord has been succeeded by the late lord's son, Situ Qingyuan. Reports state that Situ Qingyuan has discovered the map to the Guishu ancient city, unveiling the location of its treasures, and intends to seek out the lost riches within the ancient city. The veracity of this information remains uncertain, yet further rumors have surfaced. The leader of the Xing sect, one of the 12 sects, was injured during a visit to Yuming City by Situ Qingyuan. Upon returning, he claimed that the new lord of Yuming City practices sinister arts, cultivating through death energy. Shock reverberated through the central plains martial world. Led by Daqian Temple, 6 of the 12 sects mobilized to subdue the evil. A fierce battle ensued at the Guishu ancient city, resulting in devastating losses for the 6 sects, with 2 sects completely annihilated. The 2 sects that fell were the Daluo sect and the Taishu sect, while the other 4 also suffered grievously. The abbot of Daqian Temple, Master Yunji, perished on the spot, and 7 out of the 10 martial monks were lost. Situ Qingyuan, the leader of the Yuming prefecture, gained notoriety, and upon returning to Yuming City, the influence of the city soared to unprecedented heights. Although Daqian Temple lost an abbot, it was merely a setback, while the 6 sects have been left in utter disarray. With the loss of 2 sects and 3 more severely weakened, the estates of these 5 sects were swiftly divided among other forces, a lamentable turn of events. The ballads of the Jianghu have since altered their opening line to 3 temples, 6 sects, and 7 great sects, previously comprised of 12 sects. They have now dwindled to 7. The Lushan Flying Sword sect has not experienced losses primarily due to their substantial family assets, as they thrive on sword forging. Despite remaining intact, they have slipped to the 2nd tier of martial power. Why then are they still regarded as 7 great sects? Because the Hehuan sect has ascended in stature. The leaders of the household were informed that their family has now become a top-tier sect in the Jianghu. How delightful! This unexpected joy left Luo Binghe and Qin Shuangjiang perplexed. Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao felt somewhat helpless, realizing they had yet to fully comprehend the shifts in the Jianghu, only to find it transformed. There was an overwhelming sense of powerlessness, akin to being seated in the mountains while the world has changed over a millennium. Yuming City had always been one of the 5 cities, previously not aligned with villainy. Although Yuming City has acted erratically and decisively, it has not committed any heinous acts along the borders of the western regions. However, due to the treasure of the Guishu ancient city, it has now become a target for righteous heroes seeking revenge. It is rumored that Pei Wuyang of the Songzhan Sword Sect is uniting the 5 mountain sword sects to avenge the 6 sections. Does Pei believe he has the power to do so? This has been the most significant event in the Jianghu over the past year, and all are abuzz with discussions surrounding Yuming City. After resting, Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao quietly depart, continuing their journey to Bingzhou. They feel little about the upheaval in the Jianghu. They will fight among themselves, and as long as they do not cross paths with the 2 of them, they will remain good friends. As they stroll, Zhang Junbao suddenly inquires, "Brother Yuan, do you believe Zhang Qingyuan is a villain?" "Certainly not," Zhang Junbao sighed, contemplating the complexities of the martial world. In this arena, who among us does not hold a life in their hands? To put it plainly, it remains a realm rife with treachery and deceit. He nodded, acknowledging that being ensnared within this web often obscures one's vision. "Ah, Baudi, you are mistaken," Zhang Qingyuan interjected, halting his steps to clarify. "It is not that they cannot see. Rather, they choose to feign ignorance." "Feign ignorance?" Zhang Junbao scoffed. As one of the 5 esteemed cities of the martial realm, Yuming City has never been disparaged by others. Perhaps a mutual disdain was at play. Yet, why did Shaolin Temple unite with 6 sects to vanquish demons at the end of last year? Consider this. Yuming City resides on the western frontier, still within the borders of Daqian, but it is 1,000 miles distant from Shaolin Temple, which is located in Suzhou. Were they truly hunting demons? Or did they catch wind of treasures hidden within the ancient city of Guishu? 7 prominent sects participated, not to mention countless smaller factions and various other forces that remain unnamed. A grand procession set forth, only to have the formidable Lord Situ thwarted, suffering significant losses. With so many lives lost, the powers of the Central Plains publicly vowed vengeance, branding Lord Situ as a demon. But was this vengeance? They had merely learned that the treasures were already spirited away by Zhang Qingyuan back to Yuming City. Their true intent was to lay claim to the riches. Despicable. Zhang Junbao spat in disdain. To earn a profit is not to be scorned, Zhang Qingyuan remarked. Scorned? It is indeed contemptible. Zhang Junbao retorted vehemently. Zhang Qingyuan chuckled, a sudden thought striking him. You know, to make money one must master the art of clever nomenclature. If the benefits are substantial and cloaked in a guise of righteousness, the great sects will venture forth, and the smaller ones will follow suit. If they succeed, the larger sects will reap the lion's share, while the lesser ones settle for mere scraps. Alas, Zhang Junbao lamented with a heavy sigh. Zhang Qingyuan leaned closer to him and continued, Do you believe that if we were to proclaim we have devised a martial art that bestows immortality, we would not be branded as villains? Such a fictitious art would be denounced as heretical, and the very righteous sects would pursue us relentlessly. Zhang Junbao remained silent, contemplating the depth of their conversation. Chapter 32. The Purchase of a Sword 5 days later. Zhang Qingyuan and his companions had crossed the Yellow River and arrived in the territory of Bingzhou. As they traversed the river, Zhang Qingyuan couldn't help but reflect on its unmistakable hue. However, the water itself lacked any distinctive flavor. He had always imagined that the mother river would be sweet and delightful. On the other hand, the Yellow River carp was quite delectable, with a delicate texture and exquisite taste. Upon reaching Bingzhou, they found the local cuisine predominantly consisted of noodles accompanied by vinegar, which was fairly palatable. Zhang Junbao savored his meal heartily, while Zhang Qingyuan was less enamored with noodles, preferring steamed buns and dumplings instead. The two entered a town that served as a thoroughfare from Bingzhou to the western regions. Bingzhou was a hub of commerce, leading to a well-connected network of roads bustling with travelers. This town was known as Qianlong City, where the road from east to west could take one to the capital of Chang'an or directly to the western regions. This thoroughfare had existed long before the western regions were incorporated into the Huaxia territory, now standing for nearly 2 millennia. In Qianlong City, the two found an inn called Yuan, one of the largest chain inns in the martial arts world. As night fell, the inn, usually vibrant, fell into an eerie silence. They ordered 2 bowls of knife-cut noodles and a braised Yellow River carp. The fish was simply irresistible, never growing tiresome. Brother, How much money do we have left? Zhang Junbao suddenly inquired. When we left, senior brother Miaoxin gave us 50 taels of silver. We still have quite a bit. What do you wish to buy? Zhang Qingyuan replied. I want to buy a sword. Zhang Junbao exclaimed excitedly. I overheard someone say that there is a shop belonging to the Yinghui sword forge to the north of the city. Oh, Zhang Qingyuan recalled that a year ago, during their first experience in combat and looting, the leader of a gang had wielded a sword forged by Yinghui. The iron sword was of excellent quality. And although it had become somewhat dulled after their encounter with the Wang family, he remembered the price tag inscribed on it, which read 5 taels of silver. He had commented then that they were conscientious merchants. With their martial prowess significantly enhanced, it was only fitting for them to possess 2 fine swords. For those in the martial world, weapons served as symbols of status, much like the watches, smartphones, and luxury cars of later generations. Is that enough? Zhang Junbao queried. Zhang Qingyuan counted the silver on the table and responded, We have 44 taels left. If you wish to buy 2 better ones, it might not suffice. Zhang Junbao felt a twinge of disappointment. I even designed 2 sword blueprints, one named Jinwu and the other named Dongma. If we want to create them ourselves with good iron, it will be even more expensive. If crafted by a master swordsmith, the price starts at 1,000 taels, or even higher without a fixed market value. Do not be disheartened. Once we finish our meal, let us go see what is available. If we find something suitable, we can make do for now. Zhang Qingyuan consoled him. Indeed. Keep that blueprint safe for when we have the funds to commission a master swordsmith, Zhang Junbao agreed. As they slurped their noodles, though the knife-cut noodles were difficult to slurp, an unexpected shout echoed from the street outside. Murder. Both turned to look outside, where they saw several uniformly dressed swordsmen pursuing 3 men clad in tattered garments. The 3 were quickly overtaken and, after a few exchanges, were slain by the swordsmen. One of the cold-faced assailants remarked, This is the fate of those who consort with the city of the underworld. The onlookers along the road retreated, unable to bear the sight. After the execution, the swordsmen simply turned away, leaving the bodies unattended. The 2 watched in rapt attention as the innkeeper's voice broke through. Speaking in the local dialect, Do not be afraid. Such occurrences have become commonplace these past few months. Oh, innkeeper, do you know what is happening? Zhang Junbao inquired, having sensed something amiss since entering the city. The innkeeper leaned over the counter, lazily explaining, Those murderers are disciples of the Songshan sword sect. They arrived over 2 months ago, claiming to be searching for individuals from the city of the underworld. But the city of the underworld is thousands of miles from here. How could we possibly harbor such individuals? From the moment they arrived, they have been searching everywhere, and we are utterly powerless against them, especially for us innkeepers. With so many guests coming and going daily, how can we possibly know who is who? They frequently disrupt our inn, making it impossible for us to conduct business. Shouldn't the martial world refrain from disturbing ordinary citizens? What about the 6 doors? Zhang Qingyuan asked. The martial world handles its own affairs, provided it does not disrupt the functioning of the state. Just as we resolved our matter with the Wang family last year according to the rules of the martial world, the authorities do not intervene. However, if someone reports to the officials, the 6 doors will take action, and then the law of the land prevails. This is a long-standing agreement. Generally, the martial community adheres to its own rules, as long as it does not impede national development or disturb local order. Otherwise, the 6 doors will intervene. The 4 doors mentioned in the ballads of the martial world includes the 6 doors, as the sole institution bridging the state and the martial world. The 6 doors can employ both legal and martial rulings on offenders. The actions of the Songshan sword sect undoubtedly disrupted the lives of the common folk, and logically, the 6 doors should have issued a warning. However, the local head of the 6 doors had died earlier in the year, and the new chief had yet to arrive, leaving only a few constables who were unable to handle the situation. Very well, Zhang Qingyuan exchanged glances with his brother, having no intention of getting involved. As I said, you may do as you wish, as long as it does not affect us. Zhang Junbao furrowed his brow, pondering, yet he restrained himself. Zhang Qingyuan discerned his thoughts and chuckled silently. His brother's inclination towards recklessness had not fully matured. He was still in the growth phase, which rendered him less impulsive. Should he reach the stage of unparalleled martial prowess, he would become like the unkempt Zhang Lada, unperturbed by the righteousness or wickedness of others. As long as someone oppressed the common people or acted in a manner that displeased him, he would intervene. Discontent? Hold it in. He would become the grandmaster of the Dongma, serving the people. What could be wrong with that? After all, in the world of heavenly sword, The Ming sect and the six major sects maintained decorum until Zhang Sanfeng turned 90. Their audacity only emerged after he surpassed that age, presuming that his age rendered him incapable of wielding a sword, daring even to push Zhang Zuishan to his demise. They bullied an old man over 100 years of age, who had mellowed with years of cultivation. Had he retained the temper of his 60s or 70s, he could have easily sent those intruders packing, if one believes it. Zhang Qingyuan analyzed the various iterations of Zhang Junbao across different worlds, categorizing them into 4 stages: childhood, growth, unkempt, and realization. The childhood stage represented the time when Zhang Junbao had just descended from Shaolin, having experienced the loss of his master, characterized by a weak temperament, wandering aimlessly, and failing to retaliate against bullying, essentially a victim. The growth stage commenced upon his arrival at Wudong, where he began secluded training, achieving enlightenment and creating martial arts while engaging earnestly with society. During this period, he not only absorbed wisdom from scriptures, but also garnered experiences from the world around him. The unkempt stage, typically occurring in his late 30s or approaching 40, would see him reach martial excellence, forming his own moral judgments of good and evil, and traversing the martial world wielding a zhenwu sword to impart wisdom. The realization stage, occurring after 90, would witness him mellowing with age, bearing the weight of a public persona, engaging in self-cultivation at Wudong, and embarking on the path of immortality. In this world, however, Zhang Junbao's childhood stage was tragically brief, lasting less than 6 months before transitioning into the growth stage. In contrast, the other iterations of Zhang Junbao had to endure years of enlightenment at Wudong before overcoming their shadows. The Zhang Junbao of this world was fortunate, yet the martial world suffered as a result. His abbreviated childhood stage would inevitably lead to an earlier arrival of the unkempt stage. The zhenwu sword shall make its appearance in the martial world a decade earlier than its counterpart in other realms, though it remains uncertain whether its manifestation aligns with age. If it does, transitioning to the realm of the true man at 90 years old seems improbable, particularly as he is currently but 19. The path of demon slaying is not merely a matter of decades. After dinner, the two brothers ventured to the Yinghui Sword Pavilion in the northern part of the city to procure swords. Upon their arrival, they were relieved to find the pavilion still open. In a moment of resolve, Zhang Qingyuan purchased 2 exquisite swords, each costing 15 taels of silver, determined to make them last as long as possible. After calculating their remaining funds, he found there were still several taels left, ample enough for both to reach the pure Yangdao Palace. Both swords were forged from exceptional iron, having undergone thousands of hammer strikes by master smiths. Each blade measured 3 feet 1 inch in length, adorned with intricate engravings, its silver-white surface glinting with a cold radiance. Accompanied by wooden sheaths, these were elegantly wrapped in snake skin, merging utility with aesthetic appeal. The brothers cradled their new swords as if they had just emerged from a mobile store with the latest Huawei device, unable to part with their new treasures. With a clang, the swords were drawn, swiftly sheathed again, and drawn once more, the sound echoing in the air. Zhang Qingyuan, however, did not share Zhang Junbao's exuberance. He felt the quality of these swords paled in comparison to the 5,000 yuan Longquan sword he had once gifted to a client in his previous life. After all, what material had that sword possessed? As they strolled back, having reached the heart of the city, the sound of cries and wails pierced the air, compelling Zhang Junbao to take notice. "Brother?" He glanced toward Zhang Qingyuan, who, licking his lips, urged, "Let us proceed." Chapter 33. Zhang Lada at this hour. You come to the city seeking a doctor, and yet you claim you are not a demon from the city of Yuming. I assure you, I am not from the city of Yuming. I am a local, residing in Wuying town, 10 miles outside the city. My wife is experiencing severe hemorrhaging. Please, let me go. You say she is hemorrhaging, but what proof do you have? This is Dr. Wang from the Qianlong City Tianjin Hall. A simple inquiry will suffice. Humph. Just moments ago, a demon from the city of Yuming was injured by my master and fled. He too requires a doctor. You claim your wife is hemorrhaging. What a coincidence. If it comes to it, can you not just watch us leave the city? I implore you. I am on my knees. My wife truly awaits my return with the doctor. If I delay, it could mean the death of both her and our child. You say your wife is hemorrhaging, yet you have come all this way, 20 miles back and forth. Can you possibly make it? My carriage is just outside the city, and you are the ones preventing it from entering. The Songshan sect is rigorously checking suspicious individuals for the safety of the citizens of Qianlong City. This is a strict rule. Why are you so domineering? If you wish to eliminate demons, go to the city of Yuming. What kind of brave man terrorizes here? I shall not reason with you. I demand to leave the city now. On the road, a scholar, dressed in traditional attire, argued with the disciples of the Songshan sect, accompanied by a doctor carrying a medicine box. The scholar's wife was suffering from a difficult childbirth and severe bleeding. Yet the disciples blocked his way under the pretense of searching for demons. Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao exchanged glances. It appeared they had just overheard this dispute. They hurried forward, for if the scholar spoke the truth, it meant 2 lives were at stake. The innocent mother and child must not come to harm. This was Zhang Junbao's conviction. Zhang Qingyuan, for reasons unknown, felt a surge of anger at the actions of the Songshan sword sect. He was indifferent to the deaths of those in the martial world, but women and children must not suffer. In his previous life, over 60 years ago, countless revolutionary forebears acted in such a manner. Moreover, he sensed an unsettling familiarity with the Songshan sect's actions, as if a distant memory had been triggered. Greetings. I come to handle some business. Your documents are incomplete. Please return next time. But I have all my credentials. I say they are incomplete, and that is final. We are merely following the regulations. Cough, cough. Stop. Who are you two? Which sect do you belong to? And do you have proof? Upon hearing footsteps, the disciples of the Songshan sword sect called out to them. Several other disciples swiftly drew their swords, intending to obstruct their path. Zhang Qingyuan, Zhang Junbao. They declared their names in turn. The disciples of the Songshan sect were taken aback, hurriedly sheathing their swords and bowing respectfully. So it is the 2 Taoists from Taiching Palace. I am Jiang Yi, a disciple of the Songshan sword sect. We were unaware of your arrival in Qianlong City. Being fellow denizens of Zhongzhou, and knowing the events of last year better than anyone, the disciples immediately became compliant upon learning their identities. Why are you blocking him and preventing him from leaving the city? Zhang Junbao stepped forward, standing beside the scholar, his gaze sharp as he addressed Jiang Yi. Sensing the tension in the air, Jiang Yi smiled nervously. You see, the martial world has been unstable of late. Demons from the city of Yuming have been burning, killing, and looting. The Songshan sword sect, in collaboration with the other 4 mountain sects, is apprehending demons around the Bingzhou region to maintain local safety. This afternoon, my master Fu Jinlong was slain by a demon from Yuming City. Upon learning this, our sect leader engaged in battle with the demon, severely wounding him and forcing him to retreat. We anticipated that the demon would seek medical attention, hence our search in the city. And now, this individual seeks a doctor at such a time. If he is a demon in disguise, would we not be letting a demon escape? His reasoning appeared sound, yet the scholar, upon hearing this, was consumed with rage, his eyes bloodshot and veins bulging as he seized Jiang Yi's collar, shouting, I do not care who you have lost. My wife's life hangs by a thread. I demand to take Dr. Wang with me. Preposterous. The other disciples stepped forward to rebuke him, roughly pushing him aside. The scholar fell to the ground, weeping bitterly, his voice hoarse and anguished. This matter is of great significance and must be handled with caution. Jiang Yi disregarded the scholar's impotent fury and continued, if we allow a demon to escape, more innocent lives will be lost. But what if he speaks the truth? Zhang Junbao questioned. Zhang Qingyuan stepped forward to assist the scholar, gesturing for Dr. Wang to come over. Dr. Wang, glancing cautiously at the disciples of the Songshan sword sect, steeled himself and approached. He was merely an ordinary person. How could he compare his concerns to such a grave matter? Jiang Yi spoke with an air of righteousness. Indeed, this society regards human life as trivial. Brother Yuan once said that even thousands of years hence, this truth would not change. He also mentioned that while it may not change, it can be improved. At the very least, within the scope of his vision, such tragedies must not occur, for he would not allow it. Zhang Junbao took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. I wish to let him return. May I ask if Sir Jiang could grant me this favor? Jiang Yi found himself in a quandary, yet he dared not confront Zhang Junbao openly. Just as he was struggling with this dilemma, Zhang Qingyuan spoke to the scholar. Take the doctor home to save your wife. The scholar recognized that they were aiding him and, perceiving their superior skills, bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed Taoists. I shall never forget this life-saving grace. Hurry along. Yes, we shall go. The scholar led Dr. Wang away, but he suddenly paused and said, esteemed Taoists, at the city gate. The inspections within the city are strict. Beyond this point, they will be even more stringent. The scholar looked at them sheepishly, his gaze pleading, for he understood that this was his only lifeline. Zhang Junbao ceased his banter with Jiang Yi, stepping beside the scholar and patting his shoulder. We shall escort you out. Thank you, esteemed Taoist. The scholar was overwhelmed with emotion, leading the doctor swiftly toward the city gate. Behind them, the disciples of the Songshan sword sect watched their retreating figures. One quietly asked, "Brother, shall we just let them go?" Jiang Yi gritted his teeth, glaring at Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao, suppressing his fury. Continue the search. In this world of the martial arts, the strong prey upon the weak. To the scholar, the disciples were an insurmountable force, while Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao surpassed even them. In the martial world, there is no reasoning to be had. In the smiling, proud wanderer, the Lin family exterminated. Who can they reason with? In the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, the Xie family murdered by Cheng Koan. Who can they appeal to? In the legend of the Condor heroes, the Zhang family village slaughtered by Mei Chaofeng during their training. Where is the logic in all this? Regardless of righteousness or villainy, no one listens to reason. The two of them escorted the scholar to the city gate, where the guards were now disciples of the Songshan sword sect. The soldiers did not care about the distinctions of the city of Yiming. As long as one had a travel permit, they could pass. However, once they were allowed through, they were immediately stopped again by the Songshan sword sect. It was the height of summer, night fell late, and curfew was even later. The townsfolk hurried home, eager to leave, but logic was of no consequence. Only those who had greased the wheels with silver could depart. Arriving at the city gate, witnessing this bizarre phenomenon, Zhang Qingyuan remarked to Zhang Junbao, "Do you see? This is what I meant. Great sects consume the meat, while minor sects sip the soup." Zhang Junbao remained expressionless, silent as he pondered. The soldiers finished inspecting the scholar and the doctor's travel permits, then looked over Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao's talismans, allowing them to pass as per the rules. Once outside the city gate, the disciples of the Songshan sword sect reached out to stop them. "Return, we." Before they could finish, Zhang Junbao stepped forward, pulling the scholar along as they continued onward. Zhang Qingyuan shielded the doctor, hastening to follow, as dozens of disciples of the Songshan sword sect drew their swords in indignation. Zhang Junbao was more incensed than Zhang Qingyuan, for he could not fathom how one could be so tyrannical, even more so than the authorities themselves. Casting a glance at the townsfolk eager to leave the city, he noted that each had their own pressing duties, their own reasons for departing. Why should the grievances with the underworld city entangle ordinary people? If one truly harbored such a temperament, they ought to assault underworld city directly. Why impose difficulties upon the common folk? Although Brother Yuan had previously elucidated the matter to him, and he grasped the underlying rationale, it still eluded his understanding, leaving him perplexed and unable to see clearly. Zhang Junbao raised his head and addressed Zhang Qingyuan. "Brother Yuan, please ensure their safe passage. I wish to reason with the disciples of the Songshan sword sect." "Very well," Zhang Qingyuan acquiesced. The scholar and the physician required an escort, while Zhang Junbao sought to vent his frustrations. The time for his disheveled phase had not yet arrived, yet they insisted on hastening his growth. Zhang Qingyuan led the scholar to his carriage, and once aboard, he urged the horses to gallop away. Behind them, Zhang Junbao, clad in a blue robe, felt the evening breeze ruffle his attire. His hairpin had come loose, a consequence of his hurried departure, leaving his hair somewhat disheveled. He positioned himself before the gathered disciples of the Songshan sword sect, obstructing their pursuit of Zhang Qingyuan. One disciple, brandishing his sword, pointed it at Zhang Junbao and exclaimed, "You, Taoist, dare to release captives. You must surely be a demon. Summon the sect leader at once. We will restrain him." Several disciples turned to re-enter the city, while the others encircled Zhang Junbao. A sword formation. The disciples took their respective positions, arranging themselves into a formidable yet enigmatic formation. At the city gate, two soldiers suddenly chuckled. The two on the opposite side, puzzled, inquired, "What are you laughing about?" One soldier replied, "Those two little Taoists we just examined. Do you know who they are?" "Who?" "The very ones who annihilated the Wang family a year ago in Zhongzhou." "So it was them. Why did you not inform the Songshan sword sect?" I would relish seeing them suffer. They flaunt themselves before us daily, mere trifles." Indeed, for soldiers leaned on their long spears, grinning as they watched Zhang Junbao. Zhang Junbao drew his sword with a solemn demeanor. Unbeknownst to him, his hairpin had fallen, causing his long hair to cascade chaotically, giving him a scruffy appearance. In truth, had Zhang Junbao revealed his name, the disciples of the Songhan sword sect might have granted him passage, much like they did with Jiang Yi. Yet for reasons unknown, Zhang Junbao felt content in his anonymity. If I do not speak my name, they shall remain ignorant of my identity. Should I reveal it, they would hesitate to act. Kill him. With a simultaneous cry, dozens of disciples of the Songhan sword sect drew their swords, their formation amplifying their might. The gathered sword energy coalesced into a colossal blade, hovering ominously above Zhang Junbao. Now, the disciples exerted their strength, and the giant sword descended upon him. At that moment, Zhang Junbao unsheathed his sword. A new blade. Let us see how sharp you truly are. Thunder. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene, shattering the massive sword with a resounding crack. Thereafter, Zhang Junbao resembled a butterfly, gracefully wielding his sword in a mesmerizing dance. Blood splattered, painting the air like vibrant hues on a canvas. Chapter 34. The resilient Pei Wui. When Zhang Qingyuan returned, the city gate lay shrouded in a heavy silence. Zhang Junbao stood with his sword drawn, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of over 30 disciples from the Songhan sword sect. These disciples were either missing limbs or had met their end in a single blow. Not far from Zhang Junbao stood Pei Wui, the leader of the Songhan sword sect, bearing several wounds on his arm, indicating he had sustained injuries. Beside him was a disciple named Jiang Yi. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Qingyuan grasped the gravity of the situation. It was evident that Pei Wui had arrived first and, upon discovering the massacre of his disciples, had rushed to confront the assailant, only to be wounded by Zhang Junbao. Following this, Jiang Yi had arrived to disclose Zhang Junbao's identity. However, in the time it took for Zhang Qingyuan to come and go, over half an hour had elapsed, leaving them in a peculiar standoff. Zhang Qingyuan approached Zhang Junbao, casting a curious glance at Pei Wui. What could have transpired? Pei Wui, clutching his injured arm, was at a loss for words. He too was desperate to understand the unfolding events, especially since they had just exchanged apologies moments earlier, a quarter of an hour prior. When disciples of the Songhan sword sect had informed Pei Wui of an intruder attempting to breach the city, he had been immediately incensed. Who dared to disrupt my affairs? He assumed it was someone from the Netherworld city, or perhaps an inexperienced youth seeking to prove themselves. If that were the case, he intended to provide a harsh lesson about the ruthlessness of the martial world. However, upon arriving at the city gate, his heart shattered at the sight before him. The disciples left at the gate were the elite of the Songhan sword sect, and now not a single one remained unscathed. They were either maimed or lifeless. As the leader of the Songhan sword sect, how could he not seek vengeance for his fallen disciples? Drawing his sword, he unleashed his ultimate technique, the ice soul cold heart swordplay. The sword's aura radiated such chill that even the scorching summer felt a bite of frost. The air around him crystallized, forming icy needles that shot towards Zhang Junbao. Pei Wui had anticipated that this strike would achieve its purpose, yet the sword energy dissipated just 3 feet from Zhang Junbao, evaporating even the ice needles. This was Zhang Junbao's Sun True Qi, specifically designed to counteract the properties of ice. Pei Wui was taken aback. He immediately inquired, "Who are you, and why do you interfere in the matters of the Songhan sword sect?" Yet, Zhang Junbao offered no response, continuing to advance. Pei Wui realized that this could not end amicably. With countless onlookers gathered at the city gate, how could he, as the leader of a sect, allow himself to lose face? Reluctantly, he steeled himself and charged forward, declaring, "If that is the case, do not blame Pei for being merciless beneath my sword." By the time Pei Wui reached the 20th strike, he recognized he was no match for this young Taoist. Yet, retreat was not an option. He felt compelled to salvage his dignity. However, the disparity in strength could not be bridged by mere courage. This was not a tale of youthful zeal where reflecting on past struggles could result in a surge of power. Pei Wui recalled the helplessness he had felt 6 months prior when Lin Shuyan had bested him effortlessly. In mere moments, he bore several wounds from the sword energy that grazed him. He could not fathom why, despite having the opportunity to strike him down, Zhang Junbao had refrained from doing so. Was this meant to humiliate him? Fortunately, Jiang Yi arrived in time, shouting that there had been a misunderstanding, and informing Pei Wui of Zhang Junbao's true identity. Pei Wui quickly withdrew his sword and offered an apologetic smile, claiming it was all a misunderstanding. Expressing unawareness of Zhang Daozhang's presence and lamenting the unfortunate deaths of his disciples. In a normal course of events, he would have lavished Zhang with compliments, offered apologies, extended courtesies, and sought forgiveness, thus dissolving the misunderstanding before sharing a drink in camaraderie. Yet, despite his lengthy explanations, Zhang Junbao remained unresponsive. Pei Wui, nursing his injured arm, felt trapped. He sensed a murderous intent emanating from Zhang Junbao, knowing that any misstep could lead to his demise. Thus, they remained in a stalemate until Zhang Qingyuan's return brought a glimmer of hope. Dao Zhang Qingyuan, it is all a misunderstanding. I was unaware of your esteemed presence and inadvertently offended both of you. I implore you to clarify the situation, as I would never dare to provoke either of you. Zhang Qingyuan regarded Pei Wui, acknowledging his ability to adapt to the situation, a stark contrast to the inflexible Zhuo Mengzhu of previous tales. After all, they were not the same person. Very well, he replied. If you have no further business, allow those individuals to exit the city. Yes, let them leave. Pei Wui commanded the onlookers, his demeanor transformed into that of a gracious host. Zhang Qingyuan turned to Zhang Junbao, who inquired, did you manage to save them? Fortunately, I arrived in time. Both mother and child are safe, the infant weighing 6.5 pounds. That is a relief, Zhang Junbao sighed, sheathing his sword. As Zhang Qingyuan glanced back at Pei Wui, he mused that if Zhang Junbao were not yet in disarray, the fate of the mother and child may have been dire. At this moment, Zhang Junbao was not the ruthless emperor of extermination. He still possessed the capacity for consideration. He pondered the consequences of killing Pei Wui. Would it bring trouble? Would it implicate Qingyuan? Could they endure the fallout? Would slaying a sect leader cast him as cruel and unreasonable in the eyes of the martial world? The very existence of these thoughts compelled him to wait for Zhang Qingyuan's return and the news of the mother and child. Had the delay in treatment resulted in tragedy, his righteous fury would have eclipsed all rationality. Naturally, once he fully embraced the path of extermination, such considerations would vanish entirely. For the path he tread was one of obliteration, free from hesitation. As the citizens at the city gate dispersed, laughter and joy filled the air. Directed at Pei Wui's embarrassment, Zhang Qingyuan approached with Zhang Junbao beside him, while Pei Wui maintained a facade of cordiality. Pei Zhangmen, he addressed. I seek your guidance. Ah, Dao Zhang, please enlighten me, Pei Wui replied, eager to avoid further reproach. One must not oppress the virtuous, Zhang Qingyuan admonished sincerely. Indeed, Dao Zhang speaks true. My intentions were never to cause offense. It was merely a misunderstanding fueled by my disciples' misinterpretations. The typical leader's deflection flowed from his lips. Zhang Qingyuan continued. It is merely my brother's compassion that prevented further escalation. I understand. Take care, Pei Wui replied hastily. Safe travels, Dao Zhang. With Pei Wui's reluctant farewell, Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao entered the city, the guards at the gate regarding Zhang Junbao with newfound respect, while passers-by expressed their gratitude. Zhang Junbao humbly acknowledged their thanks, feeling a deep satisfaction as he witnessed the joy his actions brought to the people. It was as if the cold-hearted Taoist moments ago was a different person entirely. Brother Yuan, this sword truly performs wonders. I infused it with just 30% of my true energy, and it held firm without faltering. A mere 10 taels of silver, what a bargain. Goodness, you are quite bold. Do you not fear it breaking? A reputable merchant indeed. We must return to them for any future sword forging. By the way, that scholar asked me to convey his thanks to you. Zhang Junbao scratched his head, replying, it was merely a small effort. As long as they are safe, that is enough. Thus, this was the essence of being a hero, aiding the weak, combating the strong, and relishing in the satisfaction it brought. Zhang Qingyuan reflected on a time when people hesitated to assist the elderly who had fallen. This era, however, was marked by genuine goodwill. Observing the elegant hairstyle of Zhang Junbao, he suddenly inquired, what happened to your hairpin? Zhang Junbao paused. I lost it outside the city. That, however, is a piece of jade. I am aware. Although it may not be of the finest quality, it is nonetheless a heartfelt gesture from Brother Miao Xin. Zhang Qingyuan reminded. Damn. Zhang Junbao swiftly turned back to search for the hairpin, and that exclamation was perfectly timed. Though he was uncertain how those two characters were even combined, he had often heard Brother Yuan mention them, gradually feeling that they aptly captured the essence of helplessness and frustration. The two arrived outside the city gates, where the body had already been removed by the soldiers stationed there. They searched for quite some time, but could not locate the hairpin. When they inquired with the soldiers responsible for collecting the bodies, they all claimed not to have seen it. The earlier chaos as the townsfolk exited the city rendered it plausible that someone might have picked it up amidst the confusion. Zhang Qingyuan chuckled awkwardly, cursing under his breath. Who said ancient people were simple-minded? It seemed he had just made that statement, only to be smacked in the face by reality. He glanced at Zhang Junbao and remarked, "If you continue to flaunt yourself, you shall lose it." Zhang Junbao sighed, feeling as though he had been betrayed. How frustrating. Pei Wuyo, accompanied by his small number of disciples, quietly departed from Qianlong City. He could no longer remain there in shame. Losing face was trivial, but the loss of over 30 inner disciples was a significant blow. Is it easy to cultivate a few inner disciples? His junior brother, Jiang Yi's master, had also perished in the city, leaving the Songzhan sword sect severely weakened. We must return swiftly to recuperate, striving to prevent the other 4 mountain sword sects from taking advantage of us. Master, shall we simply endure this? One disciple protested, angered that his brother had fallen to Zhang Junbao's sword. Pei Wuyo, infuriated, retorted, "Then take my sword and slay both of them upon your return." The disciple found himself unable to comply. With a dismissive wave of his sleeve, Pei Wuyo declared proudly, "I certainly cannot do so either." Chapter 35. The Puryang Dao Palace. The hairpin was found the following day, specifically in a pawn shop within the city. This fortunate discovery was prompted by the admiration of the shop assistant, who, after hearing of the exploits of the two, held them in high regard. With the expulsion of the Songzhan sword sect, business at the shop flourished. Upon learning that Zhang Junbao had lost his hairpin, the assistant, in a gesture of gratitude, enlisted the help of local ruffians and the beggar clan to locate the missing item. Through the inquiries of the beggar disciples, it was revealed that at dawn, someone had entered the pawn shop with the hairpin. The assistant then took it upon himself to retrieve the hairpin from the pawn shop, expending considerable resources in the process. He treated the beggar disciples to a lavish meal and spent 30 taels of silver to redeem the pawned item. When Zhang Junbao received the hairpin, he was overjoyed and expressed his thanks repeatedly, feeling unworthy of such generosity. The assistant's willingness to incur such expenses left Zhang Junbao contemplating the possibility of gifting him a sword. "Good sir," he remarked, "I truly do not know how to repay you." "There is no need for thanks. It was merely a trifling effort," replied the assistant. "Moreover, your actions in driving away the Songzhan sword sect have restored my business to its former glory, so it is I who should be grateful to you." The assistant, now invigorated and devoid of his previous lethargy, worked diligently. Zhang Qingyuan, puzzled, inquired, "Shouldn't the proprietor and the manager be the happiest with the thriving business? And shouldn't it be their duty to express gratitude through monetary means?" Yet since their arrival at the inn yesterday, they had only seen the assistant bustling about, without sight of the innkeeper. "Having a diligent assistant like you is indeed a privilege for the proprietor," he remarked. To their surprise, the assistant chuckled, "I must confess, I am the proprietor of this inn." Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao were taken aback, filled with respect for the man, realizing the vastness of the world and the unexpected talents it holds. "My apologies," they said in unison. "No need for apologies," the assistant dismissed. "This inn was bequeathed to me by my father. When he was alive, he owned the renowned Tsuyun Tower in the southern part of the city." "Ah," Zhang Qingyuan nodded, recognizing Tsuyun Tower as the best restaurant in Qianlong City, with an average cost of 10 taels per person. "That establishment was once part of our family's holdings." "Indeed," the assistant continued. "During my father's lifetime, I was reckless, indulging in frivolous pursuits. After his passing, I nearly squandered our family's fortune, leaving only this inn. At that time, my wife had just given birth, and I had to consider their welfare. Thus, I resolved to change my ways, hired a chef, and took over the management of the inn. Once my wife was able to get back on her feet, she became the innkeeper while I served as the assistant. We worked together in the front hall, and I must say, life became quite pleasant. That is why I am so elated to spend money now that you have driven away the Songzhan sword sect," he concluded. Realization dawned upon the two men, understanding that this was indeed the proprietor's own business. Zhang Junbao praised him. "You are truly a prodigal son who has returned to the right path. What is there to exchange?" The assistant replied, "My father often said that those who have enjoyed the fruits of their labor must also bear the consequences when the time comes. Thus, the wealthy young man I once was and the humble innkeeper I am now are both me, unchanged." One could not help but admire the assistant's profound understanding of life. He could relish in pleasures, but also accept a life of simplicity. After a delightful meal at the Yuan Inn in the morning, they resumed their journey in the afternoon. The trek from Qianlong City to Puryang Palace would take them at least 10 days, even with their adept use of lightness skills. For an ordinary person, it could take a month. Riding a horse would also take about 10 days, indicating that their speed while utilizing their skills was comparable to that of horseback riding. As they exited the city, Zhang Junbao reflected on the assistant's carefree demeanor. By the way, the assistant's surname is Qiao, his full name being Qiao Tianxi. Brother, do you believe that he will surely rise again in the future? Zhang Qingyuan nodded. I do believe so. His character reveals his determination. I sense his discontent. He aspires to establish his own enterprise. I can also deduce that his fate is destined for greatness. Zhang Qingyuan's insight transcended mere fortune-telling. It was a profound intuition. This sensation was not reliant on the usual methods of divination, but stemmed from an intrinsic understanding that allowed him to foresee a person's potential for prosperity or adversity throughout their life. As they journeyed northward along the main road, they noticed that every town and transport route was guarded by martial artists. News of the events in Qianlong City had spread rapidly, resulting in Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao encountering no incidents of oppression along their path. Upon reaching Yuegawei City, which was under the watch of the Taishan sword sect, they witnessed disciples of the sect assisting an elderly lady across the street and aiding a pregnant woman to the apothecary, a remarkable sight indeed. Strangely, these individuals seemed oblivious to the presence of Zhang Junbao and Zhang Qingyuan, as if pretending not to recognize them, creating an amusingly awkward atmosphere. The two travelers found themselves at ease, for the Taishan disciples genuinely displayed a friendly demeanor. Further north, encounters with martial artists diminished, as they had entered the territory of the pure Yang Dao sect, where Taoist temples were abundant but monasteries few, and the martial artists were notably more subdued. Upon reaching the foot of Feihe Mountain, the atmosphere was thick with Taoist essence, as the local populace predominantly adhered to Taoism. Legend has it that there are two pure Yang temples associated with Elzu. One is located at Feihe Mountain in Bingzhou, where the Pure Yang Palace resides, and the other at Dongting Lake in Jingzhou, which also carries the teachings of the Pure Yang Patriarch, albeit predominantly with scholarly Taoists. Some say that the Pure Yang Patriarch left behind martial skills in Bingzhou and philosophical teachings in Jingzhou, suggesting that the founders of every Taoist lineage enjoyed wandering, leaving their marks across the land before selecting an appropriate location to establish their sect. Zhang Qingyuan gazed up at the sky, pondering. So, taking Zhang Junbao on this journey is quite reasonable, isn't it? This is a process that every Taoist ancestor should follow. The ascent to the mountain was bustling with pilgrims, a continuous stream of visitors. Feihe Mountain is not particularly high nor renowned. It is simply noted for being the place where Elzu rode a celestial crane in search of a Taoist sanctuary, declaring that wherever the crane landed would become his temple. Ultimately, the celestial crane descended here, hence the name Feihe Mountain. It is not only low in elevation, but the vertical drop is merely over 100 meters. The path up the mountain is gently sloped, with smooth and stable steps, allowing one to see the red walls of the Taoist palace from the base of the mountain. Fruit trees line the sides of the path, and in spring, the area bursts into colorful blossoms, offering a unique charm. As they stepped onto the steps, two middle-aged Taoists approached them. Are you Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao, esteemed uncles? The two Taoists, clad in bright yellow checkered robes, swords on their backs, and wearing Taoist crowns, displayed an impressive demeanor. The taller figure on the left and the slightly plumper one on the right bowed in unison. Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao returned the bow, affirming their identities. The taller one smiled. I am Shun Qianhua, the second disciple of our master, with the Taoist name Wang Xiang. This is my junior brother, Feng Ming, known as Wang Yu. We heard of your heroic deeds a few days ago, and our master surmised that you might visit our sect. So he assigned us to welcome you daily. Thank you for your efforts, they replied. Two esteemed elders, please follow me. Junior brother, hasten to report to master. The plump yet agile Wang Yu performed a respectful bow before swiftly ascending the mountain. Despite his rotund appearance, his internal strength was remarkably profound. With a single step, he soared gracefully, effortlessly gliding over a dozen stone steps before landing lightly and continuing onward. The reputation of the Pure Yang sect's lightness skill was indeed well-deserved. One could imagine the founder riding a crane. As Shun Qianhua led them up the mountain, he elaborated on various matters within the Taoist temple. Currently, the sect had 11 Taoist priests in the leading generation, with 5 managing affairs. Above them were 4 senior ancestors, 3 of whom spent their days in the alchemical chamber, engrossed in chanting and meditation, oblivious to worldly affairs. Only one ancestor remained actively engaged in nurturing the sect's legacy. His name had long been forgotten, known only by his title, Qingyuan. Among the second-generation disciples, there were more than 170, with only 13 being direct disciples. The master had 5 direct disciples, while the remaining 8 were overseen by several elders. The third generation comprised 50 young acolytes, with a total of 230 to 40 practitioners residing on the mountain. Not all second-generation disciples were direct apprentices of the masters or their senior brothers. In fact, each master and elder only accepted a select few as direct disciples, while the others received standardized teachings in philosophy and martial arts. The opportunity to become a direct disciple primarily depended on affinity and the disciples' innate talents. As they conversed and ascended, they soon approached the summit. Just before reaching the top, Zhang Qingyuan suddenly posed a long-buried question. Wang Xiang. If it's difficult to remember, you may call me by my full name, Shen Xianhua, or simply Dahua, as my fellow brothers do. Dahua. I wish to inquire if you are aware of the love story between your master and mistress from their early years. At this moment, Zhang Junbao also leaned in, straining to listen. Shen Xianhua glanced around and, not wishing to conceal anything from the 2 elders, admitted, "Indeed, I am familiar. Please elaborate." Just as Shen Xianhua was about to speak, he felt a sudden tightening at his back, as a force struck his mute point from afar. The 3 simultaneously looked up to see Qin Shugu, standing at the entrance with arms crossed, coldly observing them. "I warned you. Whoever dares to ask about this shall face dire consequences." Chapter 36. Brotherhood and Respect Within the Pure Yang Dao Palace. In the alchemical chamber of the Dao Head, a young lady named Ikuan gracefully entered, balancing 2 steaming cups of tea. Her delicate features and ethereal demeanor were complemented by a playful sparkle in her lively eyes. After setting the teacups on the table, she bowed respectfully to her master, cast a curious glance at Zhang Qingyuan and his companion, and quietly departed. Sensing the unusual atmosphere that enveloped her master, just before serving the tea, she had noticed her second senior brother packing his belongings. When she inquired about their destination, he informed her that their master had dreamt the previous night that the Dao De Jing from the Pure Yang Palace in Jingzhou had been torn, necessitating an urgent journey to deliver a copy from their side, as it was urgently needed, with a demand for arrival within a day. Failure to comply would result in a penalty of wandering the rivers and lakes for 3,000 miles, performing 1,000 good deeds, to be meticulously recorded. This absurd excuse was evident even to her astute mind. Clearly, her senior brother had incurred their master's displeasure, otherwise such an outlandish rationale would not have been uttered. The notion that the Dao De Jing from Jingzhou had been torn to the extent that they needed to deliver it was ludicrous. One could easily procure a copy on the streets. And the insistence on a one-day delivery, or else face a 3,000-mile trek, was simply bewildering. Why not just state the need for a journey? Of course, their master was benevolent. He would not impose punishment without cause, indicating that a disciple must have erred for such repercussions to arise. What could the disciple have done wrong? Clearly, it was the delay in providing the Jingzhou disciples with the Dao De Jing to study. In the alchemical chamber, Qin Shugu raised his hand, channeling a surge of pure yang energy into the teacups of the 2 disciples, transforming the fine porcelain into powder under the pressure of his aura. Yet, the cups did not shatter immediately. They would only disintegrate at the slightest tremor when the disciples lifted them. "Please enjoy this tea, esteemed disciples. It is a fine brew freshly harvested this year. Let none go to waste, as my brother would be displeased if even a drop were spilled." The 2 disciples inhaled deeply, recognizing the pettiness of their older brother. "Thank you for the tea, senior brother." With that, they reinforced the integrity of the cups using their own energy, encasing them within the protective aura of Daqian, maintaining their original form. They lifted the lids and drank heartily. "Indeed, it is excellent tea." Observing them lift the cups, drink, and then place them down, Qin Shugu felt a twinge of surprise. Within just a year, their cultivation had reached such profound depths, showcasing their remarkable talent. With a quiet chuckle, he continued, "What brings you 2 here today?" Zhang Qingyuan replied, "We came specifically to visit you, senior brother." "And have you finished your visit?" "Indeed. How do I appear?" "You look flushed and well. All is good. Since you've seen that I am well, there is no need for you to worry." Noticing that his 2 junior brothers seemed to have other matters at hand, he added, "Coincidentally, my cooking pot here is broken, and I am unable to prepare meals. Moreover, several guests from afar are currently staying with me, leaving no spare rooms. Therefore, I must bid you farewell. Do take care on your way back. I shall not see you off. So many coincidences, it was clear he was eager to dismiss them. Zhang Qingyuan glanced at Baodi, signaling it was his turn to take action. Zhang Junbao, understanding, rose and said, Senior brother Tianxiu. Chen Shugu turned, surprised that his two junior brothers had not yet left. Well, the purpose of our visit extends beyond merely seeing you. We also wish to pay our respects to sister-in-law. Zhang Qingyuan commended Baodi with a thumbs up, praising his forthrightness. Zhang Junbao raised an eyebrow, brimming with confidence. The more you prevent us from seeing sister-in-law, the more intrigued we become. Chen Shugu's expression shifted to one of concern. Unfortunately, my mountain wife has been unwell these past few days, suffering from a chill. She is currently resting and cannot receive visitors. Zhang Junbao, invigorated, stepped forward. Isn't it a coincidence? I have studied numerous medical texts at the Daqian Palace and am knowledgeable in the art of healing. Allow me to treat sister-in-law. Alas, her chill is particularly severe, having penetrated her lungs and meridians, making it difficult to heal with ordinary remedies. Furthermore, it is highly contagious, so I must trouble you, junior brother. Chen Shugu thought that surely this would thwart their desires. Yet, to his astonishment, Zhang Qingyuan opened Zhang Junbao's bundle and retrieved a tome, presenting it to Zhang Junbao. Upon receiving the tome and revealing it to Chen Shugu, he exclaimed, Ah, a condition affecting the meridians? This would be an ideal application for my inner cultivation. Chen Shugu gritted his teeth, incredulous that they would even create such a unique cultivation method merely to see his wife. After just a glance, he discerned the remarkable attributes of this inner cultivation technique. It could heal both internal and external injuries, and when mastered, it would not only prolong life but also render one immune to ailments, making it exceedingly difficult for even common poisons to withstand the purifying energy. Sensing the weight of their intentions, Chen Shugu's ire dissipated. Accepting the tome with a renewed smile, he cleared his throat and said, Ah, I just remembered. There are 2 vacant rooms. You two may stay on the mountain for a few days, allowing me to extend my hospitality. And sister-in-law's ailment? Zhang Qingyuan inquired. With this cultivation method, she need only practice it to recover. He carefully stored the Taiqing Dongting Gong and called out to the outside, Lao San, prepare the meal, and tidy up 2 rooms for my 2 esteemed junior uncles. From outside, Fang Ming responded, Yes, master. Zhang Qingyuan and his companion had initially come to deliver the tome, and having received such a significant favor from Chen Shugu, they could not remain ungrateful. Yet, the desire to catch a glimpse of the younger sister-in-law was genuine. Curiosity lingered about the extraordinary woman who had captivated their senior brother, abandoning the holy maiden of the Hahuan sect and venturing alone to the imperial capital of Dafeng. Is it merely a casual visit you intend for sister-in-law? Chen Shugu mused, stowing away the Dongxian technique. The 3 brothers resumed their convivial banter. Zhang Qingyuan and his companion understood they would not see her today, but that was of little concern, staying for 10 or 15 days. They were certain she would eventually emerge. Indeed, my esteemed junior brothers possess remarkable talents. To create such a formidable technique in merely half a year is truly admirable. As for me, having practiced for half a lifetime, I remain tethered to the classics left by my predecessors, without having contributed anything of my own. How embarrassing. Chen Shugu lamented. His humility was sincere. Despite his extensive cultivation, he had not crafted a single martial art, even with outstanding potential. If one fails to leave a legacy for their sect, it inevitably leads to a sense of regret. This was not due to an inability to create a technique, but rather the overwhelming abundance of texts within the Pure Yang sect. Crafting a method that surpasses those of the predecessors is a formidable challenge. What significance is there in creating something lesser than what has already been established? Do not dwell too heavily on such matters, senior brother. Each individual possesses their own unique talents. As the saying goes, everyone born must have their purpose. Your prowess in cultivation is commendable. You've even ventured into the imperial palace of Dafeng, showcasing our sect's might. Such courage is truly enviable, Zhang Qingyuan encouraged. Cough, cough. Let us move on to another topic. Chen Shugu lacked the air of a reclusive sage. Instead, he exuded the carefree spirit of a playful elder. Indeed, who decreed that cultivators must be aloof and detached from humanity. Their senior brother was quite personable. After some time, the meal arrived, and Fang Ming brought the dishes into the alchemical chamber, where the 3 dined merrily. Following the meal, Fang Ming guided the 2 disciples to their resting quarters. Alone in the alchemical chamber, Chen Shugu perused the Taiqing Dongting Gong, swiftly absorbing its contents. Upon completion, he could not help but marvel at the extraordinary talent of his two junior brothers, clearly exceptional. A superior inner cultivation method crafted within a year, such productivity could rival that of the esteemed El Zhu from Yuan. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Junbao's output was not merely 1 tome per year. The Xianjin master had indeed found 2 prodigies for the Taoist sect. Having received such a precious gift, what should he offer in return? He pondered deeply for a considerable time before suddenly arriving at a realization. For Zhang Qingyuan and his companions, Chen Shugu had bestowed upon them a life-saving grace. Thus, presenting a manual of internal cultivation as a token of gratitude was imperative. Conversely, for Chen Shugu, their salvation was merely an obligation dictated by the instructions of his master, Xianzhan. He acted solely in accordance with orders, rendering the debt of gratitude not his to bear. Given such a generous gift, he felt compelled to reciprocate in some manner. However, introducing them to his wife? Such a notion was utterly out of the question. Chapter 37. How petty is Chen Shugu? The following morning dawned bright and sunny. Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao rose early and first made their way to the main hall to pay homage to the pure Yang patriarch, before proceeding to the rear hall to offer incense to the 3 clear ancestors. After enjoying breakfast in the dining hall, they found the front gates wide open, with pilgrims from all directions streaming in. Post-breakfast, the brothers strolled leisurely within the pure Yang palace, which was even more expansive than the Taiqing palace. The pure Yang palace was indeed affluent, wielding significant influence both in the secular world and within the martial community. Zhang Qingyuan calculated that the palace housed over 70 divine halls, dedicated to the pure Yang patriarch, the 3 clear ancestors, various celestial deities, and other revered figures, including the 4 seas dragon kings. After a leisurely circuit, the brothers finally paused at the mountain gate, where the incense offerings were abundant, nearly wearing down the threshold. Leaning against an apricot tree, Zhang Qingyuan yawned lazily. "Bao Di," he called. Zhang Junbao, lost in thought, responded. Zhang Qingyuan surveyed the throng of worshippers and inquired, "Having made this round, what insights do you glean?" Zhang Junbao pondered briefly before replying. "The populace is devout, seeking blessings through faith. As Taoists, we ought to do more for these common folk, uphold the integrity of our teachings among them, and enhance the image of Taoism in their hearts." Zhang Junbao's earnestness resembled a report to a superior. Zhang Qingyuan rolled his eyes. "Nonsense. Is that not correct?" Zhang Junbao questioned, perplexed, believing his words to be sound. However, Zhang Qingyuan gestured toward the Kaishan Hall and retorted, "Your insight should be to remember, when establishing your own temple in the future, never forget to construct a Kaishan Hall. Better yet, build one for each of the wealth deities." Zhang Junbao exclaimed. Zhang Qingyuan pointed angrily at the Kaishan Hall. "Do you see this? Just this Kaishan Hall can claim 1/5 of their total income, if not more." Zhang Junbao shook his head, chuckling in resignation. "I shall remember that." Seeing his younger brother's sudden realization, Zhang Qingyuan nodded in satisfaction, a teachable child. He then mused, "The Kaishan is truly the Kaishan. It thrives wherever it goes." Zhang Junbao smirked and concurred. Indeed, regardless of the temple or sect, the Kaishan Hall always boasts the most incense offerings. Unlike the Buddhist temples, where offerings are more evenly distributed among the Buddhas. What can one do? The Kaishan oversees wealth, Zhang Qingyuan laughed. At Taiqing Palace, the Kaishan Hall enjoys the best incense. At Puryang Palace, the same. At Yuhuang Palace, it holds true again. At Huahuang Palace, the Kaishan Hall reigns supreme. Even at the 3 Clear Temple, the Western Queen Mother Temple, the Sanguan Dadi Temple, and even the Eastern's domain, the Kaishan Hall's offerings surpass all others. Only those small temples that do not honor the Kaishan can avoid sharing their incense. Indeed, wealth begets all. I even wonder if, in the future, the incense for the marriage hall will also fall under the Caishan's jurisdiction, Zhang Junbao joked. Yet Zhang Qingyuan recognized there was truth in this jest. A song suddenly floated to his mind. They say the matchmaker has gone offline. Love is overseen by the Kaishan. Their discussion was not meant to deride, but to accept reality. A Taoist would never tell followers to dismiss the importance of money or to aspire to a more refined existence. If believers did not value wealth, from where would the offerings come? Thus, it is indeed better for all followers to enjoy prosperity and abundant fortune. Taoists are known to embrace the natural flow of life. Otherwise, how could one explain Zhang Qingyuan as previous online anecdotes? Drawing a bad fortune and having a Taoist randomly draw a good one, termed defying fate. If someone cursed a Taoist, the Taoist, in a fit of anger, might retaliate, a notion termed a hard unsteady if one does not return the blows. Taoists are diverse. Aside from the established precepts and rules of their respective sects, they face little restriction otherwise. One might ask, if there are no restrictions, could a Taoist indulge in wrongdoing? Would that not lead to chaos? The answer lies in the established precepts which delineate all unlawful behaviors. Thus, any other actions that are merely whimsical are typically harmless. As Zhang Qingyuan contemplated this, a smile crept upon his face. However, the Kaishan does not currently dabble in matchmaking affairs. Though the Kaishan Hall is the pinnacle of Puryang Palace's offerings, other divine halls also thrive. Next in line for offerings is the Luzhu Hall, as it is, after all, the domain of Luzhu, and nominally, the worshippers come to honor him. Following closely are the Kuei Xing Hall, the martial and civil star lords, the marriage hall, and the halls of fortune, prosperity, and longevity, as well as the Dragon King Hall, all closely connected to the common people. The populace places their faith in these deities, preach to them about accumulating virtue for good fortune in the next life, and they hardly care. They wish only to live comfortably and ascend the social ladder in this life. This explains why, apart from Buddhism, other foreign beliefs struggle to gain traction among the Chinese. Buddhism, at least, can alleviate disasters, and Guanyin Bodhisattva can ensure the safety and health of one's family. Other beliefs often seem trivial, promising eternal life or entry into paradise. Yet, no one has witnessed immortality, nor has anyone seen what paradise truly looks like. As the two engaged in idle chatter, Feng Ming arrived. Disciple greets the two esteemed uncles. Despite Feng Ming being older than Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao, these two were of a higher generation. Fortunately, they were not the type to flaunt their seniority and could easily mingle with anyone. Zhang Qingyuan, noticing his own presence, asked, "Where is your second senior brother?" "Do the two esteemed uncles not know?" Feng Ming replied. "What do we know?" Zhang Qingyuan pressed. Feng Ming explained. "Second senior brother has gone down the mountain." "When did he leave?" "I was hoping he would take us around." Zhang Junbao expressed his confusion. "Dahua was the first disciple to interact with us after we arrived at the Puryang Dao Palace, so I instinctively feel a closer bond to him. I never expected him to leave without a word." "Do the two esteemed uncles truly not know the details?" Feng Ming observed them. "We know nothing. Stop being so cryptic and tell us." Zhang Qingyuan frowned. "Alas," Feng Ming sighed, recounting the events of the previous day. Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao gasped in astonishment, realizing their senior brother was indeed rather petty. "Is your master so strict?" Zhang Qingyuan hesitated to say he was inhumane, fearing the senior brother would overhear. So he refrained. Feng Ming blinked and leaned closer to the two, whispering, "Esteemed uncles may not be aware, but it has long been said around here, cross the Taoist leader and expect no good." "So ruthless? Do you think my fourth junior brother became a Taoist for no reason? Is there a story behind this?" Zhang Junbao inquired. "A long tale." Feng Ming, being quite the talker, seized the opportunity and said, "My fourth junior brother, Zhao Zhiji, is the youngest son of the Phoenix Gate's leader. In his youth, he was a notorious figure in the martial world, causing trouble and feared by many. It was only after offending my master that he was forcibly brought back from the Phoenix Gate to become a Taoist." "Isn't that the Phoenix Gate from Laizhou?" Zhang Junbao asked. "Indeed." Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao's impressions of their senior brother deepened. Zhang Qingyuan glanced around to ensure their master was absent and quickly asked, "Do you know about your master's wife?" "Stop." Before Zhang Qingyuan could finish, Feng Ming interrupted, "My second senior brother left because of that. I want to fall for it." "But your master isn't here," Zhang Qingyuan reasoned. "No." Feng Ming shook his head, resolutely refusing. "The Buddha says it must not be spoken." "Really? You, a Taoist, saying this in the temple?" It seemed that Chun Shugu had indeed left an indelible shadow on his disciples. "What are you two discussing?" At that moment, they were interrupted by a voice. Turning around, they saw a woman, a Taoist practitioner. The two brothers recognized her as the one who had served them tea the previous day. Feng Ming, seeing a savior, hurriedly introduced her, "Esteemed uncles, this is my junior disciple, the only female disciple of my master. Her name is Zhang Qingyuan, with the Taoist title of Wanyu." "Junior disciple. These are the two esteemed uncles from the Taiching Palace." Zhang Qingyuan stepped forward to pay her respects, saying, "Disciple pays homage to the two esteemed uncles." In the philosophy of Taoism, There is no concept of senior or junior sisters. Typically, all practitioners address each other as brothers, regardless of gender. However, in this martial arts world, while such titles do not exist, there remains a brotherly address among fellow disciples. It was entirely reasonable for Fang Ming to refer to her as junior disciple. Greetings, they exchanged pleasantries, and Fang Ming inquired, Qingyuan, what brings you here? Isn't it your turn to gather herbs down the mountain today? Zhang Qingyuan replied, actually, my master just informed me that he has acquired a new internal cultivation manual and asked me to summon all core disciples for a meeting in the back hall. Very well, I shall go at once, Fang Ming responded. Oh, and there is one more matter. The ancestral uncle and fourth senior brother have disappeared again. I searched for quite a while, but could not locate them. Third senior brother, have you seen them? Fang Ming shook his head, replying no. Alas, they must have gone down the mountain to indulge and drink once more. You go ahead and inform the others. I will descend the mountain to search for them. Understood. After their exchange, Fang Ming turned to Zhang Qingyuan and the others, saying, I apologize, esteemed uncles, but I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Go ahead. They understood that the secret manual Elder Chen spoke of was indeed the one they had given him the previous day. Once Fang Ming and Zhang Qingyuan departed, the two exchanged glances. What shall we do now? We have checked the front hall. Shall we explore the back mountain? Let us proceed. Chapter 38. A glance brings life to 100 charms, startling the heavenly generals and frightening the spirits. Feihe Mountain is neither lofty nor expansive. 5 modest hills are interconnected, and not far behind lies a vast open space. This is the training ground of the Pure Yang Palace. As the Pure Yang sect is a martial order, the transmission of skills and martial practice is essential, hence the training ground is quite extensive. The ground here is comprised of compacted yellow earth, where a handful of disciples gather in small groups to practice their skills, numbering around 30 to 40, both male and female. This is not a designated practice time, as other disciples are occupied with attending to worshippers at the mountain. 80% of the martial arts of the Pure Yang Palace are inherited from the revered Elzu, while the remaining 20% comprises the legacies left by generations of Taoist leaders. Among these disciples, some wield swords, some practice with sabers, and others engage in hand-to-hand combat. Although inner strength and vital energy are the currency of this world, various martial arts represent the true extension of martial prowess. No matter how profound one's internal cultivation may be, it is of no use if one cannot strike an opponent. Only through the mastery of martial techniques can one effectively and swiftly engage an adversary. Furthermore, if one cannot cultivate their internal energy, possessing a set of exquisite martial skills can still lead to victory. For instance, Ling Huchong, despite losing all his inner power, was able to confront foes with the remarkable swordsmanship of the Dugun 9 swords. After observing for a while, they did not linger too long. The Pure Yang sect, being a prestigious Taoist school with centuries of inheritance, naturally possesses exceptional martial arts, yet they refrained from covertly learning. After a brief observation of the unique techniques on display, the two felt satisfied, having gleaned sufficient inspiration from just a few glances. Continuing eastward around the training ground, they discovered a narrow path. Following this path downward, they traversed a dense thicket, and the sound of flowing water became increasingly distinct. After walking several dozen steps, they were greeted by the sight of a small pool. This pool had formed from the waters cascading down the mountainside. Continuing along the edge of the pool, they encountered a pond constructed of bricks. Glancing back upwards, they understood. The upstream small pool was natural, serving as a water source for the disciples of Pure Yang, while this man-made pond was likely intended for washing clothes, as the blue bricks bore evident signs of wear from years of scrubbing. Following the small river further downstream, it widened considerably, and after a journey of 3 to 4 miles, the small river transformed into a grand river. The broad river flowed with waves, adorned by fragrant wildflowers along its banks, though there were no rice paddies in sight. The banks of the river were lush with greenery, the waters shifting between swift and gentle. And not far across the river was a small village. Farmers were tilling the fields, with cattle, sheep, and ducks roaming nearby. Zhang Qingyuan removed his shoes and socks, stepping barefoot onto the grass by the riverbank, dipping his toes into the cool waters, which washed over his feet, evoking a wave of nostalgia. In his youth, he often splashed about in the river at his grandmother's house, surrounded by a similar air of domesticity. If only he had a fishing rod to catch some worms and sit by the tranquil waters, it would be an exquisite experience. As Zhang Qingyuan reveled in the cool waters, he turned to see Zhang Junbao, who had, unbeknownst to him, stepped onto the water's surface and crossed to the opposite bank. There he danced lightly upon the water, occasionally tossing leaves into the river, allowing them to float while he demonstrated his lightness of foot. Zhang Qingyuan couldn't help but admire him. A diligent student, even in the presence of a small river, he sought to experiment with his skills. Though the river was described as grand, its width was merely 5 meters, only larger than the upstream waters. Zhang Junbao was thoroughly enjoying himself, seeking the optimal balance of vital energy to float upon the water. Success is never a matter of chance. Zhang Qingyuan donned his shoes and stood, attempting to mimic the delicate touches upon the water's surface. At that moment, several village women approached, carrying wooden basins to wash clothes. They chatted and laughed, prompting the two to cease their practice. Soon, the women reached the riverbank, eyeing the two young men with curiosity. They wondered why the robes of these two Taoists differed from those of the Pyongyang palace. While Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao observed one woman whose beauty was nothing short of breathtaking. After a brief exchange of nods, the women politely returned the gesture. The two refrained from interrupting their washing, turning away towards the village. As they walked, lost in thought, they ventured a distance before confirming that they could no longer hear the women's chatter. Zhang Qingyuan exchanged a glance with Zhang Junbao, both sharing a knowing smile. "Brother, did you notice that too?" Zhang Qingyuan whispered softly, nodding slightly. "It's hard not to. Is there truly such a remarkable person in this world? Invaluable beyond words." They quietly turned back to look, only to find that the figure they sought had vanished. "Where did she go?" Zhang Qingyuan inquired. Zhang Junbao shook his head in confusion. "I don't know." Counting under his breath, Zhang Qingyuan pondered. There were 5, that's for sure, but how could they have changed so quickly? Zhang Junbao tapped his shoulder, raising an eyebrow toward the woman in the middle. "Look at her." Zhang Qingyuan couldn't help but gasp. The woman in the center stood up, rolling up her sleeves. Her silhouette resembled a beautiful painting, capturing a moment of exquisite beauty, her elongated figure enhanced by the water's reflection. In that instant, she radiated an enchanting glow, surpassing even the verdant grass and the azure sky. Her outline formed a graceful arc, etching an unforgettable image of beauty. How to describe it? Was it one glance captivates a city, another glance can topple a nation? Or perhaps, clouds envision garments, flowers envision beauty, the spring breeze brushes the sill, dew thickens? She was as graceful as a startled swan, as elegant as a drifting dragon. Yet none of these phrases could encapsulate her essence, for her beauty was celestial, a vision not meant for this earthly realm. Even the usually stoic Zhang Junbao found himself entranced, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. All it took was a silhouette, a simple gesture of pulling up her sleeves, despite her coarse linen attire and headscarf, making their hearts race and breaths quicken. Zhang Qingyuan was the first to snap back to reality, nudging Zhang Junbao. The young man seemed startled, as if jolted awake from a dream. Yuan Ji, he stammered, gazing blankly at Zhang Qingyuan. In disbelief, Zhang Qingyuan exclaimed, "Is this truly the stunning woman we just saw?" Zhang Junbao hesitated, unsure. "I don't know. Let us go." They turned and raced northward, heading upstream along the river, their lightness of foot reaching new heights. Once certain they could no longer see the village women, they glided across the water to the opposite bank, then continued south along the river, concealing themselves to observe. It was still the same 5 women washing clothes, and the one in the center remained. They scrutinized closely, contemplating deeply. "Are you sure it's her?" Zhang Qingyuan asked. Zhang Junbao shook his head, uncertain. "I don't know. Let us go back." They retraced their steps, stealthily approaching the women once more. "What now, brother? Should we take another look?" "Let us go." The two returned to the riverbank, observing for a long while. Zhang Qingyuan, lost in thought, scratched his head, murmuring, "This shouldn't be." "Brother, look." Zhang Junbao tugged at his arm, drawing his attention. Zhang Qingyuan turned sharply to see the woman in the center standing up. She had finished washing and was returning with her wooden basin. Just as she took a couple of steps, she seemed to have forgotten something, turning back with a lowered gaze. In that single turn, the world around them seemed to collapse. A glance and a smile birthed 100 charms, startling the heavenly soldiers and terrifying the spirits. They were certain it was indeed that remarkable woman. But how could her silhouette and appearance be so incongruous? Gazing upon her silhouette, one might think such a woman could only exist in the heavens. Observing her visage, it becomes clear that she too belongs to celestial realms. Her appearance is so extraordinarily unique that it transcends the conventional standards of beauty. It is not merely a matter of whether she is attractive, rather, it is about the perspective from which she is viewed. When Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao brushed past her, they were astounded by her ethereal presence. For her features were indeed extraordinary. Her eyes were the epitome of allure, her nose delicately sculpted, her lips a vibrant hue, and her face reminiscent of an angel. Each distinct feature, when considered in isolation, would be deemed exquisite. Yet, when combined, they evoke an indescribable sense of dissonance. This peculiar beauty is what led Zhang Junbao to label her as an extraordinary being, while Zhang Qingyuan remarked on her inexplicable value. Such incongruity in appearance is unparalleled in this world. When they observed her from behind, however, her silhouette was breathtakingly beautiful, evoking a sense of awe. They found it hard to believe that such a stunning figure belonged to the same woman whose features seemed so disjointed. Thus, they returned multiple times to ascertain that this was indeed not a cruel jest from the heavens. Ultimately, they confirmed that this lady was indeed a master of silhouette. Each feature on its own was a testament to divine craftsmanship, yet when assembled, the result was an incredible incongruity that defied belief. Each aspect of her face, when placed upon any other individual, would enhance their attractiveness, yet this exquisitely crafted visage, when united in one countenance, elicited discomfort. And yet, this face, which many would find difficult to accept, bore a silhouette capable of driving all men to madness. Was this a punishment from the heavens, one might wonder? Zhang Junbao shook his head in disbelief, lamenting that with such a countenance, she would find it hard to wed. However, her silhouette inspired a longing in all who beheld it, not as a mere object of desire, but as one admires a masterpiece of art, or rather, as one gazes upon a celestial being from the ninth heaven, only to be revered from afar, not to be sullied by proximity. Zhang Qingyuan sighed, feeling a twinge of sympathy, and mused that perhaps in her past life, she had caused the destruction of the galaxy. Chapter 39. The narrow Chunshugu Valley. The two of them walked back, deep in thought, their emotions complex and difficult to articulate. Is it clear? Zhang Qingyuan inquired. It should be, Zhang Junbao replied. Chen Shige is truly a man. Zhang Junbao halted, tilting his head in surprise at him. Zhang Qingyuan continued, is it not so? You doubt that elder sister. Brother, don't tell me you haven't noticed. Zhang Qingyuan turned back, continuing forward, don't play the fool with me. Zhang Junbao lowered his head, sighing, I'm just uncertain. No one is a fool. Upon seeing that elder sister, they both had their suspicions, realizing that the elder sister was, in fact, their little sister-in-law. She was the one whom Chun Shugu had been so protective of, forbidding anyone to meet her. It was evident that if the little sister-in-law were an ordinary person, even if she were not exceptionally beautiful, Chun Shugu would not have concealed her for so long. Only family had seen her. Outsiders were strictly forbidden. There must be a reason. What could that reason be? Could it be the extraordinary nature of that village woman? Indeed, coincidentally, that village woman lived in a hamlet at the foot of the Chunyang Palace mountain. How fortuitous. If you had a daughter-in-law who looked like that, wouldn't you feel the same turmoil? Certainly. Thus, the convergence of reasons and coincidences strongly pointed to her. Perhaps someone might ask, what if it were merely a coincidence? And she had no relation to Chinshugu with another lady in the picture? That would be a matter for another time. The two of them pondered what to do after having seen the sister-in-law's visage. Even if they did not mention it, Chinshugu would inevitably find out, as the couple would eventually meet. When the sister-in-law mentioned that she had seen two young Taoists dressed in blue robes while washing clothes, which was unlike the attire of Chunyang Palace, Chinshugu would react, those two little rascals, staying on the mountain, should join my Chunyang sect. Thus, should they feign ignorance? Pretend not to know? Or should they be forthright? Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao were torn, uncertain whether to voice their thoughts. Upon returning to Chunyang Palace, the two ultimately reached a consensus. Let us act as if we know nothing. As they approached the entrance, Zhang Junbao suddenly recalled something and turned. His brow furrowed in concern. Yuan go? Do you think that back then, when Chen Shixiang went alone to Dafeng's capital to elope with the sister-in-law and managed to escape unscathed, it could be that the Dafeng Palace had no intention of stopping them at all? Hiss. Zhang Qingyuan inhaled sharply, astonished at Zhang Junbao's quick wit. I merely mentioned it. It could very well be on point, Zhang Qingyuan concurred. If that is the case, then the sister-in-law is truly pitiful, Zhang Junbao lamented. Indeed, Zhang Qingyuan agreed, and the two fell into a profound contemplation. Their intentions were not to mock, but rather born from astonishment upon their repeated confirmations. Yet if their speculation held true, it would undoubtedly be a sorrowful tale. Imagine the princess of the Daqian Dynasty, who from a young age enjoyed a life of luxury, was embroiled in controversy due to her appearance. She was hidden away by the old emperor in the depths of the palace, cut off from the outside world and unable to communicate with anyone. She dreamed of joining her royal siblings in the grand halls to study, to wander the gardens and partake in revelries during national banquets, while she remained confined, unable to meet anyone. The oppressive life, suffocating environment, and solitary growth. By chance, she encountered Qin Shugu, and they developed mutual feelings. No, it was an accidental meeting where Qin Shugu caught only a glimpse of her silhouette. One presented their back, while the other gazed upon the celestial figure. In their exchanges, feelings blossomed. However, one day, an envoy from Dafeng arrived seeking a marriage alliance, necessitating the selection of one of the princesses. Who would it be? The old emperor's gaze fell upon the inconsistent third princess. That day, in the grand hall of the Qian kingdom, a line of princesses stood, with only one facing away from the crowd. The Dafeng prince surveyed the princesses, seeking a favored maiden. Each princess was a vision of beauty, yet none could rival the allure of the third princess's back. Merely her silhouette outshone all others. The Dafeng prince was captivated, pointing at the third princess, insisting on marrying her, even offering a larger dowry. The old emperor promptly consented, and their union was thus arranged. Yet, Qin Shugu, who had already vowed himself to another, opposed this match, though he was conflicted. Diplomacy was paramount, and maintaining peace between the two nations was an age-old principle. On one side was his beloved, and on the other, his duty to his country. Ultimately, he succumbed to the folly of love. On the day the princess was to wed, he ventured alone into Dafeng's capital, storming into the imposing palace. However, he found it curious that the capital was lightly guarded. Even the so-called grand priest of Dafeng conveniently secluded himself. He swiftly reached the princess's bridal chamber. Thankfully, they had not yet consummated their union. Qin Shugu burst into the bridal chamber, fleeing the palace with his beloved. Unbeknownst to him, behind him was the Dafeng prince, who felt a sense of relief. The reality was not as Qin Shugu imagined. He had indeed glimpsed the face that felt entirely out of place. Regret washed over him. Coincidentally, someone else arrived to interrupt the wedding, allowing the lovers to unite. Upon escaping the palace, Qin Shugu lifted the veil. The repercussions of his actions were monumental, becoming common knowledge across the nation. Thus, he was compelled to forsake the stunning Qin Shuangjiang, who would have left her sect for him, and marry the princess instead. This was a decision made under duress. Hence, he secluded the third princess in a small village, preventing her from interacting with others and even forbidding outsiders from seeing her. Simultaneously, they both opened their eyes, exchanging glances before declaring, "This is imprisonment." Zhang Qingyuan added, "A scoundrel, not a true man." Indeed, as the innkeeper in the county aptly stated, when a man makes a choice, he must face the consequences, regardless of the outcome, or he is a coward. Zhang Qingyuan exclaimed, "Can one treat someone as a mere toy, tossing them aside due to their flaws? If he chose the princess, then regardless of her appearance, they should support each other harmoniously, rather than hiding her away in the countryside to suffer while he parades as the illustrious head of the Chunyang sect." Zhang Junbao spoke with righteous indignation. One's wife, even in less fortunate circumstances, should not be neglected for fear of losing face. That is indeed a form of imprisonment. Zhang Junbao inhaled deeply, asserting that such behavior was inconsistent with the teachings of the Dao ancestor and fundamentally opposed to the integrity expected of a sect leader. If it were an ordinary person, we would have no right to interfere. But he is a sect leader, one who has studied countless scriptures and principles, yet possesses such a narrow heart. This is a breach of conduct. Zhang Qingyuan turned, their gazes fixed upon the Dao palace before them. Their resolve strengthened, their expressions sharpened. "Brother, we must rectify his misdeeds." "Indeed," Zhang Qingyuan nodded, but then added, "Should we not investigate further, in case our conjectures are mistaken?" Zhang Junbao looked at him in astonishment. "Why are you playing the fool now?" Chapter 40. Confession brings leniency. Resistance invites severity in the courtyard before Qin Shugu's Dan room. Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao stood at the entrance while Qin Shugu held a meeting within. The agenda revolved around the distribution of the Taiqing Dongxian Gong and to whom it should be entrusted for cultivation. Given the unique nature of Dongxian Gong, it was imperative that it be practiced by individuals of benevolent disposition, devoid of any malicious intent. Thus, identifying those who met this criterion was essential. However, this did not imply that practitioners must be paragons of virtue, entirely free of selfish desires, for such beings are non-existent in the world. Even the most virtuous individuals may occasionally harbor desires. Yet the true measure of cultivation lies in the ability of a person to govern their desires rather than being governed by them. Chen Shugu commenced the meeting by recounting the origins of this technique, which had been gifted by two newcomers upon their arrival at the mountain. While some present were already familiar with these two individuals, the others were taken aback by the revelation that such a remarkable technique had been devised before the age of 20, an undeniably astonishing feat. The crux of the gathering, however, was to determine who would undertake the cultivation of this technique. The four remaining elder Taoists of the Pyongyang Palace expressed their inability to practice due to their advanced age. Although Chen Shugu's contemporaries were eager, they too were in their 50s or 60s, making it impractical to disperse their energies for recultivation. The second-generation disciples, while enthusiastic, were uncertain of their capacity to succeed. What constituted a good nature, and how could one define purity of character? Chen Shugu's fourth disciple was the first to voice his concern, stating, "I cannot do it. My nature would lead me astray." The others readily concurred. The eldest disciple remarked, "I have worked hard to master the heart method from the pure Yang Dao canon to this extent. I cannot bear to disperse my energies now." The second disciple hesitated, still wandering the world in search of adventure. The third disciple said, "If it comes to that, I shall practice it. After all, I have no grand aspirations, as long as I can earn a meal." The fifth disciple chimed in, "As a girl, I have yet to even enter the pure Yang Dao canon. If necessary, I can also practice it." The remaining elders suggested seeking out some virtuous inner disciples to give it a try. With that, the meeting reached its conclusion. The reason for the prolonged discussion was primarily due to the disappearance of their master uncle and fourth senior brother, who had been missing for quite some time. Amid their fervent deliberations, Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao reached a consensus. They resolved to confront Chen Shugu directly, seeking clarification on why he treated his wife in such a manner. If their suspicions were accurate, they would affirm their stance and correct their senior brother's assumptions. Zhang Junbao, undaunted, felt compelled to intervene, for this was not merely a domestic matter for Chen Shugu. It was a quest for the redemption of a wretched woman. Zhang Junbao aspired to be a true hero, one who transcended mere martial prowess to protect the vulnerable and redeem those in need. As the sun reached its zenith, the door swung open, and the leaders of the Pyongyang Palace emerged. Upon exiting, they were greeted by the sight of their benefactors standing at the threshold. The four esteemed elders hastened forward, grasping their hands with fervent expressions of gratitude. "So these are the two disciples. Indeed, they are outstanding," exclaimed the eldest elder. "I knew it." "To catch the attention of Brother Xuanjin is a testament to their exceptional talents," added the second elder. "You must stay with us for a while. The mountains are beautiful, and there is plenty of wine and meat to enjoy. I look forward to sharing drinks with you," said the third elder. Yes, I shall ensure that all texts and scriptures in the Pyongyang Palace are accessible to you both. You are most generous, and we cannot be stingy. All sects are one family," proclaimed the fourth elder. As previously mentioned, 3 of the 4 elders no longer engaged in the affairs of the Pyongyang Palace, with only one still diligently at work. This was the third elder, who had just expressed his desire to celebrate together. The enthusiastic reception from the 4 elders quickly dampened the spirits of Zhang Junbao and Zhang Qingyuan. Among the elders, 3 returned to their meditative practices, leaving only the third elder, known as Yuan, to attend to his duties. After successfully sending off the 4 elders, the contemporary elders approached to express their gratitude. Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao could only respond with forced smiles as they greeted the 11 senior disciples, 5 of whom were responsible for the management of the palace, 3 men and 2 women. Following a series of polite exchanges, they met Chen Shugu's eldest disciple, Yuan, a composed 35-year-old man with a serious demeanor, contrasting sharply with his master Chen Shugu's personality. They also encountered the 4th disciple, Zhao Nianji, a 24-year-old from the Phoenix sect, whose name might suggest femininity but was, in fact, a young man. Zhang Qingyuan inquired, "Is there a character Ji in your mother's name?" Zhao Nianji exclaimed, "Indeed, uncle. You possess remarkable insight. My mother is named Hua Zhiyun, within her name." This revelation elicited a bemused reaction, as it was a deduction easily made. Chen Shugu mischievously named his disciple Nianji, while Zhao Ningji was given the title Wang Nian. After a round of mutual compliments and introductions, the group departed, leaving Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao feeling bereft of their earlier enthusiasm. With no other recourse, they likened their situation to a wedding night filled with joy and vigor, only to be interrupted by friends insisting on a night of revelry. After an exhausting evening of games and festivities, they found themselves weary and resigned to rest, vowing to confront the matter anew the following day. Once the courtyard was clear, Chen Shugu invited them inside. Upon entering, he personally brewed tea for them, smiling broadly as he inquired, "What brings my younger brothers here? I suspect you've been waiting at the door for quite some time, likely to see my wife. Am I right?" Zhang Qingyuan lifted the teacup, but set it down again, glancing at Zhang Junbao, who now seemed to lack the fervor he once had after the earlier commotion. With a sigh, Zhang Qingyuan decided to speak plainly. They had come this far, and it was time to address the issue head-on. "Brother, we wish to inquire about the contradictory accounts of a village woman from the village below the mountain." After this statement, both Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao turned their gaze to Chen Shugu, scrutinizing his subtle expressions. As anticipated, Chen Shugu's brow furrowed momentarily before relaxing, followed by a heavy sigh. "Have you met her?" he asked. "Yes," Zhang Junbao nodded, pressing further. "Is she your wife?" "Indeed," Chen Shugu replied, acknowledging it without hesitation. "Then why do you leave her in that village? Is it because you disdain her appearance, fearing that bringing her out would tarnish your reputation?" Zhang Qingyuan probed. Chen Shugu looked taken aback, utterly bewildered. "Who said that? Who dares to slander me? Isn't it obvious?" Zhang Junbao seized the opportunity to press on. "If not, why not bring her to the Puryang Palace? Brother Chen, do you really claim you do not care for her looks?" With a face full of innocence and grievance, Chen Shugu retorted, "So you too have come to accuse me? Very well, shall we settle this with a duel first? It is not a matter of seeking accountability, but rather a concern that my senior brother may stray from the right path. However, if it is a reasonable exchange of skills, we indeed wish to engage in amicable dialogue with him." Zhang Qingyuan remarked that, given our current capabilities, we are not his match, yet we could certainly benefit from some guidance through further exchanges. Zhang Junbao slammed the table, insisting that discussions of skill sharing could wait, for now. He demanded that you confess your actions. Chen Shugu sighed, realizing too late that these two stubborn youths were so relentless. Perhaps he should have let them meet after all. Chapter 41. The achievement of purpose. Chen Shugu felt quite fatigued, yet he understood that young individuals, upon entering the martial world, are often easily swept away by fervor. With passionate hearts and a strong sense of justice, they are inclined to intervene whenever they perceive unfairness. It is not just these two. Even he himself was once in their shoes. Otherwise, how could he have attracted such troubles? Some may dismiss this behavior as the folly of youth. Yet everyone has been a fool at some point. Others might argue that those who achieve greatness are never so reckless, but in truth, most begin their journeys in such a manner. Although Chen Shugu believed that the two were somewhat impetuous and filled with youthful zeal, he harbored doubts about their current drastic measures. He pondered whether these two mischievous youths were attempting to extract from him the reasons for his choice of the third princess over Qin Shuangjiang, a matter they had always been curious about. Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao stood together, following him down to the village at the foot of the mountain. Zhang Junbao insisted that Chen Shugu take them to confront the third princess directly. At that moment, Chen Shugu was deeply skeptical, suspecting that the two had already pieced together the underlying reasons and that their confrontation was likely a trap to elicit his words. Nevertheless, he resolved to take them along, for they had shown him genuine sincerity, sharing their insights and engaging in clever maneuvers. After all, it wouldn't be right to let them leave empty-handed after all this effort. Before long, the trio arrived at the village at the mountain's base. This village, known as Lujia Village, was quite sizable, home to over 300 households. Legend has it that this village was established by the revered El Zhu, who, upon witnessing a group of distressed refugees, offered them shelter. Consequently, those refugees settled here, and over time, the village grew to its current size. 800 years had passed to reach 300 households. Reproduction was not particularly rapid, was it? In reality, the village had endured 2 dynastic changes and various natural calamities. Many had left, some married away, and numerous others had ventured into the world, never to return. Upon entering Lujia village, villagers approached to greet Chen Shugu, who responded warmly to each. The villagers, familiar with him, would share news about their hens hatching chicks, discuss their daughters-in-law's pregnancies, and talk about the growth of their crops. Their rapport with him transcended mere acquaintance. It was imbued with a subtle gratitude. In the realm of martial arts, apart from governmental taxation, various sects also provided protection to the farmers in their vicinity, for the martial experts needed sustenance. In return for the sect's protection, the farmers offered corresponding tributes. Some sects even purchased surrounding lands, employing thugs to settle there as their tenants. Prior to the Qin Dynasty over 1,300 years ago, sects were exempt from taxation, resulting in an increase in their numbers, making them the largest landowners, alongside bureaucrats and nobles who seized land. It was not until the founding emperor of the Qin Empire, Emperor Qin Taizu, imposed stringent measures that the expansion of the martial world was curtailed. He mandated that both officials and sects contribute taxes, a regulation that remains a fundamental policy for every dynasty following its establishment. The villagers' gratitude towards the Chunyang Palace stemmed from the fact that the palace never demanded offerings from them. It merely provided assistance. In times of famine, if the villagers lacked food, the palace would even contribute surplus grain to aid them. Thus, they felt appreciation akin to that of a cattle farmer encountering a dragon veterinarian. The harmonious relationship between the villagers and Chunyang Palace allowed Zhang Qingyuan to grasp the essence of compassion and the limits of one's capabilities. Soon, they arrived at a small courtyard in the center of the village. The courtyard was closed, yet Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao sensed faint waves of internal energy emanating from two adjacent courtyards. They exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Chen Shugu approached and knocked on the door. Shortly, footsteps echoed from within, and the door swung open. The one who opened the door was none other than the elder sister, the legendary third princess. With her familiar, somewhat awkward expression, she greeted Chen Shugu with evident joy, saying, "Guests have arrived?" Chen Shugu entered the courtyard calmly and replied, "Disciples from Daqian Palace are quite curious about you, so I brought them along to see you, fearing that I might mistreat or confine you." Upon hearing this, the third princess chuckled, mistaking his words for jest, and said to Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao, "Come in. The courtyard is a bit messy. I believe I saw you two by the river this morning." "Sister-in-law, good to see you." Zhang Qingyuan smiled and nodded. "I have met my sister-in-law." Zhang Junbao respectfully clasped his fists in greeting. "You two are so young, yet have achieved such heights. You must be the chosen ones." The third princess gestured for them to enter. "Sister-in-law, do you possess divination skills?" Upon entering, Zhang Qingyuan noticed the scriptures laid out on the stone table in the courtyard. The third princess shook her head. "Oh, I know nothing of such things." "Then how did you discern that we are not ordinary?" she replied, looking at her husband. "At his age, he still refers to you as junior disciples. You are both so young, yet share the same rank as him. You cannot be simple individuals." "Sister-in-law, you are remarkably astute. Please, take a seat. I shall brew some tea." They settled around the stone table in the courtyard. Chen Shugu removed his robe and placed it aside, rising to fetch a plate of pastries from within. From the state of affairs upon entering, it was evident that they led a life filled with domesticity. Soon, tea was served, and Zhang Qingyuan picked up a piece of apricot dried fruit, savoring its sweet and sour flavor, finding it quite delectable. The third princess encouraged them to feel at ease, yet Chen Shugu remarked, "Rest assured, they are hardly shy individuals." "Brother, the disciples are quite bashful." Zhang Junbao feigned timidity and glanced at Zhang Qingyuan, who was still enjoying the apricot. "My senior brother has a thick skin." In response to this jest, Chen Shugu simply noted that his own was not as pronounced. Laughter ensued, and the atmosphere grew more relaxed. Chen Shugu also shared with his wife about the martial prowess and the gift of techniques to the two disciples, which elicited continuous exclamations of amazement from the third princess. Once they had settled into a comfortable rapport, Zhang Qingyuan directly broached the topic, smiling as he inquired, "Your bond with my brother is so harmonious. How did you two come to know each other?" "I have heard tales of my brother's furious devotion to a beauty from his early years, a story that has circulated in the martial world. Indeed, for my brother to marry you, that must have been a blessing earned from a previous life." The two were cautious, afraid of touching on painful subjects, yet the third princess appeared unfazed, responding with a smile, "Such tales are merely words. Marrying old Qin is indeed my greatest fortune in this life. Wow, what is it about my brother that makes him so special?" They exchanged amused glances, their hearts swelling with secret delight, sensing they were finally steering the conversation toward the crux of the matter. Just as Chen Shugu had suspected, Their initial enthusiasm was indeed fueled by youthful impulsiveness. However, as they progressed, particularly upon entering the alchemy room and hearing Chen Shugu feign anger, questioning whether they came to seek retribution, that initial recklessness began to wane. Though a bit rash, they were not entirely foolish. They possessed a modicum of intelligence. Even then, they had begun to reflect on their actions and surmise that there might be deeper implications to the story. Did you not notice how Zhang Qingyuan's tone softened, transitioning the discussion toward a more amicable sparring match? Yet Zhang Junbao, still brimming with impetuosity, insisted on a thorough interrogation, demanding honesty and compliance, seeking to turn the tables. He was more aggressive than Zhang Qingyuan, believing that after all their effort, it would be absurd to merely inquire about the third princess's well-being without delving deeper into the matter. Thus, Zhang Junbao launched into a fervent interrogation, insisting on a thorough exploration of the topic. Zhang Qingyuan suddenly regained his composure, breaking free from the state of guilt. Our purpose in ascending the mountain is to uncover the depths of Chen Shugu's shortcomings from years past, to understand why he chose to abandon Qin Shuangjiang and instead wed the third princess. Having reached this juncture, we shall proceed without hesitation. This embodies the principle of remaining true to our original intentions. The two of them, reminiscent of elementary school students, settled themselves, hands resting on their knees. Where shall we begin? Let us start from the day of signing the book for sale. The third princess recollected, your senior brother. That year, he was 16, and so was I. There is still another chapter. Today marks the third installment. And I shall certainly complete this segment of the narrative. I humbly request your generous support and 5-star reviews. Chapter 42, The Love Story of Chen Shugu. Indeed, Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao were quite astute in their initial assumptions. The childhood of the third princess was indeed fraught with sorrow. In her early years, her unremarkable appearance did not significantly impede her life, for many deemed her unattractive, yet few resorted to despair over such matters. During her childhood, the third princess, burdened by her looks, failed to win the affection of the old emperor. Being born of the favored concubine, her solitude within the palace deepened. However, as time passed, the 13-year-old princess underwent a transformation. While her visage remained as awkward as ever, her figure blossomed into that of a graceful maiden, particularly when viewed from behind. She was the epitome of beauty. News of her allure spread through the harem, and those who had previously shunned her, including siblings and concubines, began to visit. Yet, with her newfound attention came an overwhelming sense of annoyance and isolation. Though her quarters buzzed with visitors, none bore genuine affection. She could discern a myriad of emotions reflected in their eyes: curiosity, mockery, and disdain. Consequently, her disdain for the world and its inhabitants grew. Upon learning of her plight, the old emperor visited her once, subsequently increasing her palace provisions. She became accustomed to veiling her face. By the age of 15, her perpetual wearing of the veil obscured her features from the outside world. Each time the old emperor brought her into public, dignitaries and officials were struck by her celestial form. These influential figures, undeterred by expense, implored the emperor to decree her marriage to their sons. The emperor, however, remained noncommittal, neither rejecting nor accepting their requests. It was undeniable that her presence had allowed the old emperor to consolidate power, garnering the loyalty of many officials. In her 16th year, the emperor fell ill and summoned monks from both Buddhism and Taoism to the palace for blessings. It was during this time that 16-year-old Chen Shugu encountered the third princess in the harem. The princess, reclusive and fragile, had seen the harshness of the world, while Chen Shugu, carefree and jovial, approached life with mirth. From their very first meeting, he was captivated by her graceful presence. Indeed, this was a case of infatuation at first sight. The Pure Yang sect permitted marriage, and why shouldn't a gentleman seek a virtuous lady? With unrelenting determination, Chen Shugu sought opportunities to draw near the third princess. Fortuitously, the blessing ceremony was to last 100 days. Initially, the princess found his persistence vexing until one day, in a fit of frustration, she unveiled her face before him, hoping to frighten him away. She anticipated that, like all others, he would recoil in horror or disgust. To her surprise, upon seeing her visage, Chen Shugu displayed no negative emotion. Rather, his curiosity grew, and he leaned closer, examining her features with earnestness. Each of your features, when considered individually, is exquisite. Alas, when combined upon a single face, they seem discordant, he remarked with sincerity. Are you mocking me? She inquired. her voice barely above a whisper. "Why would I mock you? To marry you would be the most righteous choice in the realm," he replied earnestly. This proclamation left the princess momentarily speechless, prompting her to instinctively ask, "Why?" Chen Shugu laughed heartily, his handsome countenance radiating joy. "Because you are perfect. I assert that each of your features is flawless. There exists no other pair of eyes as remarkable as yours, no nose as lovely, nor lips as delightful. Should I marry you, I would relish the sight of your enchanting eyes, admire your enviable nose, and savor the uniqueness of your lips. Oh, my esteemed senior, how eloquent you are." Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao felt their hearts swell with sweetness upon hearing this tale recounted by the little sister-in-law. Even these two men found his words excessively sentimental, let alone the lonely princess who had endured mockery throughout her life. It is easy to imagine the profound impact of such words upon her heart. Chen Shugu's declarations detonated within her like a nuclear bomb. What truly moved her was not merely his sweet talk, but the fact that he had genuinely scrutinized her face, where others saw only ugliness and turned away. Even her father avoided her gaze. No one had taken the time to appreciate her unique features. Only Chen Shugu recognized the singular beauty in her countenance. After a prolonged moment, the third princess managed to gather herself and, her voice trembling, asked, "Didn't you say that when combined, they seem disjointed?" "I am not like those mundane mortals," he replied, standing tall and confident. "I aspire to become the leader of the pure Yang sect, to surpass all predecessors and stand alongside the revered El Zhu. If the features appear dissonant together, I shall simply choose not to view them as a whole. A singular beauty is worthy of endless appreciation." From a young age, the princess was acutely aware of her flaws. Her figure and features were indeed commendable, yet their combination led to the perceived defect. Everyone assessed her as a whole and dismissed her. Only this young Taoist encouraged her to appreciate the beauty amidst her perceived imperfections. Their affection blossomed swiftly as they met daily. Chen Shugu regaled her with tales of the world beyond the palace, recounting strange folklore and amusing adventures from the martial realm. Gradually, the princess's heart began to thaw. She eagerly anticipated his visits, longing for the enchanting stories he would share. Yet, the blissful days were fleeting. For the first time, the third princess sensed how swiftly 3 months had passed. The emperor recovered from his illness, and the period of blessings came to an end. They were to part ways. They vowed to write to one another and maintain their connection. Upon his return to the Pyongyang Palace, they exchanged letters monthly. Alas, the correspondence was scant. Yet the sentiments persisted. On the eve of his 20th birthday, Chen Shugu announced his intention to venture into the world, promising to return with tales of his exploits. After his descent from the mountain, he first vanquished the 4 tyrants of Zhongzhou, forged alliances, avenged a hero, dismantled a significant sect, and even engaged in contests with masters from the Shaoyao sect, gaining fame swiftly. Though the third princess had never left the palace, she remained well informed of his journeys through their correspondence. One day, however, Chen Shugu received a letter from the third princess. It read, "Little Taoist, Master Chen, have you ascended to the position of leader of the Pyongyang sect yet? Do you recall your promise to appreciate my eyes, nose, and lips if we were to marry? Regrettably, you shall not have that privilege, for I am to be wed. My father has betrothed me to the crown prince of Fenghua. Soon I shall be the empress of Fenghua. We may find it difficult to continue our correspondence. Yet I encourage you to elevate your reputation within Xianghua, so that I may hear of your exploits in Fenghua. Should you seek a bride, remember to choose one with a pleasing visage, allowing you to admire the entirety of her beauty, rather than fixating on a single aspect." Haha. Do not dwell on this, Chen Shugu. For reasons unknown, upon finishing the letter, Chen Shugu felt an ache in his throat, as though a weight had lodged itself within. Uncertain of the reason, although her tone radiated joy, the letter bore several dried tear stains. This year, both of them had reached the age of 28. A few days later, rumors circulated in the martial world regarding the mysterious third princess of the Qian kingdom, who was to marry the grand prince of the Feng kingdom, creating quite the stir. Chen Shugu ventured to the capital and, after some inquiries, discovered the truth. It turned out that the old emperor had long maintained the princess's aura of mystery. Aside from those within the palace, no one knew her true appearance. Outsiders could only speculate about her beauty, likening her to a celestial being, as exquisite as jade. The old emperor cleverly utilized this enigma to win over and promise various civil and military officials, ensuring his grip on power. Yet, at the age of 28, how could she remain unmarried? The final opportunity for manipulation had arrived, as the Feng Kingdom sought to propose marriage. They explicitly demanded the hand of the enigmatic princess, even offering an entire city in return. The old emperor feigned reluctance, leading the envoys to believe he was attempting to negotiate a better deal. Recently, the two parties reached an agreement and signed a formal document. The emperor declared that the marriage was now their own insistence, with conditions set by them. Once the state treaty was signed, there would be no turning back. The Feng Kingdom pledged never to retract their promise. Subsequently, the third princess departed in grandeur. Before boarding her carriage, the Grand Prince of Feng was fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of her, overwhelmed with joy. That day marked the Grand Prince's wedding, and peace enveloped the city of Feng Tian. On that day, a wandering Taoist, dazed and confused, roamed the streets of Feng Tian with a sword in hand. That night, as the second drum sounded, the bridal chamber was lit with candles. At this moment, outside the East Palace, the Taoist lord invaded. The prince lifted the bridal veil, vehemently denouncing the Qian kingdom for its treachery and berating Li Yangzi as an ugly shrew. Chen Shugu's pure yang energy illuminated the palace, blood mingling with the glint of his sword. Experts from the Feng court surrounded him. Despite Chen Shugu's prodigious talent, he found himself at a disadvantage in that moment. As tales often narrate, the male protagonist breaks through in dire straits. That night, Chen Shugu entered the Dao, motivated solely by the desire to reclaim one person. After entering the Dao, Chen Shugu's strength surged, yet even with his heart aligned and swordsmanship profound, he could not withstand the thousands of elite soldiers and hundreds of masters within the city. Unaware of how many he had slain or how many blows he had endured, he bore countless wounds. In his fervor, he unleashed the turmoil within him, instilling fear in the palace guards. Although he appeared on the brink of exhaustion, none dared to take a risk, merely waiting for him to bleed out. Meanwhile, the Grand Prince, accompanied by the princess, approached. She wept as she fell into his embrace. Chen Shugu tenderly brushed her hair, wiping away her tears, and cheerfully remarked, "I am not one for overarching views. I prefer to observe the minutiae." That night, they were destined to perish. Yet, for reasons unknown, the old emperor ordered their release, stating that a future queen must not be hidden from the world. Furthermore, the Qian princess had been rescued by the Pure Yang sect, and they ought to discuss terms. In truth, another reason lay behind this decision. That night, besides Chen Shugu entering the palace, another individual also infiltrated Feng Tian. This was an elderly Taoist who, instead of entering the palace, sought out the Grand Priest of Feng, a figure of equal status to the emperor. No one knew what they discussed, only that the Grand Priest issued an order for their release. This matter was unknown even to Chen Shugu, who merely perceived it as the Grand Prince's disdain and the sordid politics between the two nations. The tale concluded, leaving the two listeners enraptured. Moments later, they finally regained their senses. Chen Shugu inquired, "Now do you understand the depth of our feelings? In the future, refrain from using your narrow-minded perspectives to judge my past." "Brother, you haven't told the whole story, have you?" Zhang Qingyuan remarked. "What have I left out?" the inquisitive sister-in-law asked. Zhang Junbao squinted, a sly smile on his face. "Brother, are you certain you've revealed everything? Did you miss anything?" Zhang Qingyuan added, "The Zizhu forest." Before he could finish, Chen Shugu abruptly stood, declaring gravely, "Did we not agree to spar? This is the perfect opportunity for me to assess the skills of my junior brothers." Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao exchanged glances. Was he changing the subject? Time to teach him a lesson. Chapter 43. A Great Battle. What is Genius? By the riverbank outside the village, Chen Shugu stood with his sword drawn. Opposite him stood two mischievous youths. What is a mischievous youth? We are already 19. Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao stood 3 paces away from Chen Shugu. None of the three made a move, although it was merely a sparring session. The chance to engage in combat with one of the greatest masters of the age demanded utmost preparation, with no room for carelessness. The brothers merely spoke bravado, knowing well they could not defeat him. However, they hoped to experience a higher realm of martial arts through this encounter. Both youths simultaneously summoned their internal energy this time. They did not employ the same type of energy. Zhang Qingyuan harnessed the power of the sun, while Zhang Junbao drew upon the moon's essence. They sought to experiment with the effects of different energies in combat. To truly understand the impact of their distinct energies, they needed to confront someone superior to themselves. 4. Against ordinary ruffians or commoners, any form of energy would suffice to vanquish the opponent. It was akin to comparing the impact felt by an enemy struck by a 7.62 mm bullet versus a 5.56 mm bullet. Both result in a fatal blow, so what difference could there be in sensation? Hence, to discern the specific effects of their energies, they needed to seek out a master. As they pushed their energies to the limit, vibrant hues enveloped them, one red, one blue. The red energy surged with a ferocious intensity, akin to flowing magma, thick and searing. The blue energy cascaded like a gentle stream, soft yet perilous, unyielding and inexhaustible. "Be careful, brother," Zhang Junbao called out. Chen Shugu, growing slightly impatient, wielded his sword, eager to finish and return for a meal. Zhang Junbao was the first to strike, unleashing a flash of lightning from his sword as he darted toward Chen Shugu from either side. Zhang Qingyuan followed closely, projecting a surge of white energy with his sword, then transitioning to a massive orange palm strike aimed at Chen Shugu. Quite extravagant indeed. Chen Shugu flicked his sword, dispelling the two lightning strikes. Zhang Junbao had already maneuvered to Chen Shugu's side, delivering a horizontal slash that was narrowly evaded. In response, Chen Shugu countered with two palm strikes, while Zhang Junbao employed the first stance of the purple cloud thunder sword technique. Simultaneously, Zhang Qingyuan positioned himself behind Chen Shugu, executing a lightning-fast maneuver to block his retreat. Chen Shugu, momentarily caught off guard, pivoted to parry, raising his hand to nullify the palm strike and evading the thrust. The two youths pursued relentlessly, their sword techniques intertwining with increasing ferocity, the energy of their strikes igniting the river and sending foliage swirling, even creating a small whirlwind. Chen Shugu retreated several steps, ultimately thrusting his sword toward Zhang Qingyuan while delivering a punch at Zhang Junbao. Zhang Qingyuan met his sword with his own, while Zhang Junbao countered the punch with a palm strike. The clash of their powers sent tremors through the ground, uprooting grass within a 50-meter radius. After the exchange, Chen Shugu remained steadfast, while the brothers staggered back several steps, shaken by the residual force. "Huh, I never expected that after a year apart. You two have made such advancements in your abilities," Chen Shugu remarked, internally astonished. He had underestimated their progress, recalling their previous encounters with lesser foes. In a mere year, without relying on pills or treasures, how much could one truly improve? Yet, he could not dismiss their potential. He had compared their growth to his own past progress, only to realize he had underestimated them. Had it not been for his heightened combat awareness and quick reflexes, he might have faced a setback. What extraordinary talents they possessed. Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao gasped for breath, exhilarated by the intense exchange. "Brother Gu, if you continue to toy with us, you might just end up on the receiving end," Zhang Qingyuan teased. Upon hearing this, Chen Shugu puffed up, challenging them to reveal more of their surprises. "Rest assured, we'll keep you entertained," they replied, stepping forward once more. This time, they infused their movements with the essence of Tai Chi. Their techniques, swordplay, finger strikes, palm strength, and fluid footwork became a blur to the naked eye, manifesting as a red and blue streak amidst the golden light of their attacks. Their sword strikes quickened. Their movements became more ethereal, and the trio unleashed their martial prowess, wreaking havoc upon the landscape, as if the river itself had become still. The battle continued upon the river's surface, with Chen Shugu employing the pure Yang Nine Palaces sword technique. Although his golden sword aura spanned only a short distance, Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao found it increasingly difficult to advance. Chen Shugu seemed like a Russian nesting doll. No matter how they attacked, they would break through one layer only to encounter another. Both youths were astonished, yet Chen Shugu was even more taken aback. He had witnessed many prodigies capable of breakthroughs in critical moments, but never one who could sustain such progress consecutively. As he focused, he initially engaged them with only 30% of his strength. However, after just a few exchanges, the previously somewhat rigid Zhang Junbao appeared to suddenly grasp a deeper understanding, transforming his movements into those of a seasoned fighter. Zhang Qingyuan soon followed suit, rapidly gaining experience. Initially, he thought that such enlightenment would be a rare occurrence. Yet after several more exchanges, Zhang Qingyuan suddenly comprehended the application of sword vigor. As soon as he did, Zhang Junbao quickly grasped it as well. Typically, geniuses experience enlightenment once, gain insight, and then require time, days, or even months, to stabilize their newfound prowess. However, these two seemed limitless, continuously discovering insights and swiftly digesting their newfound wisdom. ready to tackle the next challenge. After a series of exchanges, they would uncover yet another layer of understanding. Such capabilities seemed beyond human capability. It felt as though they were once top-tier masters who had lost their memories, gradually regaining their combat instincts through battle. Even the contemporary sword immortals could not match their rapid advancement. Not only were they gaining combat experience, but their mastery of martial techniques was also soaring. Their internal energy was experiencing breakthroughs as well. This was outrageous. Fighting while simultaneously enhancing their internal strength. Were they trying to emulate the former version of me? Chen Shugu had once erupted in a moment of desperation, achieving a significant breakthrough in pure Yang heart method. However, these two were not experiencing a single surge. They were breaking through incrementally. Chen Shugu had initially thought that even if their combat experience increased rapidly, it would be of little consequence once their energies were depleted. He had even prepared some condescending remarks for after the battle. Yet now, witnessing them increase their internal strength mid-fight was simply excessive. From the outset, Chen Shugu had been using only 30% of his power, but now he was exerting nearly 60%. His sword technique evolved from the pure Yang 9 Palaces sword to the pure Yang 2 Instruments sword, and then to the pure Yang Brahma sword. Amidst their sparring, an array of martial techniques and footwork was intricately woven into the fray. The trio exchanged blows for several hundred rounds, until Chen Shugu, weary of merely feeding them techniques, resolved to cease his generosity. It was futile. Their appetite for learning was insatiable, devouring knowledge with a voracity that surpassed even that of their elder sister at the age of 40. Ultimately, Chen Shugu summoned 90% of his strength to launch a counterattack, for he deemed 70 or 80% insufficiently secure. This counteroffensive indeed left the two men overwhelmed. In a climactic moment, Chen Shugu cleaved the river's waters vertically with a single stroke of his sword, finally forcing the duo to retreat. Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao, swords in hand and bodies drenched in sweat, remained silent, absorbed in the newfound wisdom and breakthroughs in their internal arts that had emerged from the battle. Zhang Qingyuan's sun condensation technique had ascended to the 8th level, while Zhang Junbao's tying condensation technique had also reached the same pinnacle. As they stood in contemplation, Chen Shugu, hands on hips and panting, regarded them with a mix of admiration and exasperation. Truly, they were prodigies. Their rapid mastery of techniques, coupled with their swift accumulation of experience, was nothing short of astounding. Now, they seemed to be collectively digesting their recent epiphanies, which would likely take them 3 to 5 months to fully comprehend. The commotion from their skirmish attracted disciples from the Pure Yang Palace, who initially believed that the leader of the demonic sect had emerged from seclusion. Upon arrival, they beheld the devastation, an expanse of grassland marred beyond recognition, with even the river diverted. Yuan Huqing cautiously approached his master and asked, perplexed, "Master, what is the meaning of this?" Chen Shugu handed his sword to his apprentice and explained, "It was merely a friendly exchange. I imparted a few techniques to your two uncles, and they experienced enlightenment from my guidance, necessitating time to assimilate those insights." "Oh," the others replied, surveying the scene that resembled a battlefield ravaged by explosives, their incredulity palpable. "Is this what you call imparting a few techniques? We witnessed the effects from the mountain, and they were more extravagant than those in the latest epic films. This is hardly just a demonstration." Ignoring their thoughts, Chen Shugu commanded, "Gather a few people to set up 2 tents nearby for them, and have some disciples stand guard. They won't emerge from their seclusion for at least 2 or 3 months." The disciples complied with the directive. As Chen Shugu made his way back, he muttered to himself in frustration, vowing never to offer such assistance again. It was exceedingly challenging. In a life-or-death contest, under their initial conditions, the two men would hardly withstand even 10 of his strikes. In their final state, they could scarcely endure 30. Yet, this was a mere sparring session. Maintaining his composure while allowing them to strike comfortably, without inflicting harm, was indeed exhausting. Chen Shugu mused that had he not forcibly halted the bout, they could have continued for 3 days and nights. Once he departed, his junior disciple, Zhang Qingyuan, approached, directing the inner disciples to set up tents while inquiring of Yuan Huqing. "Brother, have our two uncles' martial skills surpassed yours?" Yuan Huqing, taken aback, nodded in agreement, roughly, "Yes. They are merely 19, while you are 35. By the age of 28, Master had already gone to Fengtian City to claim his wife. You ought to feel a sense of urgency and not always compare yourself with us." "Indeed," Lao Qing, another disciple chimed in, "your talent is impressive. Yet you must strive for greater heights. I have no desire to be a Taoist priest. I have the Phoenix sect to return to. But you, with no alternatives but to become the leader, must forge ahead. Chapter 44. Zhang Junbao's insights on cultivation. Senior brother. Do the two masters truly require several months of seclusion? Zhang Qingyuan rested her chin on her hand, squatting by the newly restored riverbank, gazing languidly at the small fish swimming in the water. Yuan Huching stood outside the thatched shed with several inner disciples, observing the remnants of the recent fierce battle. The words of the fourth junior brother struck a chord within him. Yuan Huching was an exceptionally proud individual. Since he was brought to the mountain by his ancestral master at the tender age of 8, he harbored the ambition to become the brightest star. Thus, from the day he cultivated his internal energy, he bypassed all foundational martial arts, diving straight into the most challenging Chunyang Dao canon. This canon not only encompassed internal cultivation techniques, but also contained numerous external martial arts moves. Although it was arduous, he adhered to a systematic approach. By the age of 18, his diligence was recognized by his master, who took him as a direct disciple. From then on, he further disciplined himself, reciting scriptures morning and evening, practicing daily without interruption. Among his peers, he was the most industrious and possessed the highest martial prowess. At 30, he descended the mountain to attend the grand ritual at Kunlun Wujin Holy Mother's sect and to partake in the Taoist disciples competition. Yet he only achieved a 10th place finish. As the second-generation disciple of Chunyang Palace, the pressure weighed heavily upon him. Chunyang Palace, renowned as the foremost Taoist sect in the realm, bestowed upon him the title of Taoist leader. Yet, during the peer competition, he found himself outmatched by many disciples from lesser sects, causing him immense distress, akin to being pierced by daggers. His ancestral master had once single-handedly confronted 3 formidable foes from the demonic sects, triumphing against all odds. His master shone even brighter, boldly entering the capital of the great Feng dynasty and achieving a draw against the contemporary sword immortal. But for him, despite his master's constant reassurances that being the Taoist leader did not necessitate unparalleled martial skills, citing many ancestors who lacked such prowess. As long as the legacy of El Zhu was upheld, Yuan Huching, being immensely proud, found it difficult to accept this reality. Why can't I be exceptional? What makes me incapable? Among the second-generation disciples of Chunyang Palace, I possess the highest martial skills. Why am I not deemed a genius? He was beset by profound confusion and immense pressure. Today, he witnessed firsthand the extraordinary talents of his fellow disciples. 2 masters, both merely 19, could compel his master to such an extent. They were just 19. Was this what one called genius? At 19, they could create advanced martial arts, having trained for only 2 years, while he labored for 30. Why was this the case? Senior brother? Senior brother? Huh? Yuan Huching, lost in thought, turned to look at the younger disciple. Zhang Qingyuan enunciated deliberately. I asked, will the 2 masters truly take several months to emerge from seclusion? Yuan Huching gazed in the direction of the masters, explaining, you have not cultivated for long and are still laying your foundation. Generally, when one reaches the realm of the 2 masters, each moment of enlightenment is exceedingly precious. With enlightenment comes the necessity to thoroughly digest it. Inspiration arises in fleeting moments. If one fails to seize it, it vanishes. The time required to comprehend and assimilate these insights varies from person to person. Some take longer, while others may require less time. Zhang Qingyuan nodded, realization dawning upon her. That explains why the 3rd master required such an extensive period of seclusion last time. He is the second most skilled after our master, so it is not easy for him to attain insights. Indeed, Zhang Qingyuan reflected on the 2 young masters, expressing her hope. I wish they would awaken soon. It has been 5 days. 5 days had passed with the 2 of them sitting cross-legged, motionless. Yuan Huching chuckled. It cannot be so swift. Sighing, Zhang Qingyuan responded, you mentioned your Daqian skill. How has it progressed? Among Chun Shugu's disciples, only the 3rd and she had transitioned to the Daqian technique, along with disciples from the 7th master and 2 inner disciples. The 3rd disciple was faring well. Having already practiced the Chunyang heart technique effectively, his meridians were open, enabling him to progress faster this time around. Zhang Qingyuan, however, was different. She was only sent to the mountain at 16, previously trained solely in literary Taoism. It was only last year that she was accepted as the direct disciple of the leader, marking her first foray into martial arts, and she had only just begun. I am managing, Zhang Qingyuan affirmed. but there are a few aspects of the technique I do not fully comprehend, which is why I was hoping to seek clarification from the two masters upon their emergence. Be patient, wait. Yuan Huqing had not finished speaking when Zhang Qingyuan interrupted. Senior brother, look. The masters are emitting smoke. Yuan Huqing turned sharply, witnessing both masters simultaneously unleashing their vital energy, which coalesced at the crown of their heads, forming a vortex before being drawn back into their bodies. Is this a breakthrough? At that moment, Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao simultaneously opened their eyes. The two distinct techniques, Taiyin and Taiyang, had concurrently ascended to the 8th level. Indeed, it was simultaneous. During the battle, Zhang Junbao had channeled Taiyin's true energy, engaging in combat while gaining insights, ultimately achieving the 8th level. In this seclusion, aside from consolidating his experiences, he focused on practicing the Taiyang condensing vessel technique, elevating it to the 8th level as well. Conversely, Zhang Qingyuan had undergone a similar transformation. The two stood, exhaling a breath of stale air and inhaling deeply the fresh air around them. Refreshing. Zhang Qingyuan stretched lazily, glancing up. When was this shed erected? His recent deep seclusion had dulled his awareness of the outside world. After all, it was Gu Ji's territory. Could he not protect himself? Brother Yuan, you are awake? You too? That nap was delightful. Indeed. They exited the thatched shed, where Yuan Huqing, accompanied by several junior disciples, approached them, incredulous. Masters, you emerged so soon? Oh, was it so quick? Zhang Qingyuan inquired. How many days have we been in seclusion? 5 days. Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao exchanged frowns, sharing a look of disbelief. Yuan Huqing, hesitant to speak, sensed their expressions hinted at something amiss, only to hear them both exclaim, 5 days? No wonder we feel so famished. Zhang Qingyuan regarded them curiously, poking her senior brother's arm. Is this what Master referred to as several months? Yuan Huqing sighed. People are truly incomparable. It is exasperating. Yuan Huqing, is that your name? Zhang Qingyuan asked. Yes, Master. Apologies, my memory for names is rather poor. Not at all, Master. You may call me Shaoqing. Very well, Shaoqing. Please return and inform your master to hasten the meal preparation. We are on the verge of starvation. Understood. One disciple took the lead, employing lightness skills, while Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao followed behind. Though they exchanged no words, the brothers radiated a palpable eagerness, yearning for another bout with Gu Gu. This time, they hoped Gu Gu would unleash his full strength to challenge them, for only under sufficient pressure could they attain greater insights. Yuan Huqing, noticing their silence, refrained from speaking. Zhang Qingyuan, observing him hesitate, turned to him and inquired, What troubles you, Shaoqing? Is there something on your mind? Zhang Junbao, equally intrigued, directed his gaze towards him. Yuan Huqing hesitated for a moment before replying, Oh, it is nothing. I was merely pondering what insights the two masters have gained during this seclusion. Ah, the insights abound. Zhang Junbao chuckled. I now possess the strength to contend with 5, 6, or even 7 of my former self. Is it truly that exaggerated? Exaggerated? Is not the purpose of seclusion to enhance one's abilities? Zhang Junbao retorted. Yuan Huqing felt he was witnessing a display of ostentation with ample evidence to support his claim. He inquired, Master, how did you manage to cultivate so rapidly? Do you possess any unique methods? Zhang Junbao contemplated seriously for a moment before responding, I have gained quite a few insights in this regard. Yuan Huqing's eyes lit up with eagerness, promptly asking, Might you share your teachings with me? Why not? Yuan Qingshan hastily retrieved a small notebook he always carried and took out a brush, moistening its tip with his lips. The inner disciples behind him leaned in attentively, for this was the insight of a genius, the method of a prodigy. Zhang Junbao paused his steps and addressed them, saying, Firstly, regarding external martial techniques, one must first master the forms and then refine them, comprehending the nuances of each move. Whether it be palm techniques, fist techniques, or sword techniques, they are fundamentally similar. The objective of practicing these skills is to swiftly subdue an adversary. Thus, when training, we ought to contemplate how to engage in combat with greater efficiency, effectiveness, and speed, whether it be striking our opponent or evading or parrying their assault. As for the cultivation of internal energy, it is essential to first understand the methodology and philosophy behind internal practices, grasping the significance of such arts, and then to proceed with methodical training. Zhang Junbao spoke with utmost sincerity. The crowd remained fixated upon him, anticipating his continuation. After 3 seconds of silence, noticing Zhang Junbao's hesitation, Yuan Qingshan inquired curiously, Master, what follows? Then you practice until you master it. Zhang Junbao replied. The crowd collectively thought, isn't that a given? We already practice in this manner. Frustration welled within them. Had it not been for the constraints of propriety, they might have taken a swing at him. Zhang Qingyuan chuckled inwardly, reflecting on the disparity between a scholarly genius and an ordinary student. The same teacher, identical textbooks, equivalent content, and the same attentive listening. Yet the genius grasped concepts instantly, while the average student struggled. When one inquired of the genius, how did you learn this? The response was simply, I listened attentively. When asked how they could comprehend a certain formula, the genius would reply, I understood it once the teacher finished explaining. The others would retort, you are merely jesting. You must possess a method. Zhang Junbao could not fathom why they struggled, while they could not comprehend why he excelled effortlessly. Zhang Qingyuan understood this principle, yet not everyone was convinced. He then proclaimed, in 10 days, I shall be delivering a discourse at the martial arena of Chunyang Palace. Those interested may attend, considering it a favor to my brother Gu. Chapter 45. The Master's Teachings and Enlightenment. It was once again time for the scholarly pursuits at the library, where Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao delved into the scripture vault. Having digested their previous knowledge, it was time to replenish their intellect with new insights. They bypassed the texts they had already perused and headed straight for the section dedicated to the classics of the Pyongyang sect. Seeking commentaries from the revered masters of the past, they were not inclined to this course of action, but as Gugo mentioned, he would certainly divulge his techniques to others, leaving them no choice but to explore the scriptures themselves. They were not alone in their scholarly endeavor. A third figure lurked stealthily behind them, holding a notebook in one hand and a brush in the other, akin to a spy. This individual was Yuan Huqing. He was skeptical of Zhang Junbao's claims that their practice surely had methods. He believed that the previously mentioned techniques were mere fabrications, and he doubted that Zhang would reveal his true methods. Thus, he trailed behind them, intent on learning clandestinely. Though such behavior was undoubtedly shameful, he rationalized it for the future of the Pyongyang sect, even if it meant facing scorn later on. Pyongyang patriarchs and revered ancestors, please forgive your disciples' actions. He quietly concealed himself in the shadows, holding his breath and observing intently. He watched as both masters simultaneously grasped different scriptures, engrossed in their reading. After half an hour, they quickly perused their respective texts before exchanging them. Another half hour passed, and the two set their scriptures down to discuss their interpretations. Yuan Huqing had already read those two texts and found little novelty in their discussion since he was well aware of their contents, enriched with annotations from past masters. Their discourse resembled a study group of middle school students engaged in a self-study session. However, as he listened, Yuan Huqing began to perceive that they were discussing an alternative interpretation. Is there truly another layer of meaning within those scriptures? How did I remain oblivious to it? What? They had conceived new commentaries on their own? How could they possibly misinterpret the thoughts of the ancestors or alter them at will? Although those scriptures had been interpreted differently by several masters, they were entitled to add to their understanding. Whereas the Yuan Huqing felt compelled to intervene and halt their misguided discussions, yet the fear of being discovered eavesdropping left him in a quandary. Perhaps I shall subtly remind them during dinner. While martial prowess is significant, as a Taoist, the scriptures hold greater importance. I cannot stand by and watch them stray from the path. After another lengthy discussion, the pair concluded their deliberations, replaced the scriptures, and moved on to the next. Yuan Huqing observed them throughout the day, immersing himself in the texts. As the sun dipped below the horizon, signaling mealtime, the three departed the scripture vault in two groups, one after the other. Dinner was served in the grand dining hall, where Taoists, regardless of their discipline, be it scholarly or martial, gathered for a communal meal. Unlike the Chuanjian sect, which adhered to stricter dietary rules, the Pyongyang sect permitted the consumption of meat and marriage. Thus, the communal pot was filled with meat dishes, albeit in modest quantities, yet rich in flavor. There were stir-fried pork with cabbage, scrambled eggs with chives, and tofu soup. During the meal, irrespective of gender, rank, or seniority, the Taoists lined up orderly to serve themselves and partake in the feast. Zhang Qingyuan spotted his third master uncle, the sprightly and lively Chunyuan Taoist, who at 72 had yet to retire and remained actively engaged at the forefront of the Pyongyang Palace. Ah, you two have emerged from seclusion. Today marks your return, Chunyuan Taoist exclaimed, his face beaming with delight. I presume your 5 days of meditation have yielded fruitful insights. He made space for them, and Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao nestled beside him. Not too shabby. Thanks to Brother Tian Su, Zhang Junbao replied with a smile. Ah, that was merely my duty. Yuan Daoist replied, his demeanor warm and inviting. As they conversed, Zhang Qingyuan found Qin quite endearing, as he exuded an amiable aura and spoke with remarkable ease. In their dialogue, they learned that this last bastion of an elder was once a valiant figure in his youth. Though his martial skills were modest, he was known for championing justice and aiding those in distress. Throughout his life, he never fully mastered the pure Yang scriptures, yet his outlook remained remarkably positive. Upon returning to the mountain at 60, he chose not to retreat to the back mountains for quietude like some of his peers. His guiding principle was to remain active. The less he moved, the more discomfort he felt. Thus, his current role involved teaching the newly arrived Taoists or outer disciples, drawing on his profound insights gained from a lifetime of experiences. Additionally, he possessed remarkable skills in plum blossom divination, known for its exceptional accuracy. During the day, he would set up a divination booth at the mountain gate, offering fortunes to visitors. Remarkably, his divination prowess brought in a significant percentage of revenue to the Pure Yang Palace. His reputation was such that he limited his readings to 30 per day. Yet the demand remained high, leading to a thriving business for local opportunists who facilitated appointments for eager clients. As their conversation flowed, Yuan Daoist shared insights on the Pure Yang Palace, the dynamics of the martial world, and secrets of the Taoist tradition, leaving both Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao astonished. Just as they were deeply engrossed in their discussion, Yuan Huqing approached hesitantly, balancing a plate and bowl. After a moment's hesitation, he summoned his resolve and sat beside them. Master Uncle, Master Qingyuan, Master Junbao, he greeted. Yuan Huqing, the eldest among the second-generation disciples, destined to lead our Pure Yang Palace in the future, Yuan Daoist introduced him warmly. We owe much to him for safeguarding us during our retreat. Such is the duty of a disciple, Yuan Huqing replied, his demeanor restrained. Do not be so formal. You must learn from your master and cultivate a balanced mindset. Zhang Junbao advised, sensing the weight of Yuan Huqing's thoughts. Thank you for your guidance, Master Uncle, Yuan Huqing responded, prideful yet somewhat stiff, his speech tinged with formality. Yuan Daoist remarked, that is simply his nature. He understands the rules. Both Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao nodded, observing Yuan Huqing, who felt their scrutiny and glanced nervously at the plate. Having followed us all day and listened to our discussions, what thoughts do you have? Zhang Qingyuan inquired. Master, you have discovered me? Yuan Huqing gasped, believing he had concealed his presence well. He hastily apologized. Disciple did not intend to intrude, I merely. Zhang Junbao nudged him with his shoulder. No need for explanations. If you wish to discuss, feel free to join us. Collective insight is the essence of cultivation. We even spoke a bit louder so you could hear. Yuan Huqing's heart raced, and he hesitated to speak. Zhang Qingyuan continued, you cannot remain confined within your own world. How can you hope to progress? Disciple simply wishes to understand what methods you both employ in your cultivation, he admitted. Indeed, Junbao speaks nothing but the truth. Our paths of cultivation are simply thus. Yuan Huqing raised his head, gazing at Zhang Qingyuan with a hint of confusion. Yet, disciples also cultivate in this manner. Each individual's innate talent varies. Some progress swiftly, while others advance at a more languid pace. Certain individuals may attain the status of a top-tier master within 3 years of practice, yet their potential may be limited to that point. The prospect of further advancement could remain forever elusive. Conversely, there are those whose journey may be slow, yet their potential is vast. After a decade or more of diligent training, they may achieve modest success, and it could take 3 decades to reach the pinnacle of mastery. However, even in their 50s or 60s, they may continue to evolve, eventually reaching the realm of your master, as long as life permits them to strive further. Thus, you belong to the latter category. Upon hearing this, Yuan Huqing pondered deeply. Zhang Junbao further elucidated. Therefore, do not belittle yourself. While bamboo grows rapidly, it lacks durability. Whereas the golden silk nanmu tree grows slowly, yet possesses immense value. After hearing this, Yuan Huqing managed a rather sheepish smile. Zhang Qingyuan patted his shoulder and said, join us in our cultivation tomorrow morning and summon the martial disciples. I shall only teach this once. Zhang Junbao added, do not heed his words. He will not teach. Chapter 46, Zhang Junbao. Shall we make a wager? If you win, I shall concede your prowess. Does Zhang Junbao possess the capability to instruct disciples? Or rather, is he a competent teacher? A true teacher imparts wisdom, shares knowledge, and resolves doubts. If he were to merely expound on philosophical texts, perhaps he could articulate the principles and ideas within those scriptures effectively, given his profound understanding and clarity of expression. However, if tasked with teaching martial arts to disciples, it could be said that he is utterly incapable of doing so. Genius cannot teach the mediocre. Zhang Qingyuan's assertion bears truth. In his previous life, he encountered a prodigy known as Wei Shun, whose lecture snippets many have encountered online. Wei Shun would present a formula, then engage in calculations, explaining as he went. Yet, he believed his methods flawless and his problem-solving approach crystal clear. Nevertheless, around 80% of university students in the comment section found his discourse incomprehensible. Only a select few gifted in the sciences could barely keep pace with his reasoning, and only an exceedingly rare number possessing exceptional talent in the sciences could fully grasp his teachings. In the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, Zhang Sanfeng's creation, the pure Yang Wuzhigong, is a practice that only he has mastered to its pinnacle. This technique, save for the utmost geniuses, is beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. The protagonist, Zhang Wuji, may learn the Nine Yang and the higher mathematics level of the Qian Kuan De Nui, but he is unlikely to master the pure Yang Wuzhigong. At such a level of martial arts, it is fitting to describe it as a threshold only geniuses may dare to attempt. Some martial arts appear formidable, yet are notoriously challenging to practice. Thus, in most martial arts novels, the protagonists often acquire skills that are both impressive and relatively easy to learn. After dinner, Zhang Junbao, feeling quite indignant, pursued Zhang Qingyuan, questioning, "Come now, explain to me what you mean by saying I cannot teach. How can I not teach well?" Zhang Qingyuan retorted, "If you teach so clearly, then why did Xiao Qing fail to comprehend the lesson the other day? Why must she stealthily follow us today? How should I know?" Zhang Junbao replied, "You seem rather self-righteous, don't you?" "No, I meant my teaching. I was referring to your teaching as well." Unyielding, Zhang Junbao believed there was nothing wrong with his instruction. "Then how about this? Tomorrow when Xiao Qing comes, she will bring some junior disciples. Let us have a comparison to see who teaches better." He gazed at Zhang Qingyuan with unwavering determination. Zhang Qingyuan, astonished, inquired, "Are you truly willing to mislead the young? What manner of speech is that?" Zhang Junbao exclaimed, "Just say whether you dare to compete." "Very well, let us demonstrate the essence of teaching." Zhang Junbao laughed heartily. "If you can teach better than I shall acknowledge your superiority. Fine, if you best me in teaching, I shall recognize your prowess. Among men, the most significant wager lies in this phrase, 'I concede your superiority,' although the true value of such an acknowledgement remains ambiguous. Uttering it necessitates a resolution of triumph or defeat. The two retreated to their respective chambers to prepare their teaching materials, for they were wagering their lifelong honor. On the following morning, shortly after attending the early class, Yuan Huching arrived with a group of disciples eager to learn. Among them were 4 cherished disciples of Chen Shugu. Why 4? Because the second disciple was still wandering the martial world. The remaining 8 direct disciples of the elders were also present, excluding 3 who were on duty. Additionally, numerous inner and outer disciples, those not engaged in temple duties, gathered. For this was an exceptional opportunity to learn from 2 martial prodigies. Who would dare miss it? Those unable to attend were filled with frustration, lamenting their lack of the ability to duplicate themselves. When the group reached the entrance of their courtyard, both doors swung open simultaneously, and the 2 emerged from their respective rooms. They exchanged a glance, their eyes ablaze with competitive spirit. Upon seeing them, the disciples chorused, "We pay our respects to Master Qingyuan and Master Junbao." Zhang Qingyuan spoke first, addressing the disciples of Chunyang Palace. "Last night, my esteemed colleague, Master Junbao, and I deliberated and concluded that with so many disciples gathered, it may be challenging for you all to grasp our explanations clearly, and we may not be able to convey everything effectively." Zhang Junbao promptly added, "Therefore, following amicable discussions with Master Qingyuan, we have decided to conduct separate training today." Zhang Qingyuan nodded in agreement. "Our martial arts are identical, as are our levels of cultivation, so you may choose to train with either one of us." Zhang Junbao continued, "We will endeavor to demonstrate our methods of cultivation. Furthermore, should you have any questions regarding your practice, we shall provide earnest answers. You may now choose freely. Those who choose me, stand before me. Those who choose him, stand before him. The two stood, hands clasped behind their backs, heads held high. The disciples exchanged glances, grappling with the difficult choice between two unparalleled geniuses. One disciple observed, "I have heard that Master Qingyuan possesses a plethora of unconventional insights into martial arts, whereas Master Junbao is capable of creating techniques from Master Qingyuan's ideas. If that's the case, doesn't that make the choice even harder? You fool. The fact that Master Qingyuan can conceive so many martial paths indicates his boundless understanding. If you wish to practice multiple styles, you should choose Master Qingyuan. Conversely, Master Junbao's ability to innovate signifies his mastery over internal cultivation, meridian pathways, and martial techniques. If anyone encounters obstacles in their training, they should seek Master Junbao's guidance. Thank you for the advice, brother. I now know how to choose." With this clarification, the group began to divide into teams. However, before they could fully separate, Yuan Huqing had already positioned himself alongside Zhang Qingyuan next to Zhang Qingyuan, while the third and fourth disciples opted for Zhang Junbao's side. The third disciple turned to his junior, puzzled, and remarked, "Where we both transitioned to the Tai Ching Dongting Gong, a technique created by Master Junbao. Why are you not coming over to inquire?" Zhang Qingyuan maintained a serious expression, resolutely following Yuan Huqing, declaring, "Brother, you need not concern yourself with me. My decision is made." Having attended Zhang Junbao's lecture previously, she found his words enlightening, akin to listening to a grand discourse. Hence, today, she would not willingly subject herself to hardship on the other side. Uncertain of why the two masters had chosen to separate their teachings, she regretted not having reminded the third disciple earlier. Now, faced with Master Junbao, she could not voice her thoughts, so she remained silent. The portly disciple, Feng Ming, thought Zhang Qingyuan foolish for not seizing such a splendid opportunity. The fourth disciple remained indifferent, capable of aligning with either side. As the young master of the Phoenix Gate, a prominent sect in the martial world, he held little reverence for anyone except his master, Chen Shugu. He followed along simply because everyone else was participating. Before long, the disciples had chosen their preferred masters, with the groups roughly split evenly, though Zhang Junbao had drawn a few more disciples. "Let us proceed," Zhang Qingyuan declared. Turning to lead the way out of the courtyard, Zhang Junbao, not to be outdone, tilted his head and ventured off in the opposite direction. To be continued. Chapter 47. Thus, and again thus, do you comprehend? The martial arts of our Taoist tradition, particularly the internal cultivation methods, predominantly stem from the sacred texts. This is especially true for the Pure Yang sect, where a significant portion of the martial arts originates from the Pure Yang classics. In addition to the internal energy within the meridians, mastering the Pure Yang heart method requires deep comprehension of the principles and philosophies contained within the Pure Yang scriptures. The more profound your understanding, the more efficient your cultivation will be. Zhang Junbao led a group of Pure Yang disciples to the training ground, commencing with theoretical explanations followed by discussions on the operational rules of the meridians. Zhang Qingyuan followed suit, as this is a customary preamble for most Taoist masters when imparting their teachings. The disciples listened attentively, some even taking notes with paper and pen. After sufficient theoretical discourse, Zhang Junbao began to share his personal cultivation experiences. He reiterated the same advice. To practice internal cultivation, one must first grasp the techniques, and upon understanding them, begin the practice to cultivate internal energy, which would then circulate through the body in cycles. As for external techniques, one must first deconstruct the moves and practice them individually before integrating them into a cohesive whole for application. External techniques also require situational responsiveness. One must discern which martial arts to employ against various adversaries. Upon concluding his discourse, the disciples felt somewhat bewildered yet impressed. Zhang Junbao then initiated the internal cultivation session, guiding them through a complete cycle before proceeding to the scripture repository to study texts, followed by external techniques, including swordplay, palm techniques, and lightness skills. After this comprehensive training, it was time for the disciples to pose their inquiries. One inner disciple stepped forward, respectfully bowing. "Master Junbao, I wish to inquire. Whenever I practice the Pure Yang heart method, I experience a sensation of swelling at the Bai Wei point, especially within the Chong meridian, where I often feel a sense of obstruction. How might I improve this?" Zhang Junbao, holding the Pure Yang heart method, examined it while explaining. The Pure Yang heart method cultivates Pure Yang true energy, encompassing 9 levels of attainment divided into 8 stages. The disciples listened intently, And after a single reading of the heart method, they could accurately identify its distinctive features. Indeed, a display of exceptional talent. Zhang Junbao presented a diagram of the meridians. Pointing to the acupoints and pathways, the pure yang heart method corresponds to the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. To master this technique more adeptly, one must first comprehend the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. You mentioned difficulties at the Bai Hui and Chong points, indicating a shaky foundation. The central palace signifies earth, the root of all foundations. Earth produces metal, metal produces water, water produces wood, and wood produces fire. Thus, in your practice, you must deepen your understanding of the central palace. May I ask, Master, I believe I grasp the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams quite well. However, how can I apply this understanding to the techniques? Do you comprehend? Zhang Junbao inquired. Indeed, I do. After understanding, have you aligned the heart method's incantations, the operational routes, and the practice of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams? That is how I practice. Then how is your foundation lacking? I am uncertain, which is why I sought your wisdom, Master. Zhang Junbao pondered, and then articulated his understanding of the pure yang heart method and the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, asking, is this your understanding? Indeed, it is. That should not be the case. If you truly understood, wouldn't you be able to practice immediately? Do you know the formula? I do. Have you encountered any problems? I have. Can you apply the formula? I can. Then why can you not derive the result? I am perplexed. Zhang Junbao was baffled. His understanding and operational route were correct, yet there seemed to be a problem in practice. I understand now, he exclaimed. It must be an issue with your meridians. Come here, and I shall help you clarify. Thank you, Master. The confused disciple approached, and Zhang Junbao placed his hand on the disciple's lower dantian, infusing a trace of true energy to traverse through his meridians. Under the eager gaze of all the disciples, Zhang Junbao withdrew his hand and remarked, your meridians appear quite normal. The disciple responded. Zhang Junbao continued, wait a moment. I shall think of a solution for you. Who else has questions? Another disciple stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Master, while practicing the pure Yang Tui sword, I find some sword moves exceedingly difficult to execute. I seek your guidance. Zhang Junbao's interest piqued, for while he had not identified the issue in internal practice, external techniques were his forte, particularly swordplay. Show me a demonstration. Yes. The disciple drew his sword and performed the Tui sword before him. After the demonstration, Zhang Junbao remarked, you have memorized the moves, but the last 4 are not fluid in execution. Hand me the sword. The disciple presented the sword, and Zhang Junbao recalled the sequence and essence of the Tui sword, proclaiming, watch closely. He then executed the swordplay with grace and precision, the sword moving like a dragon, embodying the essence of the Tui, manifesting the 8 trigrams. The sword energy surged, enveloping him in an impenetrable aura, each strike fierce and formidable. To the discerning eyes of the martial disciples present, it was evident how masterfully Zhang Junbao commanded the Tui sword. Once he completed the sequence, he stood, sword in hand. The disciple, astonished, swallowed hard and queried, may I ask, Master, have you previously encountered this sword technique? Zhang Junbao returned the sword, no. Then how are you so proficient? Did you not just witness my demonstration? That is indeed self-evident. I am in awe. The disciple sheathed his sword, bowing in admiration. Zhang Junbao inquired, whether you are in awe can be discussed later. Upon my demonstration, could you discern how I executed the last 4 moves? Indeed, I could. Did you commit them to memory? Yes. Now perform them. The disciple attempted once more, yet faltered. Zhang Junbao, puzzled, asked, did you not comprehend? The disciple, equally perplexed, replied, Master, while my mind acknowledges the essentials, my body seems to disagree, claiming it has not yet learned. Clearly, you need more practice. Zhang Junbao sighed in resignation. He had never perceived teaching disciples as such a challenge. It seemed to vex him greatly. I have practiced this method thoroughly. Surely, you can replicate it? He turned to the other disciples. Does anyone else have questions? On another front, after a similar process, it was now Zhang Qingyuan's turn to elucidate to the disciples. Addressing the same disciple, he explained, the Tui sword is not limited to the Tui. It evolves into the 4 symbols from the Tui, which in turn gives rise to the 8 trigrams. Therefore, you must first identify the directions of the 8 trigrams. The first 3 moves should seal the 8 trigrams around you. Do you understand? Yes, Master. Good. Follow my lead as I break down each move. Should anything be unclear, do not hesitate to halt me. Understood. The disciples watched intently. Zhang Qingyuan dissected the moves that the previous disciple had struggled with, stating, "Observe. The purpose of this strike is not merely to thrust and stab. The essence lies in sealing the Sun position, which represents wind. Thus, this move must be executed swiftly. Your turning motion is rigid. Practice this movement 1,000 times, ensuring that as you turn, you simultaneously wield the sword. Furthermore, while sword techniques are fixed, the practitioner must remain agile. Your opponent will not conform to your movements in combat. Hence, you must learn to employ your techniques flexibly." Who was it that asked how to transition from Feng, Lai to Long, Fei Feng Wu? Zhang Qingyuan inquired. "It was I, master. These two moves may not connect seamlessly, but I noted that you executed the Jiu Gong move well, so you can entirely replace Feng Lai with this technique. All techniques employed are aggressive swordplay, devoid of any defensive maneuvers. When executing these two strikes, it indicates your intent to assault your opponent. Thus you are entirely justified in wielding your sword in such a manner. I am grateful for your guidance, esteemed master. Returning to your practice, begin by adhering to the 8 trigrams orientations. As a Taoist, you naturally comprehend the significance of each position. When paired with sword techniques, each orientation corresponds to specific movements, dictating how you should execute your strikes. There exists a balance of speed and strength. One must not solely pursue swiftness. Do you understand? The disciple comprehends. Zhang Qingyuan guided them in practicing this sword technique, patiently elucidating any points of confusion. Should they grasp the concept but lack familiarity, he would instruct them in their swordplay. Zhang Qingyuan exhibited immense patience, having once been a struggling scholar himself. He understood the psyche of those who grapple with learning. Moreover, these pure Yang disciples were not inept. They merely encountered certain perplexities. Following Zhang Qingyuan's meticulous explanations, they would undoubtedly comprehend. A day later, as evening descended, the disciples gathered in the dining hall. Zhang Qingyuan approached Fang Ming, feigning ignorance, and inquired, "Senior brother, how did Master Junbao's teachings fare?" The chubby boy sighed deeply, burdened by unspoken woes. "Alas, it is a tale too intricate to share." He then recounted his struggles, primarily concerning several challenging aspects of the Dongying technique he had inquired about. Zhang Junbao responded, "First, do this, then that. Do you understand?" Fang Ming shook his head. Zhang Junbao reiterated, deliberately slowing his pace, yet Fang Ming remained bewildered. "What are this, that, and the other?" He pondered, while Zhang Junbao found himself equally puzzled. "Each time I create a technique and relay it to Brother Yuan, my explanations are far more cursory, yet he grasps it immediately. Eventually, I need not remind him at all. Even when he appears inattentive, he manages to understand. It evokes the sensation of a math teacher attempting to elucidate a problem to a student struggling with science. No matter how I teach, comprehension eludes him, evoking a desire to throttle him." Meanwhile, Zhang Junbao approached Zhang Qingyuan, holding a tray and lowering his head in deference. "Ah, is that not my dear disciple? How fare you?" Zhang Junbao sighed. "Let us concede, you are indeed formidable." Chapter 48. We are the protagonists accompanying grandfather. Today marks the 10th day since Zhang Qingyuan fulfilled his promise to impart teachings to the disciples of the Pure Yang sect. Although it was termed a lecture, there was little to convey, as his intention 10 days prior was merely to share some practical cultivation techniques. However, due to a wager with Baudi, the knowledge he had accumulated had long been exhausted, leaving him with no choice but to offer words of encouragement on the day of the lecture. Nevertheless, over these 10 days, he managed to correct Yuan Huqing's misguided notions. Applause for that. Yuan Huqing, the second-generation chief disciple of the Pure Yang sect, was a direct successor of its teachings. His persistent inability to adjust his mindset led to extreme beliefs. This was evident when he eavesdropped on Zhang Qingyuan and another's discussion of scriptures, revealing his eagerness to achieve success in one fell swoop. Through Zhang Qingyuan's nurturing care and encouragement over the past 10 days, he finally grasped the concept of great talents blossoming late. In essence, Zhang Qingyuan imparted a singular truth. It is not the gradual path to greatness that is to be feared, but the perilous shortcuts that lead to ruin. Since Chun Shugu had taken him as the chief disciple, it indicated that Yuan Huqing possessed significant potential. High potential coupled with slow progress means that the more one rushes, the slower one becomes. It is far better to maintain a calm demeanor and follow a steady path to eventually become a top-tier master. A slight delay is inconsequential. The Pure Yang sect is not merely a martial arts faction in the world, but is fundamentally focused on cultivation. After all, not everyone can be the exceptional Zhang Jiwei or the various Zhang Junbao of different realms. Those with high ceilings who cultivate quickly can start from scratch and persevere to the end. Moreover, the Pure Yang sect is not in a dire position that necessitates its next-generation leader to practice the evil-repelling sword manual for revitalization. As for Zhang Junbao, having recognized his unsuitability for teaching, he had resigned himself to this realization. He understood that no one is without flaws. Everyone has areas in which they are not adept. When their sect eventually establishes itself, the task of teaching will fall to Brother Yuan, allowing him to enjoy a leisurely existence. Zhang Junbao is not incapable of teaching others. He simply struggles to comprehend the thought processes of those less intelligent. What seems simple to him is often beyond their grasp. If they were astute, they would understand his teachings with ease. In the adaptations of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, whether portrayed by Su Yupeng or Jet Li, there is a scene where Zhang Sanfeng demonstrates Tai Chi in front of his disciples. Despite illustrating the principles and philosophies of Tai Chi, only the protagonist Zhang Wuji comprehends it after a single viewing. His teaching philosophy aligns with that of ancient masters. I will say it once. If you grasp it, you grasp it. If not, it indicates that your destiny has yet to align. What does this have to do with destiny? This principle applies across various trades in ancient times, whether carpentry, masonry, martial arts, or cultivation, even in the realm of immortality. The ancient way was to teach once and leave the rest to self-study. Zhang Qingyuan took several days to realize this truth. As a traveler from another world, he often projected his previous mindset, assuming that ancient individuals would provide hands-on instruction. Eventually, he recognized that ancient people were not so noble. If one fails to remember after a single lesson, it suggests two possibilities. Either they are inept and unfit for the craft, or they are lazy and inattentive. Thus, Zhang Qingyuan resolved to emulate the teaching methods of his past life and develop a curriculum suited to this world. However, over these 10 days, Zhang Junbao did not leave empty-handed. In addition to studying scriptures daily, he found a companion, Chen Shugu's fourth child, the little princess of the Phoenix sect. This child had quite a sharp tongue. After witnessing Zhang Junbao's teaching prowess on the first day, she mockingly remarked, the little master uncle from the Ta-Ching Palace isn't all that impressive. I thought the one who took down the Wang family's moneylender in Luoyang was formidable. Turns out, it's just this. Subsequently, Zhang Junbao compelled her to stay by his side, insisting that she follow along as he studied scriptures. If she failed to comprehend after he had understood the texts, it would indicate her lack of respect for her elder. The young girl was quite resilient. But after 3 days, she could no longer contain herself, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhang Junbao in frustration. I only tolerate your seniority. Otherwise, I would have beaten you long ago. Zhang Junbao replied, you may choose not to regard me as your uncle. Zhao Nianji retorted, you said it yourself. Dare to compete with me? The winner gets to call the shots. Very well, Zhang Junbao agreed. In their first bout, he struck her rear with his sword. Zhao Nianji exclaimed, you may be skilled with the sword, but if you have the ability, do not use it. Very well, he replied again. In their second match, he applied Tai Chi to land a blow on her backside. She retorted, your Tai Chi is impressive, but if you have the ability, do not use either sword or fist. Very well, he responded once more. In the third match, he kicked her rear with his foot. Zhao Nianji fell silent, completely surrendering to Zhang Junbao's benevolence. Over these 10 days, the two of them gained substantial insights. Last night, they had a meal at the home of the little sister-in-law before bidding farewell. It is worth mentioning that throughout these 10 days, Chen Shugu had only appeared during the farewell meal, for he feared that the two disciples might seek him out for sparring. After the farewell dinner, he could not avoid showing his face. The following morning, at the entrance of the Pure Yang Palace, a throng of disciples gathered to bid farewell. While others wore melancholy expressions, Chen Shugu and his fourth child appeared overjoyed. Finally, they are leaving. The two descended the mountain, glancing back 3 times. It was not until they had walked more than 10 miles that their emotions began to settle. This journey to the Pure Yang Palace had been fruitful. Though Zhang Qingyuan guided many disciples, the third uncle also shared considerable insights from his own experiences in the martial world. Additionally, several disciples copied scriptures for them and presented them with 100 taels of silver for their travels. When they set out, they had only 2 small bundles. Upon descending the mountain, their burdens had multiplied 5 or 6 times, now containing over 30 books, 2 sets of robes, 100 taels of silver, and ample provisions. After their descent, they traveled eastward, destined for Zhongzhou. Zhang Qingyuan sang a tune from his previous life, the sword unsheathed, grievances resolved. Who laughs? I only seek today to embrace you in my arms. The dust laden in, the wind like a blade, sudden rain falls, fate knocks. Having traversed this world for less than 2.5 years, he had thoroughly integrated into society. If he did not occasionally hum a song from his past or utter phrases unique to his previous existence, he would almost forget that he was a traveler. To maintain his awareness, it was essential to sing and tell stories. They walked for 2 days, covering over 100 miles eastward without incident. Within the domain of the pure Yang sect, who would dare to cause trouble? Exiting this distance, however, the presence of mountain bandits and outlaws began to increase, as did the figures of the wandering martial artists. Currently, the underworld city remained at the forefront of public interest. It was said that even the Shaolin Temple had mobilized recently to avenge their brethren from the Golden Mountain Temple. Other sects responded in kind, and many lone heroes joined the fray. Zhang Junbao inquired, "Brother Yuan, with the underworld city so lively, shall we go take a look?" Zhang Qingyuan shook his head. No, why not? Zhang Qingyuan's gaze deepened as he explained. The chaos in the underworld city is clearly indicative of a future clash with the righteous martial forces of the Central Plains. Such a power will not undergo significant changes in the short term, for at least several decades. The righteous sects of the Central Plains will be unable to shake the dominion of the demonic forces. Zhang Junbao listened, somewhat perplexed. Yet he ultimately grasped the essence. No one could extinguish the Spectre City within decades. Upon this realization, he found the matter rather uninteresting. Zhang Qingyuan scoffed softly, remarking that, according to the cliché narrative of the tale, the male protagonist, upon hearing of such a grand spectacle, would undoubtedly feel compelled to partake in the revelry. Within this tumultuous gathering, a series of love and hate stories would unfold, with a high probability that he would encounter an extraordinary fate, resulting in a significant enhancement of his abilities alongside a scandalous romance. Zhang Junbao wholeheartedly concurred with his words, for he had also perused the same tales as Qingyuan, which invariably adhered to this formula. It is said that art derives from life, yet transcends it. Zhang Junbao huffed, declaring that he had no intention of participating in such a trite plot. Indeed, must the protagonist always join the fray? We shall do the opposite. Zhang Junbao gazed at Zhang Qingyuan, asserting that they were not the so-called protagonists. Zhang Qingyuan nodded in agreement, silently affirming that they were merely the loyal companions of the future protagonist. Chapter 49. Zhang Qingyuan contemplates murder in the Central State Prefecture, a region historically coveted by military factions and renowned as the ancient capital of 7 dynasties. It is anticipated that even after the demise of the Great Qian, future courts will establish their seat of power here. Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao find themselves embroiled in violence. Upon their arrival in Central State, they encounter a band of highway robbers. These brigands, ferocious and wielding 9-ring sabers, are known as the Kings of the South Mountain. Without a moment's hesitation, they draw their swords and charge forth. A total of 74 bandits fall beneath their blades. Throughout their journey, they have confronted no less than 3 waves of such marauders. Dispatching each with efficiency, they rescue 18 women who had been abducted, 32 children who had been trafficked, and 45 villagers, all of whom express profound gratitude. After each encounter, they generously provide the rescued individuals with some money for their journey. If the victims reside nearby, they escort them home, ensuring their safety before departing. Having obliterated 3 bandit strongholds consecutively, the duo's reputation begins to burgeon. Their names resound through the martial world of Central State, as it becomes widely known that these 2 Taoist priests are relentless in their pursuit of justice, eradicating brigands at their roots. The remaining funds they collect are prudently stowed away. Should they chance upon a substantial bank, they deposit their gains, accumulating capital for their future establishment of a sect. As a result, they descend from the mountains not only with the provisions granted by the Pure Yang Palace, but also with an additional 3,500 taels in savings. After clearing the last bandit lair, they survey the several sacks of grain and a modest pile of gold and silver left behind. Zhang Junbao, hands on his hips, muses. This is quite the spectacle. It seems everyone aspires to be a martial hero, for wealth comes swiftly. Zhang Qingyuan interjects, that assertion is flawed. Why so? Zhang Junbao inquires, arching an eyebrow. Consider whether our friend Zhu earns wealth swiftly, Zhang Qingyuan replies. Zhang Junbao reflects on an old acquaintance from Sana town, feeling a pang of nostalgia. Zhang Qingyuan elaborates. The rapid accumulation of wealth stems from engaging in unlawful deeds. Genuine earnings require patience. Zhang Junbao nods in agreement, pondering that acting heroically by drawing one's sword is merely another form of recklessness. Logically, even the most heinous bandits ought to be dealt with by the authorities. It is not within the purview of common folk to enact justice. According to the law, murder is a crime. Suddenly, a thought strikes Zhang Junbao. Why should he think this way? Is it not the negligence of the court towards the affairs of the martial world that gives rise to figures like them? The chivalrous? The wicked must be eliminated. Are we to let them live to celebrate the new year? Zhang Junbao realizes the reasoning and turns to Zhang Qingyuan. You do enjoy scaring people with your musings. Zhang Qingyuan smirks. Oh, let us hurry and finish this task. Is it not permissible to reflect for a moment? In this life, such actions align with righteousness. In a past life, they would lead to execution. After gathering the treasures, they find the remaining grain too burdensome to carry, and thus decide to transport it in stages down the mountain, placing it along the main road. Alas, I cannot bear to see waste, Zhang Qingyuan exclaims, panting. Zhang Junbao concurs. Considering the many starving souls below, it would be unbearable for this grain to rot on the mountain. Indeed, our compassion is commendable. It is no wonder our cultivation flows smoothly, and our hearts are clear. Most certainly, dear brother. The two indulge in self-praise, their hearts swelling with satisfaction. Unable to transport the grain away, they wish to see if any passers-by might be in need. Should they encounter anyone, they intend to gift the grain, allowing others to feast or use it as seed. After a brief wait, they spot a few woodcutters and hand over the grain. The woodcutters, initially astonished, express their heartfelt thanks, calling them celestial beings. While both possess a nature inclined to aid the poor, they recognize that in this society, providing food is far more beneficial than distributing money. Food has the potential to sustain, while money often slips through the fingers of the impoverished, and can even lead to perilous consequences. As they continue onward, they venture into the northeastern region of Central State, where several sects reside, the largest being Huashan. However, the most renowned in the area is a sect known as Baihuagu, celebrated not for its beauty or strength, but for its unique policy of exclusively admitting women. It is said that every woman within the sect possesses beauty akin to that of celestial beings. Zhang Qingyuan jests, shall we visit Baihuagu? Perhaps I can find you a bride. Zhang Junbao, having developed a thicker skin through Zhang Qingyuan's teasing, responds directly, Do you take me for such a vulgar person? Are you not noble? Zhang Qingyuan quips, you have long since transcended base desires. Very well, there appears to be a girl without clothing. Zhang Junbao instinctively turns his head, quickly realizing he has been tricked. Oh, how unexpected. The two engage in playful banter, laughter echoing between them. Their journey to Central State includes a visit to Zhongnanshan, where they have already explored the Pure Yang sect. As one of the two principal Taoist sects, they also wish to visit the Chuanjian sect, often referred to as the abode of immortals, to witness for themselves the essence of this so-called celestial realm. Zhongnanshan has long been regarded as a sacred site for cultivation. Over 80 years ago, a martial genius named Wang Shouxin emerged from the Chuanjian sect, creating a renowned tome on Taoist practice, the Zixia Xiantian method, which garnered immense fame in the martial world. Upon returning to the mountain, he unified various Taoist temples, establishing the sect's current stature. Now in its third generation, the Chuanjian sect is led by the esteemed Zhou Wangji, who is renowned alongside Chen Shugu. Zhang Junbao had glimpsed Zhou Wangji during his apprenticeship at Taqing Palace, but had not conversed extensively. However, the impression left was one of stark contrast to Chen Shugu. While Chen Shugu is carefree and whimsical, Zhou Wangji embodies the serious and austere demeanor of a high-ranking Taoist master. There is no right or wrong, merely the ease of interaction. The distance from their current location to Zhongnanshan remains considerable, yet they find themselves near Huashan. Ultimately, they meander along the banks of the Yellow River. Upon arriving in a town, they select a tavern to rest. However, before their meal arrives, chaos erupts within the establishment. Suddenly, a brawl breaks out. It seems 8 individuals are attacking a lone man, and notably, the 8 appear to be at a disadvantage. Other patrons hastily seek refuge, hiding from the fray. The waiter, with a resigned sigh, ducks beneath the table where Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao sit. demonstrating a practiced ease in his movements. Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao, not wishing to intervene, are aware that they are not enforcers of justice in the martial world. They believe in respecting the fates of others and relinquishing the impulse to assist. Their aid is typically reserved for the impoverished, and these 9 men do not fit that description. Besides, they are strangers. What if they were to assist the wrong party? They crouch beneath the table, and Zhang Junbao gives the waiter a reassuring pat on the shoulder, inquiring about the identities of the combatants. "Brother, who are they, and what has sparked this altercation?" The waiter, noting their status as Taoist priests and their shared instinct to hide, explains, "Those 8 are the 8 unmatched of Shenzhou, masters of martial arts. The leader, armed with a spear, is known as Han Jingxiong, the Sea Dragon. He is the most skilled and possesses a penchant for chivalry. The remaining 7 are his sworn brothers. The one being besieged is Jiang Mai, the chief disciple of the Huashan sword sect. As for the reason behind the conflict, I overheard Han Jingxiong declare that Jiang Mai is unworthy of being a disciple of the Huashan sword sect. The rest is beyond my knowledge." Upon hearing this, both Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao exchange perplexed glances, bemused by the irrationality of the martial world, where conflict arises so swiftly, akin to the actions of a criminal syndicate. Zhang Qingyuan sighed. "Very well, they are all righteous individuals. Let them fight while we observe." Zhang Junbao wholeheartedly concurred, for watching others engage in combat could indeed inspire their own martial prowess. It was essential to witness the diverse techniques of various sects to amalgamate the strengths of many. The two seemed to have returned to their youthful days in Sana Town, where any duel prompted their immediate attendance. However, the absence of the 5 spiced melon seeds from Sana Town left a void in their experience. The martial arts of the 8 unparalleled of Zhongzhou were formidable, each rivaling the prowess of the late chief steward Zhou Haojia from the Wang family. Particularly when these 8 united their strengths, their collective might surged significantly. Yet, was the chief disciple of the Huashan sword sect truly so formidable? It appeared he surpassed even the venerable Lao Pei of the Songhan sword sect. One wondered what Lao Pei was thinking when he aspired to establish the 5 Mountains Alliance at his skill level. Observing Jiang Mai's swordsmanship, which was exceptionally refined, it was evident that although his internal energy might not match that of the 8, his remarkable swordplay allowed him to engage them with reciprocal skill. His technique was strikingly brilliant, and if the Huashan sword sect possessed such talent, they could undoubtedly challenge the Huashan sect itself. Zhang Junbao was momentarily stunned by Jiang Mai's prowess. Indeed, the excellence of his swordplay surpassed even their own Zixiao Thunder Extreme sword technique. "Brother, allow me to correct you. It is not merely a matter of a few levels," Zhang Junbao reflected. "If it came to a direct confrontation, I would undoubtedly defeat him within 10 moves. Yet, in a contest solely of swordsmanship, his techniques indeed surpass ours. True, though his swordplay is remarkable, the individual may not fully harness its potential. Were we to wield this technique, even Gu would be overwhelmed. The efficacy of a technique is contingent upon its wielder. They recognize their limitations with humility. In terms of martial arts, Zhang Qingyuan and his companions surpassed Jiang Mai, yet in the sophistication of techniques, the latter's swordplay undeniably eclipsed the Zixiao Thunder Extreme sword technique. As they watched Jiang Mai adeptly maneuvering against his opponents, exchanging blows for approximately 50 or 60 moves, Zhang Junbao suddenly exclaimed, "Brother Yuan, I have discerned how to create the 13 swords." The 13 swords referred to the lethal technique Zhang Qingyuan had previously described to him. But Zhang Junbao had not encountered sufficiently advanced swordsmanship before, leaving him devoid of inspiration. Now, having witnessed such exceptional techniques, a spark of creativity ignited within him. No sooner had he spoken than a powerful force flew towards them, prompting Zhang Qingyuan to swiftly defend against it, startling Zhang Junbao in the process. An enraged voice bellowed, "Who dares to disturb our peace with their prattling?" Zhang Junbao lifted his head, a wry smile on his face. "Brother, my inspiration has vanished." Zhang Qingyuan took a deep breath and drew his treasured sword. "Fear not, brother. You remain here while I seek your inspiration anew." His gaze sharpened as it fell upon the 9 individuals. "You continue your skirmish. How dare you involve us?" Chapter 50, Slay. It is often said that inspiration strikes suddenly, implying that such moments are fleeting. If one does not seize them, they may be lost. Zhang Junbao found himself in the midst of a spark of inspiration, only to have it abruptly interrupted by a surge of force. This, however, was not the crux of the matter. rather. It was the unwarranted calamity befalling the two of them, particularly Zhang Qingyuan, who, despite the unreasonable nature of the situation, felt compelled to argue. After all, they were indeed in the right. Zhang Qingyuan advanced slowly, sword in hand, his gaze sharp and filled with indignation as he faced the 9 adversaries before him. Over a year ago, he had the prowess to eliminate top-tier experts like Zhou Haojia. Now, with his skills having multiplied manifold, he was far more formidable. The 8 unparalleled of the Central Plains and Zhang Mai simultaneously ceased their actions, fixing their eyes on Zhang Qingyuan, who approached them with his sword. Zhang Mai, dressed in loose attire with a high ponytail cascading over his shoulder, exuded a roguish charm, his appearance quite striking. Casually slinging his sword, he boisterously remarked, "Why must you 8 engage in conflict? What purpose does it serve to provoke others without cause?" However, the Central Plains 8 unparalleled ignored him, their focus on Zhang Qingyuan, whose expression grew serious. One swordsman clad in white scoffed, "You sneakily spy on our duel while garbed in a Taoist robe. Which sect do you belong to? Did your master not teach you that interrupting others' duels is a grave taboo in the martial world?" Such moralizing was delivered with righteous indignation. How skillfully they cast blame. "So it seems we are at fault, and we owe you an apology?" Zhang Qingyuan's fury surged, and he inhaled deeply, reminding himself that these 8 were renowned heroes. Albeit with unpleasant tongues, a beating would suffice. He should not strike to kill. Yet, the leader of the 8 unparalleled, Han Jingxiong, interjected, "Boy, this is a matter between my brothers and Zhang Mai. If you wish to live, depart quickly, and I shall spare your life." Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out. How disgusting. Zhang Qingyuan realized that not all heroes were worthy of admiration. Their repugnant behavior was quite intolerable. "Hey kid, my elder brother is speaking to you. How can you be so rude?" "Rude? Me?" Zhang Qingyuan retorted. "Let me test your mettle." With that, he lunged forward, sword drawn. The blade glimmered, yet Zhang Qingyuan maintained his leisurely pace, intent on suppressing his anger. However, the white-clad swordsman seemed determined to provoke him further. "Third brother, teach this insolent thief a lesson by severing his arm, so he remembers how to conduct himself in the future. Spare his life." "Huh, how compassionate." Zhang Qingyuan thought. "Should I kneel in gratitude?" He closed his eyes, and the white-clad swordsman, believing him to be paralyzed by fear, thrust his blade towards Zhang Qingyuan's arm. Yet, in an instant, a flash of lightning occurred. The swordsman halted abruptly as Zhang Qingyuan merely sidestepped, evading the still thrusting blade. Jiang Mai seemed to have witnessed Zhang Qingyuan's strike but could not discern its execution. "Quick, too fast. Third brother, what ails you?" The other 7 grew frantic upon seeing their comrade motionless. "Boy, what have you done to my third brother?" Their urgency was palpable, worry etched across their faces. But the next moment, the white-clad swordsman slowly turned, a line of crimson erupting from his throat, blood splattering the ground. "Enough, I can no longer endure." Tian Shuang's sword fell heavy, and he perished. The 8, originally disciples of various sects, renowned for their camaraderie and chivalry, had united as brothers to uphold justice. Each possessed unique skills, and together they forged the reputation of the 8 unparalleled of the Central Plains. Zhang Mai stood in shock, witnessing the lethal precision of Zhang Qingyuan's strike. The remaining 7 were enraged. "We intended to spare you, merely to teach you a lesson. Yet you have slain our brother. Elder brother, avenge him. Avenge third brother." Han Jingxiong gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. "With such viciousness, killing my brother, boy. We cannot let you live. Attack." With a commanding shout, the 7 surged forward. The second among them, known as Qianshanmu Zhang, unleashed a palm strike, his power formidable as a mountain. In response, Zhang Qingyuan swiftly dodged, countering with the 9-yang palm, returning force with force. The second S palm met Zhang's, only to have his arm shattered, sent flying. The impact caved in his chest, ensuring his demise. What boldness! Zhang Qingyuan had no time for idle chatter. Initially, he sought merely to inspire Zhang Junbao, to impart a lesson. However, his intent had shifted to a lethal determination. With a torrent of techniques, 7 layers of force, flowing cloud iron fan, 8 desolate star wheel, celestial steps, 13 heartbreaking pillars, and shining silver spear. The remaining 6, witnessing the deaths of 2 brothers, unleashed their skills, swearing vengeance. 7 hidden weapons were launched at Zhang Qingyuan, but he effortlessly deflected them with his sword. The iron fan released a silver glimmer, and with a mere flick, Zhang Qingyuan created a gaping wound upon the assailant's forehead. He struck again, his sword radiating a multitude of thunderous energies. With no restraint, he executed his lethal technique. The Thunder Extreme Sword art, dazzling and bewildering. In the blink of an eye, 2 more fell, their skills not even fully realized before their demise. This was not a contest, it was a slaughter. In a single exchange, 5 had perished, leaving 3 who now felt overwhelming pressure, cold sweat streaming down their backs. The trio stared at Zhang Qingyuan's sword, inscribed with the name of Yinghui Villa. They recognized the villa's reputation for fine craftsmanship, yet this sword was not remarkable. The wielder was simply too formidable. With a single gesture, a palm, a finger, and a sword, 5 had been slain in moments. Suddenly, Junbao exclaimed, "You are the dual masters of the Taiji Palace." The remaining 3 gaped in disbelief at Zhang Qingyuan. Are you not the righteous? How can you indiscriminately slay the innocent and massacre the just?" At that moment, those lurking at the entrance, observing the spectacle, were stunned into outrage by Jiang Mai's words. Truly foolish. Zhang Qingyuan had no desire for dialogue. His only wish was to eliminate the 3 remaining foes. Zhang Junbao interjected, turning to the onlookers. Must the righteous endure blows without retaliation? Must the virtuous be bullied? What kind of nonsense is this? Seeing Zhang Junbao gripping his sword, the onlookers fell silent. As Zhang Qingyuan advanced, the 3 retreated. "Mistake, it's all a misunderstanding. We did not know who you were before Han Jingqiang could finish." Zhang Qingyuan struck once more, the sword's energy slicing through, leaving Han Jingqiang defenseless. With a swift turn and 2 flashes of cold light, the remaining 2 were similarly dispatched. Turning back, sheathing his sword, he addressed the onlookers. "Must the righteous wait until they are wronged to seek reconciliation?" Chapter 51. What nonsense is this? This marked Zhang Qingyuan's inaugural act of slaying a righteous individual, a figure revered as a hero by the masses. The 8 absolutes of Shenzhou held an unassailable reputation in the martial world, steadfast against tyranny, courageous in their responsibilities, and dedicated to righteousness, taking upon themselves the mission of vanquishing evil and upholding justice. However, this did not imply that every matter could be resolved through misunderstandings, nor did it mean that their words were beyond question. Zhang Qingyuan had previously pondered this dilemma. If an unequivocal paragon, a renowned hero of the realm, were to provoke him, should he acquiesce as depicted in various dramas and novels, where grievances were dismissed with laughter, leading to brotherhood and legendary tales? Yet today, he found himself seething with anger, realizing he could not abide such folly. Regardless of their esteemed reputation or virtuous character, if they refused to engage in reason, why should he tolerate their whims? They were akin to the 7 oddities of Jiangnan, who had misjudged Qiu Chuji. Their conflict escalated to violence, only to be resolved amicably over a drink. But Zhang Qingyuan questioned whether he was Qiu Chuji, nor did he wish to resolve matters in such a manner. After the last of the 8 had perished, he inhaled deeply. He felt no guilt for having slain 8 heroes. Instead, a sense of exhilaration enveloped him. Junbao trembled, unable to suppress his nervous swallowing, while the onlookers outside quaked in fear. Junbao exclaimed, "But they are the 8 absolutes of Shenzhou. Does their status grant them immunity from reason?" Zhang Qingyuan retorted, his opinion of Junbao remaining favorable since the youth had recently defended him. Yet, Junbao found himself at a loss for words. In his mind, although a conflict had arisen, a mere scuffle, followed by reconciliation, should suffice. He envisioned a scenario where he would extol the virtues of the 8 absolutes, who would in turn admire his swordsmanship, leading to shared drinks and the matter forgotten. Was this not how misunderstandings were typically resolved in the martial world? Why resort to murder? But they were pursuing the white-faced demon lord. Junbao insisted, holding firm to his belief that the 8 absolutes were righteous figures. If they were slain, then... Zhang Qingyuan furrowed his brow and questioned, "What does that concern me?" The gathered crowd felt a surge of indignation, yet they recalled the resolute manner in which he had dispatched the 8, and thus refrained from voicing their discontent. Still, a few sought to champion justice, suggesting, "Why not voice your grievances? After all, they are also righteous individuals. Such a slaughter will surely earn you the ire of your peers in the martial community." Indeed, these individuals had long championed the righteous cause, serving as renowned heroes of their time. Was it not somewhat unreasonable to act thus? Why did people feel emboldened to criticize the virtuous? Was it not because they understood that good people would not kill indiscriminately? Why did they not dare to confront villains directly, knowing that the latter would not hesitate to take lives? It was akin to the adage, "Must good people always stand with a gun to their heads?" It made no sense. At that moment, Zhang Junbao could no longer contain his emotions. He felt wronged. When one feels intensely wronged, anger inevitably ensues, and in that fury, one seeks to vent. He stood and declared, "We are not unreasonable, are we?" The crowd retreated a few steps, startled by the rising intensity in his voice. He resembled a wronged figure in a tea hall, his indignation palpable. "Who instigated this matter?" he demanded. "We were merely passing through. Dining at this establishment. Surely that is not excessive? Did we intervene when they clashed with this lad? My brother and I opted to remain uninvolved. Hiding beneath the table with the innkeeper, was that a fault? Yet they approached us, wielding weapons, merely because we exchanged a few words while seeking refuge. They accused us of being sneaky and noisy. Did we wish to create a disturbance? We came to dine, yet somehow it is all our fault." The more Zhang Junbao spoke, the more aggrieved he felt, caught in a cycle of self-defense. Zhang Qingyuan stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Why waste breath on them? Should anyone seek vengeance for their fallen comrades, now is the time." Zhang Qingyuan understood that their reputations would plummet following this incident. The renown of the 8 Absolutes was well established, their commendable reputation untarnished. In contrast, their own fame paled in comparison. Any conflict would inevitably render them at fault. Yet, it mattered little. They did not survive by reputation alone. Those with clarity would discern the truth, and those incapable of understanding would not benefit from further explanations. Zhang Qingyuan turned to Jiang Mai. "Demonstrate your swordsmanship once more." "What? Again?" Jiang Mai hesitated, sensing that these two priests were unlike any righteous figures he had encountered before. He faltered. After some reluctance, he executed his sword techniques, feeling dejected as he sat aside, sipping his drink in solitude. Zhang Qingyuan inquired, "Have you found your inspiration?" "Yes, but it is not the same as before," Zhang Junbao replied. "This is a new spark of creativity." "Very well, take your time." The two ceased their conversation and exited the tavern under the fearful gazes of the onlookers. However, Zhang Junbao still felt a sense of grievance, silently reciting calming mantras. Zhang Qingyuan, too, took deep breaths, his frustration palpable. After a couple of recitations, Zhang Junbao felt somewhat alleviated. "Brother Yuan, how can they behave in such a manner?" Having reflected for a while, Zhang Qingyuan responded, "This is the code of the martial world, a convention established over time, an unwritten rule. How can such a rule exist? Because of face. But what if that shot from Han Jingqiong had struck us? Would we not have been slain? He is a hero. How can he act thus?" Zhang Qingyuan frowned. "Precisely because he is a hero, we are regarded as ignorant juniors who do not grasp the rules. Thus we must submit to his lessons." "What sort of absurdity is this?" Zhang Junbao, in his ire, kicked a stone, his previously quelled anger igniting once more. Zhang Qingyuan too found it unreasonable. But this was the nature of their world. The misunderstanding between the 7 oddities of Jiangnan and Qiu Chuji arose when Qiu Chuji first defeated Kujini. They mistook him for a rogue, feeling their pride wounded, and sought to reclaim face by demanding he relinquish his sword. Where would Qiu Chuji's honor lie if he surrendered his blade? Thus, the misunderstanding deepened, leading to the duel over drinks and the ensuing chaos. Were the 7 oddities of Jiangnan villains? They appeared to have committed no great evil, having taught Guojing and pursued Mei Chaofeng while standing up for justice against the 5 absolutes. Yet Zhang Qingyuan was no Qiu Chuji. Why should they, after their display of arrogance, expect to escape without consequence? Even the 8 absolutes of Shenzhou, if they were to perish, must meet their end. They were heroes. Yet did they engage in reason? They did not. As the two exited the city, they noticed an increasing number of martial artists surrounding them, their gazes fixed, murmuring among themselves. Shortly after leaving the city, a heroic figure approached, accompanied by a dozen others. He first clasped his fists in greeting, then inquired, "Are you the esteemed Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao?" "We are," Zhang Qingyuan replied. "I am Wu Shuiyang, the master of the sword-holding villa in Zhongzhou. In the martial world, you may call me Old Wu. I have heard that you two have recently slain the 8 absolutes of Shenzhou. How do you intend to address this situation?" Zhang Junbao's temper flared as he stepped forward. Wu Shuiyang responded, "I hold you both in high regard as members of the righteous sect. How could you act so ruthlessly, indiscriminately slaughtering our Shenzhou as champions?" Zhang Qingyuan, taken aback, could not help but laugh in disbelief, countering, "And how do you propose this matter should be resolved?" Wu Shuiyang, upon hearing this, found the two priests surprisingly reasonable. He was summoned by a group of chivalrous heroes who, upon hearing of the incident at the tavern, were filled with righteous indignation. They insisted he come forth to mediate justice. As he approached, he overheard them speaking of these two individuals as unreasonable, quick to draw their swords at the slightest provocation. Yet, upon closer inspection, they appeared rather composed. He solemnly stated, "I believe there is a path for us to return together. We are all practitioners of the righteous way. Surely there must be no misunderstanding that cannot be resolved. Let us clarify matters with our fellow martial artists, and then we can proceed to the 8 extremes to offer our contrition and apologies. After that, all will be well, and we shall remain united as one family." Oh, is it truly that simple? We merely need to express our remorse and apologize, and all will be forgiven? Zhang Junbao replied with a smile, presenting an innocent facade. Yet his hand rested firmly on the hilt of his sword. Furthermore, Chapter 52, I will only explain this once. Do not provoke me. With a sharp sound, the sword was drawn from its sheath. Confession? Zhang Junbao maintained a serene smile, yet the blade was unsheathed. The group behind Old Master Wu stepped back in unison, while those hidden in the shadows watched with bated breath. Indeed, it was just as the rumors suggested. One slight disagreement, and swords were drawn. Zhang Qingyuan pressed down on Zhang Junbao's sword hilt, casting a gentle gaze upon Old Master Wu. "You are Old Master Wu, correct?" Wu Shuiyang, taken aback, nodded, bewildered by the unfolding events. "You wish for us to confess?" Wu Shuiyang pondered for a moment, glancing at the onlookers. As a renowned elder in the martial world of Xinzhou, maintaining face was paramount. With so many witnesses, it was imperative not to lose dignity. "Shouldn't we?" He replied, "It is often said that one must pay with their life for murder and repay debts. Moreover, you two have slain 8 righteous heroes. As fellow practitioners of the righteous path, how can you so recklessly take innocent lives?" Old Master Wu continued, "I have long heard of your esteemed reputations as disciples of the Daqian Palace in the Central Plains, who have made a name for yourselves. You have stood up for orphans and avenged the downtrodden. As practitioners of righteousness, should you sincerely repent today, I, in consideration of the Daqian Palace, can ensure your safety." Indeed, Wu Shuiyang proclaimed with righteous fervor. His words implied that they were merely young and made some mistakes, which was entirely normal. A proper apology would suffice. And he would protect them. "Now be good, and a kiss for you." At the moment Zhang Qingyuan pressed down on Zhang Junbao's sword hilt, the latter understood his intent. Over the past 2 years, they had developed a significant rapport. Zhang Junbao recognized that his brother sought to take action, yet his hand remained firmly on the sword hilt, warning others of his volatile temperament. Zhang Qingyuan smiled and responded, "Oh, Old Master Wu, you have quite the influence. Fellow heroes, please grant me a little leeway." He nodded, yet remarked, "But I fail to see the extent of your influence." Wu Shuiyang's expression shifted. "What do you mean by that? They only mentioned that we killed. But did they explain why?" Wu Shuiyang hesitated, realizing that the 8 extraordinary of Xinzhou were indeed renowned heroes, and there must be some misunderstanding. "What misunderstanding?" Zhang Qingyuan retorted, raising his hand to silence him. "Everyone present, listen well. If there are those who do not understand the truth, allow me to enlighten you. I will only explain this once, and only this once. My disciple and I went to a tavern for a meal, before our dishes even arrived. They began to fight with Jiang Mai of the Huashan sword sect. We had no intention of getting involved and merely observed from a corner. However, after we exchanged a few words, that fool Han Jingxiong took offense, believing we had disrupted his enjoyment, and attacked us. Was I wrong to retaliate? I initially intended to teach him a lesson, yet he insulted us, calling us scoundrels as if we were at fault. Just because they are heroes, does that grant them the right to be unreasonable? Was it wrong of me to strike him? But did they not know your identities? Had you revealed your names, would they dare to act against you? Damn it! Are we to shout, "I am Zhang Qingyuan, and he is Zhang Junbao" wherever we go? Absurd. Wu Shuiyang struggled to articulate a response, acknowledging that Han Jingxiong did indeed have issues. As members of the martial world, face and dignity were of utmost importance. The 8 extraordinary of Xinzhou had long been celebrated, always considering themselves righteous, and it was natural for them to express displeasure when interrupted. At that moment, Wu Shuiyang realized that these two were not to be trifled with. If they were ordinary masters, a scuffle and a few compliments could settle matters. But these two were different. They fought without revealing their names, and their intent was lethal. Sighing in resignation, Wu Shuiyang grasped that his dignity meant little in the eyes of these two Taoists. Their willingness to reason indicated that they did not wish to kill, and he could not act foolishly. Ahem, I must admit my misunderstanding of you two Taoists, he conceded. Smart man, Zhang Qingyuan replied. Those who managed to reach his level were rarely foolish. He stepped back, while the group of heroes he had rallied failed to comprehend the situation. Old Master Wu, how can you allow those from the Central Plains to act so arrogantly in our Shenzhou territory? One of them protested. Old Master Wu shot him a glare. If you disagree, then step forward. What do regions matter? We are all children of the martial world. How can there be regional discrimination? If you believe I speak wrongly, then represent the martial world of Shenzhou and the 8 extraordinary to reason with these two Taoists. Will you do so? The man, provoked, felt the weight of everyone's gaze upon him. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he sensed the pressure of being singled out. Some watched the spectacle, while others were stirred by his mention of the martial world of Shenzhou. Losing face was not an option, especially with so many witnesses. It was merely a discussion. Could they truly resort to violence before such a large assembly? With gritted teeth, he stepped forward, challenging. Yet, you cannot resort to killing over a mere disagreement. As I understand it, the waiter has already mentioned the names of the 8 extraordinary of Shenzhou. As a Taoist of the Taiqing Palace, with your exceptional martial prowess, could you not show some leniency? How can you be so violent and unreasonable? He summoned his courage to shout at Zhang Qingyuan. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Qingyuan forced a smile and began to step forward, with Zhang Junbao closely behind. As they walked, he spoke, My disciple and I have painstakingly honed our skills. We strive to improve our cultivation, and after much effort, we have joined the Taiqing Palace, received our talismans, only to yield to him and engage in discourse? Would that not render our efforts futile? You. Huh. We recite scriptures to calmly reason with fools. Our martial practice is intended for fools to calmly converse with us. If there is no reason to discuss, I'm afraid we must resort to violence. We cannot let our training go to waste, can we? Zhang Qingyuan continued. Moreover, I anticipate your next move. When reasoning fails, and you cannot win in a fight, the next step will surely be a moral condemnation against us. That is acceptable. My brother and I are right here. We shall remain in Shenzhou for several months, and those who wish to reason with us are always welcome. However, next time, our response will be solely through force, without words. Our principle is simple. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if one offends me, they shall be dealt with thoroughly. And let it be known, I will only explain this once. Do not provoke me. The man attempted to speak again. But as he opened his mouth, a surge of sword energy rushed toward his chest. Zhang Junbao had drawn his sword. The energy pierced through him, and he collapsed to the ground. Zhang Junbao sheathed his sword and cast a glance at him. Do you truly not see me as a rogue? Zhang Qingyuan, and he surveyed the surroundings. The onlookers trembled in fear. When he said he would explain once, he truly meant it. Wu Shuiyang sighed in relief, thankful for his own wisdom. As Taoists, Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao could not afford to be indiscriminate in their killings. Yet, they were unwilling to explain themselves after every act of violence. Hence, they took this opportunity to clarify their stance. This is how we operate. Not satisfied? Endure it. Chapter 53. Who says that killing good people makes us villains? Good people are easily bullied. They are soon ridden upon. This saying holds profound truth. Indeed, if an individual has always exhibited unruliness and defiance from a young age, then even upon committing wrongful acts as an adult, few will cast stones. Conversely, should such a person suddenly commit an act of kindness, they will be lauded by a throng. However, a person who has always been obedient, docile, and amiable is often perceived as easy prey. The moment this honest individual strays into wrongdoing, a multitude will escalate their condemnation, declaring them irredeemably wicked. Zhang Qingyuan deeply resonates with this sentiment. As mentioned in the first chapter, in his previous life, he attended a self-defense class focused on ancient martial arts during elementary school. Although the curriculum primarily taught martial forms that were aesthetically pleasing, these forms nevertheless equipped him to emerge victorious against peers across several grades. Hence, in his childhood, he engaged in various brawls, earning a reputation as the most formidable youth in the county. His parents frequently visited the school, exasperated and ready to intervene. Initially, they admonished him, but over time, they grew accustomed to his behavior. By the time he graduated and sold a house, earning his first substantial income, his father was almost moved to tears, kneeling before the ancestors to proclaim, "This child has made something of himself." In contrast, The child next door had always epitomized the ideal student, obedient, diligent, and academically gifted. Upon graduating, he secured a modest job with limited earnings, and even a simple breakup would be the subject of scorn in the village. Zhang Qingyuan recalls a childhood friend named Ma Jia, who had followed him around in their youth, indulging in mischief, and later struggled to maintain steady employment, often ridiculed for his ambition to write novels despite his lack of formal education. Yet, unbeknownst to many, Ma Jia's literary endeavors eventually flourished, earning him considerable acclaim. Thus, Zhang Qingyuan had no desire to engage in futile conversations with those in the underworld. He sought merely to establish that he was not to be trifled with. As people grew accustomed to his and Baoti's ways, they would come to expect their actions, should they ever choose to advocate for righteousness. The same crowd would inevitably claim they had turned over a new leaf. Why, then, did such a spectacle not unfold during their time in Zhongzhou? At that moment, his martial prowess was not yet fully developed. Had they not been coddled, it could have ended poorly. Now, however, their skills had matured significantly. Apart from a few eminent figures, such as Qin Shugu and the high monks of Shaolin, they felt no trepidation in confronting others. Average martial artists could not best them. And should they encounter trouble, escape was always an option. They were not boasting. Even the abbot of the empty sky would find himself outmatched. Consequently, Zhang Qingyuan was unfazed by the judgments of lesser characters. To put it differently, he saw no need to explain himself to minor players. Should a true master enter the fray, then an explanation would be warranted. One must navigate the martial world with a sense of decorum, discerning when to display bravado and when to temper it. Zhang Qingyuan was well aware of this. Throughout his journey in the martial world, the only entity compelling Zhang Qingyuan to confront challenges beyond his level was the formidable Shaolin Temple. Instead of recklessly charging in, he had sought Qin Shugu's assistance to tackle the major threat. Thus, while they appeared to be reckless, they had consistently maintained a strategic position. Since that day, following the announcement of their standards, it was no surprise that for the next few days, no one from the martial world dared approach them. Whispers spread that these two Taoists were formidable, unyielding in debate, and would not hesitate to kill if provoked. Consequently, they found themselves largely undisturbed. Yet, despite the lack of direct confrontation, the forces tracking them grew increasingly numerous. These individuals sought to gather incriminating evidence against them, driven by a desire for vengeance or simply to prevent two outsiders from exhibiting such arrogance on their turf. You claim to be reasonable, yet you have no qualms about killing, they thought. Well, I shall watch you closely. The moment you slip up, we will see how you fare. It felt as though they were scrutinized under a magnifying glass. Brother, being watched like this is quite unsettling, Zhang Junbao lamented, as he attempted to create a sword technique in their inn. Inspiration struck, but after 3 days of residing there, even his most private moments became public spectacles. They had boasted of their prowess, yet could they truly kill for mere inconvenience? The constant observation was indeed uncomfortable. Zhang Qingyuan sighed. Let us endure a little longer. Once we reach Mount Zhongnan, we shall be free. They cannot possibly follow us into the Quanzhen Dao Palace, can they? Zhang Junbao sighed as well, returning to his creative process. His inspiration stemmed from Jiang Mai's exquisite sword technique, which was undeniably advanced. Zhang Qingyuan deduced that this swordplay was likely not from the Huashan school, but rather something Jiang Mai had acquired elsewhere. They had comprehended the technique after witnessing it once, but they could not adopt it. That would breach the unspoken rules of respect. Zhang Junbao continued to base his creation on the principles of the 13 deadly swords, using Jiang Mai's style as a muse. He had already conceived the first move. Zhang Qingyuan was in no hurry. Such a sophisticated sword technique could take years to perfect. At noon, the two descended to dine. In the inn's hall, several tables were occupied, leaving only one vacant. Upon their appearance, other patrons tensed, feigning nonchalance while covertly observing every move the two made. The forces behind them were likely not from Huashan or the Quanzhen school. True masters would disdain such petty behavior. Most likely, they were nouveau riche, intent on suppressing outsiders. Unperturbed, the two continued their meal, ordering dishes as they pleased. Just as their food arrived, a pale-faced middle-aged man cloaked in black entered the inn. Instantly, all eyes shifted from Zhang Qingyuan and his companion to this newcomer. The black-clad figure approached their table, eliciting a thrill of excitement from the onlookers. A significant piece of evidence. These two Taoists are colluding with the demonic sect. The black-robed man casually sat opposite them, grinning in a manner that grated on their nerves. They exchanged glances, perplexed. "Who are you?" Zhang Junbao inquired. With a disconcerting chuckle, the man poured himself a cup of tea and addressed them. "I must thank you both for eliminating those 8 unfortunate souls on my behalf." "Eliminating them for you?" Zhang Junbao questioned. "Indeed," the man replied, producing a pouch of silver from his robe and placing it on the table. "This is a token of gratitude from my master. He detests pretentious individuals and has thus extended an invitation for you to join our esteemed sect." Zhang Qingyuan accepted the silver, pushing it towards Zhang Junbao. The crowd's eyes darted in excitement. "Look, they have accepted the invitation of the demonic sect. Quick, spread the word." Several individuals discreetly exited through the back door, eager to share this sensational news. The black-clad man remained unfazed, watching Zhang Qingyuan and his companion closely. After they had accepted the money, he remarked with a smile, "Those who understand the times are truly wise. You two are indeed astute individuals. Pray, who might you be?" inquired Zhang Qingyuan. The man in the black robe let out a howl towards the heavens, proclaiming, "I am the white-faced demon lord." As his words echoed, Zhang Qingyuan discreetly unleashed a surge of energy, while Zhang Junbao executed the 9-yang palm. Bang! The white-faced demon lord departed without a trace. The other patrons in the inn pondered, "Shall we pursue them now, or is it too late?" The white-faced demon lord, until his last breath, remained perplexed. "Did you not accept the coin?" Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao, standing atop the table, declared with fervor, "The fiends of the demon sect must be vanquished by all. To think he dared to bribe us, this is his fate." Chapter 54, Fellow Taoist, release that girl. Most individuals share a common flaw. Despite the fact that everyone's actions are not absolute, many perceive them as such. Take the white-faced demon lord, for instance. He believed that Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao would slay the 8 absolutes of Xinzhou, and consequently assumed they would join the demon sect. Thus, he arrived with money, having already calculated their potential roles and tasks within the sect. He was not alone. Those paparazzi also thought that having accepted money, they would follow suit. It is perplexing that, despite their awareness that the world is not merely black and white, they still assumed Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao would betray them. The corpse of the white-faced demon lord lay on the ground, serene as if he had merely fallen asleep. The other patrons of the inn turned to gaze in astonishment at the two. How could it be that such a notorious figure, responsible for numerous murders in Xinzhou, had met his end in such a manner? The 8 absolutes of Xinzhou had been pursuing the white-faced demon lord for quite some time, only to have their wish fulfilled by these two. According to rumors circulating in the martial world, the white-faced demon lord was formidable, arguably more so than the combined strength of the 8 absolutes. His demise was so abrupt that even he could not have anticipated the sudden assault from a lunatic. Having just received silver, he had barely begun to speak before the attack occurred. What sort of person behaves this way? The body lay on the ground, and Zhang Junbao opened the bag of silver, revealing a quiet pile of gleaming ingots, roughly amounting to 500 taels. No one dared to touch the corpse. It was Zhang Qingyuan who took out 5 taels of silver and asked the innkeeper to assist in handling the matter, ensuring it was delivered to the 6 doors for an additional reward. Before long, the innkeeper returned, cradling a bag of silver. The bounty on the white-faced demon lord from the 6 doors was 1,500 taels, and with the additional 500 taels he brought, the total came to 2,000 taels. Having received their earnings, Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao simultaneously bowed to the heavens, expressing their gratitude for the demon lord's generous gift. As the meal was served and they began to eat, 3 or 4 groups of people entered the inn, each wearing fierce expressions, filled with righteous indignation. Upon entering, the patrons sensed something amiss and hurriedly pushed their respective leaders out. "Boss, you've got it wrong." "What do you mean wrong? Didn't they say Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao colluded with the demon sect and accepted money?" "They did take the money, but they did not collude with the demon sect. In fact, they killed the white-faced demon lord." "They killed the white-faced demon lord? Then who the hell spread the rumor that they took money?" "Step forward." "Boss, I did see them take the money before coming to find you. What is happening here?" "Oh dear, boss, they did take the money, but they also killed him." They claimed this was a gift from the white-faced demon lord and stated that the task of exterminating demons and preserving justice had become increasingly manageable. As demonic figures were offering money and their lives, they felt quite embarrassed. This is such an operation? After hearing their subordinates' explanations, the leaders of various factions felt utterly bewildered. Under normal circumstances, one would either refuse the money outright, spitting in disdain at the notion of accepting filthy money from the demon sect, or accept it, joining the sect, and forever renouncing the path of righteousness. Who would take the money and then go so far as to kill? Why would they accept such tainted money? The leaders were at a loss for words. Finally managing to utter, "These two indeed act in a most unconventional manner. Then have we come here for nothing?" One inquired. Another responded, "I suggest we storm in. After all, they did accept the money. We can claim they conspired with the demon sect, and that the killing of the white-faced demon lord was merely a ruse, as they were secretly in league with the demon sect. There are only two of them. Can we not dictate the narrative?" The others stared at the one proposing this plan as if he were a fool, causing him to feel uneasy. What is it? Is this idea not good?" Another scolded, "We need solid evidence, not mere conjecture. These two have already distanced themselves from the martial world. Without concrete proof, how can you slander them? Do you truly believe they would spare your family if you provoke them? You think they are like those self-righteous heroes who would explain themselves first before seeking revenge? If they cannot clarify, they will simply eliminate us. They have made their stance clear before. Are you mad? Even if they attempted to explain, it would be after they had dealt with us. To hell with this. I am leaving. Do not ever claim to know us again. My mother forbids me from associating with fools." The others avoided him, hastily departing. Just as several groups were leaving, Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao suddenly appeared before one of the remaining leaders. The two crossed their arms, observing him, causing the man to jump in shock as his subordinates hastily retreated. He cursed his men for their lack of loyalty, but seeing the two formidable figures staring at him made him uneasy. "Daoist Qingyuan, Daoist Junbao, have you finished your meal?" He forced a smile, clasping his hands in greeting. "I heard you were planning to slander us?" Zhang Qingyuan inquired. "I heard you intended to accuse us of colluding with the demon sect?" Zhang Junbao added. "And no, it was just baseless gossip from outside. I have long admired both Taoists. How could I possibly commit such an unthinkable act?" He hastily explained, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Zhang Qingyuan curled his lip and asked, "Say, if someone claimed they would kill you and sought to slander you, intending to put you to death, what would you do?" "The man," Zhang Junbao replied, "if he kept it to himself, I would have to pretend not to know, as we have no evidence. We cannot simply say we suspect him of wanting to kill us. So we will kill him. That would be unreasonable. But if he openly spreads such claims, then that person cannot be spared. I cannot leave a potential threat." The two spoke in harmony, turning to the man with raised eyebrows. Taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and struck his palm against his abdomen, disabling his own cultivation. He shouted loudly, "This man is no longer a threat. Zhang Qingyuan, what are you doing? We never said we would harm you. Look at you. Why self-destruct? Such courtesy." "Zhang Junbao, this is your own doing. It has nothing to do with us brothers." He inhaled deeply, suppressing the pain in his abdomen, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. "I have come to my senses and feel deeply remorseful towards both Taoists. Thus, I have disabled my own cultivation and retired from the martial world." Humph, quite a resolute individual. The next day, Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao packed their belongings and hastily made their way to Zhongnan Mountain. They needed to hurry, otherwise, they did not know how many more would perish because of them. 3 days later, they arrived at the foot of Zhongnan Mountain. Renowned as the celestial court of the Taoist sects, it was a favored destination for literati and poets alike. However, by the time they arrived, it was already evening. Under the bright moon and sparse stars, shadows loomed in the forest. Visiting the Qianzhen Dao Palace at this hour seemed inappropriate. So they sought refuge in a sheltered spot at the mountain's base for the night. They found a valley on the western side of Zhongnan Mountain, where the moon was particularly round and bright. As they walked, Zhang Qingyuan suddenly exclaimed, "Junbao, look over there. A beautiful woman is being undressed." Zhang Junbao replied helplessly, "Brother, is it truly amusing to deceive me like this?" As he spoke, he suddenly realized that his brother was indeed referring to a woman being undressed. Turning his gaze, he saw within the valley a lovely woman standing dazedly, her pressure points sealed. Beside her, a Taoist from Qianzhen was engaged in his final psychological struggle. A beast? Or worse than a beast? His hand hovered before the silk ribbon clasp at the woman's waist, reaching out and retracting, reaching out once more before drawing back again. Zhang Qingyuan tugged at Zhang Junbao, and the two of them swiftly departed, dashing away with their lightness skills. "My friend, one must not act foolishly." Chapter 55, Fellow Taoist. Why didn't you speak earlier? Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao moved with incredible speed, soaring through the air as if two ethereal wisps were lifting them from beneath. They glided over the grass, their sleeves slicing through the air, the sound of rushing wind echoing around them. Meanwhile, the young Taoist and the woman who had been struck at her pressure points heard the sound of their passage and realized someone was approaching. The woman in white, a flicker of concern in her eyes, softly urged, "Fellow Taoist, you should go ahead without worrying about me. Seek help from the Chuanjian sect, or inform my master at the Xiannu Pavilion to avenge me. No, how could I allow a lady such as yourself to take on danger alone? Besides, we are comrades in the Tao, both followers of the way. I would rather risk my life than let harm come to you. Fellow Taoist." The woman cried out in desperation, anxiety coursing through her. "If you do not leave now, you will not be able to escape." The young Taoist turned, shielding the woman behind him, his gaze resolute as he murmured, "As a disciple of the Tao, even if it costs me my life, I shall protect you. If they wish to harm you, they must first step over my corpse." Tears welled in the white-clad woman's eyes, overwhelmed by emotion as she looked at the young Taoist's back, her heart swirling with unexpressed feelings. Alas, they are not from the Kunlun demon sect, but rather two fellow Taoists. A flicker of delight surged within the young Taoist, believing he had been saved. Yet, upon hearing their shouts, he realized it was a misunderstanding. "Fellow Taoist, release that girl. Fellow Taoist, do not act rashly." The young Taoist felt a pang of embarrassment as the approaching figures drew closer, clearly ready to strike. He hastily raised his hand, attempting to explain. "No, fellow Taoists, it is not as you think. We are," but before he could finish, Zhang Qingyuan's gaze sharpened. And without a moment's hesitation, he acted instinctively. "Oh no, they're going to attack." The young Taoist comprehended their intentions too late. He wanted to clarify, but Zhang Qingyuan had already leapt into the air, executing a swift chokehold that sent the young Taoist crashing to the ground. KO. Before the young Taoist could react, Zhang Junbao descended from above like a bird in flight, delivering merciless blows to the young Taoist's chest, face, and abdomen. As a disciple of the Tao, especially of the Chuanjian sect, how could you take advantage of someone in distress? Speak. Explain yourself. How could you betray the teachings of the three pure ones? How could you offend the Jade Emperor, the Queen Mother of the West, or the revered by Xia Yuan Jun? Do you not honor the teachings of your Chuanjian ancestors? Zhang Qingyuan slapped the young Taoist's cheek, delivering each strike with palpable disappointment. "Fellow Taoist, do not blame us. We are equally pained. We do not wish to see you fall into the demonic path, acting against the precepts." Zhang Junbao's assault stemmed from genuine concern, while Zhang Qingyuan's actions were fueled by personal vendetta, reminiscent of a haunting shadow from his childhood. In a past life, he had watched a drama with a strikingly similar plot. The same Zhongnan mountain, the same white-clad woman, the same pressure point incident, the same night. The same fellow Taoists. It was a pain that haunted every young boy. The woman in white stood frozen, paralyzed by the pressure point technique. What enmity could these two Taoists have with him? Particularly the one delivering slaps, whose expression seemed to revel in the act. The sudden turn of events left her dazed. Yet she understood they had misunderstood the situation. "Fellow Taoists, please stop. He did not intend to harm me. He was trying to rescue me." Huh. Upon hearing her clarification, Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao simultaneously ceased their actions. What? They were struck by disbelief, their bodies jolting as they rushed to aid the young Taoist. "You were saving someone?" Zhang Qingyuan asked incredulously. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Zhang Junbao expressed no remorse, instead sounding a tinge of reproach. "Look at the mess you've caused. This is a misunderstanding." Zhang Qingyuan added, "The problem is, your earlier actions were too easily misconstrued. I saw her struck at her pressure points, and you were gesturing around her waist. Oh dear. First, we must blame our own rashness. Secondly, we must blame you. You meant to help, yet your actions bore too close a resemblance to a crime scene." The young Taoist rose, brushing off the dust from his robe, indignantly lamenting. "Did you even give me a chance to explain? You just attacked. Is this how you conduct yourselves? Is there no sense of justice left? No law?" He had merely sought to save someone, yet he was met with such brutal treatment. Three pure ones, Jade Emperor, Queen Mother of the West, by Xia Yuan Jun. "Open your eyes. We are battling amongst ourselves." The young Taoist cried out, his voice hoarse, embodying the utmost grievance, feeling utterly heartbroken. Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao exchanged awkward glances, helping him dust off while profusely apologizing. After 10 minutes, the young Taoist finally calmed down, sniffling. "I have never endured such humiliation. My apologies, truly. Your actions were just too easily misinterpreted." Zhang Qingyuan spoke softly. Indeed, when I saw your gestures, I thought you were attempting to undress her. What pressure point did you strike? The location was rather awkward. Zhang Junbao attempted to shift the topic. The woman in white felt a pang of guilt for causing her savior to be harmed, putting the two kind-hearted Taoists in such an awkward position. The young Taoist lifted his head, his face swollen and bruised, his chest and abdomen likely no better off. Fortunately, his internal energy was relatively profound, and the two Taoists had not struck with lethal intent. He had only sustained superficial injuries. Seeing his pig-like visage, Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao looked up to the heavens. The young Taoist, having better composure than the two, decided to let it go. He explained, I did indeed intend to remove her clothing. What a twist. Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao turned in astonishment, glancing at him, then at the woman. Only then did they notice she was clad in a Taoist robe. Pure white with cloud patterns, embroidered with silver-gray threads. The woman's cheeks flushed crimson. She had permitted the young Taoist to assist her, but now, with 3 individuals present, she found it difficult to voice her consent, merely nodding with her eyes closed. Observing the woman's reaction, Zhang Qingyuan realized this might be a mutual agreement. He inquired, what is the situation? The young Taoist countered, I am Yang Tianji, one of the 7 disciples of Chuanjin, with the Tao name Yu Xiao. Where do you hail from? Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao stepped back, bowing respectfully. We are from Taiqing Palace, Zhang Qingyuan. We are from Taiqing Palace, Zhang Junbao. The woman in white added, I am Bai Yao from the Kunlun Xiannu Pavilion. Do you know Lu Sueki? Who is that? Oh, never mind, if you do not know. It is of no consequence. Zhang Qingyuan made a comment only he understood. Upon hearing their introductions, Yang Tianji pointed at them in surprise. So you are those 2 recently ascended disciples causing trouble in Shenzhou. Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao exchanged glances, sighing. Although they knew it was unlikely to be a good reputation, the realization still sparked anger within them. It was all a misunderstanding. Did you believe we were responsible for the 8 unruly of Shenzhou? Yes. How could you think that? They were all good people. Enough, enough. Zhang Qingyuan waved his hand. We have already explained. We do not know if those who labeled us as troublemakers shared the reasons for our actions. However, whether or not they did, we do not wish to explain further. Now, this matter concerns you and her. You must clarify your intentions. The Taoist was rendered immobile, and as you removed her garments. What was the reason? Both individuals felt their faces flush, particularly Yang Tianji, who was a mix of embarrassment and restrained anger. It was the Taoist Bai Yao from the Xiannu Pavilion who, with a determined bite of her lip, clarified, Allow me to explain, esteemed uncles. It is rather unfortunate. Both of them simultaneously thought, cursed lineage. In seeking a partner, they could never look within the Taoist sect. For every potential spouse would invariably be a niece or even a granddaughter. Those of equal standing would at best be akin to an elder aunt. Truly lamentable. It would have been better to seek out Chen Shugu instead. Previously, during their time at the Taiqing Palace, Bai Yao's ancestral master was present, and their identities were well known among the Taoist community. Bai Yao continued, Last month, under the orders of my sect, I pursued the followers of the Kunlun sacred fire cult. I traced them all the way to the divine land, and just moments ago, due to a moment of carelessness, I was subdued by one of their cultists who sealed my acupoints and administered the Huan San, intending to take advantage of me. Thankfully, Brother Yu Xiao arrived in the nick of time and drove away the demonic cultist. Yet, the potency of the Huan San is severe, if I do not. She blushed deeply, unable to utter the 2 words that were all too clear to those present, before pausing and continuing. Brother Yu Xiao wished to save me, but he hesitated. Yang Tianji, feeling awkward, averted his gaze. Suddenly, he raised his head and remarked, By the way, I am a disciple of the Chuanjin sect, which forbids indulgence in carnal desires. Both esteemed uncles belong to the Taiqing sect, where behavior is notoriously unrestrained. Perhaps. Hey, are you implying that we lack shame? Absolutely not. Then why the pause? Yang Tianji fell silent, then raised his head once more. It has already been 2 hours. If we do not act soon. Bai Yao gazed at Yang Tianji. Although his reasoning was sound, she could not shake an unsettling feeling within her. Had they truly come to regard her in such a manner? Furthermore, if it were possible, she still wished for Brother Yu Xiao to be the one to rescue her. With a silent sigh, she lamented internally that such sentiments could not be openly expressed, as the Xiannu Pavilion also prohibited marriage. Zhang Qingyuan observed the 2. with their mutual attraction, yet bound by the constraints of their vows, hesitating in their intentions to aid one another. He turned to Zhang Junbao and inquired, "Is there not a distinction between the Qin He Huan San and the Yin Yang He Huan San?" Zhang Junbao pondered for a moment before responding. "I recall reading in the medicinal texts within the Pure Yang Palace's library that those afflicted by the Yin Yang He Huan San require a balance of Yin and Yang to dispel the poison. The Qin He Huan San merely ignites the desires within the human body. Release is necessary, lest the individual suffer a ghastly demise." Indeed, confirming the effects of the medicine, Zhang Qingyuan turned to Bai Yao. "Which one have you been afflicted with?" "Qin He Huan San." Zhang Qingyuan swiftly released her acupoints with a couple of precise taps. Yang Tianji assumed they were about to assist her in dispelling the poison, yet for reasons unknown, a wave of melancholy washed over him. However, Zhang Qingyuan began to survey the surroundings, eventually fixing his gaze upon the handle of Yang Tianji's whisk. He pointed to it and asked, "Is this made of yang wood?" "Purple sandalwood," Yang Tianji replied. Zhang Qingyuan seized it and handed it to Bai Yao, saying, "Go now, dear niece. Not far from here lies a cave, and we shall remain here to guard you." Both Yang Tianji and Bai Yao widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at Zhang Qingyuan. Bai Yao glanced at her junior uncle, then at the whisk in her hand. Was this truly permissible? Her uncles were indeed unconventional. Zhang Junbao, maintaining an air of composure, remarked, "It is merely a fundamental procedure." As Bai Yao made her way towards the cave, she turned back for a moment to look at Yang Tianji, who also glanced at her, both feeling a sense of regret. Zhang Junbao scoffed, "If you two are so reluctant, you may leave the whisk here." "Not at all," they retorted in unison, turning away. Chapter 56. Yang Tianji, "Speak for me outside." Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao gazed at Yang Tianji. At a loss, Yang Tianji alternated his attention between the sky, the ground, his shoes, and his clothing. After a considerable time, he could no longer contain himself. "Masters, is there something written on my face? Why do you keep staring at me?" Zhang Qingyuan nodded solemnly. "Indeed, there is something inscribed upon your visage." "What is it?" Yang Tianji inquired. Zhang Junbao scrutinized him closely and replied, "Your face is replete with regret." Yang Tianji retorted, "Regret? What regret? I am a disciple of the Chuanjian sect, wholly true." Zhang Qingyuan turned away, directing his gaze towards Zhang Junbao, and added, "Now it appears the words angry and ashamed have also been inscribed." Zhang Junbao smirked. "For though Chuanjian disciples are forbidden from marriage, it does not imply that their hearts are devoid of desires. Thus, they must uphold their true nature and adhere to their vows. If it weren't for us today, things could turn dire." Zhang Qingyuan mused. "Alas, the rules of the Xian New Pavilion, governed by our esteemed junior, also dictate such constraints. Regrettably, they must bury their budding affections deep within." Zhang Qingyuan looked skyward, lamenting, "Such is the will of heaven, the whims of fate. The vicissitudes of life decree that we cannot soar together, nor fulfill our obligations to both the Tao ancestor and our beloved." Listening to their banter, Yang Tianji clenched his fists, harboring thoughts of avenging himself against his masters. This was truly too much. Moreover, the two of them seemed unwilling to cease their jesting, continuing their repartee. "Brother Bao, do you think there exists an aphrodisiac in this world? Indeed, and once afflicted, must one seek the aid of the opposite sex for an antidote? Who could argue otherwise? If such a remedy necessitated the balance of yin and yang, that would be one thing. Yet, for ordinary substances that merely require release for relief, why must one seek the opposite sex? Precisely. Generally speaking, under duress, one may wish to help the other detoxify." Zhang Qingyuan glanced at Yang Tianji. "What do you say?" Zhang Junbao interjected. "It's all just a ruse." "Bah." Zhang Junbao spat. "Enough of that." Yang Tianji, thoroughly defeated, stepped forward, formed a gesture, and with a mournful expression implored, "Masters, I beseech you, please cease your jesting. I admit, I have indeed harbored mortal feelings, but I never anticipated I could resolve this myself. Our master never taught us such knowledge. What was I to do? Good uncles, you seem intent on staying at my Chuanjian palace. Tomorrow morning, I shall escort you both to the mountain, ensuring I attend to your every need, serving you as a disciple. I only ask that today's events remain known only to us." His pleading gaze, innocent as a child, sought their mercy. He feared not their current taunts, but the knowledge of elders and peers on the mountain. He still desired a reputation, not wishing to suffer public humiliation. Should this matter become known, It would be akin to parading in public unclothed. You still have much to practice, Zhang Qingyuan remarked, patting his shoulder, ceasing the teasing. Zhang Junbao then approached and asked, "Are you one of the 7 disciples of Chuanjin?" "Indeed," Yang Tianji affirmed. "Which number are you?" "The 7th. He pondered for a moment and, for the sake of his future, voluntarily introduced the hierarchy within the Chuanjin sect. "I have 6 senior brothers, 4 males and 2 females. My eldest brother, Li Yuheng, known as Yu Qiongzi, is 37 years old, exceptionally gifted, and currently the foremost martial artist among the 2nd-generation disciples, only surpassed by our master and the 2 esteemed uncles." He continued to elaborate, summarizing that the Chuanjin sect boasted more disciples than the Chunyang sect. The Chuanjin sect had yet to experience a schism like that of the Chunyang sect and was presently thriving. There were approximately 230 2nd-generation disciples and over 100 3rd-generation disciples, alongside literary practitioners, totaling around 700 individuals. The previous generation of the 7 disciples of Chuanjin, including Yang Tianji's uncles, were still present, and the remaining uncles numbered around 70 to 80. In the generation of their ancestors, over 20 still lived. Most notably, one of their great-grandfathers remained alive, surpassing 100 years, a disciple of Wang Shouxin, the founder of the Chuanjin sect, known as Shiyi Daozhang. Despite his advanced age, he still radiated vitality. He was the first, apart from Wang Shouxin, to master the Zixia Xiantian technique to its fullest. This elder preferred not to dwell on the mountain, often traversing the mortal realm, delighting in mentoring the younger generations and forging friendships. Thus, Zhou Wangji yearned to retrieve this venerable elder and sequester him away. The elder's spontaneous camaraderie with the rising talents bewildered the disciples of Chuanjin, for they often found themselves with an unexpected grandfather or great-grandfather. However, due to his seniority, they could not voice their grievances. The previous generation of the 7 disciples of Chuanjin, Yang Tianji's uncles, were generally absent, pursuing this esteemed elder to thwart his endeavors to forge bonds with others. The current 7 disciples of Chuanjin were all quite gifted. During the last grand competition held by the Kunlun Wujiyuan, his eldest brother secured 1st place, the 3rd brother 2nd, and the 4th brother 5th. It could be said that once these 7 matured, the Chuanjin sect could once again bask in glory for decades. Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao recalled the unfortunate disciple of Chunyang Palace, Shao Qing, who had only secured 10th place during that competition, nearly succumbing to despair. Truly, some rejoiced while others lamented. This young man exhibited considerable talent. At merely 22, he was already recognized as a formidable master. After about an hour, Yang Tianji, parched from speaking, had nearly conveyed the entirety of the Chuanjin sect's intricate relationships. At this point, it was already late at night, approximately the hour of the pig. Upon hearing him conclude, Zhang Qingyuan felt no particular sentiment, but was reminded of his esteemed niece. Is this still not over? He glanced at Yang Tianji's slight frame, pondering that even in the absence of stringent rules, should their doctrine permit marriage, he and Bai Yao would not be a suitable match, as he would be utterly drained. After a moment, a clear, piercing shout resonated through the valley. The 3 turned to face the cave entrance, and soon, Bai Yao emerged, fully dressed, and stepping forward timidly. With her head bowed, she approached, flanked by a senior brother and 2 uncles. She imagined a meteor crashing down to obliterate the valley or an earthquake splitting the ground, burying all within. Perhaps a volcanic eruption or an invasion by dark sects, with celestial beings clashing above. In short, she wondered why the world had not yet perished. As these thoughts swirled, she shuffled to stand before the 3 of them, her face flushed to the point of violet. Head lowered, extending her hand timidly, murmuring, "Brother, here is your whisk." Yang Tianji glanced at the whisk, noting its immaculate condition, although crafted from rosewood. How was he to face it in the future? "I gift it to you." Coughing lightly, Zhang Qingyuan straightened his demeanor and declared solemnly, "This matter is known only to the 4 of us. It must not be mentioned again." Zhang Junbao added, "As members of the Taoist order, while we may conduct our affairs with some leniency, we must not mock or ridicule others." Zhang Qingyuan continued, "Tonight, as Bai Yao suffered grave injuries and requires cultivation to recuperate, we 3 are here to safeguard her. No other occurrences transpired." Zhang Junbao turned his gaze towards Yang Tianji, acknowledging the merit of his junior disciple Yu Xiao for rescuing the disciple of the Xian Envy Dao sect, Bai Yao, and repelling the demons of the devil cult. He proclaimed that on the morrow, He and his senior brother Qingyuan would report fairly to senior brother Zhou Wangji in recognition of this valor. Bai Yao looked gratefully at her two uncles, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. With a respectful gesture, she expressed her heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Qingyuan and Uncle Junbao, for safeguarding my innocence. I shall never forget your kindness." As she reflected, she pondered that her uncles were not as the rumors in the martial world suggested. They were not the scoundrels they were painted to be. Fame often brings controversy, and such tales were mere slanders against them. How foolish she had once been to believe such things. Embarrassment washed over her, mingling with increasing gratitude. Their kindness towards women could not possibly indicate a vile character. She resolved to champion the virtues of her two uncles henceforth. However, Yang Tianji perceived the situation differently. He gazed in astonishment at Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao, fervently wishing to clarify to junior sister Bai Yao that they were not as she might think. They were not those types. The notions of frivolity and strict adherence to decorum were all but fabrications, deceitful fabrications. For my sake, junior sister Yuxiao. What troubles you? Are you unwell? Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao inquired simultaneously, observing his face shift in hues. With a sigh, Yang Tianji relaxed his clenched fists, replying, "I am unharmed." "That is a relief," they acknowledged. Though Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao were not paragons of virtue, they possessed a sense of decorum. They could jest with Yang Tianji, as he was a boy, and such playful teasing bore no malice. Yet Bai Yao was a girl. Her purity was paramount and needed protection to prevent her from veering towards the extreme. The two men were astute enough to discern the boundaries of propriety. One may be free-spirited, but one must never be reckless. Chapter 57. The Rumor Mill. In the early morning, under the bright sun, led by the unfortunate Yang Tianji, they arrived at the entrance of the Chuanjian Dao Palace. As they treaded along the stone steps, the morning mist lingered gently. Even in the height of summer, the air on Zhongnan Mountain carried a hint of coolness. It is perhaps the allure of escaping the sweltering heat that draws so many literati to seek inspiration amidst the peaks of Zhongnan. Upon reaching the summit, the chill intensified. Dewdrops glistened like jewels upon the blades of grass, and the morning light cast ethereal hues of purple across the sky. Before them stood an exquisite white jade archway inscribed with the characters Xianting, Celestial Court. Passing through the jade arch, a sprawling complex of Taoist palaces emerged, partially veiled by the morning fog. In contrast to the ostentatious yellow of the Chunyang Palace, the exterior of the Chuanjian Palace exuded an air of rustic simplicity. At the entrance, several young acolytes were busy sweeping fallen leaves. Upon seeing Yang Tianji accompanied by three Taoist friends, they paused their task and approached with welcoming gestures. "Brother, what brings you back from outside?" Yang Tianji suppressed his tension and embarrassment, introducing, "These two are Uncle Zhang Qingyuan and Uncle Zhang Junbao from the Taiji Palace. And this is Taoist Bai Yao from the Xianin Pavilion. Quickly, inform the Taoist master of our esteemed guests." With that, Yang Tianji deftly changed the subject, leaving unspoken the reasons for his return. The young acolyte hurried inside to relay the news, and they followed closely behind. Yang Tianji, avoiding Bai Yao's gaze, intentionally turned his back to her, engaging instead with Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao. Bai Yao appeared to possess a fortitude greater than Yang Tianji's. She seemed unperturbed by the teasing of the two mischievous uncles, finding solace in their guidance. Thus, the atmosphere was less awkward for her. In her mind, the events of the previous night resembled a woman undergoing a gynecological examination. Uncomfortable, yet a necessary process. Healing is, after all, a natural occurrence. Even with male doctors assisting in childbirth, they meandered through the long corridors, passing various shrines, until they finally reached the Taoist master's place of meditation. Zhou Wangji's alchemical chamber exuded an air of grandeur, surpassing even Chen Shugu's esteemed reputation. However, upon their arrival, they discovered that the courtyard was already filled with numerous inner disciples, including the 6 members of the Chuanjian Seven. An uneasy premonition washed over Yang Tianji. The unusual gathering of his fellow disciples at their master's abode early in the morning felt ominously related to him. This sense of foreboding was not unfounded. It was akin to having offended a client the previous night, only for one's superior to demand an early morning meeting with a stern countenance. One would inevitably sense that reprimand loomed. "Uncle?" He hesitated at the entrance, casting a timid glance at the two uncles. "You promised to protect me. Fear not. You are quite the obedient one. Besides, Their visit may not be solely due to you. Last night's incident was known only to us four, Zhang Qingyuan reassured him. Zhang Junbao stepped forward to adjust Yang Tianji's collar, advising, "You must compose yourself. Do not let your unease betray you. Stand tall and proud. Maintain your demeanor as you always have." Yang Tianji nodded, his heart racing as he inhaled deeply, steeling himself to walk in with a brave smile. Confidently striding into the courtyard. "Greetings, esteemed brothers. What brings you all here so early?" Zhang Qingyuan and the others followed closely behind. Yet, as they entered, the assembled disciples paid little heed to Yang Tianji. Instead, their piercing gazes were fixed upon the three newcomers with palpable scrutiny. Biao, already feeling vulnerable, became increasingly anxious under their stares, her face paling. Yang Tianji's smile faltered, realizing they must have learned of the previous night's events. The leader of the Chuanjian Seven, currently the grand overseer of the Chuanjian sect, Li Yuheng, approached with a stern expression, his eyes locked onto the younger disciple. As Yang Tianji stammered, senior brother Li Yuheng ignored him, instead addressing Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao directly. "You two are esteemed elders from the Taiji Palace?" Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao squinted at him, sensing the lack of respect in his tone. They were met with indifference, and a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. Huh. They exchanged glances, recalling the times they had been slighted before. They responded in kind, "What do you intend?" Should a confrontation arise, they knew they would be outmatched. Yet they contemplated their escape routes. They were perplexed by the sudden hostility. Clearly, word of last night's incident had spread, and someone had informed them. Even so, the reaction from the Chuanjian disciples was unexpected. They had preserved the reputation of both the Chuanjian sect and the Xian Inn Pavilion. Was it possible they harbored resentment for interrupting their plans, secretly wishing to facilitate a union between Yang Tianji and Biao? However, Li Yuheng did not respond. Instead, turning his gaze to Biao. "You are Biao?" Biao lacked the courage of her uncles, lowering her head as she replied, "I am Biao from the Xian Inn Pavilion. Pleased to meet you, senior brother." Li Yuheng's expression remained icy. "The Taoist master has awaited your arrival for some time. Please, enter." Yang Tianji, feeling the weight of tension, turned to his companions. "Let us go then. I am curious to see what Zhou Wangji is orchestrating with such grandiosity." Upon hearing this, Li Yuheng scoffed, revealing his disdain. The disciples parted to create a path, and the four of them proceeded directly to Zhou Wangji's alchemical chamber. As they reached the door, it swung open of its own accord. They stepped inside, and the door closed swiftly behind them. Yang Tianji and Biao paled at the scene before them, clearly intimidated. Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao, however, began to survey their surroundings. Tilting their heads to see Zhou Wangji seated on a cushion before the image of the Taoist ancestor, a pile of crumpled papers scattered before him. Junior brother Zhang Qingyuan pays his respects to senior brother. Junior brother Zhang Junbao pays his respects to senior brother. Disciple Biao pays her respects to Master Wangji. One by one, they offered their greetings, adhering to decorum before any potential conflict escalated. Zhou Wangji opened his eyes slowly, gazing at the four with an impassive expression. He had worn this poker face even during their prior encounter at the Taiji Palace, as if humor were foreign to him. "Senior brother." Zhang Qingyuan cut straight to the point, bypassing pleasantries. Zhang Junbao chimed in. "Indeed, we've made quite the journey. Such a grand welcome is unexpected." Zhou Wangji scrutinized them, raising a hand to summon 4 paper balls that floated gracefully to their hands, demonstrating his profound mastery of internal energy. As they unfurled the paper, they read, "Last night, I wandered around Zhongnan Mountain, and the young maidens of the Xian Inn Pavilion were left chasing me across the hills. I had intended to administer the Hahuan powder to each of them, savoring the experience, but the most beautiful among them, Lady Biao, was snatched away by your 7th brother. Alas, I had hoped to witness a grand spectacle, yet those 2 foul Taoists from the Taiji Palace fortuitously interrupted my view of the real-life Spring Palace. You may wish to venture to the Western Valley. You might still catch the performance. No need to thank me." The note bore a fiery insignia, indicative of the Holy Flame sect. They now understood the tension within the Chuanjian Palace. It was the result of a scandalous rumor. The fiery mark suggested that the person had been present before Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao arrived. He had intended to observe the Chuanjian disciples and those from the Xian Inn Pavilion in a live performance, but their unexpected arrival had thwarted his plans. The individual, fearful of being discovered, ascended the mountain under the cover of night to distribute these leaflets. "Master," Yang Tianji anxiously lifted his gaze. Uncle Master, he did not write these. My disciples, along with senior brother Yu Shao and 2 other uncles, are innocent. The 2 young ones hurriedly knelt to explain. Yet Zhou Wangji's attention remained fixated on Zhang Qingyuan and his companion. Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao exchanged glances, realizing that this would be difficult to clarify. It is well known that the influence of Huang Yao is one of the most challenging rumors to dispel. In later times, some female celebrities indeed faced issues, while others, despite their innocence, found it impossible to clarify. This is due to people's inclination to believe in their own imaginations, especially regarding matters of a salacious nature. Time, place, substances, rescuing individuals, detoxification. At this moment, Zhang Qingyuan and his companion resembled Yang Tianji from the previous night, with a complete chain of evidence against them. Zhang Junbao locked eyes with Zhou Wangji, while Zhang Qingyuan calmly turned and opened the door. He gestured to the group of inner disciples outside, adopting a serious demeanor as he declared, "Come in." While at the foot of the mountain, I mentioned to those fools that I generally do not offer explanations for my actions. However, today, in addition to my junior brother and myself, it concerns the innocence of Yang Tianji and Bai Yao, 2 young disciples. Furthermore, I hold a deep respect for our teachings and wish to prevent matters from becoming overly tense. Listen closely. I shall only explain this once. Chapter 58. You have been ensnared. Throughout one's life, one inevitably encounters numerous misunderstandings and suffers unjust accusations. In elementary school, when a teacher spotted a crumpled paper beneath your desk, thrown there by another student, unnoticed by you, it was you who faced the harsh reprimand. You would plead your case, tears welling in your eyes, yet the teacher would dismiss your explanations, retorting, even if it wasn't you who threw it, couldn't you have picked it up and disposed of it? In the eyes of the teacher, your innocence and attempts at justification seemed nothing more than childish tantrums. No matter how much you felt wronged, clarity eluded you. Such occurrences persist throughout life. Perhaps, with time, you may reflect and find humor in the past, generously accepting the misunderstanding as a triviality. After all, what loss is there, really? Yet, some misinterpretations linger, leaving scars that never fully heal. When your spouse observes you entering a hotel with someone of the opposite sex, even if your intentions are strictly professional, disbelief clouds their judgment. The misunderstanding festers, and even if resolved at that moment, a rift remains. The proverbial wisdom often tells us that only those lacking emotional intelligence and discernment would concern themselves with others' opinions or feel the need to justify their actions. Truly strong individuals, those of genuine nobility and capability, remain indifferent to the misunderstandings cast upon them, refusing to engage in arguments or explanations. They focus their energies on work and self-improvement, striving to become stronger. In reality, one seldom witnesses individuals brushing off their slanders with a smile. Minor misunderstandings may be inconsequential, but when besmirched by falsehoods, who can genuinely remain unbothered? Zhang Qingyuan cannot. His resolve is fragile, and to suffer injustice without retaliating is a breach of his moral compass. A group of disciples from the Qiuanjin sect entered the room, led by the 7 sons of Qiuanjin. Li Yuheng, maintaining the same stoic demeanor as his master, bore a poker face. The second disciple, Wang Qihong, displayed a sincere countenance, filled with concern. The third, Li Xian, sighed deeply, uncertain whether his worries were for his fellow disciple or the embarrassment brought upon the Qiuanjin sect. The 4th and 5th disciples, both representing the Kuan school, were named Zhang Luyao and Zhu Xian, appearing to be under 30. They stood protectively behind their junior, embodying the role of elder siblings safeguarding their younger kin. The 6th, Zheng Tianxian, of similar age to Yang Tianji, stood awkwardly to the side. Once Zhang Qingyuan confirmed the presence of everyone, he opened the windows, ensuring that even those outside could hear. After completing these actions, he turned to face Zhou Wangji. The elderly Taoist appeared devoid of emotion, observing the unfolding scene as if he believed in his disciple's innocence, while simultaneously acknowledging the validity of the note's contents. Perhaps, he was indifferent to the truth of the matter altogether. Alas, engaging with such a cryptic old Taoist is a futile endeavor, for one cannot discern his true thoughts. Does he regard the world with detached eyes? If he truly does not care for the truth, that may serve his purpose well. Thus, the only adversary requiring confrontation is represented by Li Yuheng and the inner disciples. Turning once more to Zhou Wangji, he mused on the detached perspective, as if placing himself on a celestial pedestal. Does he neglect the sentiments of his disciples? If so, then he should not be surprised when his junior's resolve falters. At this moment, Zhang Junbao remained silent, his gaze fixed on Zhou Wanji, sensing that he might glean some insight. Zhang Qingyuan inhaled deeply and addressed Li Yuan. The note was discovered last night? Indeed, came the serious reply. Do you believe it? The poison of the peculiar aphrodisiac has no antidote. Only through intimate contact can the effects be alleviated. Initially skeptical, I find myself compelled to believe. For Bai Yao stands here before us, unharmed. His assertion rang with clarity and conviction. Zhang Qingyuan licked his lips and nodded. Very well, let me ask you this. The scriptures state that saving a life is worth more than the construction of 7 pagodas. Is that not true? Of course. Then, when your junior encountered a fellow Taoist afflicted by this strange poison, should he not have intervened? But we are of the Chuanjian sect. Is life more precious than principle? Does the Chuanjian sect adhere strictly to its rules, refusing to help those in need simply because the methods diverge from established doctrine? That cannot be. The Taoist tradition is rooted in compassion and the salvation of lives, grounded in the accumulation of merit. The Buddhist faith advocates for selflessness, embodying the sentiment of if, not me, then who? The Taoist creed also embraces the notion of aligning oneself with the hearts of the people, the benevolent act towards the kind, and likewise towards the unkind. This is the essence of virtue. Zhang Qingyuan gestured toward Yang Tianji. Did he not save a life? Indeed, he did. Is that not an act of kindness? Yes. Then why do you judge so harshly? Li Yuheng, irate, retorted, to save a life is right, even if it contravenes the rules. Now let us address the scandalous actions of your 4 companions. From his sleeve, he produced a note, pointing to a specific line. I had hoped to witness a grand spectacle, but the 2 wretched Taoists from the Taiqing Palace disrupted my plans. For individuals engaged in a most scandalous affair, surely, it must have been more thrilling than a brothel. How do you explain this? Zhang Qingyuan remained silent, glancing at the note, discovering that each paper bore different messages. He approached Zhou Wanji, who still wore an impassive expression. Zhang Qingyuan crouched beside him, displaying the note. Zhou, has the Chuanjian sect ceased consulting the scriptures? My junior has yet to grasp that such matters occurring within our temple demand belief in our own kind, rather than succumbing to the malevolent whispers of outsiders. Do you not recall a scripture that advises trust in one's own brethren when they are wronged? Is the Chuanjian sect not united enough? Silence. Do you dare to tarnish the Chuanjian sect's reputation? Have I slandered? Have you not? Why not introspect and question your own actions? Because your words are disrespectful, tarnishing the honor of my sect. Zhang Qingyuan cast aside the note, pointing at Yang Tianji and Bai Yao. And yet, that fool who slanders us roams free. Why not seek him out for answers rather than berate us? Because you cannot apprehend him, correct? Because my junior is deemed an easy target, and because Zhang Junbao and I are not held in high regard in the realm. You presume it to be true? The 2 women emerged, escorting Bai Yao to verify her condition, to ascertain whether any traces of violation remained. What? The assembly was taken aback. What is this? No traces? How could one alleviate the poison without evidence? Bai Yao bit her lip, her face flushed with shame, wishing for nothing more than to vanish. Nevertheless, she stood and recounted the events of the previous night. Upon finishing her account, astonishment enveloped the room. The antidote for the aphrodisiac toxin possessed such a solution? Zhang Qingyuan glanced at Zhou Wanji, who continued to exhibit no reaction. Were it not for his continued breathing, one might suspect he was merely an apparition. He hastened to Li Yuheng's side. Firstly, as the chief disciple, you not only failed to halt the spread of these notes last night, but allowed their rapid dissemination. Secondly, as a disciple of the Taoist order, you neglected to pursue the perpetrator or uncover the truth, allowing the situation to escalate while casting blame upon your fellow practitioners. Thirdly, your negligence nearly ruined the lives of 2 individuals. Had they been less resilient, they might have taken their own lives by now. Fourthly, your moral compass has strayed. As a practitioner of the Tao sect, your compassion has vanished, leading you to forsake the essence for the superficial. Instead of thwarting external adversaries, you exploit your identity and precepts to punish your fellow disciples. Both the Tao and Buddhist traditions speak of the 5 poisons: greed, anger, ignorance, arrogance, and doubt, each of which you embody. Disciple Yu Qiong, you have succumbed to the path of demonic corruption. With a sudden cough, Li Yuheng spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered back, nearly collapsing. He was still reeling from the shock of his own poisoning when Zhang Qingyuan accused him of a grave sin. For outsiders, falling into demonic temptation may not seem significant. Yet for those within the Tao, especially someone like him who regards himself as a paragon of purity, it is utterly catastrophic. At that moment, Zhou Wangji finally reacted. With a swift motion, he flung open the wardrobe door, and a corpse tumbled out, clad in the robes of the Sacred Fire sect. The true culprit was vanquished by this humble monk last night, and junior brother Qingyuan has already attested to their innocence. Yu Qiong, Yu Ming, Yu Shi, Yu Long, and Yu Shan, your hearts are unsteady, and you have strayed into the demonic path. Henceforth, you shall follow junior brothers Qingyuan and Junbao in their cultivation. This is non-negotiable. No arguments shall be entertained. After 1 year of training, you will return to the mountain and seclude yourselves in the Sutra repository to further refine your hearts and contemplate the Tao scriptures. Master, Li Yuheng cried out, struggling to rise, disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at his master. Yet Zhou Wangji declared, let junior brothers Qingyuan and Junbao remain. The rest may withdraw. Adhering to the decree. Chapter 59. The confrontation at the central gate. No matter their discontent, they could not defy their master's words at that moment. Once everyone had exited, Zhou Wangji let out a sigh. Finally, you exhibit some emotion, Zhang Qingyuan remarked with a smile. A singular expression is hardly noteworthy. Even a grasshopper has but one. Zhou Wangji cast him a sidelong glance, genuinely unimpressed by his two whimsical junior brothers. It was not a matter of their status or talent within the Taoist community. Rather, it was a fundamental clash of personalities. Zhou Wangji found their capricious natures rather distasteful. Yet, as fellow practitioners, one must maintain a faade of civility. It is not unusual to encounter individuals one does not favor in the same organization. However, given that he was currently in need of assistance, he felt it inappropriate to remain aloof. Zhang Junbao surveyed the lifeless body of a member of the Sacred Fire sect and inquired, brother, have you cultivated the path of indifference? Zhou Wangji flicked his whisk. After gazing at me for so long, is this really a question you need to ask? Nonsense. It is precisely because I have observed you for so long that I deduced it. Zhang Junbao found a place to sit, discovering the teapot to be devoid of tea. Squinting, he continued, it seems to me that you have yet to grasp the essence of this path of indifference. Zhou Wangji, proud in nature, had reached a level of martial prowess that rendered him less approachable. Not everyone possesses the amiable spirit of his grandmaster, who, even in his advanced years, remained eager to traverse the world. After over 50 years of cultivation, and having surpassed 70, Zhou Wangji believed his martial skills were formidable. Yet he struggled to attain a breakthrough in his understanding of the Tao. The difficulty of enlightenment is akin to scaling the heavens. Zhang Junbao openly disagreed, asserting, coincidentally, I, too, am a martial practitioner. My skills have progressed, and my understanding of the Tao has advanced as well. Sometimes, engaging in combat can lead to sudden insights. Zhang Junbao's words were somewhat harsh, almost as if he were ready to chastise him directly, suggesting that his inability to progress was purely a personal failing, rather than a reflection of the uneven path before him. Zhang Qingyuan had just mocked his disciple, while Zhang Junbao chose to confront him head-on. Your talent is remarkable. Dear brother, I willingly yield to your prowess. My brother Yuan and I have seen no great difficulties, have we? Two junior brothers, both dragons and phoenixes among men. A veritable skin condition. Zhang Qingyuan interjected. Zhou Wangji, a seasoned elder, remained unperturbed by their jests, only chuckling lightly. You two are quite humorous. Such wit is commendable. Enough. Enough. Zhang Qingyuan waved his hand, wishing to cease the verbal sparring. He pointed towards the corpse of the Sacred Fire sect member, demanding, what on earth happened here? You clearly know what transpired last night. Why allow your disciples to engage in such a spectacle today? If not for my cleverness, we four would have been doomed. Indeed, even the indifferent can possess feelings. What sort of mastery of this path of indifference have you truly attained? Zhang Junbao continued to probe unabashedly. Zhou Wangji sighed. Fully aware of the principles at play, yet having taken the path himself, he understood the immense difficulty of realization. As for Zhang Qingyuan's inquiries, he felt compelled to explain. How should I say it? I have heard of your methods, and I know my disciples cannot out-argue you too. So, you intend for Li Yuheng and the others to suffer a setback? Zhou Wangji nodded slowly, rising with his whisk cradled in his arm, exhaling with resignation. Our sect, the Complete Reality School, has a long-standing tradition, flourishing under the teachings of our founder, Wang Shouxin. In the past, when we focused solely on the Tao, our methods were uncontentious, allowing us to rank first among all schools. We descended the mountain to heal and aid others, living a life of ease. However, after taking up martial practices, the atmosphere shifted. Compassion waned, the principles of the Tao became obscured, and a haze of greed and ambition enveloped us. This troubling trend has existed since the time of my master and has only intensified in recent years. It is astonishing how our once noble complete reality school has devolved to this state. Ah, so you are aware? You know well the nature of your disciples. Why do you not intervene? Alas, it is not a matter of neglect, but rather an inability to manage them, Zhou Wanji lamented. Only 2 individuals in our sect have perceived the truth, my uncle, Feng, and Taoist Shui. Yet, he cannot abide the atmosphere within the palace and has retreated to solitude. Though I desire to effect change, I lack the ability to teach. While my martial skills are commendable, my understanding of the Tao remains lacking. Zhang Junbao smirked, noting, "It appears your only strength lies in martial prowess. The rest is wanting." Zhou Wanji, undisturbed by the mockery, continued, "Thus, I must resort to this desperate measure, using this incident to awaken them. Yet, as you have seen, mere reprimands fail to rouse them. They are utterly oblivious to their own faults. Had it not been for Brother Qingyuan's eloquence, how could they have retreated? They may have lost, but they are far from contrite. Hence, I humbly beseech you both to assist me in teaching them for a year, guiding them back to the right path. I express my gratitude in advance." As he spoke, Zhou Wanji even performed the noon seal, respectfully bowing to the 2 of them. "If this continues, the complete reality school shall surely perish. I implore you, lend me your aid." Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao exchanged glances, pondering the elder's cunning. He was passing off his responsibilities onto them, yet given his advanced age, esteemed status, and humility, they felt compelled to acquiesce. And the scripture repository of the complete reality school? Feel free to peruse at your leisure. We are in need of 2 fine swords. I can facilitate introductions to the master of the Sacred Sword Sect or the head of the Shushan Sword Tomb. And the Lushan Flying Sword Sect is also an option. Should you have no preferences, I shall request the finest swords on your behalf. If you have specific designs in mind, simply provide me the blueprints, and I shall procure them." Zhang Junbao felt a twinge of embarrassment at such generosity and pulled 2 blueprints from his satchel, offering them. "Brother, why are you being so courteous? It feels as though we are haggling. This is not a negotiation. I simply noticed that you 2 lack suitable weapons and wish to present a gift," Zhou Wanji replied. "You are far too courteous. As for the Sacred Sword Sect and the Flying Sword Sect, their reputations are grand, and their prices steep. Not to mention they come with obligations. The Yinghui swordsmithing manor will suffice. Their offerings are both affordable and of good quality, plus we have grown accustomed to them." Zhang Junbao's sincerity shone through in his praise of Yinghui Manor, a company known for its fair prices and quality craftsmanship. "Brother, you remain true to your intentions. This is commendable." Zhang Junbao turned to Zhang Qingyuan, signaling that he had already secured access to the scripture repository and 2 fine swords, wondering if there was anything further to pursue. However, Zhang Qingyuan did not seek additional treasures. Instead, he regarded Zhou Wanji with a serious demeanor. "Now, let us analyze the root causes of the current state of affairs within the complete reality school. What insights do you possess, dear brother?" Zhang Qingyuan snapped his fingers and stated plainly, "It is quite simple. It is primarily the mentality of nouveau riche." "Oh," Zhang Qingyuan elaborated, "typically, the nouveau riche tend to flourish within 3 generations. If, within that time, they can correct the mindset of their descendants, they may transform into a respected family of nobility. However, if they fail to change, and the next generation clings to the glory of their forebears, living recklessly and arrogantly, there exists a proverb: fortune does not last beyond 3 generations. A clean official does not reach the end." "Precisely," Zhang Qingyuan continued. "The complete reality school has traditionally focused on Taoist teachings, delving into the Taoist texts, with a predominance of scholarly practitioners, seldom venturing into the martial world. Our founder, Shoshin, possessed exceptional talent, mastery of martial arts, and created the martial system of the complete reality school, integrating all Taoist sects of the Zhongnan Mountain. Once mere scholars devoted solely to the study of the Tao and the scriptures, these literary Taoists have suddenly ascended to the heights of martial prowess. Akin to the second-generation offspring of newly wealthy families who, in their sudden fortune, find themselves elevated by the martial world, their egos naturally swelling. Had the revered master Shoshin lived a few more years, perhaps he could have corrected their misguided thoughts. Regrettably, his untimely departure left a void in their philosophical education. In your master's generation, the focus on martial arts was intensified, aiming to elevate the reputation of the Qiuanjin sect throughout the realm, thereby neglecting the cultivation of the Tao. In your generation, among the 7 disciples of Qiuanjin, only you have discerned the discrepancies. According to your cousin Yang Tianji, the other 6 disciples seldom return to the mountain, preferring to roam the world of martial arts. With such examples set by both masters and uncles who have abandoned their Taoist practices, what hope is there for your successors? They cling to the glory of one of the foremost sects in the martial world, receiving endless flattery and admiration wherever they go. Can they truly focus on their Tao? It is a matter of prioritizing the superficial over the substantial. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wangji inhaled sharply, gazing in astonishment at Zhang Qingyuan, exclaiming, "Junior brother, you have unveiled the profound truth. I am in awe." Chapter 60. The imperial authority of preemptive action and truth, regardless of whether it is Confucianism, Buddhism, or Taoism. None stray far from the essence of humanity. The principles spoken are often admirable, yet the actions of those in power merely revolve around the pursuit of fame and fortune, embroiled in a web of right and wrong. Monks may exhibit tyranny, Confucian scholars may wield power, and Taoists may feign superiority. Each of the 3 traditions boasts individuals of great capability, those who have attained enlightenment. Yet, despite the seemingly radiant facade, enlightened beings remain a minority, while the majority continue to scavenge for personal gain. Zhang Qingyuan reminisced about his previous life, recalling the mixed sentiments expressed online regarding the 3 schools. Some monks were gluttonous and greedy, monopolizing land and wealth, while others, amidst calamities, heroically rescued countless lives, including pregnant women. Historically, many Confucian scholars were little more than petty thieves, colluding for personal interests, yet there were also those who boldly declared their allegiance to righteousness, unafraid of sacrifice, wishing to preserve their integrity in this world. The Taoists were no different. During times of war, some temples surrendered to the enemy, while others crafted myths for them. Yet, there were also those who, in times of chaos, unsheathed their swords to save humanity, with some temples sending 10 to join the army, leaving only 1 to uphold the Taoist teachings. Such is humanity, such is human nature. Where there are virtuous individuals, there will also be the malevolent. Cultivation and the pursuit of the Tao will yield both the exalted and the base. It is unnecessary to seize upon a single misdeed to disparage the entire, nor to extol the virtues of a singular act to the point of absurdity. The Qiuanjin sect, as Zhang Qingyuan noted, has indeed lost itself in the pursuit of fame and fortune. Last night, the implications of Yang Tianji's words revealed that the Qiuanjin sect is currently fragmented into several factions, all vying for power and the position of the next leader, each seeking personal advantage. They no longer contemplate the teachings of the scriptures, merely striving to memorize them. To this day, they have strayed from their true purpose. In his youth, Zhou Wangji was similarly misguided, and even in his later years. While practicing the Purple Cloud Primordial Sutra, he found it perpetually elusive, always falling just shy of the final realm, unable to break through. Thus, he sought tranquility, dedicating himself to the study of Qiuanjin doctrines and scriptures, resulting in a sudden awakening. However, it was only in his twilight years that he realized the arduous nature of attaining enlightenment, especially as he had chosen a path devoid of compassion. Zhang Qingyuan accepted Zhou Wangji's whisk, while Zhang Junbao grasped Zhou Wangji's treasured sword. These ancestral relics were akin to the emperor's jade seal and the sword of authority, granting them the right to act preemptively. Upon opening the door, they found the inner disciples still present in the courtyard. Yang Tianji and Bai Yao were concealed nearby. Despite having proved their innocence, they still endured silent hostility. As the 2 emerged, clutching the leader's artifacts, the disciples erupted in confusion. What does the master mean by giving the whisk and sword to them? This is absurd. 2 outsiders wielding the artifacts. Senior brothers, we should kneel before the leader, petitioning him to reclaim these tokens. What an outrageous notion. A cacophony ensued, reminiscent of ministers in a palace attempting to seize power. Yet, Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao genuinely resembled princes wielding a royal decree. Clearing his throat, Zhang Junbao commanded silence. Upon uttering these words, he felt a certain regal air. The inner disciples turned their gazes towards the pair, and the atmosphere grew quiet. Zhang Qingyuan waved the whisk and spoke. How can a group of Taoist disciples behave like Confucians, attempting to usurp authority? Brother Wangji is in seclusion from today onward. All affairs of the Chuanjian sect will be managed by us. What? This is unacceptable. The disciples erupted once more into argument. Silence. Zhang Qingyuan's stern expression surveyed the crowd. Should anyone be dissatisfied, you may consult Brother Wangji or discuss with me and my junior brother. Angry glares met his command, yet they dared not voice their objections. Though they fell silent, none were truly compliant. Unfazed by their discontent, Zhang Qingyuan issued a decisive command. From today forth, all martial activities are suspended. All disciples shall return to Chuanjian Palace to study the Taoist scriptures and devote themselves to cultivation. Failure to comply will result in expulsion from the Chuanjian sect. On what grounds? A disciple shouted. On the grounds that we are now the acting leaders. What will you do about it? I refuse to accept this. Then bear it in silence. You, who is this? Confine him to Mount Zhongnan for a year of reflection. Any violations will result in the revocation of his talisman and expulsion from the sect. Zhang Qingyuan scanned the surroundings, knowing that firm measures were essential. This group of disciples resembled the decaying factions of the late Ming Dynasty. Though Zhang Qingyuan lacked extensive management experience, he was not hindered by the strategies of historical narratives. With such wayward individuals, a firm hand was required. If not restrained, they would become a liability. Sighing, he reflected on Zhou Wangji's assistance. He must still contribute. Having previously guided Shao Qing at Puryang Palace, and now overseeing Zhou Wangji's disciples at Chuanjian Palace, perhaps this was simply his fate. Noting the renewed quiet among the crowd, Zhang Qingyuan continued. The 5 individuals named by our master stepped forward. Yu Qiong, Yu Ming, Yu Long, Yu Shi, and Yu Shan reluctantly took a step forward. Despite their lack of true Taoist resolve, they understood the necessity of respecting their master. In this era, reverence for teachers and teachings was paramount. Yu Qiong and Yu Ming, you are among the 7 disciples of Chuanjian, correct? Indeed. All 7 disciples shall train under me. Yu Long, Yu Shi, and Yu Shan will remain unchanged. Understood. Excellent. Send 4 disciples down the mountain to locate Bai Yao's master and inform her of the events here before returning. Master, did you not say we were not to re-enter the world? Do not test my patience. Do you think I can be swayed by your semantics? Zhang Qingyuan retorted, exasperated. Zhang Junbao maintained a serious demeanor. I understand your discontent. You yearn for the martial world. It is not overly stringent, should you wish to descend the mountain. You may do so, provided your martial skills surpass those of my brother and me. If you feel disadvantaged in a one-on-one encounter, you may also challenge us as a group. Is that sufficiently clear? Truly? Is that so? The 5 individuals, now filled with excitement, raised their heads. Zhang Junbao smirked. Of course it is true. Master, we wish to challenge you. At this moment, several inner disciples began to clamor. Accustomed to the prestige of the Chuanjian sect, how could they possibly focus on diligent cultivation? As Guo Digang once jested, they had barely begun their training, yet had already gained fame. How could they be expected to refine their skills now? Now, with the opportunity to surpass the pair and potentially exploit their numbers, how could they not be thrilled? Zhang Junbao turned and, as he walked away, proclaimed, I shall await you at the training grounds. Additionally, allow me to remind you, perhaps you've heard of my brother and my exploits. From humble beginnings, we have trained for merely 2.5 years, creating our own martial techniques. You, the so-called prodigies of the Chuanjian sect, are you truly prodigies? Come and prove yourselves. Zhang Qingyuan observed the retreating figure of Junbao. Suddenly enlightened, delving into the Chuanjian sect's martial arts was exceedingly laborious. Understanding their techniques could indeed be expedited through combat. His hands itched with anticipation. Moreover, for those disciples who revered the martial world, a lecture was no match for a good sparring session to instill clarity. Chapter 61. The 13 Swords of the Celestial Court within the martial arena of the Chuanjian sect. A throng of inner disciples eagerly prepared for the impending contest. Not only were they present, but several elders had also gathered. Among these individuals were those who sought to seize power and influence. Upon hearing that the sect's token had been bestowed upon 2 outsiders, their indignation compelled them to come forth and voice their grievances. Zhang Junbao and his companion were equally eager, their spirits invigorated. After bidding farewell, Bai Yao was escorted down the mountain by 4 disciples of Chuanjian. Yang Tianji felt a tinge of reluctance. yet also a sense of relief. He stood beside his two senior brothers, Zhang Luyao and Zhu Xian, known by their respective titles Yu Qi and Yu Qing. It was unclear who had conferred the title Yu Qing upon Zhu Xian, but its resemblance to the name of the revered Saint Yu Qing underscored the current disarray within the Qianjian sect. Among the 5 individuals chosen by Zhou Wangji, 2 were from the renowned 7 sons of Qianjian. The eldest, Li Yuheng, known as Yu Qiong, was notorious for his brashness. The third, Li Xian, titled Yu Ming, was the one who had feigned lamentation that morning, adept at playing the fool. The remaining 3, Yu Long, Yu Shi, and Yu Shan, were the most skilled and esteemed inner disciples. Zhou Wangji's reference to factionalism encompassed these 5, each commanding their own following. With the eldest and third sons vying for dominance, the inner circle was rife with ambition. This dynamic mirrored the fierce competition within a royal court. Yang Tianji was concerned for his 2 uncles, as it appeared not only the younger disciples were present, the older elders had also arrived. Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao surveyed the multitude of Taoist practitioners before them and lamented, "The intentions of these newcomers are far from benevolent." "Brother Yuan, it seems we are indeed the newcomers," replied Zhang Junbao. "Is that so?" "Indeed." The 2 shared a hearty laugh, seemingly unfazed. Yang Tianji exchanged glances with the trio, wondering how they could maintain such levity in such tense circumstances. Had it been prior to their visit to Chunyang Palace, they might have hesitated to act so boldly. However, following the rigorous training under Gugo, both had experienced a significant leap in their martial prowess. Although they had previously acknowledged their disparity compared to top-tier experts like Chen Shugu and Zhou Wangji, they now stood at the threshold of elite status. The fact that even Chen Shugu refrained from sparring with them spoke volumes of their current capabilities. They belonged to the first echelon beneath the peak. And despite some readers mistakenly perceiving them as invincible, clarity on this matter was warranted to avoid further unjust criticism. Within the entirety of the Qianjian sect, only Li Yuheng, the foremost disciple, and a handful of elder masters could be considered their equals. Yet, within this shared realm, they remained unparalleled. As the preparations neared completion, 10 inner disciples stepped forth, bowing respectfully before Zhang Junbao. "Master Uncle, we 10 disciples humbly request your guidance." Rising to his feet, Zhang Junbao returned the gesture. "Please, proceed." The 10 disciples positioned themselves at the center of the arena, brandishing their respective weapons. Zhang Junbao likewise unsheathed his sword. Having observed Jiang Mai's swordplay at the foot of the mountain, he had contemplated refining his technique but had lacked the opportunity. Now, with such worthy sparring partners at hand, he felt compelled to unveil his swordsmanship. Surrounding Zhang Junbao, the 10 disciples, though harboring discontent towards their 2 uncles, could not underestimate their martial arts prowess. Given the Qianjian sect's esteem for the martial world, they were undoubtedly aware of the duo's reputation. Zhang Junbao stood resolute, as immovable as a mountain. Unable to contain their eagerness, the 10 disciples launched a simultaneous assault from all directions. In a flash, Zhang Junbao advanced, executing the Yu Shunbu technique towards 3 disciples directly ahead. With a swift motion of his left hand, he unleashed a blue-white palm strike, akin to a vortex, toppling the 3 before him. As he continued, the Lei Ji sword technique followed, the sword dancing like lightning as it struck 4 others. Before the remaining 7 inner disciples could even employ their skills, they found themselves defeated at his feet. The final 3, now hesitant, paused their advance. Zhang Junbao cast them a glance, prompting the trio to hastily assist their fallen comrades and retreat from the arena. In just 3 moves, he had vanquished 7 opponents, instilling trepidation in the remaining disciples. Observing the spectacle, Yang Tianji pondered, if Master Uncle is so formidable, why permit only 10 to attack? Surely, even the entirety of the inner disciples combined would struggle against him. Zhang Qingyuan remained silent, internally sighing, for if all the inner disciples were to engage, it would be they who bore the brunt of the punishment. It was merely a contest, a lesson to impart, not a matter of life and death. One must exercise restraint. Whether facing 10 or 20, they could maintain control, rendering the inner disciples bewildered without causing harm. Yet, if over 200 disciples were to converge, managing that restraint would prove challenging. A gentle touch would yield no pain, allowing them to continue their assault, while excessive force would lead to fatal consequences, damaging morale. This was precisely why Chen Shugu had ceased to engage in sparring with them. He could not truly contend with them, and feeding them techniques yielded no results. Should he reveal his true capabilities, controlling his strength would be difficult, risking injury or worse. With the 10 now defeated, the remaining inner disciples were too intimidated to approach. Most of these disciples belonged to the second tier of the martial world, with only about 1/5 reaching the first tier, and only the 5 aspiring for power surpassed that level. Having dispatched the previous 10 with relative ease, Zhang Junbao felt little exhilaration. He surveyed the surrounding disciples, questioning whether any still wished to descend the mountain. Victory would grant them freedom, liberating them from the burdens of scholarly study and their unwelcome presence before him and brother Yuan. Fight for it, and freedom awaits. I will. So will I. With renewed determination, 10 more inner disciples stepped forward. Zhang Junbao, wary of their rapid defeat, sought to increase the challenge. A few more will suffice. I shall join. And I. Several more joined their ranks, culminating in a total of 16 disciples who encircled Zhang Junbao, bowing, "Please, Master Uncle, bestow your teachings upon us." Zhang Junbao responded, "Commence." The martial prowess of these 16 was evident, as they executed 2 distinct formations, launching a coordinated attack. Their combined assault was relentless, akin to a tempest sweeping through fallen leaves. Sword energy filled the air, their true qi surging forth. The Qianjian techniques were adeptly employed, their chaotic strikes raining down like a torrential downpour. With closed eyes, Zhang Junbao attuned himself to their fierce intent. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to counterattack. This time, he refrained from dismantling their formations, but instead sought to comprehend their techniques through the inspiration gleaned from his swordplay. The momentum of 1,000 blades surged forth, the very essence of his sword concealed within his movements. As he faced the pressure posed by these 16, he felt akin to an author receiving a generous tip, igniting a surge of creative insight. The combined assault of 7 disciples unleashed a barrage of sword flowers aimed directly at him. In a swift motion, Zhang Junbao countered, his sword moving like a gust of wind, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. A series of sword cries echoed as the 7 sensed imminent danger and retreated with great haste. Simultaneously, the 9 disciples flanking him surged forward, their swords intertwining to create a dazzling display of cold light. The brilliance of the swordplay illuminated the arena, forming an intricate net that enveloped him. The retreating 7 unleashed their own formidable techniques, palm strikes, finger techniques, and swordplay. The martial prowess of the Qianjian sect was indeed formidable, otherwise they would not have attained their esteemed status. Yang Tianji shut his eyes, unable to bear the sight, fearing that in the next moment, Zhang Junbao would succumb to their combined might. He was not alone in this sentiment. Many shared his apprehension. Yet, what Zhang Junbao desired was precisely this pressure. For the greater the challenge, the more profound his understanding of swordsmanship would become. As the vast net descended, 3 beams of sword light soared upwards. Zhang Junbao unleashed 3 swift strikes, the sword energy shattering the net in an instant, extinguishing its cold radiance. He then stepped forward, leaping to pursue. A series of crisp clinks echoed as the swords of 9 opponents shattered in their grasp. Although their swords were broken, they remained unscathed and charged forward once more with palms and fists. Zhang Junbao wielded the back of his sword like a switch, deftly maneuvering among the 16 adversaries, employing the remnants of his swordplay to continue the battle. The sword transformed into a whip, striking their posteriors and thighs. The formation crumbled, leaving the 16 momentarily hesitant. Such hesitation would lead to defeat. Zhang Junbao executed over 30 techniques, akin to a wolf among sheep. It was through these 30 moves that he distilled the essence into 13 sword techniques. Breathing out, Zhang Junbao gazed at the plaque of the immortal court in the distance and proclaimed, "This set of sword techniques shall be named the 13 swords of the immortal court." Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingyuan felt invigorated and gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent. This is the 3rd update for today. There will be more in the evening." Chapter 62. My secret manual for casual viewing. I am utterly amazed. No one dares to challenge him anymore, and Zhang Junbao finds it rather dull. Intelligent individuals can recognize the exquisite intricacies of Zhang Junbao's swordsmanship and, therefore, refrain from confronting him. It is not that the Qianjian sect lacks exceptional sword techniques. Rather, even the finest swordplay is rendered ineffective in the hands of those present. They do not believe that their own sect's advanced techniques can surpass Zhang Junbao's prowess. They are not foolish, and thus no one would willingly approach him to offer their defeat. Everyone gathered here is a formidable figure in the martial world, and their reputation and dignity hold greater importance than anything else. Knowing they would be defeated, yet still stepping forward to challenge him would be the act of a fool. As long as I do not engage in combat, I cannot lose. As long as I remain undefeated, it signifies that our martial skills are evenly matched. However, Zhang Qingyuan does not grant them the opportunity. He strides to the center of the training ground, casting a glance at Zhang Junbao. Zhang Junbao nods and steps down from the stage. Zhang Qingyuan, sword in hand, surveys Li Yuheng, the 7 disciples of Chuanjin, along with Yulong, Yushi, and Yushan, commanding, Yu10, step forward. Li Yuheng lowers his head, a shadow cast over his gaze. Why must they fixate on him even when he is bowed? He grits his teeth, feeling that Zhang Qingyuan is targeting him. Yet, he has no choice but to comply, mustering the courage to approach with his sword. The spectators, including Yang Tianji, are taken aback, pointing at themselves. What about us? Just testing your martial skills. Is that too much to ask? Of course not. Yang Tianji replies readily. Among the 7 disciples, he is the most amiable. The second disciple is decent too, but he is rather naive, lacking the cunning necessary. The 10, consisting of the 7 disciples and 3 top inner disciples, ascend the stage. Please, Master Uncle, offer your guidance. Come forth. Zhang Qingyuan readies himself. Recalling the swordplay of Zhang Junbao, contemplating the profound meanings and philosophies within it. Moments later, he comprehends it fully. The 7 disciples unite, while the other 3 engage independently. Regardless of their internal rivalries, when it comes to combat, they must stand as one, as only together can they unleash the unique Chuanjin 7-kill sword. The 7 disciples initiate the attack, while the other 3 leisurely execute their sword techniques. Zhang Qingyuan, employing merely 13 sword moves, swiftly defeats them all. What a bore! Defeating them is so mundane that Zhang Qingyuan can hardly contain his disinterest. Among the 7 disciples, only Li Yuheng takes the challenge seriously. The 4th, 5th, and 7th disciples might as well have surrendered outright. The 3rd disciple, named Li Xian, is akin to a slacker, merely coasting through the encounter. The 2nd disciple, though well-meaning, is too jovial to take matters earnestly, while the true slacker among them goes unnoticed by Zhang Qingyuan. As for the 3 inner disciples, they too merely put on a show. Were it not for Li Yuheng's determination, Zhang Qingyuan might have defeated them before fully demonstrating all 13 moves. Can you imagine? Out of 13 moves, Li Yuheng managed to withstand 4, while the remaining 9 disciples symbolically endured a single strike before succumbing. It is now evident that the Chuanjin sect is rife with discord. Despite their numbers, they fall far short in discipline and cohesion compared to the pure Yang sect. Zhang Qingyuan takes a deep breath. The challenge of teaching is indeed formidable. He glances at the elder disciples, flashing a smile. Fellow brothers of the Chuanjin sect, would you care to join us for a session? Upon hearing this, the group scatters like startled birds. Zhang Qingyuan scoffs, what a bunch of nonsense. Returning to his seat, he observes that the assembly has grown cautious about showcasing their martial prowess. The first objective has finally been achieved. Zhang Junbao, demonstrating sword techniques in front of so many, would undoubtedly be lauded in any other sect. However, despite their admiration, they conceal their respect behind stoic facades, devoid of any applause or emotional support typical in heroic tales. Brother Yuan, I wish to return and document the sword manual, Zhang Junbao states. A sharp memory pales in comparison to a poor pen. Go ahead, Zhang Qingyuan replies. What about you? Zhang Qingyuan scratches his head, pondering how to rectify their attitudes. You have a tough task ahead of you. In truth, it is not necessary to correct everyone's mindset. My primary focus is on Li Yuheng and Li Xian, for they are the 7 disciples. If I can sway one of the other 3, it will be a success. As for the remaining disciples, if they are receptive, I shall share my insights. If not, so be it. Indeed, the complexities of human nature are more intricate than martial arts. Having experienced the vicissitudes of life, Zhang Junbao inquires, what is my task? To guide them through the morning and evening lessons, sharing the scriptures. Regardless of our success, we must seize the benefits. While imparting the teachings, I intend to peruse all the texts and manuals within the Chuanjin Palace. Understood. Once our 2 swords return, we shall lead those 10 down the mountain. Agreed. Zhang Junbao comprehends Zhang Qingyuan's intentions, grasping his sword and departing. Zhang Qingyuan then stands, addressing the disciples. Let us disperse for today. Tomorrow morning, all must gather in the main hall for the morning lesson. Anyone who fails to attend will be expelled. With that, Zhang Qingyuan waves goodbye to the 7 disciples and Yushi, who hastily follows suit. Once the 10 converge, they expect him to lead them to the scripture repository. Instead, Zhang Qingyuan poses a few questions. Have you ever felt that after reaching a certain level in martial arts, you seem to stagnate, unable to progress further? The 5 named disciples simultaneously raise their heads, astonished. Yes, my martial skills have plateaued for years, no matter how hard I train. How does the master uncle know? Yushi exclaims. Zhang Qingyuan does not respond, continuing with the next inquiry. What is your purpose in cultivating the Tao, and what drives your martial pursuits? The disciples exchange glances, and Zhang Qingyuan gestures for them to hold their answers, advising them to reflect on it and share their thoughts after tomorrow's morning lesson. Understood. Suddenly, Zhang Qingyuan chuckles, shrugging his shoulders. I know that Brother Wangji instructed you 5 to follow me, and you are all discontented. To be honest, I do not wish to manage you too closely, but Brother Wangji has invested in you, so both Junbao and I must fulfill our responsibilities. Your master has assigned you to me for a year, and I will ensure to teach you earnestly. After a year, what you learn and comprehend will depend entirely on you. Li Yuheng remains unconvinced, locking eyes with Zhang Qingyuan. If I wish to learn the martial arts of the 2 masters, will you teach us? He appears quite pleased, believing he has caught Zhang Qingyuan off guard. Yet, Zhang Qingyuan merely waves his hand. Our manuals are in our packs. If you wish to learn, take them and practice. Everyone is taken aback, more astonished than ever before. Utterly bewildered. Really? Naturally. But those are your techniques. Zhang Qingyuan does not reply to his question, thinking to himself that they are not averse to examining the Qianjin sect's manuals, nor have they overlooked the pure Yangdao classics. His silence leaves the 10 disciples incredulous, as their minds have been entirely shaped by the conventional martial sect mentality. Moreover, they do not fear whether they can master the techniques. You may learn from us, and we shall create new methods. Dismissed. 2 updates added today. Good night. Chapter 63. Zhang Junbao declares his abandonment of immortal cultivation on a serene night within the all-true sect's scripture repository. Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao were engrossed in their studies. They had thoroughly examined the Zixia innate technique, a truly extraordinary internal cultivation method. This practice involves harnessing the primordial essence of the morning mist, transforming it into innate true energy. This innate energy, rooted in the Taoist principles of innate and acquired, is remarkably pure, heralding the arrival of immortality. The foundational theories stem from Taoist practices of nurturing life and internal energy, which, after being revised by Wang Shouxin, evolved into a method that harmonizes both offensive and defensive techniques. The cultivation process is predicated on the Taoist practices of breath control and energy cultivation. Taoists traditionally engaged in breath regulation to cultivate energy, aligning with the characteristics of the all-true sect's historical focus on scholarly pursuits. However, Wang Shouxin's adaptations resulted in the emergence of inner power, enabling the release of innate true energy during practice. After completing his study of the Zixia innate technique, Zhang Junbao turned to Zhang Qingyuan and remarked, Brother Yuan, the principles of the innate technique bear a striking resemblance to our Taiqing Dongxian technique and the Great Huangting scripture, almost as if they are 2 volumes of a single compendium. Indeed, there is a resemblance, Zhang Qingyuan replied. Dongxian technique utilizes the pure innate true energy as its foundation, while the Huangting scripture is fundamentally a text on breath cultivation, which you have adapted into an internal skill. Although the methods of breath cultivation across various Taoist sects differ, they share commonalities. It appears that the founder of the all-true sect indeed possessed profound insights. Zhang Qingyuan set down his book and continued. Every genius within any Taoist sect tends to have innovative ideas. Most internal cultivation methods derive from various classical texts. Distinct philosophies give rise to diverse classics and techniques. Oh, have you seen the final realm described in the Zixia innate technique? It sounds excessively ethereal, almost like a depiction of immortal cultivation, Zhang Junbao jested. The innate true energy resides within the spiritual platform, the 5 viscera, and the 12 meridians. The purple energy circulates through the Dantian and the 36 palaces of the heavens. The true energy feels both present and elusive, akin to drifting clouds and thin mist, nourishing oneself in return. To reach this stage, he must be building a foundation, right? As Zhang Junbao flipped through the techniques and reached the last page, he chuckled. Thank goodness this is the final page. If it continued, I would suspect it would lead to the realms of golden elixir and nascent soul. Upon hearing Junbao's playful banter, Zhang Qingyuan regarded him with a look of surprise. "What is the matter?" Zhang Junbao inquired, perplexed. Zhang Qingyuan responded with a smile. "It's quite normal. Top-tier internal cultivation methods often have an air of the ethereal, particularly those infused with religious beliefs. After all, our Taoist practices of nurturing life and breath control were initially aimed at achieving immortality. Various scriptures have documented methods of immortal cultivation, yet over thousands of years, we have seldom witnessed anyone truly attaining it. Although the concept of immortality persists, few maintain faith in their ability to transcend. The practices of breath control and nourishment have been preserved by scholarly Taoists as methods for longevity. Indeed, Taoists generally enjoy longer lifespans than ordinary individuals. Well, I, for one, do not subscribe to such beliefs. Even if celestial beings exist in the universe, they do not inhabit our world, and no methods of immortal cultivation exist here. No matter how advanced internal skill may be, or how splendid the phenomena it produces, it cannot transcend this realm, Zhang Junbao asserted. Zhang Qingyuan nodded, mentally noting Junbao's words for future reference. "You should remember what you just said, for I shall see how you laugh at your own words in your later years." In the myriad realms, as all manifestations of Zhang Junbao transform into Zhang Sanfeng, discovering that their internal skills have reached the limits of the world, they inevitably seek to challenge the mysteries of higher dimensions. While it may sound exaggerated, it has been humorously remarked that while some practice martial arts, others pursue the path of immortality. In a world where the lifespan is capped at a century, the various incarnations of Zhang Sanfeng seem to strive against multiple limitations. Zhang Qingyuan, having perused novels in his previous life, had specifically researched Zhang Sanfeng's age. Historical records suggest he lived to be 216, while practitioners of national martial arts were said to reach 212. Some martial arts novels claim he surpassed 270 years, while local folklore suggests over 300. A group of experts later conducted studies, concluding that Zhang Sanfeng likely lived between 106 and 120 years. Zhang Qingyuan was uncertain which account held accuracy, yet even in a world devoid of internal skills and immortal cultivation, where materialism prevailed, the most logical conclusion suggested a lifespan nearing 110 years, indicating that this Zhang indeed possessed remarkable qualities. What of this world? In a high martial arts realm, where certain sect elders exceed 150 years, it is likely their limits extend far beyond 300. After perusing the martial arts manuals of the All-True sect, the two finally returned to rest. The All-True sect's martial arts were not as abundant as those of the Pure Yang sect, as the former had only been practicing martial arts for around 80 years, while the latter's legacy spans several centuries. The following morning, after freshening up, they witnessed the sun rise, its purple aura illuminating the sky. A group of inner disciples, having practiced the Zixia innate technique, sat cross-legged, absorbing the morning's essence. The All-True sect's internal cultivation method comprises 3 sets, one of which is an introductory technique designed to help newcomers cultivate their energy sensitivity and internal force. Another set, named the Innate Primordial Technique, boasts a formidable name but is slightly inferior to the Zixia innate technique, serving as a simplified version. Only a select few talented inner disciples could cultivate the Zixia innate technique, yet the current state of the All-True sect suggests a decline in prowess, as each generation seems less capable than the last. Since the creation of this extraordinary technique, only Wang Shouxin and his junior disciple Feng Shuyi had reached its ultimate realm, while most disciples remained at the 9th level of completion. In truth, reaching the 9th level is already impressive. Zhou Wangji had also attained this realm, placing him among the foremost experts in the martial world. However, the concepts of the 10th level seem almost otherworldly, as if beyond human reach. Yet Wang Shouxin and Feng Shuyi accomplished this, instilling hope in numerous practitioners. Following their inquiries, they found that apart from Zhou Wangji reaching the 9th level, only one of the previous generation's 7 disciples of the All-True sect, LCI, had achieved this level, while most others stagnated at the 7th level, unable to progress further. Only 3 esteemed elders had reached the 8th level, while the rest lagged behind. Among the current disciples, Li Yuheng had been stuck for the longest duration. Observing them as they practiced breath control, Zhang Qingyuan approached and clapped his hands to interrupt their training. Enough practicing. Follow Taoist Junbao for morning class. As a group, they opened their eyes, the sun now fully risen, and the purple aura long vanished. Yet, They remained disgruntled at Zhang Qingyuan for interrupting their cultivation. Unperturbed, Zhang Qingyuan returned their glares to those with unsatisfactory expressions. After the morning class and breakfast, they gathered at the mountain peak. The disciples resembled reluctant high school students forced to attend early study sessions, trudging behind Zhang Junbao. Zhang Qingyuan clutched a scripture from the all-true sect, reminiscing about the portrayal of the sect in Jin Yang's martial arts novels. Both incarnations of the all-true sect exhibited similar traits, prioritizing martial prowess over Taoist principles. Consequently, as their martial skills stagnated, their understanding of Taoism also faltered. Jin Yang's all-true sect eventually awakened to this reality, departing from Zhongnan Mountain to establish their own sect elsewhere. In the expansive realm of Jin Yang's world, the illustrious all-true sect, renowned for its martial arts, produced legendary figures such as Wang Chongyang and the Seven Disciples, Qiu Chuji, Wang Qi, Ma Yu, and Hao Datong. Alas, their glory was fleeting, ultimately reverting to a path of Taoist practices. It is likely that this world's all-true sect will follow suit. Once martial arts become unattainable, they will inevitably return to the path of Taoism. Alas, it remains to be seen whether they can truly grasp this truth. Chapter 64. Have you enlightened? After the morning class, Zhang Junbao immersed himself in the scripture pavilion. He had gained a clear understanding of his own position. Teaching students was better left to Brother Yuan, while he would engage in small tasks within his capabilities, such as creating a few martial arts techniques. Previously at the Puryang Palace, he had perused all the Puryang texts and martial arts. Now, upon arriving at the Qianzhen sect, although the martial arts were few, the literature was vast. He had studied the Puryang martial arts and the Qianzhen techniques, and once learned, he could apply them. However, even if he could utilize them, he could not do so outside. At most, he could practice in their temple. Fully employing another's martial arts would be regarded as theft. Traditional culture places great emphasis on lineage and unique skills. In Zhang Qingyuan's past life, even in the 21st century, those who performed comedic dialogues without a master would face suppression from their peers. Though this world is one of martial heroes, the cultural undercurrents are interconnected. And in this feudal society, stealing techniques is a grave taboo. Thus, while the Puryang texts were still fresh in his mind, and with the comprehensive teachings of the Qianzhen sect at his disposal, he felt compelled to create something worthwhile during this journey. The 13 swords of the celestial court had been meticulously recorded, yet Zhang Junbao was uncertain where to begin. He decided to create whatever came to mind. Zhang Qingyuan had already reached the pinnacle of Zhongnan Mountain, where the inner disciples of the Qianzhen sect had also gathered. Standing atop the mountain, he gazed into the distance. Silent, the atmosphere serene. After a long while, a gentle breeze swept through, prompting Zhang Qingyuan to finally speak. Did anyone observe the martial arts we created last night? Yesterday, Li Yuheng had boldly claimed that Zhang Qingyuan would not allow them to witness their newfound techniques. Yet to his surprise, Zhang Qingyuan had readily agreed, hence his inquiry today. Upon hearing his question, Yang Tianji and a few inner disciples timidly raised their hands. Li Yuheng, noticing the hands raised, was taken aback. You truly went to observe? Despite receiving Zhang Qingyuan's affirmative response, he had refrained from attending, believing the invitation was merely a provocation. He feared that attending might lead to repercussions. To his astonishment, some had indeed gone to observe. Humph, just wait and see what consequences await you. Did you gain any insights after watching? Zhang Qingyuan inquired once more. The disciples exchanged glances, but it was Yang Tianji who, undeterred, replied. In response to my esteemed uncle's words, after observing, I feel that your internal arts, while truly exquisite, do not surpass the prowess of our Qianzhen techniques. Only the lightness and agility, along with the 13 swords crafted by Uncle Junbao yesterday, can be deemed top-tier martial arts. Zhang Qingyuan chuckled lightly, hands clasped behind his back. Then what do you consider superior martial arts, and what constitutes mediocre? Superior martial arts should be akin to your 13 swords, and our Zixia innate skill, in terms of sophistication, depth, and philosophy, far surpassing other techniques. Mediocre martial arts would be those commonplace styles, lacking in brilliance. My primary martial arts are the Taiyan condensation technique and the Taiyang condensation technique, which your Uncle Junbao also practices. So why, during yesterday's duel, did your group of disciples adept in superior internal arts fail to defeat us, whose skills are inferior? Without hesitation, Yang Tianji responded. Yourself and Uncle Junbao possess extraordinary martial talent. Even ordinary techniques, in your hands, transform into something remarkable. Thus, it indicates that the strength of one's martial arts is not merely determined by the sophistication of the techniques practiced, but rather by the individual's innate talent, correct? Indeed, this is a universally acknowledged truth. The disciples nodded in agreement, while Li Yuheng scoffed inwardly, thinking, I expected more profound insights, but it's merely this? Since it's a recognized truth, why do people still compete fiercely for and learn those advanced techniques? While innate talent is paramount, exceptional martial arts can better showcase an individual's potential. Zhang Qingyuan nodded in agreement, then turned his gaze toward Li Yuheng. I have heard that your cousin Yu Qiong once dominated the disciples of the Kunlun sect single-handedly, surpassing many elders of our Chuanjin sect. Even among the previous generation's 7 sons of Chuanjin, you are not the weakest, are you? Li Yuheng proudly raised his chin. Aside from Uncle LCI, I am confident I am no lesser than anyone. I ascended the mountain at 7, began my training at 8, felt the flow of qi within half a stick of incense, practiced the Zixia innate skill at 13, achieved the 5th level by 18, and reached the 7th level by 25. I have ventured into the world undefeated, and now only a handful can surpass me on this mountain. Indeed, possessing extraordinary talent. Reaching the 7th level of the Zixia innate skill at such a young age surpassed even those who had trained for decades. Zhang Qingyuan raised his thumb in praise, causing Li Yuheng's pride to swell. However, shifting the conversation, Zhang Qingyuan asked, with such remarkable talent, you ought to have mastered the innate skill to the 8th or even 9th level by now. Yet, after all these years, you remain stuck at the 7th level? Reaching the 7th level at 25 must place you at the forefront among all disciples, leaving everyone far behind. Now, let those who have attained the 7th level of the Zixia innate skill raise their hands. Aside from Li Yuheng, 5 others among the 7 sons of Chuanjin raised their hands, including Wang Qihong and Li Xian, as well as the inner disciples Yu Long, Yu Shi, and Yu Shan. Li Yuheng's expression shifted, his pride wavering. Now, those who have reached the 6th level, raise your hands. This time, 17 or 18 individuals raised their hands, including the 4th and 5th among the 7 sons of Chuanjin. Zhang Qingyuan regarded Li Yuheng and said, at 25, having achieved the 7th level of the innate skill, you left your peers behind. Now, a decade later, 5 have caught up to you, and nearly 20 more are on the verge of doing so. What is the explanation for this? A few years ago, during the Luotian Grand Ceremony, you secured first place among the disciples of the Tao, but now, after these years, are you still the best? I can assure you that during that competition, the 2nd-generation disciple of the Pure Yang Palace, Yuan Huqing, ranked only 10th. Yet now, his martial prowess is no less than yours. Do you believe it? Li Yuheng's breathing quickened. A proud individual fears nothing more than witnessing his own surpassing. I have consumed the Tianshan Snow Lotus and the 9 Glories pill from the Tang sect. My true energy exceeds theirs. While it is true that medicinal substances can enhance cultivation, one cannot progress further in internal arts if the remaining meridians remain blocked. Without open meridians, one's true energy cannot be cultivated. No matter how many pills one consumes, the energy cannot truly be harnessed. You, an outsider, cannot fathom the challenges of the innate skill. Indeed, I have perused the Zixia innate skill manual. It is indeed remarkable and challenging to cultivate. Particularly, the difficulty escalates dramatically between the 6th and 7th levels, as if the first 6 levels and the last 4 are not a single martial art. Yet your talent is not inferior. Although I have not encountered the founder of Chuanjin, based on your current cultivation aptitude, you do not fall short of the esteemed Shoshin Jinren. Why is it that he achieved perfection while you remain stagnant? The founder, being the creator, naturally can attain completion. Zhang Qingyuan smiled, suddenly sitting cross-legged, hands raised to the heavens. He emanated 2 streams of true energy, one red and one blue. Before long, his dantian appeared drained. The 2 streams of Taiyin and Taiyang true energy dissipated completely. The disciples exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of the motives behind their young master's actions. Was he truly renouncing his martial abilities due to a lack of retort? Yang Tianji, Zhang Luyao, and others approached with concern, about to inquire when they noticed a hint of purple in Zhang Qingyuan's eyes. Purple Zixia innate skill? The true energy gathered, flowing into his dantian before gradually circulating through the other meridians. Beginning from the perineal point, the energy ascended along the lower abdomen. As it coursed through him, The true qi gradually intensified, evolving from a delicate thread to a gentle stream, and then transforming from the stream into a mighty river. Zhang Qingyuan felt an unbearable heat enveloping him, the violet hue in his eyes radiating outward, gradually spreading across his face and then enveloping his entire being. An hour passed, then 2, 3, from morning to afternoon, from afternoon to dusk, and then through another day and night. All the inner disciples remained, their vague suspicions hinting at what their junior master intended to achieve. Yet, they dared not fully believe it. Instead, they waited with bated breath. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Everyone was anticipating the arrival of a miracle, until the 5th day, when the morning sun rose once more, and a violet aura appeared in the east. At that moment, it felt as if a torrential downpour had suddenly unleashed within Zhang Qingyuan's body, accompanied by thunder and lightning, and a tempestuous wind. He abruptly opened his eyes, and before him appeared a dazzling spectacle reminiscent of a rainbow after the rain. The primordial energy, the purple haze technique, the true qi swirling like clouds and mist. The disciples who had stayed by Zhang Qingyuan's side for 5 days were left in awe. He spoke, declaring, "This is the 7th level." Li Yuheng was momentarily taken aback, instinctively wanting to refute. Before he could utter a word, Zhang Qingyuan suddenly took a step forward, unleashing a surge of purple true qi that rippled outward in waves. The 8th level, though he had dispersed his energy to rebuild, retaining the skills and experience of a seasoned master, was this not too swift? With a single call, Zhang Qingyuan's true qi erupted, enveloping his voice and resonating through the heavens. Amidst the astonished expressions of all the disciples, he approached Li Yuheng and softly asked, "Do you comprehend?" Li Yuheng stood frozen in bewilderment, while Zhang Qingyuan turned to the remaining 9 and inquired, "Have you grasped it?" Chapter 65, Celestial Being. The plum blossom technique. The common folk today are truly, undeniably joyous. Upon returning to the Qianjin Palace, Zhang Qingyuan reminisced about the myriad of astonished, perplexed, incredulous, and envious gazes cast upon him by a host of gifted disciples at the mountain's summit earlier that morning. His heart swelled with delight. Descending the mountain alone, he left the disciples to their contemplative musings above. To educate these arrogant prodigies, who regarded others as inferior, one must first shatter their pride and dismantle their self-esteem. During the previous martial arts competition, he and Zhang Junbao had already subdued their arrogance, and today's display thoroughly obliterated their confidence and self-worth. Everyone understands that there are greater heights beyond the heavens and superior beings beyond mere mortals. Yet, who can truly comprehend this wisdom and thus cultivate humility? Zhang Qingyuan recalled his past life, particularly the first couple of years after profiting from selling real estate, when he perceived everyone as beneath him, viewing others as mere refuse. It was only later that he gradually transformed his outlook. People require growth. Who has not experienced youthful arrogance? These disciples of Qianjin are not unlike those wealthy heirs who incessantly boast of their father's influence. The distinction lies in that while the affluent may vocalize their lineage, these disciples, though silent, harbor similar thoughts. Our Qianjin sect has surpassed pure yang, eclipsed Jingyi. And what are the distinctions of Taiqing, Yuqing, and Shangqing but mere seniority? The likes of Taiyin, Tai, and Wuji are simply our juniors. Our revered ancestor Wang Shouxin was once the foremost martial artist in the realm, and our grandmaster Feng Shuyi is the contemporary champion. Our sect thrives, our lineage flourishes. We are numerous, we are gifted, we are unparalleled. In the entire martial world, who dares to disregard us? The lot of you here are inconsequential. Of course, they have never uttered such sentiments aloud, yet they have perpetually harbored them. Perhaps after binding with Zhang Junbao, Zhang Qingyuan too entertained such notions, albeit with restraint. He maintained decorum when necessary, expressed gratitude appropriately, and indulged in arrogance only within reason, mindful not to be indiscriminate in his bravado. Zhang Qingyuan could afford to be boastful in contests against Shaolin, for it was a clash of philosophies. With the chivalrous wanderers, he possessed the capital to engage in hubris. However, he never dared to be audacious with ordinary folk, nor with the third master of Pure Yang Palace. He never forgot his identity as a Taoist, diligently attending morning and evening classes, reciting scriptures, and meditating without fail. Nevertheless, it must be said that the Qianjin disciples had become somewhat detached from their roots. Zhang Qingyuan's recent actions were sufficient to ground them back to reality. First, they needed to awaken from their delusions before any educational plans could be effectively implemented. The arrogant do not permit outsiders to critique them. Should you wish to teach them, they may well seek to teach you in return. Only by revealing the chasm between them and truly eminent masters would they begin to heed your words. Indeed, while the disciples were astonished, there would undoubtedly be those who remained defiant. You can never awaken one who feigns slumber. Some individuals are incapable of altering their nature. Even upon recognizing their faults, they remain unchanged. This is the inherent flaw of humanity. Just as Zhang Qingyuan acknowledged his sharp tongue, Zhang Junbao recognized his own propensity to anger. Both were aware of their shortcomings and continually encouraged one another towards mutual improvement. Zhang Qingyuan had reached a level of restraint where he would refrain from cursing unless provoked, while Zhang Junbao had attained a level where he would not resort to violence unless truly incensed. Yes, both had made progress. Humming a tune, Zhang Qingyuan sought out Zhang Junbao, who had sequestered himself in the scripture pavilion during these past few days of intense study. Upon finding him, Zhang Qingyuan realized that Zhang Junbao's condition was no better than his own. The entire pavilion resembled a disheveled storehouse, with scriptures strewn across the floor. His hair was wild, his beard unkempt, and his countenance was so greasy it could fry pancakes. One hand grasped a brush, while the other clutched a blank notebook. Pausing to contemplate after glancing at a scripture, he would write a few strokes in his notebook, then return to the scriptures, think some more, and repeat this cycle. Hearing Zhang Qingyuan's footsteps, Zhang Junbao lifted his head, and they exchanged a glance, both exclaiming simultaneously, "Brother, who has treated you so poorly?" Zhang Qingyuan regarded him as a victim of torment, while Zhang Junbao perceived him as an individual whose energy was in disarray, as though he had succumbed to madness. Upon hearing each other's words, they both understood that neither was truly in distress. Zhang Junbao sprang to his feet, brimming with excitement, as if Zhang Qingyuan had spent the previous life gaming overnight. "Let me tell you, Brother Yuan, these past few days, inspiration has flooded my mind. Regarding the martial concepts you shared, I feel I have insights into nearly all of them. For 5 days, I've been contemplating how to merge the Tai-yin and Tai-yang techniques, one embodying yin and the other yang, ideally, while concurrently cultivating other internal arts, allowing all energies to coexist harmoniously." Seeing Zhang Junbao so animated, Zhang Qingyuan inquired, "Have you devised a good method?" Zhang Junbao puffed out his chest and declared, "Not so quickly. I must confess, I am utterly at a loss." "Then why are you so excited? I thought you had made a breakthrough." His reaction resembled that of someone who had achieved a remarkable feat in a game. Zhang Junbao laughed heartily, rummaging through the ground until he found a notebook, which he presented to Zhang Qingyuan. "This is a plum blossom technique I devised based on the Chuanjin Pure Yang scriptures and the theories you shared regarding the Tianshan plum blossom technique. This martial art is all-encompassing. Of course, it differs from the plum blossom technique you discussed. This technique possesses decent offensive capabilities but excels in defense. The plum blossom technique is versatile. Regardless of the opponent's martial style, as long as it is executed skillfully, it can effectively counter any attack, akin to bending branches and inserting willows. Naturally, this does not apply to excessively powerful sword energies or blade energies. The plum blossom technique primarily focuses on intercepting and deflecting the enemy's strikes. I have some thoughts regarding your suggestion of the Lingxi finger for targeting the opponent's weapon, though they are not fully formed. The plum blossom technique is already sufficient, especially when combined with the Juyang palm and the Hunyuan Ichi finger, an impeccable match." As Zhang Qingyuan listened to Zhang Junbao's explanation, he perused the martial arts manual and cultivation methods. Zhang Junbao's efforts were indeed commendable. Upon completion, he understood that, theoretically, the plum blossom technique was a high defense, low offense martial art. While it may not possess overwhelming lethality, its defensive capabilities are extraordinarily high. As long as the opponent refrains from wielding weapons such as swords, relying solely on palm techniques or fist techniques, no matter how formidable their martial arts, they would still be able to defend against it. This technique incorporates the principles of Tai Chi and allows for an array of transformations. However, should a common swordsman engage with a blade, this technique can also defend against it, provided they are not top-tier sword masters who have attained sword intent. Have you named it? True martial plum blossom technique. Why not call it Qingyuan plum blossom technique? Then let it simply be the plum blossom technique, without any prefixes. Very well. After Zhang Qingyuan finished reading, Zhang Junbao inscribed the name on the cover, plum blossom technique. After writing, he pondered for a moment. feeling that it lacked grandeur without a prefix, as plum blossom technique sounded rather pedestrian. After contemplating briefly, he added the term celestial being to the right of the three characters. Once completed, he tucked it into his sleeve and looked up to ask, "Brother Yuan, what have you been up to these past few days? I feel as though your true energy has diminished by at least half." Zhang Qingyuan recounted his experiences over the past 5 days, and Zhang Junbao was enlightened. "So that's it. In other words, you forcibly elevated your innate technique to the 8th level, while your true energy only resembles that of the 3rd or 4th level." Zhang Qingyuan nodded. Acknowledging the situation, there is no alternative. I have cultivated both the Daqian and the Yang Sun techniques to the 8th level, and with the support of my mindset and the principles of the Tao, I have already fulfilled the requirements for the 8th tier of the Xiantian formula. However, when it comes to vital energy, no matter how gifted I may be, it is impossible to recover it within 5 days. Achieving 30 to 40% of my vital energy is the minimum threshold to transcend the 8th tier of the Xiantian formula. This is essential. Nevertheless, it is of little concern, as I do not intend to practice this technique any further. I shall simply begin my cultivation anew. In that case, you have much to practice. To replenish your vital energy, you must either possess rare celestial herbs or consume elixirs that enhance inner strength, or at the very least, dedicate 2 months to the endeavor. Zhang Junbao affirmed this. He himself shared Zhang Junbao's innate talent for cultivation, starting over without any vital energy, yet retaining his experience. The pathways of the Daqian were still intact, as were the meridians. It merely required the replenishment of vital energy. However, relying solely on oneself, if 2 months are necessary. Zhang Qingyuan suddenly raised his head and said, "Given the tremendous hardships I have endured for the all-true sect, shouldn't T senior brother Zhou compensate me with a Tianshan snow lotus?" Chapter 66. Early morning lessons on scriptures, cultivation methods, and the path of the Taoist. The cycle of abandoning and re-establishing one's practice continues. Feeling the faint currents of the Daqian and the sun within him, Zhang Qingyuan sighed. He ventured alone to the main alchemical chamber of the Chuanjian sect, turning to close the door behind him. Half an hour later, he held 2 crystal boxes, each containing a celestial Tianshan snow lotus, capable of enhancing inner strength. In the realm of martial arts, the Tianshan snow lotus is known for 3 primary effects. It enhances internal energy, akin to the effects of the Shaolin's Daqian. It possesses potent toxins, rumored to be the key ingredient for the infamous Xiao bamboo dian, and it serves as a miraculous healing herb, effective for any injury upon consumption. However, in this world, the Tianshan snow lotus is primarily used for bolstering inner strength and healing, devoid of any toxic properties. Realizing this, Zhang Qingyuan felt fortunate that he had not been a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in his previous life. Otherwise, the differing effects of herbal medicine between the 2 worlds could have been fatal. He found Zhang Junbao, who was still tirelessly immersed in his studies. Zhang Qingyuan handed him one of the snow lotuses, which he only accepted after taking 2 of its leaves. "I have ample true energy. Tasting a couple of petals is fine, but you need to restore your strength properly." "All right, shall I take it all then?" Yes. Both men, possessing personalities that scorned reliance on medicinal enhancements, believed that those who resorted to drugs would inevitably face side effects. They preferred the robustness of self-cultivated strength. Zhang Qingyuan, naturally imbued with true energy, merely replenished his reserves with the snow lotus rather than acquiring surplus energy, thus consuming it posed no detriment. As they ingested the snow lotus, its flavor was acceptable, slightly bitter, with a hint of sweetness upon swallowing. The moment it settled in his stomach, he felt warm currents flowing through his dantian. After a while, the immense medicinal potency coursed through his meridians, accelerating his internal cultivation at an astonishing rate. Understanding the transformation within him, Zhang Qingyuan realized that the snow lotus's purpose was to convert a portion of its medicinal power into energy within his dantian, which he would then need to transmute into true energy. Additionally, the snow lotus's medicinal effects would expedite the flow of true energy, enhancing its speed manifold. With the rapid circulation of true energy, the rate of internal strength generation also surged, leading to a swift enhancement of his abilities. Within a day, Zhang Qingyuan had fully restored his true energy. Truly, this was one of the supreme advantages in this world, undeniably formidable. With his true energy abundant, he eagerly raced to the back mountain, unleashing a flurry of Jiuyang palm strikes against a large tree. Zhang Junbao mirrored his fervor, and the two men, seemingly frantic, squandered their inner energy without restraint. Their vigorous actions drew the attention of numerous inner disciples, who observed from a distance, bewildered by the antics of their two junior masters. The explanation was simple. After consuming the snow lotus, in addition to accelerating the production of true energy, it also provided them with a substantial reservoir of energy, aiding in the expansion of their meridians and enhancing their inner strength. However, this new strength was somewhat foreign, akin to pouring two unknown liquids into a swimming pool. Although the water level rises, it remains unwise to dive in without knowing the true nature of the added substances. Thus, the astute Zhang Qingyuan wisely managed the balance, diluting the pool's contents while maintaining a constant water level. Indeed, Zhang Qingyuan was exceptionally cautious. He might face threats from others, but he would not allow any vulnerabilities to manifest within his own body. Zhang Junbao shared this sentiment. Their personalities were remarkably alike. Such diligent Taoists, if discovered by those who solely relied on drugs to enhance their strength, would surely feel a profound sense of shame. Zhang Junbao merely sampled the lotus's flavor and soon departed to catch up on sleep, while Zhang Qingyuan remained engaged in his practice throughout the night. The extraordinary nature of Zhang Junbao's two cultivation techniques was such that the self-generating true energy was ceaseless, with the energy expended hardly outpacing the replenishment. As yet another day passed, a group of inner disciples obediently followed Zhang Junbao in their morning lessons, eagerly seeking out Zhang Qingyuan for breakfast. 90% of the disciples were wholly convinced. The techniques they once deemed insurmountable now appeared as effortless as eating and drinking in the hands of their senior master. The Zixia primordial art became increasingly challenging after the 6th level, with the 7th, 8th, and 9th levels presenting progressively greater difficulties. Otherwise, among the multitude within the Chuanjian sect, only 2 had reached the 9th level, while many elders remained stuck at the 7th and 8th levels. Although the esteemed elder had achieved completion, he was more inclined to wander the world, forging friendships with the younger generation, neglecting his teaching duties. Now, with a junior master exhibiting remarkable talent and willing to impart his knowledge, despite his irritable temperament and eccentric behavior, he was indeed a true master. Thus, during Zhang Qingyuan's restoration of his strength over the past 2 days, the disciples had become notably compliant. Even Li Yuheng, the rebellious senior brother, had refrained from causing any trouble. One morning, Yang Tianji sought out the senior brother, inquiring if he held any respect for their junior master. Though he scoffed, claiming, I would never heed his words, he was the first to arrive, displaying an eagerness that surpassed all others. A group of disciples gazed expectantly at Zhang Qingyuan, awaiting his guidance. Clearing his throat, Yang Tianji promptly offered him a teapot. Days prior, in the valley, he had reluctantly agreed to serve as the attendant for the 2 masters. Today, he finally fulfilled that duty. Zhang Qingyuan took a sip from the teapot. The tea was decent, rain-preceding tea from this year. Clearing his throat, he fixed his gaze upon Li Yuheng, who felt a chill at his scrutiny, visibly uncomfortable. Today, we shall explore the essence of the Taoist tradition. The disciples eagerly took out their notebooks, diligently jotting down notes. Zhang Qingyuan elaborated. In the beginning, there was no term such as Taoist. The earliest phrase was Dao Tong. It is said that the Taoist ancestor transformed into the 3 pure ones, giving rise to the 3 Taoist lineages, Taiqing, Yuqing, and Shangqing. Subsequently, as various predecessors within the Taoist community developed new ideas during their cultivation, these masters integrated and propagated their thoughts, leading to the emergence of diverse Taoist lineages. As our sect began to practice martial arts, alongside meditation and incense offerings, we also ventured into the martial world, engaging in chivalrous acts and addressing injustices, thus coining the term Taoist. Through countless years of evolution, the 3 pure ones lineage became fragmented. The Taiqing lineage remained at Laojun Mountain, the Yuqing lineage migrated to Kunlun, and the Shangqing lineage moved overseas to the Penglai Immortal Island. With many Taoist temples established throughout the southern regions, the disintegration of the 3 pure ones lineage allowed other lineages to flourish, with 2 of them emerging as the most influential across the world, Xuanjin and Jingyi. Jingyi established the Tianshi Mansion at Longhu Mountain, practicing martial arts, divination, medicine, astrology, alchemy, and talismans. Xuanjin, on the other hand, built countless Taoist palaces in Zhongnan Mountain, focusing on cultivation, recitation, self-cultivation, and healing. During the Qin Dynasty, Both were revered as sacred places of the Taoist tradition. Since the Qin Dynasty, Longhu Mountain has served as the national religion, with each Tianshi acting as a national master. The Chuanjian sect has always been perceived as uncontentious, reticent, yet its followers number as many as those of the Tianshi mansion at Longhu Mountain. You have all encountered these teachings in the Taoist classics. I shan't elaborate further. Now, let us delve deeper into the Taoist sect. Beyond Chuanjian and Jingyi, other lineages are gradually developing, with various Taoist deities venerated as ancestors, leaving behind their philosophies. The martial arts of each Taoist sect largely stem from their respective scriptures. Diverse philosophies give rise to distinct martial disciplines, and varying ideologies create unique internal cultivation methods. This is not exclusive to the Taoist tradition. The Buddhist sect similarly encompasses a vast array of skills, 72 ultimate techniques, and hundreds of martial arts, all reliant on the principles of Buddhism for their understanding and practice. Without the support of Buddhist teachings, one cannot attain true comprehension. Without the support of Buddhist philosophy, even if one achieves mastery, the body will inevitably falter over time. The Shaolin Temple has maintained its position as the preeminent sect in the martial world for many years. Do you believe this is solely due to their formidable martial skills? Li Yuheng and your companions have traversed the rivers and lakes and may have encountered disciples of the Buddhist order. You have merely observed their domineering behavior, relishing their role akin to the magistrates of the martial realm, enforcing law wherever they go. Is their strength purely brute force? Beyond their martial prowess, each disciple of Buddhism is imbued with profound Buddhist teachings, defeating their opponents only to enlighten them with philosophical insights that are utterly convincing. And what of you? You wish to emulate the characteristics of the Buddhist way, to assume a leadership role, and to adjudicate the grievances of the martial world. After vanquishing foes, do you impart wisdom? Relying solely on brute force may compel submission, yet true allegiance remains unclaimed. Otherwise, throughout the years, have you not observed how many notorious bandits, upon sudden enlightenment, seek to renounce worldly ties and become monks? The various sects within our Taoist tradition often favor solitude in the mountains over imparting teachings, a preference exacerbated by your tendency to flaunt your martial skills. Ultimately, this poignant truth resonates deeply, leading all disciples of the complete reality school to bow their heads. What is the essence of this discourse? It is to impress upon you the paramount importance of doctrine and scripture. Buddhist martial arts necessitate the endorsement of Buddhist teachings. Similarly, our Taoist martial arts require the sustenance of Taoist principles. What is the worth of daily gathering celestial energy if one cannot comprehend the profound methodologies of the Zixia, innate skill? The cultivation techniques of the higher realms are not merely about innate talent, but stem from a deep understanding and appreciation of complete reality philosophy. Do you think that by merely sitting cross-legged, one attains the 8th level through sheer talent? It is rather due to my insightful discussions with your uncle Junbao the previous night regarding the complete reality canon, which led me to grasp the concept of the 8th level of cultivation. Without such enlightenment, I would not have reached that level. Among the previous generation's 7 disciples of complete reality, who possessed the highest Taoist understanding. Uncle LCI. What level did he attain? The 9th. Zhang Qingyuan, with hands clasped behind his back, asked you that day if you had attained understanding, and you appeared as bewildered as a troop of foolish groundhogs. Today, I ask once more, have you attained understanding? In response to Uncle Qingyuan, the disciples declared in unison, we have attained understanding. Other sects lack religious philosophy. Thus, they do not require textual references. They merely need to grasp the Creator's thoughts to practice their arts. As for you, what must you do? Attend morning prayers, comprehend the scriptures, cultivate Taoist methods, and embody the way of the Taoist. Splendid. The meeting is adjourned. Zhang Qingyuan snapped his fingers and departed. While perhaps the masters of success cannot teach you how to succeed, their methods of persuasion are undeniably effective. Chapter 67. The True Martial Sword and the True Sovereign Sword. Zhou Wangji felt an overwhelming sense of gratification. He could scarcely recall the last time he had witnessed the disciples of the Chuanjian sect practicing their morning and evening rituals in unison, ascending the mountain to cultivate and meditate, welcoming guests in the grand hall, reciting scriptures, and honing their skills together. The previous Chuanjian sect, steeped in power struggles and self-interest, seemed to have vanished overnight. It felt as though the sect had reverted to the era of 80 years ago, a time when everyone was a scholarly Taoist. Purity, nature, humility, and modesty flourished. In this moment, Zhou Wangji regarded his two junior brothers as precious treasures. Were they not akin to exquisite swords or rare snow lotuses? What would it matter if the scripture repository were dismantled? It could be taken apart for amusement, if one did not devote themselves. The Jade Emperor's palace behind me could be torn down as well, as long as you both are content. After all, it is merely the Tianshan Snow Lotus. If you desire the Shaolin elixir of great potency, I can find a way to procure it for you. Only when the disciples of Chuanjin are back on the right path can he focus wholeheartedly on the path to enlightenment without distraction. Since that day Zhang Qingyuan had enlightened them, for half a month the disciples of Chuanjin had been remarkably obedient, even more so than the scholarly Taoists in their self-cultivation. They never arrived late for their morning and evening classes. Zhang Junbao's sermons were never missed, and even those scriptures that the inner disciples found perplexing. They sought assistance from the scholarly Taoists on the mountain to interpret. Some disciples even resumed their studies in talisman crafting and alchemy, while others took the initiative to clean the Taoist temple, wash clothes, and prepare meals. Each day, Zhang Qingyuan imparted wisdom to them, which they eagerly absorbed. Especially for Yang Tianji and his companions, once obstinate practitioners of the innate arts, they now held Zhang Qingyuan's words in the highest esteem. Within a month, over a dozen disciples who had been stuck at the 5th and 6th levels for years unexpectedly broke through. Zhang Qingyuan's words ignited their fervor. The effectiveness of those around them was indeed palpable. Witnessing their fellow disciples truly breaking through, they even felt that the effects of scripture recitation had become negligible. Donning the long-forgotten ceremonial robes, they retrieved wooden fish, bronze gongs, and small bells, and began to chant scriptures in unison. 2 months later, Zhou Wangji sought out Zhang Qingyuan and his companion, bearing 2 exquisite swords in hand. He placed the swords upon the table, expressing his gratitude for the diligent efforts of his 2 junior brothers over the past 3 months. These swords were gifts he had promised them. "Thank you, brother," they replied. "We are merely being courteous." Zhou Wangji chuckled. The 2 stepped forward to receive the swords, and Zhou Wangji continued his introduction. These 2 swords share the same blade, differing only in their sheaths. They were forged from the same source by the master of the Yinghui Manor, utilizing a blend of northern sea black iron and meteorite sand, tempered in glacial spring water. Each sword measures 3 feet, 3 inches, and 3/10, harmonizing with the cosmic trinity of heaven, earth, and humanity. The blade is 2 inches and 7/10 wide, tapering to less than half a finger in thickness, delicately thin from spine to edge like a cicada's wing. The guard resembles a yin-yang fish embracing a pearl, with each eye inlaid with Tai gold and cold jade from the tranquil pond. The swallowing mouth features an engraving of the Big Dipper, with the handle rotating in accordance with the moon's phases. The hilt is wrapped in peachwood struck by lightning for a century, entwined with the tendons of a South Sea dragon. Adorned with the patterns of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, and the hilt's end is inlaid with a purple copper Tai Chi wheel. Year-round, the hilt exudes the scent of pine resin. Observe closely the wood grain, which aligns with the 8 trigrams directions, feeling as if one were caressing the rings of an ancient tree. Hiss! The 2 gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with wonder. Zhou Wangji elaborated. The blood groove is neither straight nor curved, subtly concealing the flow of the 9 curves of the Yellow River Formation. The sheath is crafted from black sandalwood encased in dragon shark skin, with a bronze taotai at the mouth, secured by 7 strands of golden wire. He turned to Zhang Junbao. This sheath bears a relief of the true martial emperor treading upon a tortoise and snake, painted with a mixture of vermilion and realgar from Qinzhou. When inverted, the sheath can serve as a celestial measuring rod, and at its base lies a hidden magnetic mechanism, producing a dragon's roar upon unsheathing. Then he faced Zhang Qingyuan. Your sheath features an engraving of the holy true sovereign cleaving a mountain, also painted with Qinzhou vermilion and realgar, with the remaining details mirroring Junbao's. The 2 caressed their sheaths, right hands resting upon the hilts, gently gripping them. As they drew the swords, a true dragon's roar resonated as the blades emerged. Zhang Junbao's sword bore the inscription True Martial Subduing Demons, while Zhang Qingyuan's was adorned with the intricate pattern of True Sovereign Manifesting Divinity. The cold gleam of the blades radiated magnificently, their edges concealed in brilliance. Zhang Qingyuan could not help but exclaim, "This is no mere sword. It is a work of art." Zhang Junbao, examining it closely, added, "I feel almost embarrassed to wield this sword. Even the slightest scratch would cause me great distress." "Brother, This must have cost quite a fortune, hasn't it? Zhang Qingyuan looked up at Zhou Wangji. Not at all. It is merely a matter of yellow and white materials. The challenge lay in sourcing them, which consumed some time. He stroked his beard, somewhat regretfully stating, the materials and craftsmanship from Yinghui Manor fall short. They cannot compare to those from the sword city of Shushan or Lushan. Had you chosen among those, the quality of the swords would have been several-fold greater. It is already splendid. This is more than satisfactory, Zhang Junbao quickly interjected. How could it be compared to the 10 legendary swords of antiquity? Even my own Tiangong sword pales in comparison. We are thoroughly satisfied. Thank you, Brother Wangji. Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao bowed in unison. They sheathed their swords, and Zhou Wangji suddenly felt envious of their contented nature. They knew how to appreciate what they had, and were easily satisfied. Although he could have gifted them swords of superior quality, they were content with this. Zhou Wangji returned the gesture, stating that he must also express gratitude to his 2 junior brothers for their assistance to the Chuanjian sect. Without them, the disciples would not have experienced such a profound awakening. Ah, brothers, such formalities are unnecessary, they replied. Indeed, brothers, Zhou Wangji smiled, putting away the swords. Zhang Qingyuan suddenly remarked, by the way, brother, in a month, Junbao and I will be leaving. Oh, why not stay a few more months? It wouldn't be too late to depart after the new year. We have already resided here for 3.5 months. We have studied the scriptures extensively and must now continue to put our theories into practice. Moreover, your disciples have already found their footing. I believe they no longer need to travel and cultivate with us. If possible, you should regularly oversee their progress. The second son of the Chun Shugu family is wandering alone. Brother Gu instructed him to complete 1,000 good deeds before he can return to the mountain and to document those deeds, writing down his heartfelt reflections. I believe this educational method is quite effective. Brother Wangji, you might consider trying it as well. In the early years, before the Chuanjian sect practiced martial arts, they often engaged in acts of kindness. We must not abandon such traditions. Zhou Wangji nodded, enlightenment dawning upon him. Your words ring true, alas. It is regrettable how we have neglected our traditions over the years. Zhang Junbao added, brother, the path of compassion is not simply about conforming to the way of heaven, allowing all matters to unfold as they will. Remember the words of our junior brother. Compassion can also be devoid of emotion, and the emotional heart can also be unfeeling. The path to enlightenment is not solely the pursuit of the so-called great way. More importantly, it must align with one's own heart and will. For only then can one attain the way. Thank you for your reminder, dear junior brother. I shall engrave it in my heart. Zhang Junbao expressed his gratitude, feeling somewhat bashful for having received so many benefits, thus sharing his understanding. Any assistance is welcome, even a gentle reminder is appreciated. The two resumed their training with the swords. Zhang Junbao focused on perfecting the plum blossom hand and another martial art. Zhang Qingyuan, in addition to contemplating the scriptures, brought along the 7 disciples of Chuanjian and the 3 former rebels to collaborate with Zhang Junbao, fostering creative thought and inspiration. Another month passed, and Zhang Junbao finally perfected the plum blossom hand, while another martial art was fully realized. This new sword technique was named the Wuji sword technique. Chapter 68. Descending the mountain, snowy path, into my 2 esteemed masters, I sincerely extend my apologies. I am immensely grateful for your guidance during this period, which I shall cherish for a lifetime. Beneath the plaque of the Chuanjian sect, Li Yuhing bowed deeply. After 4 months, he had finally cast aside his proud heart. Focus on your practice. Your aptitude for cultivation is promising, yet the limits of your potential depend on your future endeavors. Do not let the next disciples' competition find you defeated by Shaoqing again. I shall remember your words and will not disappoint your expectations, masters. Please take care. Farewell. Little master, should you find yourself in Shenzhou again, do visit. To my 2 masters, I had intended to serve as your acolyte, but alas, I have been engrossed in my training these past few months. When you next return, I shall ensure your needs are met diligently. Ah, we will pass by Kunlun. Do you have any messages for Bai Yao? Master Qingyuan, what are you saying? I have a connection with Bai Yao, but explain nothing. After all, you have shared both joys and hardships with her. Just tell me if you have any messages for her. Enough. Brother Yuan and I shall craft the words for you. Esteemed ones, the mountains are high and the roads are long. Until we meet again in the martial world. As the 2 descended the mountain, a throng of disciples gathered to bid them farewell. In the span of over 4 months, Zhang Qingyuan and his companion had transformed from being looked down upon by the Chuanjian disciples to earning their respect and fondness, especially the 5 who were vying for supremacy. Aside from the third of the 7 sons of Chuanjian, Li Xian, who remained unchanged, the others now held them in high regard. Li Xian possessed a somewhat sly and ambitious nature. Previously, he sought power with ambition. Now, he pursued cultivation with the same fervor, remaining true to his original intent. Li Yuheng, however, had changed significantly, having relinquished his obsession with the position of the next sect leader, dedicating himself to being a humble practitioner, strengthening his martial skills, and growing increasingly modest. The 3 inner disciples reportedly disbanded their respective factions and abandoned their fixations. Yang Tianji, a man of integrity, displayed no ulterior motives. Though he may have harbored unrequited affections he could not express. Most other disciples had found their paths, with a few, like Li Xian, being compelled to align with the group's goals. These disciples, regardless of their private motives, were required to diligently pursue their cultivation, engaging in meditation and recitation. Zhang Qingyuan had demonstrated that martial prowess must be complemented by the practice of Taoist principles. Thus, most disciples had improved their skills. Should they wish to seize power, they would need to be proficient in martial arts, which necessitated a study of Taoist teachings. In essence, the outcome was favorable. Zhou Wangji did not emerge to bid farewell. Having entered a deep meditation, possibly inspired by Zhang Junbao's words from the previous evening or reassured by witnessing his disciples' transformations, this meditation would likely last for an extended period. Currently, the affairs of the Chuanjian sect were overseen by several elders, with the 7 sons of Chuanjian and the trio of Yulong, Yushi, and Yushan assisting them. Old Zhou seemed poised to relinquish power. In 3 to 5 years, once the 7 sons matured, retirement might be on the horizon for him. Having parted from the Chuanjian sect, the 2 descended from Zhongnan Mountain, their journey yielding bountiful gains, 2 sword techniques, and 1 martial art. The Zhimei hand and the 13 swords are noteworthy, but the name of the Wuji swordplay may seem unremarkable at first. In truth, this swordplay was a synthesis of Tai Chi's essence and Jiang Mai's exceptional sword techniques. Jiang Mai's swordsmanship was unparalleled, the finest they had encountered since embarking on their journey. Zhang Junbao, inspired by Zhang's swordplay and the theories behind the deadly 13 swords, devised the immortal quartz 13 swords. The brilliance of the Wuji swordplay lies in its potential for growth. This swordplay, while deceptively simple, possesses formidable power and embodies the principle of development. The current iteration serves as a foundational outline, with its intricacies and essence evolving as the wielder grows and integrates personal insights. To illustrate, Zhang Junbao is akin to a novelist who has crafted a remarkably advanced and compelling outline. Any author with a modicum of talent could write a masterpiece by adhering to his framework. Yet, each author's unique style would yield different narratives, some leaning towards lightheartedness, others towards melancholy, some emphasizing detail, and others focusing on character, ultimately reflecting the author's personal flair. The Wuji swordplay exists in a similar manner. Its future development is contingent upon the practitioner's comprehension of swordsmanship. Zhang Junbao has no intention of embedding further insights into this system. The outline is established, and how a future practitioner interprets and evolves it will depend on their skill level. It is inevitable that Zhang Junbao and his companion will never wield the full might of the Wuji swordplay, as they are not pure swordsmen. However, should it fall into the hands of a naturally gifted swordsman, the results would be extraordinary. Even so, an average practitioner who masters this technique could attain exceptional prowess. The Wuji swordplay guarantees a baseline of competence for its practitioners, while the upper limits rely on their own exploration. Of course, those inherently incapable of wielding a sword will find no benefit in practice. For even the most exquisite outline in the hands of a poorly skilled writer cannot yield a great novel. Thus, theoretically, the Wuji swordplay represents the most significant acquisition from this Chuanjian journey. Whether this swordplay becomes legendary or merely excellent in their hands will depend on their future insights into swordsmanship. As they descended from Zhongnan Mountain, the air grew increasingly frigid. Their ascent had occurred in summer, but now winter had arrived. They purchased 2 sets of cotton clothing in a town at the mountain's foot and set out northward, aspiring to celebrate the new year in the ancient capital of Chang'an and relish its historic beauty. It was said that after the establishment of the Daqian Dynasty, Emperor Qianzu had considered relocating the capital to Chang'an. However, The national master advised him that the fortunes of a dynasty are intertwined with its capital, and such a move could jeopardize the nation's foundation. The emperor, skeptical, dispatched the crown prince to Chang'an for an investigation, and the two nearly perished en route. It was only then that the emperor heeded the national master's counsel and abandoned the idea of relocation. After 2 days of travel, it was remarkable that heavy snow began to fall from the sky. This year's snowfall was substantial, accumulating to about a foot deep overnight. Fortunately, both of them had internal energy protecting them. Their sun condensation technique functioned like a small motor, rendering the cold relatively bearable. As they treaded the snowy path northward, it was an opportune moment for practicing lightness skills. In the realm of martial arts, leaving no trace in the snow is a fundamental skill for adept practitioners. They even took a moment to engage in a snowball fight, with Zhang Junbao initiating the first strike. At that moment, Zhang Qingyuan was squatting to relieve himself when a snowball descended from the sky. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly and shattered the snowball with a swift palm. After finishing, he found that Zhang Junbao had amassed a pile of snowballs. Thus began an inevitable clash, which ended in a draw, leaving them both covered in snow and somewhat disheveled. By nightfall, they finally arrived at a large city named Beichuan. After entering, they found an inn to stay. To their surprise, this inn was frequented by numerous martial heroes. After listening for a while, they learned that news had spread regarding the appearance of Bai Wuchang from the underworld city in the Chang'an vicinity, drawing many martial artists to confront him. Zhang Junbao held a meat sandwich in one hand and a bowl of lamb in the other. Brother Yuan, you were indeed correct. You previously stated that the underworld city would emerge as the greatest villainous force of this era, and it seems that prophecy has come to pass. Almost a year has passed, yet the city of Netherworld not only remains unvanquished by the righteous, but has, in fact, flourished even more. The world is divided between light and darkness. Where there exist virtuous individuals, there will also be those of nefarious intent. However, the delineation between righteousness and villainy is seldom straightforward. Zhang Qingyuan savored a hearty sip of mutton soup. Alas, a single treasure has transformed a once revered righteous faction into a target for public disdain, a truly lamentable turn of events. Zhang Junbao sighed, raising his gaze to the innkeeper, requesting an extra helping of chili. Please wait a moment, it will be ready shortly. Primarily, the city of Netherworld lacks the absolute power to dominate the entire martial world. Otherwise, their acquisition of the treasure would indeed be met with widespread approval. Indeed, Zhang Junbao has become considerably shrewder, having gained a deeper understanding of human nature. The dragon-slaying saber remains in the hands of Xie Sun, drawing ire from all corners of the martial realm. Conversely, the heaven-resolving sword is embedded within the true martial hall of Wudong, yet none dare utter a word against it. One could argue that Xie Sun has committed countless heinous acts, justly deserving of his fate. However, were he to possess skills surpassing Zhang Sanfeng's, would anyone still seek him out? It is quite absurd, the behavior of these martial artists. Shaolin Temple, with its millennia of legacy and untold wealth from donations, could easily rival a nation, yet none have chosen to become chivalrous heroes who rob the rich to aid the poor. Zhang Qingyuan mocked a group of these pretentious knights. Strangely, Zhang Junbao found this particularly amusing. Who speaks such nonsense? The assembly of knights in the hall became displeased. Daring to ridicule their fear of the strong and bullying the weak was tantamount to seeking death. A multitude of furious glares was directed at the two. Zhang Qingyuan timidly raised his hand and cautiously said, I am Zhang Qingyuan. I sincerely apologize for interrupting your esteemed gathering, noble knights. This is my junior brother, Zhang Junbao. He is somewhat naive, and I kindly ask for your understanding. The man who had slammed the table turned to chastise his younger brother. You are the one speaking absurdities, disrupting the enjoyment of these two Taoists. You truly lack decorum. See, it is as such. Chapter 69. A review of noteworthy events in the Jianghu on the following morning. The city of Beichuan lay blanketed in snow as the northern winds howled, heralding an even chillier atmosphere. Zhang Qingyuan and his companions set forth from the northern city, continuing their journey northward. Given their leisurely pace, it would take them at least 5 days to reach Chang'an. With no pressing matters at hand, they embraced the journey, savoring the scenic landscapes along the way. The northern scenery, with its vast expanses of ice and snow, rendered the Great Wall a mere remnant amidst the boundless wilderness, while the mighty rivers succumbed to tranquility. As Zhang Qingyuan embraced his Zhenjuan sword, he recited aloud a stanza of poetry. He only recited this segment, as further lines required revision. The previous night at the inn, they had gathered a wealth of intelligence. Several major sects were besieging the city of Yuming. Yet the inhabitants within not only remained, but seemed to multiply amidst the chaos. After all, the allure of wealth is a powerful motivator in any era. The primary objective behind the assault on Yuming City was indeed financial gain, drawing in the wandering heroes of the Jianghu for the same reason. Over the past 6 months, 2 significant skirmishes had occurred, resulting in the demise of numerous smaller sections. In the Jianghu, it is commonplace for the strong to clash, often leading to the downfall of the lesser factions. Within the Five Mountain Sword sect, the Songzhan faction had been severely crippled by Zhang Junbao, while Hengshan and Hengshan sword sects suffered considerable losses, and the Taishan sword sect was rendered incapacitated by Yuming City. The leadership of Taishan, including the elder and many inner disciples, perished in Yuming, leaving only a handful to return to Taishan. The once formidable sect was now reduced to mere remnants, and any hopes of reviving its former glory would require decades of effort. Conversely, the Huashan sword sect, despite suffering casualties, saw its reputation soar. Over the past 6 months, Huashan's eldest disciple, Jiang Mai, rose to prominence, particularly in the Xinzhou region of Sichuan, having slain a judge from Yuming City at the tender age of 24. The status of the judge within Yuming was notable, as the city's lord, a member of the illustrious Situ clan, was a top-tier martial artist at 28 or 9 years of age. Each lord of Yuming proclaimed themselves the king of the underworld, commanding 10 Yama kings, with judges and wraiths serving beneath them. The judges of Yuming, formidable in their own right, were considered elite within the Jianghu. Yet Jiang Mai's prowess enabled him to slay one with a single stroke of his sword, a feat even his master would find challenging. While it could be argued that Jiang Mai's actions were commendable, given his lineage, there was skepticism regarding how a disciple from a second or third-tier sect could achieve such greatness. Particularly, Pei from the Songzhan sword sect was rumored to have been enraged to the point of closing his sect. The leader of the Huashan sword sect hastily returned to Huashan, celebrating with great fanfare and even contemplating relinquishing his position in favor of Jiang Mai. However, the carefree Jiang Mai preferred to wander freely, having already established a reputation as a minor sword saint. The title Sword Saint was attributed to his exceptional swordsmanship, suggesting that, should he continue on this path, he would inevitably become an unparalleled swordsman. Yet, the prefix minor served to acknowledge the existence of the true sword saint, Yan Huishua, who remained alive and at the pinnacle of martial prowess at the age of 45. In the ballads of the Jianghu, the term unparalleled referenced him, a testament to his enduring legacy, despite his current restraint. Rumors circulated that Jiang Mai was destined to become the next sword saint, and as long as he persisted, the title of minor sword saint would eventually be rightfully his. There were whispers that when Jiang Mai perfected his swordsmanship, he would become synonymous with Huashan, leading to the eventual merging of the Huashan and Huashan sword sects. Such flattery prompted the leader of the Huashan sword sect to make a hasty apology to the Huashan sect, reaffirming their allegiance. However, with Jiang Mai's rise, speculation regarding his sword techniques emerged. It was widely believed that his swordsmanship could not have originated from the Huashan sword sect, as they lacked such excellence. Consequently, it was presumed that he had learned from external sources. Some claimed it was the water-splitting sword technique, yet this remained unverified, as the original practitioner, Yuan, had supposedly taken it. Regardless, Jiang Mai's reputation surged, and apart from slaying a judge, he had challenged the notorious 8 villages of the Sichuan Green Forest with exceptional ferocity. Zhang Qingyuan discerned that the young swordsman's progress was remarkable, with his combat prowess having multiplied 2 to 3-fold since 4 months prior. Furthermore, there was news that the former leader of the Beggars sect had passed away, and the new leader, a man in his 30s named Huang Hao, was a genius capable of creating his own martial arts. Huang Hao's rise to fame was not solely due to his martial innovations, but also his familial ties to the third elder of the Xiaoyao sect, Huang Chunbing, as they were distantly related through marriage. Many believed Huang Hao had perished with the rest of his family during a calamity, leading to the severance of this connection. Upon ascending to leadership, Huang Hao sought to propose to his cousin, but discovered she had already wed. Heartbroken, he descended the mountain and began a romantic relationship with the 5th elder of the Xiaoyao sect, resulting in a complicated web of relationships, which eventually led to hostilities between the Beggars sect and the Xiaoyao sect. Additionally, there were rumors that the Yinghui sword casting manor had recently secured several lucrative contracts. with their forge bustling as many heroes sought to commission swords, causing a decline in orders for several prominent forging enterprises. Zhang Qingyuan and Zhang Junbao, each clutching their treasured swords, reveled in the unfolding events. Ultimately, the significant happenings in the Jianghu revolved around the city of Yuming, where major wars had ceased. Yet minor skirmishes persisted. Brother Yuan, what do you believe Jiang Mai's sword technique truly is? Zhang Junbao inquired, curiosity piquing as he contemplated testing the sharpness of his Jinwu sword. Who can say? Zhang Qingyuan replied, fashioning a snowball. In this world, every year is rife with extraordinary encounters. A young hero might be driven off a cliff, only to inherit a legacy. Alternatively, one might inadvertently consume rare treasures, enhancing their prowess, or find favor with a reclusive master who imparts their knowledge. Such occurrences are not uncommon. Alas, why are we not so fortunate? Zhang Junbao sighed, feeling a pang of envy at the prospects of others who soared to greatness. Such is fate. The two continued their journey when suddenly, they were startled by the sound of a commotion ahead. They exchanged glances, intrigued. Another duel, perhaps? We mustn't miss it. Wait, where are the sunflower seeds? Here. Having learned from past experiences of the frequent duels in the Jianghu, they had come prepared with ample sunflower seeds. The duo swiftly employed their lightness skills, racing forward. After traversing 2 hills, they beheld a dramatic confrontation. 3 individuals were assaulting one. All 4 appeared to possess formidable skills. They crouched in a sheltered spot, attentively observing the combatants' techniques. The 3 attackers struck with ruthless precision, each blow aimed to kill. They certainly seem like seasoned killers, Zhang Junbao commented. Indeed, Zhang Qingyuan concurred. Yet, the one being besieged seems inexperienced. His pure yang sword technique appears rather stiff in his hands. Just as Zhang Qingyuan was about to elaborate, a realization struck him. He turned to Zhang Junbao, and they simultaneously exclaimed, Pure Yang. Chapter 70. The martial arts he utilized half a year ago at the Pure Yang Palace. There was an exceedingly charming young disciple. The second of the Pure Yang 5, known as Shen Xianhua, took the Taoist name Wang Xiang and was affectionately nicknamed Dahua. The relationship among the 3 was quite amiable, and Zhang Qingyuan even contemplated giving him a more endearing moniker, Qianer. Alas, just as that thought crossed his mind, news arrived that he had descended the mountain to embark on a journey of chivalry and righteousness. I do not kill Bo Ren. Yet Bo Ren perishes due to my chivalrous endeavors. How ironic. In truth, he need not have engaged in 1,000 benevolent acts. A mere overnight journey from Bingzhou to Jingzhou to deliver a copy of the Tao Te Ching to the Pure Yang Palace, there would have sufficed. Regrettably, this world lacks airplanes. Disciple, we have wronged you. As they watched Dahua endure a beating, neither brother stepped forward to offer assistance. Zhang Qingyuan's Hunyuan Qi finger was primed for action, and Zhang Junbao was kneeling on the ground, fiddling with 2 pebbles. Dahua's martial prowess was commendable. In the realm of Jianghu, he could be considered a first-rate master, though there was a touch of superficiality to his status. His internal cultivation and swordplay were impressive, yet he lacked practical combat experience, rendering his application of various martial arts rather rigid. The utilization of martial arts must be adaptable, never confined to mere techniques. Reflecting upon Zhang Qingyuan's past life, he realized that the myriad grappling techniques of national martial arts, while seemingly flawless in performance, paled in efficacy during actual combat. This was the consequence of prioritizing the aesthetics of techniques and the performance of forms without the crucible of real-world experience. Dahua, at this moment, was a prime example. The pure yang 2-element swordplay, with its myriad transformations, was executed by him without the slightest variation. The pure yang Brahma swordplay, characterized by its lethality and explosive power, had once enabled Gu Gu to penetrate and exit the capital of Dafeng 7 times. Yet, in Dahua's hands, it was transformed into a defensive technique. Where was the essence of the 8 trigrams palm? The left hand could have dispatched him. One could discern that the martial arts Dahua possessed, if listed, would surpass those of most sect leaders and even some exceptional masters. However, when truly employed, they were no match for a seasoned practitioner. On paper, his martial prowess was at a master level, but in practice, it barely reached the 2nd tier. The intricate skills of the Pure Yang sect seemed disordered in his hands. The brothers grew increasingly anxious, yet remained still. Experience, after all, requires the crucible of practice and life-threatening situations to truly flourish. Just moments ago, had he struck out with that palm, the enemy would surely have perished, yet he opted to withdraw. Zhang Junbao covered his face, unable to bear the sight. At that moment, the Nine Palaces swordplay combined with the pure yang finger technique. Oh dear, if that sword were thrust forward, why retract? He couldn't even reach you. Brother Yuan, I can hardly restrain myself. Were my soul to leave its sheath, I would certainly embody him and fight in his stead. Zhang Qingyuan shot him a glance. No substitute practice allowed. No worries, he has improved significantly since the last encounter. At least he is no longer being utterly suppressed and is managing to counterattack occasionally. His experience has certainly increased. Suddenly, Zhang Junbao had a revelation and remarked, perhaps Gugu's true intention in sending him down the mountain was to cultivate his skills. Indeed, that seems plausible, Zhang Qingyuan nodded. Logically, he possesses more martial arts than Shaoqing, yet his level is average. It's akin to having the 9 yang divine art as internal cultivation, the 18 dragon subduing palms as external cultivation, and the Duga 9 swords as swordplay, yet being unable to triumph against 3 left Ling Chan. More sunflower seeds, please. Zhang Junbao reached for another handful. I estimate that within 300 moves, a victor will not be determined. Isn't that obvious? 300 moves would stretch into the later stages, leaving the 3 of them utterly drained. Can their internal strength compare to that found in the pure Yang Dao cannon? If a lethal strike were to be executed, forcing him into a war of attrition, it was no small feat for him to have survived this long. Zhang Junbao suddenly chuckled, his expression tinged with resignation. Continuing to observe, Shun Qianhua engaged in nearly 400 moves, astonishingly without repetition. Suggesting his diligent study at the Pure Yang Palace, Zhang Qingyuan and his companion remained poised with stones in hand, ready to assist at any moment. Despite his awkward movements, the breadth of his knowledge often allowed him to block lethal strikes when it mattered most. Yet, it was precisely this rigidity and lack of experience that caused him to falter at critical junctures. As the brothers noted their sunflower seeds dwindling, the fight was drawing to a close. The trio of men appeared visibly fatigued, their internal strength waning. Tighten up, we're leaving, one of them bellowed. While the other 2 swiftly retreated from the scene, the speaker turned, swinging his blade before departing. Upon seeing them retreat, Shun Qianhua breathed a sigh of relief. The 3 men, recognizing he did not pursue, also felt a sense of relief. Zhang Qingyuan patted Zhang Junbao. Let us get to work. Both rose simultaneously, vanishing like the wind. Meanwhile, Shun Qianhua sheathed his sword and cast a grateful glance at his bundle, reflecting, thank heavens for my formidable skills, otherwise, I could have perished here. The Jianghu truly is perilous. After a moment of catching his breath and regaining some strength, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Once assured of safety, he took a few steps forward, only to be met by 2 figures descending from the sky. Gripping the hilt of his sword warily, Shun Qianhua retreated several steps, only to recognize the newcomers with joy. Uncle Qingyuan, Uncle Junbao. The 2 uncles held the 3 men they had just battled for over 500 moves. Disciple pays his respects to both uncles. What brings you here? Shun Qianhua felt a wave of emotion, having finally seen familiar faces after half a year away. The 2 men tossed their captives aside. Though not dead, they were merely incapacitated after a beating and having their acupoints sealed. Given the conflict with Dahua, it was best for him to deal with them. The 3 men glared with wide eyes, fixated on the 2 brothers. Those who meddle in others' affairs seldom meet a good end. We were on our way to Chang'an and happened to pass by, unexpectedly witnessing quite a spectacle. Zhang Qingyuan remarked with a smile. A spectacle, you say? So you arrived earlier but did not lend a hand? Dahua felt a mix of grievance and shame. I apologize for the embarrassment caused to both uncles. Zhang Junbao glanced at the 3 men on the ground, contemplated a few jabs, but decided against it. After all, not everyone is born a hero. He then inquired, what transpired with those 3? Why did they engage you? Dahua opened his large imperial bundle and retrieved a soft armor, explaining, in response to Uncle's question, a few days ago, I fortuitously encountered the Iron Palm Madblade. Master Jin. At the time, he was in dire straits and entrusted me with delivering this soft armor to the head of the Bai family in Chang'an. Master Jin enjoys considerable esteem in Jianghu, so I agreed. However, this soft armor is rumored to be worth a fortune. I have already faced ambushes 3 times. Zhang Qingyuan reached out to feel the material of the soft armor. It was supple, yet contained an inner force that sought to repel his hand. So this is one of the benevolent acts you are undertaking? Indeed, since descending the mountain, I have already performed 200 good deeds. Such speed? Zhang Junbao exclaimed in astonishment. Dahua produced a notebook gifted by his master, which Zhang Junbao took to examine. Goodness, this is meticulously detailed. It contained accounts of delivering messages for elderly women, healing the sick, assisting farmers with harvests, repairing homes and roads, rescuing abducted young women, and pacifying bandits. In summary, any act of kindness, regardless of size, was recorded. I was uncertain which acts qualified as good deeds, so I documented everything, he explained. Zhang Qingyuan returned the notebook with approval. Well done. Indeed, do not dismiss small acts of kindness, and do not engage in small evils. Indeed, Master Uncle. I share the same sentiment. Shun Qianhua's eyes sparkled with realization. The endorsement from Master Uncle affirmed that my actions were indeed justified. Zhang Junbao waved his hand, suggesting, since we are all heading to Chang'an, let us journey together. Absolutely. The decision of whether to stay or leave rests with you. Shun Qianhua glanced at the three swordsmen on the ground and stated resolutely, I understand that your circumstances are challenging. However, these two are my esteemed junior uncles. The illustrious Qingyuan Daoist and Junbao Daoist, revered figures in the martial world. It would be wise for you to return and lead a peaceful life. Upon finishing his words, he released their acupoints. The three expressed their heartfelt gratitude, bowing to Shun Qianhua. We are immensely grateful for your magnanimity, Daoist, disregarding past grievances. How outrageous. What are these two lunatics still doing here, competing for what? Yet, their gratitude was genuine, for the reputations of Zhang Qingyuan and his companion were formidable. Crossing paths with them could spell certain doom. Surviving under their auspices, we would indeed consider ourselves fortunate. Chapter 71. The Bai family of Chang'an Dahua followed closely beside his two masters, feeling a sense of injustice. It was not his intention to speak up. It was his masters who insisted on questioning him. As a result, he had to descend the mountain to perform good deeds, and it would be at least 2 years before he could return. Although he felt wronged, he had not left empty-handed. He sensed a significant improvement in his state of mind and a notable enhancement in his martial skills. After each good deed, the gratitude he received filled his heart with an indescribable joy. Having grown accustomed to doing good, he felt uneasy if he didn't help a few people in a day. Shun Qianhua bore 3 bundles on his back and cradled 3 swords in his arms. This was not an instance of Zhang Qingyuan overpowering the weak. Rather, it was Hua Zai who had requested it. Zhang Qingyuan's bundle contained clothing and money, while Zhang Junbao's held secret texts and money, making them not overly burdensome. Shun Qianhua cherished the 2 swords, their scabbards captivating to behold, and he eagerly explored their exquisite craftsmanship. Master, where were these splendid swords forged? He inquired. These 2 swords are undoubtedly valuable. I cannot discern their sharpness, but their beauty is undeniable. They were gifted by brother Zhou Wanji, the head of the Chuanjian sect. I initially declined, but he insisted,